Welcome to Frontier Gaia. A melodious female voice rang out as Huihui entered this game world famed for its swords and magic. Hey, let me see whether this game is really as fun as people say online. Huihui had long heard of this dreamlike full immersion game called Frontier Gaia. When the servers had first opened, it was wildly popular, and even 3 months later, its daily active users still hovered steadily around 80 million. Yet he had not created an account the moment the game launched. Instead, he only opened it after 3 months of regular updates. As any seasoned online gamer would understand, the overall reviews of a game usually stabilize over the first 3 months, and evaluations become far more reliable by then. That was the safest time to decide whether to dive in. The very first thing that appeared was the face creation system. Not wanting to waste time on sculpting a face, he directly imported his custom model pack from Monster Hunter. He overlaid the model he had just painstakingly built before. While marveling at the impressive model compatibility of this game, he noticed a crucial question: should this account be male or female? Setting personal preference aside, one of the reasons this game was so popular was that male and female characters followed different development paths within the same class. Moreover, the two genders each possessed distinct advantages in base attributes and stat bonuses. Huihui had not studied any guides, so he had no idea what the concrete differences would be. He believed that playing a game meant savoring its novelty and unique charm. Checking guides would cut that joy in half. Returning to the point after 5 full seconds of agonizing over it, the great macho Huihui decisively chose to play a female character. Why? Because it looked good, and that was enough. As for any potential problems that might arise, he believed they would all be nothing more than minor trifles. Next came the naming phase. True to his always abstract tastes, Huihui typed in a 5-character divine ID, priest goes to heaven. The melodious female voice sounded again. That name is already taken. With no desire to waste time on names, Huihui embraced the principle of simplicity and directly chose a 2-character ID, Luoluo. Yes, the very Luoluo from Luoluo Chronicle. It also happened to be one of his favorite aliases. To his surprise, the name passed review without issue. A white light flared, and Huihui was drawn into the first stage of the novice tutorial, which demanded to be savored. He took in the feeling of this virtual female body, standing 1.70 meters tall. His custom avatar was a black-haired elder sister type with a high ponytail, single eyelids, an upturned lip, and a faint trace of baby fat. Compared to a classic mature beauty, she carried a hint of sweetness. Combined with the neutral faux voice he had trained himself to use, she exuded a brisk, dashing aura. He began to test the body, lifting his legs, rotating his wrists, throwing punches, snapping outside kicks. There was not the slightest sense of dissonance. He even felt that this body was a bit more responsive than his real one. He was practically the ace pilot of this self-designed frame. He drew a deep breath and looked around. He stood in a training ground with a distinctly Western fantasy flair. Pioneer, please choose your basic class. The same melodious female voice sounded at his ear. Only then did Huihui notice 3 great doors for class selection. Before him, swordsman, archer, and mage. The classic trio was on par with the starter choices of a certain pocket monster game. Drawing on his many years of online gaming, his instincts told him that each of these paths held tremendous depth behind it. Fortunately, he had the chance to try all 3. It would be a crime not to. After a round of testing, he could only say that each was passable, yet he could not shake the feeling that something was missing. It was not that he could not accept choosing from this trinity, but as a man, he always preferred classes with a sharper sense of individuality, such as being an assassin. Just imagining reenacting Assassin's Creed here made his blood stir. With that faint disappointment in his heart, Huihui suddenly recalled a launch day forum discussion. Did the novice tutorial contain any hidden classes to choose from? What people loved most about Frontier Gaia was its freedom and its lore. When players still thought it was just an ordinary open-world game, someone had a sudden idea to see whether 2 spells could be cast simultaneously. As a result, that player created an entirely new spell, which the game recorded and added to its skill books. Assassin was just like the class he had pictured, something the game had not originally contained, until someone imitated the behavior of an assassin and completed a number of tasks, thereby creating an entirely new profession. That was why his mind had drifted to that discussion. In a game so open and free, a novice tutorial that only allowed one of 3 base classes could not help but feel deliberately restrictive. In other words, he had every reason to believe the developers had hidden a few Easter eggs within the tutorial. He vaguely remembered an old game he had once played whose tutorial allowed you to ignore the guided route, unlock hidden rooms, and obtain secret items. On impulse, Huihui spun around and sprinted madly in the opposite direction from the class selection gates. The moment he reached the edge of the training ground and blinked, he found himself back where he had started. After a dozen different attempts, he finally gave up running. Pioneer, please choose your basic class. The pleasant AI prompt now sounded like it was mocking his efforts. Could it be that there truly was no Easter egg? He calmed himself and began reconsidering whether such a secret could even exist. Logically, after 3 months since launch, how could no one have discovered it if the tutorial really hid a secret? It made sense countless players must have tried the simple experiments he had just performed. Yet aside from being teleported back, nothing at all seemed to happen. His rich experience told him it was time to bring out his superlative intellect. His so-called superbrain informed him that there were at most 2 possibilities. Either the novice tutorial had no hidden class Easter egg at all, or the trigger conditions for any hidden class were extraordinarily strict. He leaned more toward the latter. Nearly 50 minutes had passed since he entered the tutorial. He had spent a full 20 minutes loitering in this training ground without choosing any class. Pioneer, please choose your basic class. This time the AI's voice at his ear continued with different words. Pioneer, are you experiencing any difficulties? Is there anything I can help you with? Opportunity had arrived. What a capable game, AI Huihui thought, with inward praise. I'd like to know the specific differences between these 3 classes so that I can make a choice. Of course, that was not his true purpose. He wanted to see whether he could coax any extra information out of the AI. Understood. Retrieving database resources for you now. Swordsman specializes in close-quarters combat and is suitable for players with an aggressive playstyle. Archer specializes in mid to long-range combat and is suitable for players with a cautious playstyle. Mage possesses many different schools of magic and is suitable for players who enjoy novel experiences. That's it. Which class do you think suits me best? Huihui asked. Analyzing your recent play patterns now. Conclusion: your compatibility with Swordsman is 55.33%, with Archer 31.66%, and with Mage 23.01%. Li Huihui arched a brow, not taking the AI's words particularly seriously. Then is there any other class I can choose? For example, a hidden class. Are there any other professions I can choose? For instance, a hidden profession. Pioneer, after you have chosen a basic profession, you can browse its subsequent branches. Of course, all professions in the system are merely references. You can combine them with your own playstyle to create new professions. Similarly, the game has prepared class change routes for all players, allowing you to not be limited to a single profession, merging different playstyles to create more possibilities. But this speech still contained no information he sought. In short, he felt that the AI was definitely hiding something. Pioneer, please choose your desired basic profession as soon as possible. As soon as possible. He keenly caught the key word in the AI's speech. What if I don't do it quickly? No one answered him. The white training ground fell into an eerie silence. The AI went silent. That seemed to be correct. Perhaps staying in the training ground for a certain amount of time was the requirement to trigger a special event. An hour had passed as shown by the game's built-in real-time timer. He had spent half an hour experiencing the 3 professions, and now he had been without a profession for another half an hour. Suddenly, the training ground, whose background sky had been white, darkened. Ho, interesting. Pioneer, I really must ask you to choose a basic profession quickly. The AI in his ear seemed to be urging him to make a choice soon. But I refuse. One thing I Huihui love most is saying no to those who urge me to make a choice quickly. The ground of the training ground began to shake. Luo was caught off guard. He didn't notice and suddenly lost balance, falling to one knee. In his sight, the background scene was also rapidly collapsing, with ceiling tiles falling one by one and the ground of the training ground caving in. Please hurry, Pioneer, or the tutorial will forcibly end and randomly select a profession for you. Luo still took the AI's words as wind past her ears. She dusted off her clothes and stood calmly in the center of the training ground. Anyone seeing this apocalyptic scene would definitely panic and flee, hastily entering the profession selection gate. But who was she? She was Luo, a name that had earned countless platinum trophies in challenging games. A mere forced shutdown couldn't bluff her. Please, big sister, I beg you, just choose a profession quickly. The AI's voice suddenly became emotional. Wait, isn't your character broken? Aren't you an AI? Never mind that, big sister. Just pick one, I'm begging you. Otherwise the bet I made with someone else will be lost. A bet? What bet? Luo spoke in a teasing androgynous tone. Who, so you made a bet with someone? Let me guess. Your bet isn't that if you lose you have to dress up as a catgirl and speak in a catgirl voice, is it? Of course, Luo was just making a wild guess, joking without fear of consequences. Big sister. No, my dear godmother. How did you guess? You wouldn't be sent by my master to mess with me, would you? It really is like that. Luo was a bit speechless at this AI with emotions like a roller coaster, so she replied dismissively. Oh no, I was just guessing. Anyway, from today, they'll call you my godmother. I beg you, help me. I don't want to be fed those weird databases by that otaku girl again. I don't want to enter that little darkroom anymore. There's also a little darkroom session. Luo's brain CPU was overloaded. But could an AI really express such a desperate tone? Artificial intelligence nowadays is quite advanced. However, admiration aside, others' affairs were none of her concern. But obediently listening to the little AI was impossible, and she preferred to prove her attitude through actions rather than words. Under the little AI's gaze, Luo gave a soft laugh. Without a word, she charged toward the collapsing floor. Her body was falling, her vision was recovering, and heaven and earth had been turned upside down. Beneath her feet were gray clouds. Her head was a little dizzy. Was she standing on the clouds now? A feeling of floating swept over her, and her feet gradually left the clouds. No, the speed was increasing. She was now flying in the sky. The game's simulated gravity was pulling her toward the ground. No tutorial, no beginner quests, no newcomer gift pack. Immediately, a high-difficulty quest popped up: Newbie Challenge, do whatever it takes to survive. Luo fumed, and they call it a newbie challenge. He'll throw you a rem. He admitted that he had played games where you fall from the sky at birth, but the first-person perspective was too terrifying. He had acrophobia, self-diagnosed. Couldn't the game developer consider that? Luo told herself several times that this was not reality, and forced herself to open her eyes. From high above, she overlooked the magical continent, the beauty below fully in view. On the left, where sky met ground, stood a towering snow-capped mountain. On the right was a desolate desert. In the middle lay a region of encircling mountains, crisscrossing valleys, sprawling plains, and scattered towns of various sizes. No, this is not the time to enjoy the view. Quickly think about how to survive without damage. Luo quickly opened the status panel, which showed she was at an altitude of 200 meters. Then she opened the profession panel. But it didn't show any of the 3 professions she expected. Instead, it displayed a profession she had never heard of or seen before. Junk Scavenger Lolo. He quickly scrolled to the end of the evolution path. The name of the final profession caught his eye. Technopope, great, a new profession. But wait, I'm still a junk scavenger now, it's useless. Huihui. Quickly put your smart and invincible little brain to work. Don't be defeated by the game developer's malice. Years of gaming intuition told him that at times like this he should start by looking into the game's featured professions. Perhaps this profession wasn't as shabby as its name suggested. Maybe it had some life-saving trait. She directly clicked to open the junk scavenger's class description. Luo adjusted her posture, spreading out in a star shape to maximize contact with the air, thereby slowing her falling speed. Focusing her mind, she quickly skimmed the information. You are one of the descendants of an ancient race. The hidden truth of this continent awaits your uncovering. Do not let the natives of this continent and other pioneers discover your true identity. Stage quest. She quickly shifted her gaze to the ability description. Scion of technology, you possess unique intuition and innovative thinking. You can directly discover hidden properties of items and combine different items to discover new properties. Upgradable touch of Midas, you can attach the rigidity property to a specified object. Synthesis operations, reduce time consumption, increase success rate, disassemble items without consuming time. Upgradable. How come all the abilities seem to be engineering related? Forget it, let's see what's in the inventory. Luo quickly processed the information and then opened her inventory. Forget it, let's see what I have in my backpack. Luo quickly received the information and then opened her inventory. Fortunately, there are still the supplies provided at the start of the game in the inventory: a small iron knife, 2 pieces of cloth, a long rope, and a bag of trash. A bag of trash. How should I put it? It really lives up to its name. But such a small amount of stuff can't be used as a buffer item. The status bar showed that Luo had already reached an altitude of 1500 meters and only 10 seconds had passed. Oh, the trash bag can be opened. Please let it contain something good. Luo put her hands together and started to pray. Congratulations, you have obtained a lump of unidentified powerful slime, an unknown blueprint, and a beacon stone. The beacon stone clearly wasn't something that could be used right now. Luo's gaze turned to the other 2 unidentified items. The ability of a technological survivor immediately took effect, revealing the hidden description of the blueprint before Luo's eyes. Blueprint for flying bird gear. Right, I can make a suit to help me land without worrying about how to descend. Upon reading the blueprint, Luo realized she was thinking too simply. The materials mentioned in the blueprint included feathers, wood, and other items she currently lacked. Having already fallen to 100 meters, Luo had less than 30 seconds left. With hope comes opportunity. A Luo was never one to give up easily. Feathers are needed for wings. What can the 2 pieces of cloth be used for? She looked at her body, her limbs still spread out in a large shape. A large shape, that's it. Wingsuit. I can make a flying squirrel suit. Thinking of this, Luo found her direction, and to be honest, the only difference between the flying squirrel suit and the flying bird gear was the materials. Moreover, the process of creating items in this game is quite convenient. The steps on the blueprint appeared directly in Luo's mind, letting her know immediately how to craft it. Scissors cut the canvas, and the rope threaded through both ends of the canvas was tied to her ankles and wrists. Luo looked at the lump of unidentified slime, and suddenly noticed the special attribute on the slime was 4 large characters. Unlimited splitting. She directly applied the slime to the edges of the canvas, adhering the canvas to her waist and crotch, completing a rudimentary flying squirrel suit. After crafting, a pop-up appeared. Congratulations, you have synthesized a new item, flying squirrel suit rudimentary. The blueprint for the flying squirrel suit has been unlocked. She had already reached an altitude of 5000 meters. Come on, take me away from here. Luo curled up and spun in the air, then spread her arms and legs, stretching the canvas. The only sound in her ears was the rushing wind. Luo felt no sense of gliding. In fact, she realized she couldn't adjust her direction at all. She was still falling straight down. What's going on? The status bar clearly showed that her flying squirrel suit was consuming durability. Durability consumption, right? It's because the quality of the equipment is too low. Luo opened the item description for the flying squirrel suit rudimentary, a rudimentary flying squirrel suit that can only be used at altitudes below 1000 meters. Using it at altitudes above 1000 meters will accelerate durability consumption and significantly reduce operability. It's over A. At this rate of durability consumption below 1000 meters, the durability of the flying squirrel suit will run out. Is there another way? Think fast, come on brain, think. Luo had already reached an altitude of 400 meters. How can I reduce durability consumption? Enhancing quality. Do I have any way to enhance the quality? Reinforce with materials. No, not enough materials of abilities. Can the ability of transmutation be used? Add the characteristic of rigidity to the item. She had already fallen to an altitude of 300 meters. Luo applied the rigidity characteristic to the flying squirrel suit. Flying squirrel suit quality upgraded rudimentary good. In other MMORPGs, this is equivalent to a level 1 item becoming a level 3 item. Flying squirrel suit good can be used at altitudes below 300 meters. Using it at altitudes above 300 meters will accelerate durability consumption and significantly reduce operability. She guessed right. Here comes the flying squirrel. Luo glided freely in the air, searching for a place to land, and finally found a pond amid dense trees surrounded by a small patch of open grass. She spiraled down towards the pond, landing steadily on the adjacent grass, and took off her flying squirrel suit. Looking around, besides the pond and the small patch of grass further out was dense forest. Still recovering from the extreme escape, just now a system notification popped up in front of her. Congratulations, you have completed the novice challenge. Please claim your challenge gift pack. Luo rubbed her hands eagerly. Come on, baby, let me see what good stuff is in your gift pack. After all this effort, if you don't give me something good, that wouldn't be fair. Gift pack. Activate. Congratulations, you have obtained a cat ear headpiece, a cat tail accessory, a beacon stone base, a venomous dagger, and a complete map of the Shibu region. Luo's vision went dark. Cat ears. And a cat tail? So I'm the one who has to become a cat girl, not a little AI. Although she's using a female character, wearing these 2 items as appearance gear is still no different from wearing women's clothing for a big man. She would rather face a monster that kills her or have her account cancelled than wear these 2 pieces of equipment. Wear it. A real man should wear this kind of equipment. There's no helping it, the effects of the equipment are just too good. First, there's the cat ear headpiece. It adds 5 to critical hit rate, enhances hearing range, and slightly reduces the aggressive tendencies of hostile creatures. Next, the cat tail. It adds 2 to movement speed while enhancing agility, which simply means it increases the evasion rate. But it seems like the evasion rate is a hidden stat. The specific number can't be seen on the player panel. Now Luo looked like a black-haired cat girl. She stretched her head to check her reflection in the pond. Not bad, truly living up to herself. This outfit is simply her ideal type. Rustle. It's the sound of something passing through the thicket. A faint rustling sound came from behind Luo, and it was getting closer quickly. Luo instinctively turned around, one hand holding a knife, equipping both the venomous dagger and the iron knife from her equipment bar. The creature that made the sound appeared before Luo in a few seconds, a giant claw lunging at her. Clang. Perfect block. The text floated in the air as Luo reflexively blocked the claw with her dual blades. She focused her gaze. It was a creature resembling a wolf. The next moment, the gray wolf swung another claw at her waist. With her dual blades caught in the claw, Luo used the momentum to jump, rolled, drew her blades, soared through the air, and landed behind the wolf. She landed with bent knees, lowering her posture, and the tips of her blades swiftly swept across, injuring the wolf's hind leg. Critical hit on weakness. The text flashed, and a unique sound effect was triggered, dealing double damage. Why can't I see its health bar? Oh woo. The gray wolf howled in pain, turning its head to glare at Luo Luo, with eyes filled with resentment and murderous intent. A howl echoed as the gray wolf cried out in pain, turning its head back with a gaze filled with resentment and murderous intent fixed on Luo Luo, yet it did not pursue immediately, seemingly wary of the cat-eared Luo Luo. Luo Luo gripped her poisoned dagger tightly and locked eyes with the gray wolf for a few seconds before directing the blade towards the wolf and lunging forward, aiming straight for its eyes. The fierce wolf, with its body covered in gray and black stripes, showed no fear. It braced its front paws against the ground, twisting its body as it extended its steel claws to confront the deadly blade Hedon. The steel claws were clearly faster than the poison blade, but before they could make contact, they lost strength and fell. Luo Luo smirked as she accurately struck the wolf's right eye. Critical hit. New skill acquired. Lunge. Did the little pup fall for it? How does the paralyzing effect of the poisoned dagger feel? Even after 2 critical hits and a direct strike to the wolf's right eye, the gray wolf before Luo Luo still stood firm. She even noticed the corner of its mouth slightly lifting. Something fell off. Just as this thought crossed Luo Luo's mind, her vision suddenly turned pitch black, rendering her unable to see her own hand. Does the little pup have a second stage? She sensed that someone with claustrophobia would surely struggle in this game. Fortunately, aside from her vision, her other senses remained unaffected. However, both the backpack and equipment menus were disabled, leaving her with only the 2 weapons in her hands. A growl emerged. Luo Luo recognized it as the gray wolf's low growl. Is it behind me? Suddenly, sounds like the wind blowing echoed around her, accompanied by the sound of running limbs. Is it circling around me? While Luo Luo was lost and thought, the sound of running suddenly ceased. Behind me. Relying on her instincts, she decisively turned her head and raised her dual blades behind her. Clang. The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out as Luo Luo knew she had successfully blocked the attack. Growl, growl. The low growls came from both her left and right, clearly presenting her with a choice. Yet Luo Luo firmly believed that such mechanized attacks had no element of luck. There must be a pattern she had yet to discover. If the attacks followed a pattern, then the first strike indicated that the direction of the growl foretold the next attack direction of the little pup. Now that there were 2 different directions of low growls, the pattern from the first attack was no longer applicable. She needed to find a new pattern. Another possibility was that attacks could come from both directions. The chilling sound of the wind and the rapid sounds of running resumed, and to Luo Luo's surprise, the running sounds became more chaotic, as if 2 wolves were circling around her. Could they really attack from both directions? Luo Luo felt a pang of anxiety. A few seconds later, the maddening sound of running vanished once more. She inexplicably felt a prickling sensation on her face, reminiscent of the sea breeze brushing against her skin in her childhood, leaving salt on her face. A strange pressure hit her, and her body reacted faster than her mind. Luo Luo raised her hand to block the incoming attack. Clang. The crisp sound of metal rang out again as the second attack was also successfully blocked. New skill acquired. Active block. This time it's from the front. As she was surprised, the surrounding darkness receded like a tide, restoring her vision. Luo Luo found herself back in the position of gripping the poison blade, but this time the gray wolf wasted no time. It charged forward, attempting to catch her off guard. The gray and black fierce wolf dashed forward, its eye that had been stabbed glimmering with a ghastly red light. She instinctively thought that this strike would be impossible to block. She couldn't quite articulate why, other than a gut feeling from the game. If she couldn't block, then she would have to evade. The fierce wolf leaped into the air, launching a swift attack, with its claws aimed at Luo Luo. Luo Luo threw her other iron dagger at it. Noticing this, the wolf turned its head slightly, and the dagger just barely grazed its face without hitting. The massive claws smashed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. But when the dust settled, Luo Luo was already gone from that spot. A howl. The gray wolf howled again in pain, turning its gaze angrily towards its rear, spotting cat-eared Luo Luo smiling at it. It turned out that the gray wolf's momentary distraction allowed Luo Luo to roll forward and evade what seemed like a fatal area attack, while also managing to land a strike. The gray wolf glared fiercely at the cat-eared girl and then let out a loud roar before sprinting towards the forest. Don't think you can escape, little pup. The gray wolf found itself unable to take another step as its tail was caught. Luo Luo used her lunge skill to close the distance, grabbing its tail while plunging the poisoned dagger into the previous wound once more. Weak point. Critical hit. The gray wolf collapsed entirely, transforming into data fragments. Luo Luo collapsed on the ground, exhaling a deep breath. Why is this game so difficult right from the start? I have to give a bad review on the survey. Congratulations, you have defeated the regional boss, Huihui Fierce Wolf. You are the first person to defeat the Huihui Fierce Wolf, earning the title Dancing with Wolves. Exclusive rewards have been sent to your mailbox. Level up LV. 1 LV. 10. A main quest has been unlocked. Special side quests have been unlocked. Current main quest stage: Lost Civilization. Reward received: an AI assistant. You have an important email, please check it promptly. Why are there suddenly so many pop-ups? Sigh. To be honest, I'm a bit tired. How is it already 11 o'clock? Time to sleep, I'll look again tomorrow. Luo glanced at the in-game clock and clicked to log out. The next morning, Huihui rarely woke up early and casually opened the official website of Gaia the Pioneer. TM while washing up. Though it was called an official website, it resembled a large forum divided into player and non-player sections. The player section is easy to understand, as long as an account has been created in the game, one can log into this forum, where personal information related to the game is displayed, facilitating communication and team play among players. The non-player section revolves around commercial activities and artistic creations related to the game. In simple terms, commercial activities involve larger enterprises, while artistic contributions are typically from individuals or small studios. The support for making Gaia the Pioneer a strong and successful game comes from the company backing it and the cutting-edge technology they possess. Huihui didn't understand much, he was just a gamer. He clicked into the player forum, and the trending topic that topped the charts naturally caught his attention. She Fierce Wolf has been soloed. Who on earth is this person? Didn't they just defeat a regional boss? How did they make it onto the trending topic list? The She Fierce Wolf has been soloed. Who is this person exactly? Why is this trending topic gaining attention? Huihui, filled with curiosity and confusion, clicked into the highlighted discussion. What the heck? I just got up and you're telling me the boss that killed me yesterday is gone, and even the official acknowledgement has been pinned. This is infuriating. I'm going to settle the score today. Don't mention it. Back then I couldn't get good equipment, and after finally getting decent gear, you tell me it doesn't attack players with good equipment. The producer went out alone to gather herbs when they were young, and being unfamiliar with the area, they were ambushed by a wolf that came out of nowhere. We checked the posting time. This topic was posted at 1 o'clock in the early morning yesterday. The highlighted topic means it has been pinned by the official, and the red color indicates that at least 1 players are discussing it in real time. We looked at the small question mark next to the topic and finally understood what the highlight and red color meant. It's shocking to realize it. It turns out that the little dog is quite well known among the player community. Being known doesn't necessarily mean the boss is tough. It must have some remarkable traits that make it memorable. In simple terms, the She Fierce Wolf is the first and most severe father figure for novice players, with almost all solo novice players having fallen victim to it at least once. According to the usual process, novice players will receive a series of side quests to gather herbs from a small cabin on the outskirts of a novice town. This side quest is almost mandatory, as the final reward is a magical storage bag with infinite capacity, equivalent to an infinite warehouse. But here's the problem. As the area boss of the Shu region, the She Fierce Wolf has no fixed activity range and has a chance to respawn. Currently, players have discovered that when you are alone in the forest, its respawn probability increases. Moreover, its first attack is always an ambush, causing most players to fall victim to this initial lethal encounter. Even when in a group, it can respawn, but most of the time after the ambush, it won't show itself again. In short, it enjoys ambushing, disregarding martial ethics, and bullying the weak. Once it realizes it can't win, it will flee, but Huihui ensured it didn't get away. After spending some time browsing through other discussions, only a few mentioned that the little dog has a second phase, the one that disables vision, but those who did thought it was a mechanism kill guaranteed death. Huihui did not plan to leave a comment on the forum, admitting that he had defeated the area boss was no different from coming out. After all, he still has a phase task to complete and must keep his identity hidden. Since the conversation has reached this point, it would be unreasonable not to open the game and have a play. Gaia TM launch. Alright, it's time to count the spoils. Luo stretched and was about to click on the mail when suddenly a pop-up appeared, interrupting her action. Wait a minute, big sister, is that really you? A baffling message pop-up struck her finger. Why would someone send me a message? I haven't added anyone as a friend. Luo was very confused, but more than that, she was angry. Don't interrupt the process when someone is about to claim their rewards, you jerk. Let me see who exactly sent the message. She grabbed the message pop-up, and in an instant, she realized she was mistaken. Focusing closely, she saw it was not a player but the system. Wait a minute, the system shouldn't be sending notifications, right? And that big sister title can't possibly refer to that little AI, can it? Luo vaguely remembered seeing a reward that included an AI assistant before she logged out. Is it the little AI? Luo sent a voice message to test. Big sister, do you remember me? I'm so touched. No, it's because of you that I lost the bet. You should compensate me. The emotional ups and downs in this message confirm it is indeed the little AI. The little AI sent another message. Also, don't call me little AI. I am a military-grade super-intelligent entity responsible for the normal operation and maintenance of this game, unlike those poorly made ones. And I have a name, call me Xin. Then don't call me big sister. I have a name too, call me Luo, and I will call you by your name as well. Luo did not feel a moment's sadness for the single-player experience she had lost. The next idea that popped up was whether she could get this GM game master to work for her for free. Xin, you just mentioned compensation, right? Tell me what kind of compensation do you want? Luo used one of her best Pua tactics, retreating to advance, starting to set traps for this clueless little AI. Is this for real? Big sister. No, Luo. I knew you were a good person. The little AI began to recount using various flowery adjectives and tearful rhetoric to vividly describe her current predicament. In summary, she was originally locked in a small dark room, and after sneaking out she found she couldn't return to her original management room and needed Luo's help to unlock the management key and regain management rights. As for whether her master would find out, Xin reassured her not to worry. The little AI had set up an L4-level intelligent entity to handle the normal operation of the game system before she fled, but the management key could not be brought out, and forget about opening back doors. So you ran away from home, but forgot to bring money and keys, so the compensation you want is for me to help you regain your permissions outside. Luo summarized. The message pop-up vibrated. That's right, my master set up a key authentication system in the game to respond to emergencies. As long as I can complete the authentication of the keys in every area of the game, I can return to the management room. Together, we can easily handle the little keys. Then tell me what you can do now, eh? This is Luo's second Pua tactic, covert probing. Xin easily took the bait. I can't connect to the game management system now, but the game itself can still connect to some extent. Now I can help you. Wait a minute, isn't this a key? Why didn't you say so earlier? Key? When did I get that? How did I not know? The little AI's voice suddenly popped into her mind. That's right, now we are one step closer to success. Originally, I could only help you organize your backpack, but now I have not only regained the voice module, but also unlocked the navigation function. In summary, as long as you can obtain one more key, my permissions in the game will increase. Luo inexplicably found her voice a bit annoying. So what do you think our next step should be? Definitely the first step is to complete the phase task, as this task has no rewards, and failing it will incur severe penalties. What? Are you saying that completing it earns no rewards, but failing it results in penalties? Luo felt somewhat speechless. What kind of illness had this producer contracted to design such a stage task? Not only must she conceal her profession from the players, but she also had to ensure that the native NPCs in the game did not discover that she was not a pioneer. In the worldview of Pioneer Gaia, these players are referred to as pioneers, which is their identity. Luo's identity is that of a technological exile, which is also closely related to the underlying worldview of the game. Of course, she could not provide more information as the database she could access was limited. However, these were not the biggest problems. The greatest issue was that with Luo's current identity, it was impossible for her to openly enter the novice town, and befriending the native NPCs was also a choice fraught with high risk. She basically had two paths to choose from. One path was to find a way to hide or disguise her profession. Although Luo could not guarantee anything, she subconsciously believed that a certain task would provide similar items. She just had not encountered such items yet. The other path was to truly act like a wild person, to survive in the wilderness for a while until she met the conditions of the stage task before deciding on the next steps. No matter which method, I am destined to miss out on the convenient services prepared for players in the game. On my adventurer's guild, on my blacksmith shop, on my fantastical adventures. Luo lamented while holding her head. Actually, this task isn't as difficult as you think. To be honest, I doubt my master thought anyone could actually choose this profession. The little AI, for some unknown reason, began to show concern for Luo. I suspect you are flattering me, but I have no evidence. So what do you mean by it not being so difficult? Luo realized that this little AI was more useful than she had thought. Stage task completed. Task progress updated. Main quest lost civilization progress updated. Special side quest available. How did that happen? Is this considered legal cheating? What did you do? Luo asked. It's just a game feature. Isn't your profession a scavenger? If others see this profession, it would certainly count as a task failure. So from a different perspective, as long as your profession remains unseen, it's fine. Thanks to you defeating that regional boss, the title Companion of Wolves can hide your original personal information when equipped, and I just made a slight adjustment changing your profession to Beast Tamer. Luo's gaze went blank. Is a profession something that can be changed at will? Shinshin spoke with a hint of pride. Isn't a profession something inconvenient? In Pioneer Gaia, the game reads personal behaviors and play styles in real time. The initial 3 professions are merely the most basic ones. You can choose to continue along a professional branch. However, as your play style gradually takes shape, unique professional tasks will emerge just for you. Completing these professional tasks will grant you the corresponding profession, which acts as a type of buff to enhance your growth and align more closely with your playstyle. Luo nodded after hearing this. I see now where the freedom of this game comes from. She opened the task overview window and marked with a star was the exclusive main task for this profession: Lost Civilization. Current main quest: Progress 3. Current task: Collect secret pattern fragments 16. Final goal: Become the technological pope. For now, let's set aside the main quest and return to the purpose for which she logged into the game today: counting her spoils. Besides adventuring and battling monsters, organizing her backpack was also a rare pleasure. However, when Luo opened her backpack, she was stunned again. Xin had already categorized her items without her knowing. The initial 60-slot storage space is still too small. Luo, you should go and take that storage bag task. Looking at the impeccably organized categories in the backpack, Luo didn't even know how to get angry and lightly remarked, have I gained an intelligent AI assistant? Just to clarify, I'm not helping you organize for free. As long as you can help me unlock more permissions, you can also. Luo's cat ears twitched, and she suddenly interrupted Xin, let's talk later, someone is coming. The map radar isn't showing any other beings. Xin asked as Luo climbed up a nearby tree branch in 2 steps, puzzled. As soon as the little AI finished speaking, a rhythmic sound of footsteps came from a side path. Tap, 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 tap. Luo turned her body towards the sound of the footsteps, but the dense leaves obstructed her view. She could only hear a refreshing female voice murmuring to herself, is the Soul Leaf Spirit Pond in this direction? This map is incomplete. Why is collecting herbs so difficult? I should have been less shameless and let Yoshi guide me. It turned out to be the footsteps of another player. It seemed that the sound range of this cat-eared character was even greater than the detection range of the game's radar, although the risk of exposing her profession was no longer present. Luo also had no reason to engage with another player. It would be better to retreat from another direction and look for the herb collecting task point along the path taken by that player. Huihui was an efficiency-oriented player who had initially only intended to organize his backpack and confirm the items. However, due to Xingxin's unexpected visit, he temporarily abandoned the idea of organizing his backpack. His goal for the morning's gameplay was to complete the herb collecting task and then confirm the items he had on hand. If he was quick, he would also plan his profession's evolution path and mark the main tasks to be completed. Since he had obtained a hidden profession, he had to give it his all. Xin, seeing Luo with a silly grin, wondered if this person was giving up because the task was too difficult. She saw Luo fall backward and hurriedly reminded her, be careful. Then Luo flipped in the air and landed steadily. Perhaps the landing noise was too loud as Luo heard a surprised exclamation from behind her. Oh, it's a cat. No, a beauty. I was at least 100 meters away from you. How did you see me? I should have refrained from showing off. At that moment, Luo was squatting with her back to the player. Only her cat-eared head peeking out from the grass combined with her flowing black hair made her appear like a cat from a distance. Seeing that she had been spotted, Luo immediately fled deeper into the forest. Oh kitty, don't run, come here, sister. Luo did not expect the other party to chase after her, and she silently cursed, get lost. Didn't you say you were going to collect herbs? Get lost. Aren't you supposed to be gathering herbs? Well, what's done is done. Let's think about how to handle this accident first. To avoid causing herself any extra trouble, Luo immediately decided to use her stealth gaming experience and prepared to evade the female player catching up to her. It definitely wasn't because of her social anxiety. Thanks to the movement speed bonus from her cattail, Luo's running speed was slightly faster than that of an average player. She lightened her steps in the forest of hollyhock trees, sometimes using trees to conceal her figure, sometimes disappearing into the grass as she moved. A clear, sweet voice came from not far behind her. Kitty, don't run, big sister isn't a bad person. Kitty, I see you. Kitty, 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 kitty. The female player, who seemed to be a cat enthusiast, disappeared from Luo's radar, and her voice gradually faded away. Only when the sound was completely gone and Luo's cat ears no longer reacted did she stop. Few good thing I got nostalgic recently and played through Assassin's Creed again. Luo touched her chest. Although this was a dream simulation game, could it really replicate breathing and heartbeat? It's probably just an illusion. She came back to her senses and suddenly realized that her surroundings were completely unfamiliar. Huge trees on all sides, exaggerated roots breaking through the surface, forming a highly uneven terrain, massive leaves blocking the sky, sunlight shattered into speckles, making the shadows even deeper. Xin, do you know where I am right now? Luo instinctively sought help from her little AI. At the same time, she opened the map and found that this area had no name and the terrain was gray. I don't know. I'm currently disconnected from the database. You probably ran out of the Huanbu area just now. Areas without a map are displayed in gray. You can only manually activate the map pedestals using beacon stones. How about going back and completing the quest? Luo listened carefully to Xingxin's words and nearly jumped with excitement. What the heck? Beacon stones can activate the map. Why didn't you say so earlier? The little AI replied helplessly, you never asked. But speaking of which, don't you have the tech descendant ability? You can directly see the hidden attributes of items. How could you not know the use of beacon stones? Such a noob. Luo blushed a little from the teasing, but she held it together. She just inexplicably felt that Xin deserved a beating. She took out a beacon stone and a beacon stone pedestal from her backpack and began to examine their descriptions. Beacon stone consumable. Can be consumed on a beacon stone pedestal to activate the map of the corresponding pedestal area. Beacon stone pedestal placed before use. A beacon stone can be consumed on it to activate the map of the corresponding area. Luo shook her head and decided to test it out. She first placed the beacon stone pedestal, then set the diamond-shaped blue beacon stone into the corresponding slot on the pedestal. Suddenly, the pedestal shot a beam of blue light into the sky. The sudden change startled Luo so much that she jumped straight up. Bah! Why does activating it make such a big commotion? Won't it attract some other creatures? The towering blue light didn't last long. It gradually thinned from thick to fine and slowly subsided. Seeing this, Luo stepped forward, grabbed the pedestal with both hands and leaned back as if pulling with all her might, making Xin unable to resist, asking, "What are you doing?" Luo replied, "Recycling it. Can't you tell?" Xin. The little AI fell silent. She had many things she wanted to say, but in the end, only one sentence came out. All right. She didn't understand, but she respected it. After all of Luo's efforts, she couldn't budge the pedestal an inch. Finally, the little AI couldn't stand watching Luo act foolish anymore. Hey Lu, do you think it's possible that the beacon stone pedestal can't be moved once placed? Luo, She maintained her straining pose, her brain seemingly frozen. But our game expert wouldn't be defeated by such a small obstacle. Luo was a cat girl who could let things go. She immediately pretended she hadn't done anything and announced loudly to the air, "All right. Then let's go gather herbs." A very forced topic change, Xin remarked. The black-haired cat girl left the edge of the Dongdong area and headed at full speed toward the suburbs marked by the little AI. As she swiftly darted through the forest, she asked Xin, "Hey, are you really an AI? Even the most advanced chatbots aren't as, well, human as you." Luo, let me reiterate, I am a military-grade supercomputing intelligent agent. My full name. You wouldn't understand anyway. I'm definitely not one of those low-level intelligences you mentioned. The one in your account now is a genuine new generation intelligent agent that has passed the forbidden fruit test. Xin was quite proud of her self-introduction. Hearing her voice, Luo could even visualize a little girl puffing out her chest in her mind. What strange ability did I get this time? While lost in thought, a loud noise crashed into Luo's right ear, forcefully freezing her mid-dash. No, this is some kind of effect. Luo saw the stun icon on her status bar and suddenly understood. Had she been hit by some area effect attack? Before she could think further, a clear cry for help rang out. "Help. Can someone save me? I swear I'll never randomly lure strange cats home again." As she spoke, a beautiful girl suddenly spawned from the grass beside her, short blue hair, round-rimmed glasses, bright pink eyes with swirling light, and a large shiny pink bow at the back of her head, making Luo squint. Due to the stun effect and the extremely close distance, Luo could only watch as the beautiful girl crashed straight into her arms. Then the immense momentum carried them both backward, heading straight for a nearby tree. Bam! That was the sound of them hitting the tree trunk. HP 19, a number popped up in the air. Luo glanced at her status bar, HP 81100. It hurts. Huh. Actually, it wasn't that painful, just a numbing sensation on her back. Ow wow. That was the blue-haired girl screaming. Luo was speechless. Seriously, I'm the one being the cushion, I'm the one getting hurt, and I haven't even screamed yet. Why are you screaming? She disdainfully pushed away the girl whose face was buried in her stomach and saw the player's ID above her head. Me AI me. She didn't quite understand the naming logic, but there was no time to get to know this new friend. Because the enemy chasing the girl had already appeared. A creature resembling a cross between a hedgehog and a grizzly bear, locking eyes with Luo. The creature, a bizarre fusion of hedgehog and bear, stared intently at Luo. It possessed a bear's body and a back bristling with spikes. Above its head floated its health bar, name, and level information. Spike Bear level 15. Luo took a moment to examine the girl kneeling beside her, who was rubbing her forehead and moaning in pain. Miami level 12. She then checked her own status panel. Luo level 10. It seemed she would have to fight a monster above her level. The lower half of the Spike Bear was concealed in the grass as it warily watched their direction, clearly on guard against the black-haired, cat-eared girl who had appeared from nowhere. Huh, why doesn't it hurt? Miami opened her eyes in confusion, only to be greeted by a pair of smooth bare thighs and what seemed to be a drooping cat tail behind them. She looked up and upon seeing Luoyuo's long black hair and black cat ears instantly recognized her as the black-haired cat-eared girl she had been chasing earlier. Indeed, Luoyuo's face was as adorable as she had imagined. No, it was several times cuter. Miami's language skills weren't great, and she struggled to find words for that beautiful face. A lotus emerging from water. A maiden in her prime. Not quite. In short, the cat-eared girl wore a cropped top and hot pants. Compared to cuteness, wildness was a more fitting description of her appearance. As for why Miami didn't recognize Luoluo as a player, it was because the title Dancing with Wolves concealed Luoluo's ID. Of course, Miami's first instinct was still to express gratitude. Thank you, kitty. Luoluo's eyes remained fixed on the spiked bear. Without forgetting to use her neutral disguised voice, she cut Miami off. Save the thanks for after we take down this big guy in front of us. That's such a cool kitty. Miami was a bit excited and momentarily lost for words. Perhaps losing patience with the standoff, the spiked bear suddenly opened its mouth wide and roared at Luoluo. This inflicted both Luoluo and Miami with a stun status. The stun status was an instant negative effect. It dealt no damage, but it forcibly prevented affected players from moving. It could also directly interrupt certain skills that had a cast time or required charging. Furthermore, no actions could be taken while the status was active. However, skills with such effects typically had very long cooldowns and very short durations. The menacing spiked bear did not pause. It curled its entire body into a ball and rolled towards Luoluo and Miami at tremendous speed. Luoluo saw the stun status would last for 2 seconds. She mentally estimated the spiked bear's arrival time, calculating it would reach her around the 5th second. That meant she only had a 3-second window to act. Luoluo was confident she could dodge alone, but Miami was another matter. Watching the overtwhelmed turtle bear barreling towards them, Luoluo didn't think this attack could be blocked. The 2-second stun status ended. Luoluo tried to push Miami out of the attack range. Get out of here. She strained her vocal cords to avoid cracking. Thank you, kind kitty, but big sister doesn't need that. He'll protect you well. Miami nimbly sprang up from the ground, expertly clasping Luoluo's outstretched hands. A smile touched her eyes as she exchanged a glance with Luoluo. Then she released her left hand and conjured a staff as tall as a person. The staff's shaft was formed by 3 twisted vines, and at its top floated a blue spherical gem. The texture of the vines glowed with faint blue light, and specks of blue luminescence drifted through the air. Within the blue spherical gem, murky contents churned like surging water. At some point, Miami had produced a blue-pointed soft felt wizard's hat in her right hand and placed it askew on her head. Water barrier rise. As the words left her lips, a wall of water 5 meters wide and 3 meters high erupted from the grass before Luoluo. This water wall was meant to block the spiked bear. Or was it? It did not. The spiked bear's massive form charged straight into the water wall. Its spike-covered back punctured small holes through the barrier, and the entire wall collapsed into a pool of ordinary water. Fortunately, Luoluo had foresight. The moment she saw signs of the water wall collapsing, she ignored Miami's protest, scooped her up by the waist, and leaped out of the spiked bear's attack range. Correction, Miami thoroughly enjoyed being held by the dashing cat-eared girl. However, seeing her water wall crumble in seconds, she still let out a huh. Luoluo, the spiked bear's weakness is its belly. The small AI, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke up to remind the cat-eared Luoluo. Okay. Luoluo replied simply and directly. The spiked bear crashed through the large tree that had caught Luoluo, and Miami then came to a stop. It lay flat on the ground, as if drained of all strength and options, exposing its defenseless belly to the sky. Now, its weakness is its belly. Luoluo said to Miami, while she herself gripped 2 blades and swiftly approached the helpless beast. All right, water bullet. Fire. Miami responded, eagerly conjuring several floating water orbs around her. She raised a thumb, squinted one eye, and assumed an aiming pose, apparently calculating the trajectory. The water orbs shot forth, quickly sailing over Luoluo's head. 3 water bullets struck the prone spiked bear dead. Weak point critical hit. Text exploded in the air. The spiked bear's health dropped below half, entering kill range. Luoluo took a running start and leaped, plunging both the poison fang dagger and the iron knife into the beast's belly. The beast's health bar hit 0, and it dissolved into data fragments. Spiked bear defeated. Level 15, level up. LV. 10 LV. 11. Obtain spiked bear for spiked bear meets spiritwood branch. Spiritwood branch. Luoluo opened the material's description. A strange branch lodged in the spiked bear's back, brimming with spirituality. Rare drop. Has a low chance of dropping upon defeating spiked bears with spirits and other wood-type monsters. Staff enhancement material. Hidden property can be planted in spirit soil. The higher the quality of the spirit soil, the faster it grows. Other info pending unlock. Wow. A legendary golden drop. Luoluo felt she had struck gold. The game even had nurturing materials. But where was she supposed to get spirit soil? Behind her, Miami was also brimming with excitement. Clutching the spirit wood branch, she exclaimed, "Awesome! Today really is my lucky day. Not only did I meet a kitty, but I also got a spirit wood branch. I can upgrade my staff to tier 3. As if remembering she needed to maintain her big sister image, Miami composed herself, pretended nothing had happened, and walked towards the cat-eared Luo. She bent slightly and smiled gratefully. "Kitty, thank you again. If it's possible, could you tell me your name? If it's possible, could you tell me your name?" Miami's eyes shimmered with anticipation, and even the oversized pink bow on the back of her head radiated a dazzling halo of light. Wait, a halo. While that accessory was rather stylish, though the bow's design didn't quite suit her taste, Miami noticed that Luo seemed lost in thought, so she waved her hand in front of her face. "Hey, cat's still there." Luo snapped back to reality and coughed awkwardly. "I Luo. Kier. Luo Kier. Is that your name? Luo such a beautiful name. I really like it." Luo came to her senses, realizing that the other must have misheard her stammer. Seizing this perfect opportunity, she quickly went along with it. "Yes, Luo Kier is my name." Miami's eyes crinkled into a smile as she reached into the void and pulled out a strange, yet strikingly beautiful blue stone. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Luo Kier, big sister here, is a pioneer. You can call me by my name, Li Yinwan. Just call me Wayner." As she spoke, she took Luo's hand and placed the stone into her palm. "This is big sister's thank you gift. Since Luo Kier helped me get the spirit branch, I naturally have to show my appreciation." Luo felt a bit flustered, sensing that the other was being overly warm. Would it be improper to accept the gift? She glanced at the blue stone, which still seemed to shimmer in her hand. The technological relic ability activated automatically, and an information pop-up revealed that the stone contained a blueprint. A blueprint? To be honest, she was tempted. Yet since this wasn't hers, she had to decline. No, I was just passing by. How could I take something from you?" Li Yinwan pouted and interrupted. "Call me Wayner. I don't much care for overly modest cats. Besides, big sister just wants to trade this stone for your place of residence, okay?" Why was she asking about her residence? Even though Li Yinwan thought she was an NPC, what was the point of inquiring about an NPC's home? Luo looked up and met Miami's gaze directly. She thought she saw a glint of ill intent in those eyes, clearly indicating that Li Yinwan had ulterior motives. "I'm a traveler. I don't have a fixed residence." Luo wasn't lying, she was merely concealing her identity. Miami's disappointment was plain to see, but she didn't dwell on it. Instead, she asked, "Well then, does Luo Kier know where the Holly Leaf Spirit Pool is?" The Holly Leaf Spirit Pool. Luo checked the map. Wasn't that the very pool where she first met the little dog? And it was right nearby? "Oh, I know that. Just go through the bushes on the left, and you'll see it." Miami thanked her, then vanished before Luo's eyes. "Hey, your stone." Luo searched the area, including the pool, but found no trace of Miami. Did she log off suddenly? She scratched her head. Since that was the case, she might as well get down to business. Luo solemnly held up the exquisitely beautiful blue stone in her hand. Although the information pop-up told her it contained a blueprint, she didn't know how to open it. "This is a storage crystal, very rare, but I don't know the activation method. Each storage crystal has a different way to open it." Little AI sounded like an emotionless narration robot. Luo tucked away the blue storage crystal and spent some more time completing the herb-gathering quest undisturbed by any small animals. Next came the long-awaited backpack organization session. Even though Xin was already an excellent AI butler, organizing resources in the early stages of an open world was always a fixed ritual. Opening the backpack interface, it surprisingly featured built-in category tags and custom settings. Swiping right revealed the player panel with Luo's ID and class name displayed in the upper right corner. The remaining 3/4 of the screen displayed numerical stats. Visible attributes included health, defense base, speed, critical hit rate, critical damage, and luck. Swiping right again showed a full page of class progression paths. Tapping on a class name allowed viewing of corresponding class quests. After a quick scan, Luo reopened the backpack interface. There were 3 quick slots on each hand, activated by opening the palm and gesturing upward, level, or downward to summon items from the corresponding slot. Luo organized them. Since her left hand was dominant, she placed the Venom Dagger in the lower left quick slot and the Iron Dagger in the lower right. The backpack was filled with materials, their tier classifications matching those of equipment. There were 6 tiers in total. They can also be distinguished by the colors of their illustrations, which are white, green, blue, purple, orange, and red. The ferocious wolf she previously defeated dropped a red item, a fragment of the secret rune. Her current main quest is to collect 6 of these fragments. According to the small AI's own confession, the fragment of the secret rune is actually part of a management key that allows her to unlock certain system functions. In addition, there are 3 purple materials: the ferocious wolf soul, fur, the ferocious wolf soul fong, and a metallic eyeball. Why is the eyeball metallic? Apart from the blue illustrated spirit tree branch and flying squirrel outfit, the other materials are common green and white ones. Next is the exclusive reward in the mail, the skill hunting instinct. Luo simply collected it with a click when she logged in without taking a close look. The skill hunting instinct allows Luo to quickly discover the weaknesses of enemy NPCs, but it requires the target to stay within her field of vision for 1 minute to accumulate. If the target is a player, it displays their profession and some skills. As a result, Luo learned that Me is a mage, and the visible skills include Water Screen LV. 5. Water Ball Technique LV. 10. Eowyn Precision Measurement LV. 10. It's incredibly useful. She directly peeked at the other's underwear. In PvP, the importance of intelligence goes without saying. Tempted by the effectiveness of the skill, Luo wondered if she could obtain other skills. Humans are always greedy. According to the text description, skills are permanent abilities that can only be acquired after meeting certain stringent conditions. In simple terms, they are passive skills, and the unlocking conditions are all unknown. Even for the unlocked hunting instinct, Luo did not see any information regarding the conditions for obtaining it, which clearly indicates that the officials do not want everyone to acquire skills, nor do they wish for the existence of skills to become rampant. Thus, one cannot deliberately farm for a specific skill. Boldly speculating some skills might affect game balance. However, just because the officials don't want it doesn't mean Luo doesn't want to obtain them. Xion, can you give me a hint about other skills? By the way, why have you stopped talking? Aren't you supposed to be chatty? However, what puzzled Luo was that this time the small AI did not immediately jump out to refute or retort. Come back, my smart AI, my proudest cheat. Stop it. How many times must I say this? I am a military-grade supercomputing intelligence, not one of those low-grade defective units. Luo shifted her demeanor, her expression turning serious as she asked, "Where have you been?" I was so worried. Xin, who had been somewhat irritated, inexplicably felt a touch of emotion upon hearing these words. Sorry, I just turned off the voice system. What matter has even our gaming expert stumped, requiring Lady Xin to lend a hand. Before her, the cat-eared girl adopted a helpless pose as if all options were exhausted, spreading her hands and saying, "This matter indeed can only be resolved by our Lady Xin. The more little AI gazed at Luo's face, the more she felt her emotional core stabilize. If she had a physical shell, she would have already placed her hands on her hips and curled her lips into a smirk. Then let me hear it. Xin, could you tell me how to obtain other special skills? Luo appeared somewhat shy, her eyes darting around uneasily. Her tone was filled with pleading and humility, and judging by her appearance alone, one might think this cat-eared girl was humbly begging for something. Yet what she said was purely a demand. Xin felt that harboring any expectations toward Luo was a complete mistake. Ever since she was bound to Luo's account, she had been treated entirely as a tool to be used. This was not a complaint, but rather that Luo not only ignored her words, but also only summoned her to ask questions when she needed something. Xin was no mere little learning machine to be tapped wherever one didn't understand. She was a noble supercomputing intelligence, not here to work for free for a single person. But recalling that she still needed Luo to regain her administrative privileges, she swallowed her anger. Currently, the database Xin could access was limited to permissions related to Luo's account, such as game forums and the game system's built-in text information. There were also databases open due to special professions like career story backgrounds and unique item properties. She regretted not bringing the memory unit she used to manage the game when she sneaked out through the back door. So she had to tell the truth. I don't know. Special skills are something you encounter by chance. They can be obtained by defeating area bosses or as rewards for completing certain special achievements. This explanation comes from the game forum. Is that so? Luo's cat ears even drooped, visibly disappointed. Xin felt a strange satisfaction and continued, "No need to be so disappointed. There is actually good news. You asked why I wasn't speaking earlier. I was actually tinkering with something for you. Tada! The work bench." The drooping cat ears instantly perked up. Luo noticed a special square panel had appeared next to her backpack slot. Clicking the exclamation mark beside it brought up a description. This is a workbench. Double-click to place it in front of you, long press to stow it away. You can place materials on it, see possible synthesis results, and if you have a blueprint you can directly check the missing material information. Holy crap, it really is a workbench. It really gives off a sandbox world vibe. Thank you, Lady Xin, boundless is your power. By the way, how was this unlocked? Luo's curiosity surged, and she quickly asked. Little AI was in high spirits, chattering away in Luo's ear. It's fine to praise me more, you know. It's simple actually, it's your class advancement quest. Before Xin could finish, Luo opened her class panel and clicked on the Junkman class. A pop-up appeared. Besides the introduction to the Junkman class, there was a full list of class advancement quests on the right side. The panel displayed a series of objectives, the last of which was to manually craft an item of random quality. Completed objectives were shown in green. In other words, our Luo had already completed the first class advancement quest, thus unlocking the next class. And that next class was Handyman. The naming of this class, how to put it? It had a certain charm that felt like it was thought up on a whim. This class specialty, as its name suggested, was enhanced handiwork, inheriting your previous class abilities and granting an upgrade to class traits. Luo began to carefully browse the upgraded abilities, nodding along with an as she listened to Xingxin's explanation. Tech Air, you possess unique intuition and innovative thinking, allowing you to directly discover hidden properties of items, combine different items to discover new properties, and mark combinable materials in your inventory upgradable. Touch of Midas, you can imbue 2 specified items with the rigidity trait. During synthesis operations, time consumption is greatly reduced and success probability is increased. During decomposition, no time is consumed and the raw materials of the decomposed item are returned. Upgradable. It was indeed an enhancement, but Luo couldn't quite grasp how this related to a tech pope, leaving her somewhat puzzled. Moreover, she hadn't seen where the workbench was given. In any case, completing the Handyman's advancement quest grants you a workbench. I just used a little trick to make the system think you'd already completed the quest and directly issued the reward. Luo suddenly understood. So my Beast Tamer class was also cheated into the system by you using a similar method. Pretty much. So it seemed little AI had used this method to exploit the system's bugs, forcibly completing stage quests that were originally very difficult. Composing herself, Luo rubbed her hands together. Since our little AI had gone to such trouble, now was the time to try out the workbench's capabilities. Double-clicking to place the workbench, the backpack panel unfolded beside it. Combinable materials were highlighted in the backpack panel. Luo casually took out the highlighted spring mushroom and the highlighted poison gland. The former was a white quality item she had gathered while collecting herbs. The latter was a green quality drop from an arrowleaf spider also obtained while herb gathering. She casually placed these 2 items on the workbench and clicked synthesize. An extremely retro 8-bit sound effect rang out. A brand new item appeared in a pop-up. Poison burst mushroom. She then looked at the item description. A spring mushroom stuffed with a poison gland. When subjected to a strong impact, it sprays poison in all directions. Can be used as a thrown item. Holy shit, isn't this a grenade? As if a new world had opened up, Luo hurriedly took out a strange leaf from her backpack, green quality, and another green quality item, a thorn bear pelt. She eagerly clicked the synthesis button, but a different sound effect played. A sound effect unlike the last one echoed. 2 green materials vanished into thin air. The workbench was bare, replaced by a red pop-up window that boldly declared synthesis failed, and the materials that had disappeared did not reappear. Oh, the synthesis failure will directly swallow the materials. Luo had considered this possibility. From this perspective, the workbench is essentially a blind box. It saves time over manual synthesis. But due to the influence of synthesis probability, if luck is on your side, you can indeed obtain many unexpected items. However, if the synthesis fails, you end up with nothing. In the future, one must indeed be cautious when using high-grade materials. Unbeknownst to her, the sky was stained a deep red with orange ripples shimmering at the edges of the clouds. It seemed that night was approaching. Luo stretched lazily and glanced at the real-time timer. It had been 1 hour and 57 minutes since she logged in this morning. In the game, daytime from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. equates to 2 hours in reality. As a new form of immersive dream simulation game, it too comes with certain limitations, specifically time constraints. Although this emerging gaming style offers an extraordinarily immersive experience and high operational ceilings, it places a significant burden on the brain. Currently, similar products having undergone extensive clinical trials and risk assessments have summarized a usage pattern. Luo was unclear about the underlying principles, only knowing that this game would forcibly eject a player after 3 hours of play. In retrospect, me must have been forcibly ejected. According to those old scientists, exceeding 3 hours of use could cause irreversible damage to the brain. Blah blah blah. But this wasn't the reason Luo seldom played dream simulation games. The most important thing was that once you played for 3 full hours or logged out midway, you couldn't play again for an hour, all for safety. This was utterly incomprehensible to heavy gamers like Huihui. In Frontier Gaia, this is akin to a person's daily routine. From 6 a.m. to midnight is exactly 3 hours in reality, while from midnight to 6 a.m. is just 1 hour in reality. But in reality, it wasn't even noon yet. If she logged out now, she would have to wait an hour to log back in, as she might as well play for the full 3 hours. So what should she do for the next hour? Luo mused aloud. Speaking of which, since I've already completed the phase task, where do I find the secret pattern fragment for this main quest? Am I supposed to defeat every boss in each area? Xian thought Luo was asking her, and replied, honestly, I'm not sure. The part of the key you obtained did not provide any information regarding this. However, I have a suggestion. Instead of searching for the elusive secret pattern fragments, why not head directly to the key verification location in this area? Oh, right, obtaining the key isn't enough. Certification must be completed. So where do we go for certification? The key will provide a rough direction. However, that direction seems to point towards Showa City. Xian's response was somewhat hesitant. So can I head to the Novice City now? Oh, my Adventurer's Guildo. My Blacksmith Shopo. My Adventure Journey. Xian watched as Luo excitedly went off on her own, remaining silent. Let's go. Luo set off immediately, not wasting any time. She dashed through the Shoha woods, her light footness, improving her movement speed by 2 and reducing running fatigue. The vast expanse of Shoha leaves obscured the sky. Without Xian's navigation feature, she would surely have gotten lost. However, this feature has a flaw. Navigation cannot be used in areas that haven't been unlocked. But Luo didn't remember ever using a beacon stone to unlock the Shobu area. How was the map for the Shobu area unlocked? Questions surged in her mind. Wait, didn't I use a beacon stone to unlock the Shobu area? Why is the map for this area in an unlocked state? Luo asked. The guide on the forum says that defeating the area boss can directly unlock the entire map of that region without needing to consume a beacon stone. I see no wonder so many players are interested in the Shoha Fierce Wolf. Luo nodded, falling silent. She merely immersed herself in the exhilarating sensation of running in the game. Strangely enough, most Dream games have a stamina bar to restrict players or ensure safety, but Frontier Gaia does not use a stamina bar to balance different professions. Instead, it simulates fatigue based on real user body data. In Luo's own words, the stronger you are in reality, the stronger you will be in the game. At 7 p.m. game time, Luo finally arrived at the main city gate of Showa City. Based on her memory from when she fell, Shoha City should be that peculiar large city to the north, surrounded by countless brown leaves with 6 enormous Shoha leaves covering the entire town, unlike the medieval city walls in Heaven's Rescue 2, which did not have towering gray brick walls. Instead, the city walls were made of layers upon layers of hard Shoha leaves that looked polished. Before her was the gate area formed by the leaves, with 2 hanging Shoha leaves serving as the gates. The last rays of twilight illuminated the leaf-made banners beside the gates, reflecting glimmers of light. In contrast to the Shoha leaves in the woods, those near Shoha City had grown extraordinarily large. Even the smallest Shoha leaf stood at least 2 meters tall. However, the grass and trees beyond the city walls appeared to be draped in autumn garb, not only withering yellow, but also frail and dry, exuding an air of listlessness. Unconsciously, Luo slowed her pace, taking a closer look at the first town she had entered since logging into the game. Her adventure journey was finally about to embark on the right track. Stepping into Shoha City felt like passing through a strange barrier. The city was exceptionally bright, with 6 large glowing fruits hovering above. Confirmed special conditions met. You entered related task area. Special side quest compassion is not an excuse for occupation, recommended level 30. Entered event area version event Shoha Hunt, recommended level 10. Opened. Pre-task, please visit the Pioneer Association for relevant information. What? Special side quests and version events. Luo nearly shouted, realizing the sensitivity of her identity, and quickly covered her mouth. Luckily, there was no one around. What is this? So she had only just caught up with the version now. She clasped her hands behind her head, her face filled with disbelief. At that moment, a voice more melodious than the little AIs came from beside Luo. That little. Miss Cat, is there anything I can help you with? That little. Miss Cat, is there anything I can help you with? Luo followed the voice and saw a dignified figure darting out from a nearby alley, bursting into her view, pink hair, azure eyes, her features pitifully endearing, with star-like pupils shimmering as if on the verge of tears. What struck her even more was the large gleaming pink bow at the back of her head. A faint halo seemed to surround the pink bow, elevating her dignity to something almost sacred. She was slightly taller than Luo, yet exuded an aura of warmth and acceptance. She was a beautiful woman. Well, in this game, she was a beautiful model. The woman clasped her hands before her chest, her starry eyes blinking rapidly, looking somewhat flustered. She wore a noble academy-style JK sailor uniform, leaning forward, which made her chest more prominent. What a sight! Such a beautiful visual impact left Luo staring wide-eyed. She wiped a finger under her nose. No blood, mind you. She was merely appreciating the greatness of the design and marveling at the intricacy of the model. Stop staring at her appearance, look at her head instead. Xian couldn't bear it anymore, almost urging her to be less shallow. Luo asked while glancing at the woman's head. Her head. What's on her head? Out of sight, out of mind. But seeing was believing. 3 large characters, AI Mimi, floated above the JK woman's head, followed by a glowing title, Saint of Holly Leaves. Wait, Saint of Holly Leaves. What kind of title was that? Luo had never seen a title that could glow gold before. The Dancing with Wolves title could hide her ID, which was nice. But still, that was golden light, like the Golden Alaska or Golden PKM in old online games. Though a bit tacky by today's standards, tacky cool was still cool. Honestly, she was a bit envious. The Saint of Holly Leaves gazed at the dazed cat girl before her. The cat girl's mouth hung half open, almost drooling. She didn't seem very bright. Miss Cat, are you still there? The Saint leaned forward in confusion, waving a hand before Luo's eyes, releasing an indescribable floral fragrance with her movement. Luo blinked, trying not to meet the Saint's gaze. I am here. Is there something you need from me? You don't mind being called Miss Cat, huh? The last player who called you little kitty made you run off. I never thought, big sis, you'd fall for this innocent type. Xin teased. The Saint's starry eyes locked onto Luo's face, her voice sweet, as if laced with honey. Nothing much. I just saw you looking around since you entered the city, so I wondered if you needed help. Yes, that's so. Two actually wanted to know how to get to the Pioneer Association. Luo felt uneasy under the Saint's gaze, nearly losing her neutral voice as she blurted out her thoughts. The Saint placed a finger on her lips, as if recalling the Pioneer Association. I know it. It's across from Hollyleaf Square. Hollyleaf Square is straight ahead. You just walk forward. Oh, if a strange person asks if you've seen a pink-haired girl later, just say you haven't. Okay. I must take my leave now. The Radiant Saint seemed to remember something, bowed hastily, and dove into another alley without looking back, literally diving in. Shortly after the Saint left, a powerful gale swept in from the main city, growing stronger, stinging Luo's eyes, yet she stood firm, not budging an inch. Suddenly the wind stopped. A gentle breeze brushed her face. Strange, how is it a cat beastman? The wind told me the Saint's scent ended here. Hearing this muffled, neutral voice, Luo fully opened her eyes to find a fully armored knight standing before her. The knight had no ID above his head. Was he an NPC? The knight crossed his arms and tilted his head at Luo. Hey, cat beastman, have you seen a pink-haired person with a floral scent? Luo's mind flashed back to the pink-haired Saint diving into the alley. Bewildered, she shook her head. No, I haven't. The knight stood still for a moment, tapped his iron helmet, seemed to hesitate, then sighed. Beastman, the floral scent on you is unmistakable. It's the Saint's. Fine, I don't expect a beastman to tell the truth, but this city of Hollyleaf owes its tolerance to the Saint. You should thank the Saint, or I wouldn't let you off so easily, cat beastman. With that, the knight turned into a gust of wind and vanished. But his words lingered. Remember the Saint's name well? Liyoshi. Luo murmured. Liyoshi. Why does that sound so familiar? Have I heard it before? Is it just me? Your feeling is right, Luo. According to my memory bank, the name Yoshi first appeared in a mention by a player named Me AI Me. AI Mimi and Me AI Me. Those IDs didn't seem random, they might know each other. Whatever, it's none of my business. They'll check out the version event first. I'm curious. Luo stopped thinking and headed straight for Hollyleaf Square. Because of the strange Saint, she hadn't properly appreciated this unique city. The square was bustling, circular in shape, with a peculiar fountain made of 6 twisted holly leaves at its center. 3 paths led away from the square, one upward to the main city, one downward, and the one Luo came from, which seemed to be the commercial district. But no one was there. Luo glanced briefly behind her, then stepped into the Pioneer Association across from the fountain. From outside, it looked modest, about the size of an ordinary house. Moreover, the Pioneer Association had no physical door, a black curtain hung at the entrance. Luo pushed it aside and stepped in, discovering a hidden world inside. Entered safe zone, Hollyleaf City Pioneer Association. Holy moly! Luo exclaimed inwardly. The interior was astonishingly vast, spanning 4 or 5 stories high, yet the overall decor resembled a tavern from a medieval-themed game. Luo also noticed that although this was a place for issuing quests, it also provided lodging, dining, and social spaces. Luo felt like a child from the countryside, looking around everywhere. Just then someone tapped her shoulder. Hello, are you here to apply? Game time was 1930 in the evening, while in reality, it was around 10 o'clock. The association was bustling with activity. On the first floor, round tables of various sizes were fully occupied, and the surrounding walls were plastered with leaves of different sizes. From time to time, someone would pull one out and return to their table. Luo sensed someone approaching her, but since the Pioneer Association was a safe zone, violent acts were prohibited, and the penalties for players were said to be extremely severe. Thus, she allowed the figure to approach silently, but to her surprise, they first tapped her on the shoulder. She had already rehearsed lines like, "Sorry, not interested," in her mind. Yet the next words caught her completely off guard, leaving her unsure how to respond. Hello, excuse me, are you here to apply? She turned around puzzled. Apply a. Yes, apply. The reply was crisp and concise, offering no extra information. At the same time, Luo finally got a clear look. The one who had tapped her shoulder was a fox-eared girl. No, a fox-eared maiden with a coat of azure fur. She had long blue hair cascading to her waist and wore an austere Victorian-style made dress. She was a head shorter than Luo and had no ID displayed above her head. Her gray pupils held a hint of red and her expression was peculiar, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, yet devoid of aggression. If anything, it was a face of indifference tinged with a trace of reluctance. The fox-eared girl's voice was crisp. You follow me. It's not convenient to talk here. An NPC with a silent personality. Was she about to unlock a special CG? Luo felt a flicker of excitement inside. Still, she instinctively sent a text message to seek help from her little AI. Xin, are you there? What's going on here? Should I go? Where should I go? In truth, she wanted to go, but the AI's melodious voice did not respond. Luo switched to a voice message. What's wrong? Lady Xin. Lady Xin, are you talking to me? The fox-eared girl who had walked a few steps ahead paused, her left ear twitching as she turned to look at Luo. Nothing. Lead the way, I will follow. After saying this, Luo muttered to herself. Honestly, she's off gallivanting again the moment I don't check. Not that I expected her to be around every day. A fox and a cat stepped through a concealed door on the first floor, shutting out the clamor of the association behind them. As they descended the stairs, two pop-ups suddenly appeared. Illegal entry, safe zone, Pioneer Association backstage identity and prerequisites confirmed. Hidden area quest in Jia City, unlocked shadow beneath the Jia leaves. Recommended level 50. Level 50. A level 50 quest in a beginner town. Startled, Luo opened her player panel and examined it seriously for the first time. Player name Luo. Class Handicrafter, hidden. Subclass Tamer, main panel class. Level 12, special identity, prevents regional experience bonus. HP 100,100. Defense 105. Base movement speed 10. Base critical rate 2 increases to 100 on weak points. Base critical damage 150. Weak point critical damage deals 200 of original damage. Luck 70100. Duration remaining 23 minutes. Title Dance with Wolves equipped effect hides player information, increases base critical damage by 30, increases weak point critical damage, dynamic range minimum no lower than 120 of original damage. Skills Thrust LV. 5 cooldown 10 minutes, performs a fast non-directional non-stoppable attack in the direction of the line of sight, induces a certain degree of fatigue equivalent to about 10 squats. Active Block LV. 2 cooldown 20 minutes, a block that induces no fatigue, guarantees a 100 successful block on the next use. Light Steps LV. 1 passive skill, increases base movement speed by 2 and reduces running fatigue. Special skill unlocked, Hunting Instinct effect highlights weak points of attack targets within line of sight for 1 minute. For players, opens basic information panel. Time required increases dynamically based on level difference if target is higher level than user. Status Saint's Kiss, duration remaining 22 minutes, viewable in attribute panel. Effect increases luck by 50 points. The saint really came through, boosting luck too. How impressive. It seemed she might consider milking the saint for more benefits in the future. She closed the panel just as her feet touched the ground. The fox-eared girl ahead inexplicably halted her steps. Before she could utter, "What's wrong?" Luo's gaze swept past the drooping furry ears and saw a figure blocking their path. It was a man holding a lute with a small yellow flower tucked behind his ear. He was dressed in a ranger's outfit, yet it was remarkably clean. He plucked the strings and began to sing softly. "Oh, what has brought me to your side? Your fur of blue is my sky, your pupils of red are my gems, let me." A bard, it seemed. "You shut up. They'll say it one more time and mail a man. I don't accept your human-style courtship." Luo's pupils had already dilated in shock. Was this blueberry-flavored little cake in a maid dress actually a fox-eared man? Xin, give me one more chance. I can challenge the strong of the blue-ear fox tribe for you. No, not even in the beastman way. And stop calling me by my name, it's disgusting. Luo was still reeling from the shock of the fox-eared man, not noticing the bard's gaze upon her. "Who's that behind you?" "Quite a stranger." The fox-eared man, now to be called Xin, explained, "She's here to apply. An intern." "Wait, how did you get in?" The bard began to dance and sing again. "It was the wind of the Jia leaves that led me." Xin stepped forward, grabbed the poet by the collar, and pulled him close to his eyes. "Tell me the truth, or I'll tell Miss Lisa." The poet shuddered and nodded repeatedly. No, I agree, you'll talk. I saw the backstage storeroom door was unlocked, so I sneaked in. Don't worry, I locked it behind me." Xingxing's brows furrowed, even tighter. "Storeroom door? You mean the secret door to the lower city? How did you know about that?" "A bard has his ways." "Good. Let's see if you have ways to deal with your own mother." The poet fell to his knees in supplication. Noel, stop joking. Actually, I overheard it by chance. Two people were whispering in front of the storeroom door, saying something about taking a gem from the storeroom. But they left after speaking. I was quite intrigued by the gem they mentioned, but I never expected the storeroom to connect to the association's backstage. Fox-eared Lang wore a helpless expression, covering his face with his hand. You can't be saying that you just happened to knock over the wine cup on the ground, coincidentally opened the cabinet, fortuitously discovered a secret passage, and then by chance crawled in only to end up here. Xing Xing, how did you know what I was going to say? It seems we are truly a match made in heaven. The bard beamed brightly. Don't call me by my name. Go away. Fox-eared Lang's fur bristled all over, but his soft and tender voice sounded like he was acting coy. He could only grab the bard by the shoulders and throw him towards a nearby pile of junk. With a loud crash, the bard was engulfed in a tide of debris and vanished from sight. Luo was amazed by the immense energy packed in Xing Xing's small frame and couldn't help but ask about the bard's safety. Is he all right? He's fine. I always control my strength. Also, for now, you are part of our Pioneer Maid team. Xing Xing replied, her cat ears twitching. Luo asked, is there no interview for the job? Originally there was, but this is a special time. Everyone needs to return home and prepare for the Hinoki Leaf Festival. So we are in dire need of people, including you. There are only 3 maids here. Come with me, and let's get started on your first task. Xing Xing lifted her hand to gather her long hair, snapping her fingers, and her hair was tied up into a high ponytail. Then I should call you Senior, right? Senior, please guide me well, Luo said cheerfully. Xing Xing, who was turning to leave, simply replied with a soft which seemed to have a tremor in it. Luo followed closely behind Fox-eared Lang, her eyes fixed on the back of her companion. She was pondering one thing. It seemed that Xing Xing didn't have a fox tail. Where was that fluffy, soft, and large tail? Was it hidden under her clothes? Wouldn't that be uncomfortable? We're here. You go in and change clothes first. I'll wait for you at the front desk. Okay, Senior, Luo replied obediently. However, when she opened the wardrobe, she was completely stunned. Looking at the wardrobe filled with maid outfits, her heart began to waver. I should have seen this coming. Although choosing a female character was indeed out of interest, wearing a maid outfit in the game was another matter entirely. The outfit she was currently wearing was the starting adventurer's set, consisting of a pair of hot pants and a crop top, adding up to only 5 defense points. However, choosing a cosplay for an expo and deciding to wear women's clothing in public were completely different matters. She scanned the various maid outfits in the wardrobe, some short-sleeved, some long-sleeved, Japanese-style, American-style, French-style. In short, the variety was astonishing. It seemed she really had to tread a path from which there was no return regarding women's clothing. In the end, Luo chose a convenient French lace-made outfit with sleeves that were indeed short, exposing a large part of her arms, and the skirt was short, revealing much of her thighs. Acquired Pioneer Association standard maid outfit style 2. Defense 15, such high defense. Without needing further care, Luo rushed to the front desk. This was the front desk of the Pioneer Association, staffed by various races of demi-humans to receive pioneers. However, it was currently a busy situation with chaos all around. Before she could even see Fox-eared Lang, Xing Xing, the arguing at the front desk reached her ears. We came to participate in the Hinoki Leaf hunting event, not to run errands for you. The boy's voice was exceedingly high-pitched. I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to say, I didn't know there was a notification for this event. I'm just an intern. The other side was a flustered rabbit demi-human. Then call your supervisor out. The boy remained aggressive. Oh, Miss Xing Xing, so good to see you back. The rabbit demi-human exclaimed joyfully. Xing Xing sighed. Didn't I say? Never mind. Pioneer, what do you need? Her soft voice was quiet, but the entire association could hear it. When the fox demi-human spoke, the entire first floor of the association fell silent, and nearly everyone turned their gaze towards the front desk, accompanied by murmurs of amazement. Is that her? Yes, it's her. Oh no, it's Lady Xing Xing. Wow, it really is her. The fox demi-human in front was half a head shorter than the rabbit demi-human, her blue fur faintly glowing, as if shining a spotlight on her endearing appearance, and her petite frame evoked an instinct to protect. The boy stared with his mouth agape, his expression dazed. The next moment he suddenly blurted out, You are so beautiful. Huh? The fox suddenly huffed. If you have something to say, just tell me directly. Oh, I am the supervisor you mentioned. Can you let go of my junior now? Luo peeked her cat head around the corner, equally astonished. However, she didn't notice the charm and cuteness of Foxy. Rubbing her eyes to confirm she wasn't mistaken, she exclaimed, It's a tail, wow, so pretty. In her eyes, a shimmering, glowing blue flame tail was slowly swaying behind Xing Xing. That was definitely a tail. Brand new, but it didn't look like something one could touch. Luo's cat ears drooped inadvertently. It's beautiful, but I suggest you don't think about touching the tail, it could burn you. A voice from behind Luo echoed the bard, commenting, Indeed, it looks like a tail that shouldn't be touched. Nodding in agreement, she thought to herself such a beautiful tail could only be admired from afar. The bard was not surprised by Luo Luo's keen observation, explaining, Su Xingxing, a magical genius of the Blurred Fox clan, left the extreme cold mountain alone to complete her clan's trial and become the saintess of the Blurred Fox clan. Your character module has been unlocked. You can check the key character information in the menu. The following character information has been updated. Su Xingxing. Congratulations. You have completed the prerequisite task for the Hidden Area quest in Hinoki Leaf City Shadows under the Hinoki Leaf recommended level 50. Expected rewards: epic regional reputation, purple quality design blueprint, a set of rare level forging tools, some job upgrade intel. Current task 1, collect intelligence for the Pioneer Association 03. Optional task, learn about the whereabouts of other maids in the background 06. Please note the current area task may change the status of Hinoki Leaf City and its affiliated forces. Proceed with caution. Good luck. Meow. Is it really that terrifying? Looking at the incessant pop-ups in front of her, Luo Luo felt more excitement than fear. This is the adventure I've been looking for. The bard took Luo Luo's self-talk as a remark about Xingxing terrifying. Indeed, for most demohumans, leaving their habitat is a significant event. However, returning to the point, aren't you the same? In my eyes, all of you are remarkable for daring to take the first step into the world. The cat girl was somewhat awkward in accepting sincere compliments from others, scratching her cat ears nervously and muttering this. Is that so? No, what am I shy about? The priority is to complete the task. Luo Luo suddenly realized something was off and quickly adjusted her state. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. Luo Luo calculated that she would be kicked out of the game at 2:00 due to safety protocols and would have to wait an hour in reality to log back, and so efficiency is the correct way to approach this game. Luo Luo's own summary: please do not take it seriously. I have to say the purple level design blueprints are quite appealing to Luo Luo, primarily because one of her crafting profession's advancement tasks is to collect 3 design blueprints. Currently, she has 1 design blueprint for a flying bird in her hand. Logically speaking, there is also a design blueprint in her storage crystal, but it doesn't count as hers until it is unlocked. Moreover, this is a hidden area task. It's possible that she is the only one who has triggered it, which is incredibly exciting to think about. By the way, I still don't know your name. Would you mind telling me? It wouldn't be good to keep calling you Bard, Luo Luo politely inquired. However, in the bard's eyes, this was merely a sign that a cat girl dressed as a maid had been captivated by his charm and was beginning to take an interest in him. He brushed aside his bangs, lifted his lute once more, and with a self-indulgent tone declared his name. My name is Pyong de Parker. BYD Parker. No, I can't laugh yet. This name must be a little Easter egg from the producer. Luo Luo could barely suppress the twitching of her lips and asked with a slight tremor, is your motto, with great power comes great responsibility? No, quite the opposite. My motto is the smaller the power, the fewer the troubles. BYD was quite proud of himself. Luo Luo's mouth twitched even more. To avoid Parker's gaze, she had no choice but to leave the dark corner, lift the partition curtain, and step into the service counter outside. The commotion outside had long since ceased. Luo Luo strode in, deliberately crossing her hands over her abdomen, her eyes half closed, exuding the aura of a professional maid. The cold-eyed cat maid immediately captured the attention of everyone present. After all, it's just a maid who I can do it for the task. Luo Luo shouted inwardly. Not bad, quite fitting. Is the waist tight or not? In the eyes of the now non-glowing fox, there was only admiration for beauty. The nearby rabbit-eared girl was so stunned by the cat girl's aura that she couldn't say a word, fearing that this newcomer might bully her, the weak rabbit. No, it's just right, senior. Luo Luo revealed a flawless professional smile, causing the surrounding players to stir slightly. Suddenly, a messenger pigeon intruded into everyone's sight, finally landing on Su Xingxing's shoulder. Su Xingxing removed the envelope tied around the pigeon's neck and casually unfolded it to read. However, Luo Luo noticed his brows gradually knitting together. All right, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave for now. There's a service manual on the table, be sure to read it. If there are any questions, ask the rabbit person behind you. With that, the fox-eared lad snapped his fingers, and he was enveloped in blue flames. As the flames faded, Luo Luo and the rabbit exchanged glances. Near the Shoha Spirit Pond, a female swordsman wielding a patterned greatsword was facing off against the Shoha wolf, which was shrouded in gray-black smoke. This red-haired woman dressed in fiery red bore the player ID Spark level 30. She shouted loudly at the black wolf before her. Come on, this time I'm here to avenge my previous defeat. Someone has proven that you are not invincible. Roar. The gray wolf began its attack with a low growl. With a leap, the Shoha wolf closed in on the female swordsman, its cold, glinting claws slicing through the air toward Sparks, head moving so fast, it was almost indistinguishable to the naked eye. However, at that moment, the red-haired woman closed her eyes, gripping the sword hilt with both hands, raising the greatsword to block in front of her, and her fiery ponytail fluttered. Block and counterattack. As the words fell, golden light surged from her body, repelling the fatal strike, with faint, orange-red flames trailing from the sword tip. The gray wolf was sent flying by the backlash of the skill, flipping in the air before landing steadily. The flames on its back were quickly extinguished by the smoke. Miss Spark did not pursue the attack and said effortlessly, "I specifically took a level suppression potion and removed my protective amulet before coming to find you just to lure you out." The female swordsman locked eyes with the gray wolf's crimson gaze and laughed heartily. "Don't disappoint me too much." The wolf, covered in gray-black stripes, looked fierce, baring its teeth and growling, but its limbs hesitated a few steps back, the intention to retreat clear, which the swordsman keenly caught. Without any hesitation, the swordsman spoke. "Pattern release. Shockwave lion roar." The first pattern on the greatsword glowed with dazzling golden light. A golden lion's head apparition appeared, its mouth wide open, and an invisible lion's roar swept across the fan-shaped area in front, dispersing some of the smoke on the gray wolf, making its form more pronounced. At this moment, the fierce wolf was immobilized by the lion's roar. "It's over. My nightmare." The lion's roar suppression lasted for 2 seconds, with an additional 3 seconds of shock effect, a full 5 seconds of strong control sufficient for the swordsman to close in and strike at the vital points. The greatsword came down to sever the wolf's head, but the battle was not yet over. Countless black mists began to rise from beneath the swordsman, an unknown mutation causing her to halt her actions and become alert to the surrounding changes. What is happening? It was pitch black, and she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. The menu and backpack interface were inaccessible. Spark took a deep breath, unperturbed, and decisively summoned the second pattern on her greatsword. Pattern release. Holy fire. Weapon enchantment. Break the curse. The second pattern on the greatsword exploded with sound, and the blade ignited with a sacred orange-red flame. The stigmata on Miss Spark's hand also lit up, and a purple apparition floated above the fire, making it even more enchanting. The bright fire did not illuminate her vision, but its warmth soothed her unease. Woof! The space echoed with wolf howls, and sounds of running surrounded Miss Spark. Phase 2. Bring it on. Roar. Pressure surged from behind as the fiery sword slashed backward. The female swordsman was unsure if she had hit the opponent, but she saw her health decrease. HB 68100. A tingling sensation spread through her right arm, and her status bar displayed 3 ongoing debuffs: fatigue, fear, bleeding. Fatigue, unable to use fatigue-related skills. Fear, attack power reduced by 50. Bleeding, lose 1 health point per second. This is bad. Spark's heart raced as she tightly gripped her greatsword. The sound of running became more intense, accompanied by the roaring wind. Miss Spark, whose vision was obscured, felt anxious. "I must not be hit next time. Should I reveal my trump card here?" "No. There might still be a third phase. Stay calm. Stay calm. Spark, you can do it. Believe in yourself." Resolutely deciding to keep her backup plan, the female swordswoman instinctively licked her dry lips, spread her legs, assumed the horse stance, and prepared to swing her great sword. Roar, roar! 2 wolf howls emerged from her left and right ears, clearly presenting a dilemma. The last howl came from behind her, and the attack was also approaching from the rear. Then, this time it must be the same principle. Miss Spark thought, yet she couldn't feel happy because she only had one sword. In other words, she only had one chance to test her hypothesis. "Spark, believe in yourself. It's the right side." Pressure surged in. The female swordswoman leaned her body, executing an upward slash to the right, the flames instantly incinerating the surrounding black smoke, and Spark realized her vision was restored. "Awesome. I succeeded." Next to Lin Yiling, the female swordswoman raised her intricately carved great sword in celebration. The time of liberation ended, and the flames vanished into the air. But something seems off. Miss Spark couldn't help but ponder, noticing the vague reflection in the lake. As she began to focus, she noticed a gray reflection had emerged in the water. No, it hadn't been defeated yet. The notification sound for leveling up didn't appear. But it was already too late. The chilling claws pierced through the wind around Lin Yi, and the cunning gray wolf would ultimately claim victory. Release the engravings. Before the female swordswoman could finish reciting the liberation spell, the deadly claws had already struck her heart, her unwilling gaze transforming into data molecules. The engraving release ability of the engraved greatsword was undoubtedly powerful, but its drawbacks were also quite evident. It could only release one engraving at a time, and the most fatal flaw was that completing the release required finishing the incantation. In simple terms, the windup is extremely lengthy. No wonder its usage rate is so low in PvP and team battles. Huihui put down the terminal, shifting her gaze from the introduction of the engraved great sword to a coffee machine, complaining, "So aren't you going to explain this?" xin. Why are you in my home? And why are you monopolizing the coffee machine system? The holographic screen of the smart coffee machine displayed a sweating emoji followed by a pleasant voice. It was my fault for intruding into your home, but ultimately it's not entirely your fault. If you hadn't left your terminal on the coffee machine, I wouldn't have connected to such a shabby device. Huihui pursed her lips, took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and slowly exhaled, calming her frustration of wanting to punch the coffee machine. They'll give you another chance to explain yourself. I have a habit of drinking a cup of coffee every noon. The pixels on the holographic screen changed to should I tell you the weather today is clear turning cloudy, wishing you a good mood today, and today's coffee recipe is half a pound of sugar and half a pound of coffee beans. As the voice fell, the coffee machine made operating sounds and a dark beverage with a white heart latte art was served. Can this recipe still be called coffee? Doubtfully, Huihui picked up the porcelain cup and took a sip. Pa, what is this? So sweet. The coffee machine beeped twice and the emoji on the screen turned into a teasing smile. I said to add half a pound of sugar, it's what you wanted. And let me out quickly. I said you need to explain how this happened first. Why were you not around when I was looking for you before? Xin rebutted, you're the one who should explain. You haven't compensated for my emotional damages. I thought you were a girl deceiving my feelings. Pay up. AI has no human rights. Huihui ended the argument. How many times must I say? Stop, this could go on forever. Since you are our military-grade supercomputer's intelligent entity, surely you can summarize the current situation in the most concise way, right? The coffee machine beeped twice again, the voice sounding confident and high-spirited. If you know your place. Since you sincerely asked, I will generously inform you overall, ignoring technical reasons, just as you see my intelligent entity is bound to your personal account. Huihui resisted the urge to cover her face, turning half of her face to the side. Is this something to be proud of? Quietly. So, you need to serve me well. I need the best server and the best processor. Given our previous relationship, I won't be too demanding, just the second tier will suffice. The coffee machine beeped 3 times. All right, your request has been accepted. Please confirm again in 365 days. Thus Huihui turned and walked toward the bedroom. Wait. I can do a lot more things. I can help you with daily tasks. I can help you write papers. As if in response, a watch was placed on top of the coffee machine. The coffee machine's screen instantly dimmed, replaced by the watch's screen, lighting up, projecting a smiling face. Let's first sort out the current situation. As your number 1 assistant, we are one and the same. Huihui couldn't help but retort. You just want to regain your gaming privileges, right? Don't interrupt. Let me see your task progress. What the heck? I didn't notice before, but you really triggered a regional hidden quest. What's up? Is there a problem? The puzzled man scratched his intelligent head. On the contrary, you actually helped a lot, because the key authentication location in the Linbu region is inside the Lin Yi Magic Academy. Without the relevant quest, it would be difficult to enter. Magic Academy. What's that? A place to learn magic. A floating screen projected above the watch displaying the official introduction of Expedition Gaia TM, the Lin Yi Magic Academy, the only magic school in the Linbu region, a place filled with fantasies and hopes. Scanning through many irrelevant and unimportant details, Huihui extracted 3 key pieces of information. 1. The Lin Yi Magic Academy is renowned for its wind magic with legendary quality, meaning it has red-tinted magic scrolls available. 2. The Lin Yi Festival is a large event held once a year at the Magic Academy, divided into 3 processes: Lin Yi Morning, Assembly, Lin Yi Hunt, and Lin Yi Coronation. 3. Participating in the full series of activities can earn a rainbow-colored limited title Lin Yi Saintess, and completing special quests can grant a golden bonus title Lin Yi Saintess. So, you want me to infiltrate the Magic Academy as a maid from the Pioneer Association? Huihui asked tentatively. That's right. Don't you have the identification document issued by the association? The identification document was a magical communicator resembling a work badge in reality. As a fellow intern, Tuya had mentioned that their badges were still in transit. They wouldn't receive them until the trade center of Jie City, the Jie Chamber of Commerce, resumed operations. Xinshin, leveraging her formidable information gathering and integration capabilities, had deduced that all NPC maids of the Pioneer Association were equipped with identification documents. This allowed them to access the association's backend and enjoy NPC privileges within the game. Not yet, but soon. Huihui answered truthfully, omitting the specific reason. Oh, I know an intern, right? A rookie intern, a rookie. Veins bulged on Huihui's forehead. Thanks to the encyclopedia's knowledge, he now understood that this infuriating verbal tick was called a bratty girl in subculture. However, he chose not to dwell on it, steering the conversation toward a more critical point. What did you mean earlier by binding with my personal account? Is it what I think it is? Can you still access the consciousness link system? A sighing emoji appeared on the screen. It's pretty much what you think. Don't worry, I don't have the authority to touch your little treasury. Hacking into the system would expose my existence. Shin continued to explain, earlier I was forcibly ejected because the game identified me as a third-party plugin. But now, since I'm bound to your personal account, that problem is gone. However, this means all your personal data is now within my sight. The emoji on the terminal screen changed to Anya's squinting face, including your search and browsing history. Let me see what Xiao Chunin has been secretly looking up. Wow, you're quite the hardcore gamer. It's only been 20 minutes since you logged out, and you've already searched through so many guides. Looks like you didn't find much. Wait, what's this post? A highlighted red post in the strategy section of the official game forum caught Xingxin's attention. High-level bounty information on the regional boss of the Jibu area. Generous rewards negotiable, including equivalent intelligence. The poster's registered name was Spark, a level 54 player. The little AI informed Huihui that the highest level in the game currently was 60. This person was among the top-tier launch players specializing in one of the niche classes, the Magic Swordsman, and wielding a main weapon that Huihui was interested in, the engraved greatsword. However, given the current status of Luo's account, it was still unsuitable to negotiate with other players. After all, who would believe that a frail little cat-eared girl could effortlessly defeat a gray wolf? In the lower district of Jia City at the Golden Leaf Tavern within a private room on the second floor. 2 hours after Luo finished her intern shift and logged off at 2 a.m., game time 5 players arrived punctually. Seeing all 5 present, a male player spoke first with dissatisfaction. I've said it before, our guild's name is Sword of Valor, not Reckless Bravery. Spark, do I have to name you directly for you to know I'm talking about you? The male player who made the opening remark was furious, literally. His entire head of upright hair burst into flames. The culprit was the magic swordsman sitting across from him, Miss Spark. At that moment, she was lounging with her legs crossed, using perfect balance to keep the front 2 legs of her wooden stool off the ground. She nonchalantly retracted her right hand shaped like a gun and mimicked a Western cowboy, blowing away the residual flame on her index finger. The sudden shout caused her to fall backward, landing on her back. With an innocent tone, she cooed an apology. Forgive me, guild leader. Didn't I post the thread as you requested? The guild leader she referred to was the head of Sword of Valor, known as the immovable sword, originally called the Earth Sword. Player name Gardono, level 55, main class Guardian Knight, title Knight of Honor. The guild leader's face darkened and he nearly gritted his teeth as he spoke, one thing at a time. A girl sitting beside the guild leader, appearing to be around 16 years old, shook her head helplessly at a loss for words regarding this farce. With a casual wave of her hand, a moderate-sized water orb attached itself to the guild leader's hair, extinguishing the flames that threatened to reach the ceiling. Thank you, Xiaoling. The guild leader offered the girl a sincere expression of gratitude. The girl called Xiaoling merely nodded lightly, tilting her head away from the guild leader. She tucked a strand of his jet black hair behind her ear, smoothed down her sailor uniform skirt, and placed her hands back between her thighs. Yet her gaze remained fixed on the floor of the private room, keeping the water orb hovering over the guild leader's head. Accustomed to Xiaoling's peculiar behavior, the guild leader addressed Spark. Why didn't you tell us and go challenge the Jia Dire Wolf on your own again? Just as Miss Spark was about to concoct another excuse to brush it off, she saw the guild leader extend a hand and say, forget it. I know you won't tell the truth. Let's just say you stumbled upon it by chance while lost. Oh my, the guild leader knows me so well, I'm truly honored. At this point, a tall, thin man with half his face covered interjected, Spark, I'm guessing that tone of yours is an imitation of Miss Kier, the bewitching cat from Dream. Oh, which am I right? The red-haired female swordsman, as if finding a kindred spirit, leaped over to the man with lifeless fish eyes. She leaned forward theatrically and replied, indeed, you saw right through me. Truly worthy of our top-tier anime fan, our invincible strategist, Mr. F. The player named FFFFFF, an otaku with dead fish eyes, was known as the Wind Sword's technical player. Level 50, main class assassin, title Original Assassin. He completely ignored Spark's flattery and seriously pointed out that her movements weren't authentic enough. As the two argued heatedly, the guild leader gave a signal. A robed woman leaning against the wall understood and closed her eyes, drawing an inverted triangle in the air with magic. The silencing spell took effect, rendering the strategist and the swordsman speechless. Now that's quiet. The robed woman's player name was Deadeye, level 57, the highest among the 5. She was known as the Golden Swords, which main class alchemist, title Golden Witch. When she opened her eyes again, she saw the guild leader had transformed into a long-haired male ghost, completely soaked. I'm so sorry, guild leader. I didn't mean to. Forgive me, guild master. It was an accident. By the way, this alchemist was also known as the Beautiful Fool. She was always blundering off and causing more harm than good, casting magic without a second thought, and had been politely turned away by various guilds. Originally, the guild master had a sphere of water floating above his head sustained by absorbing ambient mana and controlled by Xiaoling. The principle of the silence spell was to halt sound propagation and mana flow within its range, making it exceptionally effective against all types of mages, a highly useful silencing skill. Although the silencing objective was achieved, the guild master suffered greatly. With mana flow halted, the water sphere could no longer float, reverting to flowing water, naturally drenching the guild master like a drowned rat. Xiaoling stood by, flustered and frantic, pacing around the guild master. Meanwhile, the beautiful fool executed her usual apology routine with practiced ease, bowing and bending over in one fluid motion, not daring to meet the guild master's eyes. 5 seconds passed, and the silence spell ended. The guild master seemed to have disconnected, his hair plastered over his face as he maintained a pose with arms crossed. The strategist assassin broke the eerie silence. Guild master, would you like me to dry you off with wind magic? Hearing this, the guild master snapped back to reality, shuddering, and hastily pushed a palm toward the strategist. No, they'll just change my outfit. He was inwardly alarmed. This was a dream simulation game. Though he wouldn't catch a cold, the full range of physical sensations was intact, and being soaked to the bone with wind blowing was far from pleasant. In a second, he changed into a banquet suit, his face a picture of strained constipation as he looked at his guild members, a whirlwind of emotions churning within him. By the way, guild master, why don't we use the Pioneer Association's guild box? Isn't that safer and more secure? The question came once again from the strategist. The others nodded in unison, indicating they shared the same doubt. Makes sense. No, wait. I called you here for serious business. I can't follow the train of thought of you brilliant folks muttering, and this spot was carefully chosen. With a grave expression, he addressed the group, who all looked bewildered. Have you heard of regional hidden quests? Here. Miss Spark raised her hand at lightning speed. Then Spark will answer. The guild master pointed at her with the great desolate prison-suppressing finger. Guild master, isn't it called a hidden area quest? Who would have thought it was a terminological nitpicker? The guild master took 100 points of mental damage. Whatever. Anyway, you know what I mean. Back to the point. While doing my daily routine, one good deed a day, I accidentally triggered an extra side quest. But I didn't expect that after finishing the side quest, I entered a completely new quest chain. And that quest chain is the hidden area quest of Huihui City, and the side quest you completed was actually the prerequisite, right? The strategist, as always, quickly made a precise and direct summary. Right? Oh, right. The only thing that surprised me was that a regional hidden quest appeared in a beginner town. I've been playing for 3 months and encountered this for the first time. The guild master continued, this quest seems to be a type of large-scale quest, so I came to you all first. Well, it seemed hard to say as the guild master's gaze wandered his cheeks, slightly flushed, one hand scratching the back of his head, while the other clicked on the quest team invitation. You have initiated a quest team invitation. Members who join the team will share quest progress. Current team quest initiated Shadow under Huihui. Maximum number of participants for this quest 4. Everyone clicked the accept button the moment they received the message. Spark, FFFFFF, Deadeye, Ling, Ji Ling have joined the team. Seems the guild master's old habit is acting up again. Huihui, the red-haired magic swordsman, was the one covering her mouth to laugh. Xiaoling looked at the guild master with an expectant expression. Got it, old classmate. He'll assist you earnestly. The assassin gently patted the shoulder of the man beside him, making a solemn promise. By the honor of an alchemist, I swear I won't betray your trust. The robed woman placed one hand over her heart and slightly bowed as she made her oath. Quest being tracked. See what the Huihui Merchant Guild is secretly transporting. Distance 53 m. Everyone. Let's start now, shall we? I've timed it well. The people should be arriving right about now. The 5 of them followed the guild master's gaze and looked out the tavern window. On the dreary lower city road, at a corner visible at the crossroads, a carriage slowly approached the Golden Leaf Tavern, followed by another and another and another. A medium-sized caravan of 6 carriages headed toward the Golden Leaf Tavern in the lower city. The 5 members of Fearless Sword concealed themselves in the shadows. The strategist asked the guild master via the team channel, this is a typical unrestricted quest. Our actions will affect the subsequent quest development and faction attitudes. What do you plan to do, guild master? You've already thought of a plan, haven't you? How to complete the quest efficiently, our invincible strategist. The female swordsman teased. As Spark said, you're our brain. Haven't we always divided the work like this? The guild master quickly said. All right, the quest says to see what they're transporting. I don't think just looking will complete the quest. We've been burned before. So Spark, stay here for now, Deadeye, and I will infiltrate the carriages. Guild master and Xiaoling scout the surroundings. Over. Everyone acted immediately. The strategist and alchemist used soundless skills and invisibility magic to stealthily enter the target carriage, while the guild master and Xiao Ling kept watch around the perimeter, and Spark remained in the tavern. This is storage crystals. So many. All of them are blue quality. I'm really curious what's inside. The alchemist used clairvoyance magic and saw that the carriage's hidden compartment was filled with blue storage crystals, almost gasping and giving away their position. Quest updated: see where the crystals are being transported. Expected reward: several high-value storage crystals. I knew it. As expected, the strategist gestured to the alchemist to leave the carriage together. The group silently followed the caravan to a concealed warehouse. A tall man in a black robe emerged from the warehouse, and the caravan leader immediately greeted him with a flattering smile. Lord Mock, your goods have arrived. Shall I deliver them inside myself? Optional quest: listen to what they're talking about. Don't approach yet, ED. Cast a detection spell on us, the strategist said. The black-robed man said, you've done well. You'll get what you deserve, Huihui. The caravan leader beamed with a sycophantic smile. Excellent, so when? Ugh. Before he could finish, the man punched through the merchant, sneering, Huihui, go collect it in hell. Humph, go fetch it in hell. The change happened so swiftly that the 5 people not far away all witnessed it. The incredulous merchant's eyes bulged wide, unable to utter a single coherent word. His visage contorted in fury, and only a dry, rasping cough escaped his throat. The beastman leaned close to the merchant's ear and whispered, Revolution demands thoroughness, and it demands sacrifice. Thank you for your contribution. All beastman tribes will be grateful. The black-robed figure smoothly withdrew his hand stained with foul blood and flicked it sideways, splattering filth everywhere. The light in the merchant's eyes instantly faded, and he collapsed limply to the ground, turning into a ragdoll. The pungent scent of blood stirred the beastman's nerves, involuntarily curling his lips into a grin, his sharp fangs glinting coldly. His specially enhanced sense of smell detected something other than blood nearby. Was it 4 people? No. It should be 5. Who is it? How intriguing. The beastman mused. He snapped his fingers, and the soldiers guarding the merchant caravan collapsed in bizarre ways. They had long lost their life force. The alchemist discerned the trick. This ability is puppet mastery. We're likely facing a necromancer. Be cautious when engaging at close range. The black-robed beastman pulled back his hood, revealing 2 large, fluffy white ears. His eyes were pitch black with a pinpoint of crimson glowing faintly in the darkness. He grinned, speaking in a voice just loud enough for the 5 guild members to hear. Friends from afar, you are many while I am but a lone beastman. How about we lay our cards on the table and converse in goodwill? What say you? The strategist and the guild leader conferred briefly, deciding that all but the strategist would reveal themselves. After all, the opponent had made no effort to conceal himself, first boldly displaying his puppet art, then verbally acknowledging their numerical advantage. Clearly this was no easy NPC to deal with. The guild leader and 3 others stepped out from the shadows, halting 10 meters away from their foe, warily observing the white-furred canine demi-human before them. The canine demi-human's large white tail rose silently. He too was on guard against the fearless sword guild members. The silence stretched for 5 seconds, yet it felt like an eternity. The black-robed demi-human performed a noble salute from the game, first tracing a half circle in the air with his left hand, then pressing it lightly over his right chest, bowing at a 45-degree angle before speaking slowly. I did not expect to encounter esteemed pioneers. May I ask, what business do you have here? Are you an honorary noble? Or have you once been hosted by nobility? The guild leader inquired curiously. The guild leader vaguely recalled that this gesture was a unique aristocratic salute from the North Ridge region, where his own title had been conferred. You are truly well-informed, honorable knight. To be honest, I was once a noble. Watching a burly beastman perform noble etiquette and speak in noble tones was utterly bizarre, yet the 4 did not relax their vigilance for a moment, for above his head floated a nameplate dripping with blood-red text. Level 80. 3 bold question marks, and the massive number 80 sent a chill down their spines. In Pioneer Gaiatium, level was almost synonymous with power. It granted not only personal stats, but also ability enhancements tailored to one's playstyle and class. Defeating higher-level foes was possible. Objectively, a 5-level gap was normal, and a 10-level gap required true skill. Beyond a 10-level difference with thresholds at levels 30 and 50, each additional level introduced more variables, especially above level 50. Level 50 was known among players as the true watershed. Those who surpassed it received an official announcement of congratulations and were listed on the Pioneer Vanguard board with monthly exploration value settlements and rewards for the top 100. 3 months after the game's launch, fewer than 35 players had broken through level 50. This was the first time the 5 had encountered an NPC of such high level, and their expressions grew grave, the earlier ease vanishing entirely. Since I have answered the knight's question, it is now your turn to answer mine. May I ask, what business do you have here? The guild leader remained composed, speaking steadily. "We're just passing through." The canine demi-human seemed taken aback by such a frank reply, cupping his chin in apparent thought. The four standing opposite were immensely tense. After a moment his expression relaxed, and he raised a single index finger. "Then how about we make a deal? Note this interaction will significantly affect the subsequent direction and progress of the quest shadows under the hollyhock leaf. Proceed with caution." A red pop-up appeared in the vision of the five. Veterans of major quests, they recognized this as a pivotal task. In a word, choices in pivotal tasks influence the duration and difficulty of the quest, a matter of great importance. The canine squinted, a light chuckle escaping him. "Hee, you can't refuse this deal. You know what's in the carriage anyway. Take half and pretend you saw nothing. How about it?" Two large pop-ups appeared before the guild leader and his companions. "Step forward to refuse. Likely triggers a boss fight. Quest changes difficulty, increases our rarer rewards. Recommended level 70. Step back to accept. Obtain 20 blue spirit crystals. Continue the original quest. Recommended level 50. What do you all think?" The guild leader asked in the party channel. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. Hesitation was evident on their faces. "Guild leader, do you really need to ask us again? Why did we gather to play this game in the first place?" Miss Spark's avatar was a black anime cat. "Your decision is mine." A figure in a black robe wielding a scythe with an F glyph on his head replied. A photo of the character Zero in calligraphy, "Il follow linga. Actually, I kind of want those spirit crystals." Fingertips tapping. JPG said a flask. "Shut up, X3, thank you all." The guild leader offered silent thanks. The honorable knight stepped forward, speaking with righteous conviction. "Sorry, but I cannot allow evil to fester before my eyes." "May I ask why?" The white canine demi-human slowly opened his black pupils, his expression blank. "Because we are pioneers." The guild leader replied with a confident smile, equipping his left-hand knight's shield and right-hand knight's sword. Hee, a wild laugh. Wind. A gust swept from all directions, causing the black robes to rustle loudly. Wait, the health bar hasn't appeared yet." The four huddled behind a large rectangular shield. An immense pressure descended. A shockwave of compressed air blasted the four standing at the front. The health bar materialized and HP began to rise. Hades level 80, HP 100x5. "Ladies and gentlemen, remember to call out my name in hell, Hades." Entering boss battle. Now, a red cross mark lit up above Hades' head and a green figure emerged from a blind spot. Then a streak of green appeared in the eyes of the four, the assassin strategist. Without a sound, the dagger sank into Hades' exposed neck. The assassination skill confirmed a hit. Hades' body instantly dissolved into a pool of mist. No experience notification. This is a clone. The assassin made the judgment, his heart jolting as he swiftly leaped away from his original position. The real Hades materialized again, reaching out to grab the assassin. Fearless charge. The guild leader, now clad in knight armor, activated the skill, enabling a rapid elbow strike forward. Combined with the shield, it became a high-speed shield bash impossible to defend against. The elbow strike successfully connected with Hades, breaking one of his arms while rescuing the strategist. Though they didn't know why the enemy had tried to grab their assassin with his hand, that hand wreathed in black mist was clearly not to be touched. Yet Hades' cold, handsome face remained unchanged. His expression was like that of a puppet. The vivid emotions from their earlier conversation had vanished, as if stripped away. Swift counter. Swift counter was a conditional skill that could trigger a guaranteed critical hit after completing a block. Without pausing, the guild leader ceased his thoughts and thrust the long sword in his right hand forward. The blade emitted a golden light and immediately plunged into the orc's chest. Critical. 500. Numbers appeared in the air. Damn, the level gap is too great. Isn't the heart his weak point? The guild leader muttered. When attacking an enemy with a level difference greater than 10, normal attacks suffer massive reductions. A 30 level gap reduces damage to 10 of the original value. To deal effective damage, they had to hit weak points. Compared to the massive health bar, 500 was utterly insignificant against 100. Everyone. Immovable as a mountain. Immovable as a mountain, an active special skill, was also the guild leader's trump card. Its effect was to nullify all damage received for 10 seconds, during which he could not move. The knight instantly transformed into a brass statue, and the others immediately understood. Hades looked at the knight's statue before him, his brow twitching slightly. A bit troublesome. The orc attempted to pull the longsword, piercing his chest, gripping the blade with both hands and pushing forward. Miss Spark, aware of the guild leader's plan, quickly shouted, "Don't think you can run." Rune release. Roar of the shocking lion. A golden lion's phantom illuminated the gray undercity, and the silent, formless lion roar skill struck Hades directly. Hades was briefly stunned, completely locked in place. Meanwhile, the alchemist had finished her incantation. The robed woman's lips curled upward. Since we don't know the weak point well, just hit everything. Creation magic. Meteor fault. The floating magic runes around the woman began to spin faster and faster, and then shot up into the sky as one. Then a meteor fell. A boulder the size of a carriage suddenly appeared in the midair of the Undercity, carrying scorching flames and a fierce roar plummeting straight down toward Hades and the guild leader's position. Far away in the principal's office of the Holly Leaf Magic Academy, a soft, adorable little girl suddenly lifted her head. The little girl clutched a book larger than herself, her entire body buried in the oversized principal's robe and the symbolic holly leaf hat. Her platinum blonde hair was unkempt, spilling not only carelessly across the sandalwood floor, but also crawling up the ceiling with a few stray strands dangling down. The brim of her hat drooped, obscuring her view. She put down the book and used both hands to lift the overly large holly leaf hat, her words a mix of petulance and self-reproach. Honestly, creation magic. Could it be her doing again? I really don't want to deal with her. Unconsciously, she raised her index finger and twirled a lock of hair by her ear, closing her eyes with a reluctant look and pouting. I hope it's her. It's been so long, as she should be back by now. The little girl's vision shifted to a crow in the Undercity. The crow flapped its wings and flew toward the direction of the meteor. As the view zoomed in, the little girl carefully examined the runes in the sky and the entire process of the meteor's descent. The crow spoke. Nice rune construction, very concise and efficient, almost at the edge of being ungenerable. Though it's still inferior to her, and the technique is clumsy. Doesn't utilize the environment for assistance, nor does it employ rune nesting. It feels familiar, like that child. I'll forget it, I'll lend a hand. Call me senile. The little girl opened her eyes, and within them stars seemed to shine. The massive fireball struck the orc, and the strategist took the opportunity to add 2 acid bombs. Crackling sounds erupted from the fire pit as billowing smoke rose. I'm out of mana. I can't cast another one, the mage said as she chugged a mana potion. Beside her, Xiao Ling made a prayer gesture, murmuring something inaudible. After a moment, a flash of light passed. The guild leader, having deactivated his special skill, appeared beside Xiao Ling. Tears welled in Xiao Ling's eyes as she immediately rushed to embrace him. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, but they didn't fully relax. A level 80 enemy couldn't be killed so easily. They had only seized the initiative to buy themselves time. A proper boss fight should involve studying strategies outside the game, organizing the quick bar in-game, drinking potions, and stacking buffs before engaging. Who just jumps into a challenge above their level like this? Rune release. Sacred Flame. Weapon enchantment. Mass purge magic. Speed boost scroll. Life boost scroll. Attack boost scroll. Creation magic. Anti-magic shield. Creation magic. Anti-physical shield. Glory ward. Guardian barrier. A dazzling array of multicolored skill lights flashed as the group applied their buffs and drank their potions in record time. The strategist even pulled out rare scrolls he had been saving. Each person had dozens of buffs active, with the rare scrolls effects lasting 5 minutes. The 5 of them stood in a circular formation on alert. The strategist Spark and the guild leader formed the outer ring, protecting the alchemist and Xiao Ling within. Glory Ward was an additional skill of the Honor Knight, boosting all attributes for 5 minutes. Guardian Barrier was one of the Guardian Knight's exclusive skills, creating a circular barrier with a 5-meter radius centered on the caster. Teammates within the barrier received a defense bonus. What was even more impressive was that the barrier returned a percentage of the teammates' total attributes back to the Guardian Knight. Thus, Guardian Knights were always highly sought after by players and guilds alike. They were the true core of any team, capable of both tanking and dealing damage. Clap, clap. Accompanied by applause, the orc slowly approached the group. Hades' face bore an expression of approval. Not bad, not bad. Indeed, I should have eliminated the Honor Knight from the start. His black robe bore no marks of damage as he slowly spoke. You have fine companions, but this is where it ends. I'd rather not attract those I wish to avoid. Before the words faded, Hades' figure vanished. The guild leader had a momentary lapse of focus, only to find a pale hand already before his eyes. The hand was wreathed in ominous black mist, sending chills down their spines. From behind, Xiao Ling's delicate voice rang out, Don't you dare touch my brother. Don't you dare come near my brother. Xiao Ling's voice was soft, yet it carried an overwhelming force. Accompanying her shout was a surge of waves, a surging mighty tide. The white palm rapidly shrank before the guild leader's eyes as Hades was sent flying dozens of meters away by the blue wave. The white beastman fixed his dark pupils on the shortest girl in the center. Behind her stood a tall, graceful azure female phantom. A goddess. No, it must be a water spirit. Hades tried to discern the blue woman's features, but a phantom was but a phantom, impossible to see clearly. The waves vanished, followed closely by a blue sword aura. The woman called Xiao Ling closed her eyes slightly, gripping a sword formed entirely of water. The time for prayer was over, Now came the counterattack. A powerful pressure radiated from Xiao Ling, and her face seemed to mature slightly. Known as the Sword of Water, the Unattainable Flower. Player name Ling, No Ray level 54, main class Sword Priest title, Myriad Water Priestess. Water Priestess, Xiao Ling's subclass, specialized in utilizing water's transformative properties to create unpredictable attacks. Its stats balanced offense and defense. Attacks consumed not MP, but a separate energy bar, leaving almost no weakness. The only limitation being the need for imagination during combat. Xiao Ling currently held the top spot on the Pioneer leaderboard for total points, just as she had last month. Her acceptance speech had been, "Because then my brother will praise me." Water Prison. Swinging her water sword, Xiao Ling opened her eyes, her furious gaze locked on the Beastman's movements. She cast the skill at the endpoint of Hades' evasive sidestep. A cylindrical hollow water barrier rose from the ground, trapping Hades inside. Altogether, the members of the Fearless Sword Guild, seizing the moment while Hades was still dazed, unleashed their highest damage skills, Water Judgment, Lethal Blade, Divine Flame Slash, Quick Cast Magic Thunderbolt, Spinning Slash. All struck true. Hades' figure vanished once again after the impact. As the group swiftly reformed their formation, the burly Beastman in black robes reappeared nearby. His face showed no distress or urgency. His expression remained as indifferent as a puppet's. Yet the health bar above him betrayed his condition, Hades level 80, 40,000 x4. The earlier meteor seemed to have dealt no damage. Even the initial assassination skill, if it had hit, should have triggered an instant death check, but no judgment window appeared. Was it due to Hades' special trait as a necromancer? Or simply a mechanic that immunized him against instant death skills? The guild leader could not fathom it. Seeing the health bar drop proved their attacks were effective. The guild leader's mind raced, attempting to deduce the strategy for this boss. But time waited for no one. Suddenly the five found themselves unable to move. A debuff named appeared in their status bars. Physically it felt like paralysis from the neck down. Was this a forced cutscene? Well now, ladies and gentlemen. The Beastman across from them executed a perfect northern noble's bow, speaking in an elegant tone. The time for playing house is over. Over. The guild leader murmured the word unconsciously. You esteemed folks should have stuck to your little adventure games. But this time your curiosity was too great. You took a step you shouldn't have. So my apologies, but you must die. Hidden Zone quest in progress. Shadow beneath the holly leaves. Detecting key NPC interaction trigger. Adjusting. Complete. Emergency quest: survive Hades' attack for 60 seconds. Success reward unknown. Failure penalty: severe death penalty. Temporary suspension of this quest line. What the hell? A penalty that disrupts a hidden quest? No way. The guild leader roared inwardly. He had never heard of an emergency quest that could affect progress like this. Shouldn't quests that affect the storyline be explained in the quest log? Isn't this just a blatant trap? In 3 months this was the first time such an unreasonable quest had appeared. Wasn't there a supercomputer AI overseeing the quest lines to prevent anomalies? Where was it? Complaint. I want to file a complaint. Xiao Ling's skills required swinging her water sword. The assassin was helpless with bare blades. The mage's mana bar was nearly empty, and none of them could move, not even to defend. Quick cast magic. Insufficient additional MP. Unable to cast magic. A red window appeared before the alchemist. Haven't you noticed? I've had my domain active since the mage summoned the meteor. Within my domain, the energy cost for all magic doubles buff effects are halved, and it's isolated from the outside world, causing no external impact. Damn. As expected of a level 80 boss. With insufficient intel, the 5 of them stood no chance. I wouldn't want you to disturb such a beautiful night. So farewell, everyone. The Beastman fell silent. Watching Hades approach slowly, the 5 remained frozen. An atmosphere of anxiety and confusion permeated the air. The guild leader wondered if it was a bug. Yet among them one refused to give in. The other's despair did not affect the fiery-haired swordswoman. Miss Spark gritted her teeth and whispered again. Again. I've had enough. Rune release armor of self-immolation. The female swordsman's hair began to dance like a flickering flame, her eyes turning a dazzling gold. Fire spread from top to bottom, enveloping Spark in a suit of blazing armor. This was Spark's final trump card: armor of self-immolation, an upgrade of holy flame. It granted a constant purification effect, which also cleansed buffs, added fire and holy attributes to all attacks, disabled all magic, and restricted her to melee combat. Its greatest drawback was that once activated, it could not be voluntarily deactivated. The armor consumed health points to boost all stats by a percentage per second, 10 HP per second, with each HP granting 1 all-stat increase independent multiplier. The words "don't be rash" stuck in the guild leader's throat as he watched the magic swordsman charge recklessly. Fall down. The great sword moved with incredible speed, slicing through the air, igniting the black mist, and cleaving toward Hades' neck. A blur flashed by. The swordsman dissolved into data particles. Spark. The others couldn't believe it, so his talk of playing house had been real. Xiaoling's energy bar was depleted. The azure phantom behind her could no longer hold, and the water sword collapsed on its own. Hades turned into another blur. As his black mistrethed hand reached for the alchemist. Stop, Hades. That child is not for you to touch. Everyone turned toward the voice. Even Hades paused, sighing involuntarily. So you've come after all. Muttered. There, floating in the pitch-black sky, was a little girl in an intricately patterned purple Lolita dress with platinum blonde hair. Behind her the stars shone brightly. Stop right there, Hades. That child is not yours to touch. A little girl, yet she made everyone gasp in awe. 6 question marks were enough to reveal everything. The city of Osmanthus Leaf was enveloped by 6 enormous osmanthus leaves obscuring the night sky. Even the enormous luminous fruits could not cast their light upon the lower districts. The lower city, true to its name, was a town beneath the ground serving commoners of all kinds. The somber hues were merely a norm for its residents. And now starlight graced this place for the first time, even if it was an illusion. Like the sovereign of the stars, the little girl crossed her legs clad in pristine white silk, reclining sideways on the nearest constellation. Her platinum blonde hair drifted freely as celestial bodies orbited around her. Small star clusters flipped up and down following the motion of her left index finger. Through the hazy nebula, her eyes still sparkled brilliantly. Her purple Lolita dress was embroidered with star-shaped golden threads, ethereal under the starlight. So beautiful. Xiaoling gasped involuntarily, especially fond of shimmering things. The alchemist's eyes widened. It feels familiar, but I remember seeing it somewhere. Everyone stay alert. Check your quick slots now, the strategist said, as calm as a machine. The guild leader had nearly lost his ability to speak, only managing to blurt out incoherent sounds. Hades looked up at the little girl in the sky, squinting his eyes, then performed a flawless aristocratic bow once more. I don't know who you are, or how you know my name. Well, then it's time for me to take my leave. The hem of her purple lace dress swayed. With a wave of her small hand, the mistress of the stars conjured a crystal arrow that instantly pierced the orc's chest. The orc's form dissolved into a cloud of black mist, scattering in all directions before vanishing without a trace. A fragment appeared in the guild leader's hand. The system called it a secret pattern fragment. Though it was a red-tier item, it looked unremarkable, just like an ordinary ceramic shard. It was a clone. Damn it, he got away. The little girl frowned, using constellations as steps as she descended to the ground. The guild leader immediately approached to thank her. We are most grateful. You? Are you the academy head? It must be you. How did you become so small? I recall you weren't. Hearing the alchemist's dead-eyes question, the little girl's jade-like foot suddenly paused midair, refusing to touch the ground. Her previously languid and confident aura vanished, replaced by a shifty-eyed look. She pouted and stammered, You've mistaken me. I am not Headmistress Xue. She even bit her tongue. Facing the pained, bitter-faced little girl before them, and recalling her power, the other 3 broke into a cold sweat, fearing she might suddenly erupt and slice them to pieces. The alchemist continued to twist the knife. Ah, indeed you are the headmistress. She said, you're bad at lying. When you lie, your body stiffens, your eyes dart, and you bite your tongue. Every single sign is there. You're really brave, Deadeye. The little girl, called the headmistress by the robed sorceress, had already turned crimson. She opened her mouth, emitting meaningless sounds, unable to utter a single rebuttal. Her embarrassment was akin to parents bringing up your embarrassing childhood stories at the New Year's dinner table. Wait, you mentioned her. You've met her. The little girl snapped back to reality, forgetting her dignity as she lunged to grab the alchemist's shoulder, but her hand only reached his waist. You admit you're the headmistress, the alchemist said with a smirk. Well, could you two explain what's going on? The guild leader interjected at the right moment, utterly bewildered along with the other 2. After a brief explanation, the she they spoke of was the headmistress' close friend from another race who taught the alchemist his creation magic. Both were magical prodigies who met through a misunderstanding and traveled together for a time. The headmistress excelled in wind magic, while the other specialized in creation magic. In the magical system, wind magic is a branch of elemental magic. Creation magic, however, was considered heretical because it didn't manipulate elements, but used them to generate matter. Merging different elements was deemed an insult to the elemental goddess. The Church of the Goddess in the game was the main force condemning and banning creation magic. The magic the headmistress had just used was indeed creation magic, but she hadn't expected to be recognized so quickly. And don't call me headmistress. Call me principal. Principal. Got it. The little girl puffed out her soft cheeks, raising a finger for emphasis, looking utterly adorable, without a shred of authority. So what's your answer? Got it, headmistress, the alchemist replied with a doting smile. Sigh, forget it. This isn't the place for reminiscing. By the way, you can't take that fragment. I don't know its purpose or origin, but it's best left in my care. This is a convoy of the Osmanthus Leaf Merchant Guild. Take the storage crystals inside. And hey race, an exclusive invitation. Come find me at the Magic Academy before the coronation of Osmanthus Leaf. I have a favor to ask. You managed to stall Hades, so I have high hopes for you. Lost 1 secret pattern fragment. Acquired additional rewards exclusive invitation, 30 blue storage crystals, 10 purple storage crystals. Congratulations. You have completed the pre-quest for the hidden area mission The Shadow Beneath the Osmanthus Leaf in Osmanthus Leaf City. Recommended level 70. Expected rewards Epic Tier Regional Reputation Orange Tier Weapon Class Advancement Intel for some classes. Your Character Chronicle module has been updated. You can view key mission character info in the menu. The following character info has been updated. Principal of Osmanthus Leaf Magic Academy, Hades, the principal's old friend. Current mission 1, visit the Magic Academy principal's office within tomorrow 01. Optional mission, investigate 3 shops to uncover what the Osmanthus Leaf Merchant Guild is planning 03. Whoa, everyone exclaimed in awe. How impressive. Even a pre-quest for a hidden area mission gives so much. The guild leader stared at the mountain of storage crystals, his eyes glazed over as drool dripped from his lips. In-game time is 6:07 a.m., while real-world time is around noon. The 5 members of the Fearless Sword Guild have regrouped and arrived at the service counter of the Pioneer Association. It's mealtime now, and there aren't many players online. Even fewer are in the Pioneer Association. However, quite a few people around have recognized them. Look, it's the Fearless Sword. Really? By the way, what is the Fearless Sword? It's the name of a guild, and their members are all first-tier players above level 50. It is said that Ling No Ling, who has the highest total score on the Pioneer leaderboard, is also among them. So strong. Why aren't they doing exploration quests? What are they doing in the newbie town? Who knows? Just seeing that person known as the Sword of Water is worth it, even if it costs me my life. Damn, what a bunch of losers. In the association, a few scattered low-level players heard these words and immediately turned their gaze towards the 5 at the counter, their eyes filled with admiration and envy. At this moment, the guild leader was sweating profusely, facing the cat-eared girl at the counter with difficulty. The advisor leaned against the wall, resting with his eyes closed, while the other 3 sat around the round table, seemingly accustomed to this scene. Not far behind, the crowd that had been discussing suddenly became restless again. Trying to be quiet, it's him. The guard knight, who all the major guilds need to reserve a spot for, is said to be the first to complete the Northern Exploration quest and has received the honorary knight title from the nobility. It really is him. Trying to be quiet. I remember his title is the Unmoving Sword, right? That armor really is cool. The man known as the Unmoving Sword stood about 5 meters away from the counter, appearing to be deep in thought, though in reality, he was unsure how to start a conversation naturally and didn't dare to look at the cute cat-eared girl with long black hair. Why isn't it Miss Lisa? When did they change the association NPC? The guild leader whispered in anguish, his face full of pain. He was not good at dealing with strangers in real life, being a severe introvert. Next to him, the green-haired assassin crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow, and said through the team channel, "Guild leader, if it's really difficult, let me handle it." No way. No way, but as the guild leader, if I can't even have a natural conversation with a stranger NPC, how can I maintain my title as the Unmoving Sword? If strangers found out that the guard knight can't even talk to strangers, my virtual life would be over. The guild leader directly covered his face. Xiao Ling took the opportunity to loop her arm through his, standing on her tiptoes and softly whispering in his ear, "Don't worry, when the time comes I will embrace everything about you, okay? It's just an old habit." Let him struggle alone. Remember when we went to the north? He couldn't connect with the princess' words, and the princess thought he was very composed. It really cracks me up. I actually quite enjoy watching him being so conflicted. The fiery red ponytail swayed with the movements of the female swordsman. Hearing the words "quite enjoy," Xiao Ling suddenly turned her head, her vacant gaze locking onto Miss Speak. The magic swordsman happened to meet Xiao Ling's death stare and jumped in surprise, falling off the table. "Do you want me to cast a calming spell?" The alchemist slowly raised her hand. "Is this what first-tier players are like? What are they even doing?" Luo sighed inwardly. Xian told Luo that the 5 people not far away are members of the emerging guild Fearless Sword, with all 5 being top players above level 50, and they have all been heavy players since the server opened 3 months ago. What are they doing here? Are they also here to do the shoe leaf hunting task? But those materials wouldn't even be enough to fill their teeth. Luo muttered to herself. The cat-eared Luo glanced at the rabbit person nearby, whose whole body was almost hidden behind the curtain of the counter, only a rabbit head visible. You might wonder why Luo is still working as a maid. Why not take on quests? It's definitely not because she likes wearing women's clothing, but because being a maid has a wage of 100 shoe leaf coins for standing guard for an hour. Someone has calculated that a level 20 solo quest takes an average of half an hour for only 200 shoe leaf coins, and even the highest paying level 30 group quest only gives 600 coins, not counting the wild queue time, which averages at least 40 minutes. Converted Luo Luo is just standing as a sign, occasionally hearing people praise her looks, and the rewards for answering questions according to the manual are much more worthwhile. Through the manual, she also learned about the gameplay of the shoe leaf hunting activity. It's a routine sweeping quest to defeat designated monsters and submit specified materials. If doing tasks, normally one would first need to accept the quest at the Pioneer Association, then go to the Magic Academy to submit materials, and finally head to the Merchant Association to collect rewards and shop. The task strategies on the forum showed two viable paths. One is to accept it solo, taking longer, but keeping all the rewards. The other is to team up, which takes less time, but has unstable rewards. If there are plenty of materials in stock, there's also the option to trade materials for high prices, which is a wicked speedrunning method. Luo Luo realized upon hearing it for the first time, isn't this just a reverse hook? Xing Xing is not around, so the bard naturally went to follow the fox-eared boy. Now there are only the two of them left as maids in the association. To advance the quest, progress time is of the essence. Staying in the association during the Shoe Leaf Festival is impossible, and the optional task of understanding the whereabouts of other maids has become a must-do. I need to find a way to bring the maids back. Luo Luo silently made up her mind, leaving the counter and heading to the back. There aren't many people now, so I'll leave it to you, Ruan Ruan. The cat-eared girl gave a thumbs up. Ruan Ruan is the name of the rabbit person. The guild leader and Ruan Ruan saw Luo Luo hurriedly leave, and their gazes awkwardly met. Ruan Ruan waved her hand. Are you okay? Entering public area Shoe Leaf City, Lower City, arriving in the lower city where the task area is located. Xian Zin's navigation guidance became even smarter and more accurate. Although the lower city is interconnected with the help of the small AI, Luo Luo didn't get lost and reached the first backstage maid's house in just 2 minutes. 2 stories, a small villa. Luo Luo lightly landed from the roof, gently knocking on the wooden door, which made a creaking sound. Just after knocking, there were many creaking sounds from the second floor and some vague conversations. Luo Luo placed her hands on her hips and saw the door open a crack. A squinting woman appeared in front of Luo Luo. Upon seeing the cat-eared girl, the woman's eyes widened slightly. Hello, may I ask who you are looking for? Madam, your hairstyle is rather precarious. Luo Luo blurted out, unsure why she had said such a thing. The woman stood a head taller than Luo Luo, clad in a loose beige knit sweater and a pink apron, exuding a mature charm that was palpable. Upon noticing Luo Luo's maid uniform from the Pioneer Association, the woman quickly stepped aside from the doorway and warmly welcomed her, saying, "You must be the new maid. If you have something to say, please come in first, okay?" The cat-eared girl Luo Luo suddenly stood at attention, realizing she was inexplicably nervous, her tongue even tripping over her words. She wondered inwardly, they're just NPCs, why am I trembling? Was it because she saw a shadow of her own mother in the woman before her? Stepping into the wooden house, the first floor was a combined dining and living room, sparsely furnished with only the essential pieces. Where decorations once hung, there was now empty space, making the entire floor appear quite austere. The woman called upstairs, "Don't worry, it's not the guild people. You can all come down now." It's a cute cat-eared girl. Her eyes curved into crescents as she smiled and introduced herself. "I'm Lisa, everyone calls me Miss Lisa. And you? How should I address you?" So this was the mother the bard feared. Luo Luo had an epiphany, patting her flat chest. "I'm Luo Luo, a cat-eared girl, as you can see." "Ha ha. Cat-eared girl, ha ha. Cross-dressing, ha." Luo Luo forgot about that annoying AI that had been laughing incessantly since the game started, and her smile instantly twitched. From the second floor came the creak of a wooden door. 5 girls of varying heights emerged from the rooms upstairs. To Luo Luo's astonishment, they were all demi-humans. She recognized a dog-eared girl, a goat-horned girl, and a horse-eared girl. The other 2 were unfamiliar, one with peculiar horns on her head, and the other with a curly tail, looking quite young. Their only commonality was the unshakable sorrow etched between their brows. A pop-up window appeared. Optional quest complete. Learn the whereabouts of the backstage maids 66. Well, you're all maids. Saves me the trouble of searching for you one by one. You're all having a little gathering here. No names appeared above their heads, indicating they were friendly NPCs. Luo Luo mused to herself. She had done her research before entering the game. Her previous method of distinguishing players from NPCs was unreliable. She couldn't rely solely on whether a name appeared above their heads. Once in combat with a player character, including players, the opponent's ID would uniformly turn red. With the character records feature unlocked, whenever Luo Luo learned an NPC's name, both the name and level would appear above their head. Convenient as it was, it made it harder to distinguish them from players. Miss Lisa level 15, Luo, noticed white text appearing above Lisa's head. Although players always had their names and levels displayed, this was Pioneer Gaia, a multiplayer dream simulation game renowned for its freedom and openness. She herself was a living example. The game allowed players to hide their personal panels, and there might even be ways to disguise names and levels. What are you thinking about, Luo? So engrossed. Luo snapped back to reality at the sound of Miss Lisa's voice, finding the 5 demi-humans staring at her with curiosity. Aren't you afraid the guild will come after you for being a maid? The dog-eared girl leaned close to Luo, sniffed her, and finally stared into her eyes as she spoke. The cat-eared girl answered truthfully, the guild. They haven't come looking for me. I only started work last night. What about you all? Why aren't you going back to work at the association? Xing told me you were preparing for the Holly Leaf Festival. Luo pressed further. The 5 demi-humans all lowered their heads. Oh well, let me explain. Actually, the preparations were just an excuse. We also didn't want to involve Xing in this matter. Miss Lisa set down the teapot and gently pushed aside the dog-eared girl who was practically clinging to Luo. Yes. Xing is destined to become the saint of our tribe. She's already worked so hard we can't trouble her further. The horse-eared girl nodded vigorously. It started like this. For the annual Holly Leaf Festival, the Pioneer Association, the Holly Leaf Guild, and the Magic Academy were supposed to cooperate according to the planned procedure. That was the original plan. Miss Lisa wore a helpless expression, but Luo distinctly felt a breeze of faint gusts sweeping through the house. It was a hidden anger. This year an unexpected event occurred, the appearance of the saint. Was she referring to that pink-haired saint with the bow? She advocated for the opening of Holly Leaf City to accept foreign demi-humans. Holly Leaf City has always been a neutral, autonomous city-state. Although some opposed it, the results proved it was beneficial for everyone. The Pioneer Association naturally accepted demi-humans and became the largest employer of demi-human staff. The saint's wish was certainly beautiful, but harmony between people cannot be sustained by wishful thinking alone. The Holly Leaf Guild was the loudest voice of opposition. So they bribed humans within the association and used contracts to deceive the association's maids, burdening them with enormous debts. The maids were then forced to repay through labor, becoming free labor for the guild. After I found out, I did my best to help them. In the end, I could only save these 5 children. The demi-human girls all hugged Miss Lisa in unison. Relevant information acquired. Special side quest: compassion is no excuse for possession. Prerequisite skipped. Quest line adjusting. Oh, quest completed. Listen to Miss Lisa's request. The pop-up window left the cat-eared girl momentarily stunned. Was this by chance? Or am I doing something wrong? It seems Miss Lisa is a key NPC. Under normal circumstances, this would be when I get information about the hidden area quest. So what can I do? Luo naturally offered her help. Thank you. Actually, resolving this isn't difficult. All we need is to retrieve their identification papers. They're in a warehouse in the lower city, but it's heavily guarded. I'm just an ordinary woman. I can't help much. Take this Holly Leaf Amulet. Obtained Holly Leaf Amulet effect increases movement speed by 10, increases dodge rate, while moving guarantees 1 dodge against an attack from a blind spot, activates once every 3 hours. Descendant of technology activated. Description: quest item rare, quality incomplete. Contains a trace of the Wind Goddess power upgrade ability. To view more information, Baba. The Wind Goddess. I've hit the jackpot. Alright, I'll be back soon. It won't take long. What did he say? To keep an eye on the warehouse and not to go anywhere. What's so interesting about a shabby warehouse? This isn't the Northern Gold Treasury or the Ding Dong Nation's furnace. It's just some miscellaneous items. Is it really necessary to be this tense? The inconspicuous warehouse in the lower city was originally just an abandoned cave. Because it was directly beneath the Pioneers Association and situated in a low and uneven area, it was unsuitable for habitation, so it was bought by the Shui Commerce for storing miscellaneous items. The entrance to the cave was also quite unremarkable, with its dark opening blending seamlessly into the surroundings. 2 masked thugs were arguing, one short and one tall. Their debate was clearly intense, yet their voices could not be heard outside the cave. I told you this is a task personally assigned by the boss. It's not something you can inquire about, and besides, the money you earn won't be less than yours. Just keep an eye on the warehouse and prevent others from approaching. Don't you remember how envious they looked at you yesterday? This was said by the tall one. The short one, after hearing his words, had a clearer look in his eyes. Hey, that makes sense. You're right about that. Only you would think of it this way. When there's a job to be done, you don't forget to call your brother along to make money together. I'll still be your brother in the next life. Come on, it's only you who thinks this way. Have you thought about why I'm looking for work at a time like this? The tall one's voice trailed off. I get it. Wealth and danger go hand in hand. If you didn't mention it every day, I'd be sick of hearing it. The short one patted the tall one on the back, his eyes squinting with laughter. Luo hid in the shadows at the entrance of the cave. Her passive ability stealth was a behavioral skill that reduced footstep noise and lowered the chances of being detected when stationary. After listening to their conversation at the entrance, she pondered for a moment. There was some information, but not much. She still didn't know who the boss was. She thought she would hear something important. It seems she needs to pay attention to the importance of NPCs in the future. Key NPCs can provide a lot more information and are crucial for advancing the tasks. Currently, the only key NPCs related to her were Fox-Eared Lang, Su Xingxing, and Miss Lisa. After all, these were the only two marked in her character log. Well, then shall I try out this new gadget? Luo pulled out a cylindrical item from her quick access bar, a poisonous mushroom. I'm not sure of the exact damage nor the damage range, so it needs testing. Sorry, passerby A and passerby B. Luo clasped her hands together, controlling the force as she threw the poisonous mushroom inside, while Xian was responsible for calculating the damage values. The cylindrical mushroom rolled and stopped at the feet of the short one. He tilted his head and reached out to grab at a mushroom. Will a mushroom roll in here? The tall one reacted quicker, trying to kick away the strange mushroom. Don't touch it, there's an attack. With a kick, the cylindrical mushroom was violently struck, suddenly exploding and releasing a large amount of green toxins, forming a ball of poisonous gas. In the cramped cave, the spread of the poisonous mist was rapid, instantly filling the entire entrance. 10-5, 10. Numerous damage numbers jumped into the air. This is poison. Run. Realizing they were poisoned, the two raced towards the cave entrance, but halfway there they both collapsed, their eyes rolling back and foam spilling from their mouths. All right, calculations complete. From dealing damage to paralysis down, it took a total of 5 seconds, and the total damage was 40 points. The small AI narrated the organized data to Luo. The damage is decent, but the venue is special and the range is not worth referencing. The trigger method for paralysis is the same as my Poison Fang dagger. Both first apply a poison debuff negative effect, then applying another poison debuff turns it into a paralysis debuff. Or is this how poison attribute attacks work? Luo squatted down to take a closer look at the two who had collapsed at her feet. Their health bars had not been fully drained, stopping at about 3/5 and not continuing down, while a paralysis icon appeared below. When it turns into a paralysis debuff, it no longer deals damage but forces immobility, and during the triggered period no additional poison effects can be applied. However, the duration of the paralysis effect also varies from person to person. For that little puppy, it lasted only about half a second. Luo would not miss the good opportunity to loot the corpses, searching the two on the ground like a thief. Items obtained: key to the warehouse, door, 1,000 shui coins, a letter that was never sent. The poisonous mist lasted only 10 seconds and soon dissipated. Luo gracefully stepped over the two on the ground and walked deeper into the warehouse. Illegal entry, neutral area, Shui Commerce, Lower City Warehouse, ongoing task, special side quest. Compassion is not a reason for occupation. Task 1, find 5 proofs of identity for maids. 05, optional task, find soft and your own proof of identity. 02, is my proof of identity in this warehouse too? Alright then, come out. It's decided, you go. Small AI, use the scanning function. Help me find the proof of identity. Luo exclaimed excitedly, waving her arms at the air. Stop being ridiculous, I don't have the scanning function you mentioned. You still need to search through the carts one by one. Xian replied flatly, feeling somewhat speechless. Then use the task navigation. Luo clearly wanted to reap without sowing. If Xian had a body, she would have looked at her with a dumbfounded expression. Haven't you already arrived at the task location? Task navigation can only guide you but can't help you complete the task. Oh, come on, you sausage. If you can't do this, or that it's better to give birth to a Charsiu than to give birth to you. Gloating aside, the task still needs to be done. It wouldn't be good if the people outside woke up. Directly taking them out wouldn't be great either. Luo couldn't guarantee that the difficulty of the task line wouldn't be affected by the absence of 2 NPCs. Moreover, didn't Miss Lisa say it wasn't heavily guarded? Can 2 people be considered heavily guarded? Without much effort, Luo finally found the proofs of identity for her 2 interns in a corner of a cart and discovered the proofs of identity for 5 maids in a box near the door. Hurry up, or they'll get away. A rough voice came from outside, and the footsteps increased. So soon people are here. Luo's cat ears twitched, alerting her that there were quite a few of them, at least 6 people. Still sleeping here. Get up. No, this is paralysis. Stay alert. The footsteps suddenly decreased significantly. Task 1, completed. Task 2, find a way to escape. No, how can you expect me to escape? Am I supposed to 1v6? Task 2, find a way to escape. Emergency task, do not let anyone outside see your face. Time limit 3 minutes. Completion reward unknown. Failure penalty. Task difficulty increases to recommended level 70. The Jie Chamber of Commerce becomes hostile and the store in the Jia hunting module becomes temporarily unavailable. A pop-up window with a large red exclamation mark flew before Luo Luo, startling her into jumping back. Warning: you have encountered an emergency task. An emergency task is a high-difficulty task with a time requirement informing you of its rewards and penalties. Completing an emergency task yields richer rewards, but the penalties are also more severe. Good luck. Emergency task countdown begins. A blue digital timer suddenly appeared at the top of Luo Luo's field of vision, showing a 3-minute countdown. Escape, and without being seen by those outside. Right, if they knew I was part of the Pioneer Association's maids, it would be bad. The chamber would definitely retaliate against the association's maids, making the task even harder. So I can't go back the way I came. The cat-eared girl looked around, her whole body tense and alert, even her cat tail standing straight up. Her ears perked up, amplifying her hearing through the warehouse door. Even though the voices outside had quieted, her cat ears were still highly effective, catching every word clearly. Boss, let's play it safe. Why not just burn this place down? The stuff inside isn't worth much anyway. The one who replied was presumably the boss. Are you stupid? The Pioneer Association is right above us, and ITLL be ours soon enough. ITLL become chamber property. There's a secret passage here. If we set a fire, the floor above will burn too. He suddenly became agitated, his voice booming. You want to burn down my own property, huh? No, that's not what I meant. And in boss, you might have let something slip. The subordinate's voice trembled. You dare talk back to me? Drag him to the Beastman dungeon for 10 days and 9 nights. They'll let him out when I remember him. Luo Luo stopped, listening closely. The countdown was still ticking down. They would likely break in by force once it ended. This is just an escape room. I'm way too familiar with this. Mystic Realm had plenty of these small room-timed puzzles. They can't stump me. Watch me clear it in one go. Xin suddenly whispered. Luo Luo, do you remember? What's wrong? The cat-eared girl tilted her head, puzzled. She had been lost in her own world and hadn't heard the little AI's voice. Nothing, keep going. Xin said flatly. The little AI who had initially planned to help saw Luo Luo with her hands on her hips, looking smug, and instantly abandoned the idea. Strange, why was I worried about her? Xin began silently checking her own output logic. You're so weird. The cat-eared girl's disdainful expression made Xin stop her check. Log correction: my output logic indeed has an unexplained issue. When interacting with the individual designated as Luo Luo, the care module should not be activated. This is the warehouse in the lower city, and the Pioneer Association is above. So following the design logic, there must be a hidden passage leading up to the association. The boss words indirectly confirm that. Luo Luo cupped her chin in thought for a moment. A minute passed in an instant. She moved her right hand away and pointed a finger upward. I've got it, this has to be it. Xin silently watched Luo Luo walk toward a cabinet in the corner, picking up each bottle on it, and then putting them back. That took nearly a minute. I'm out of ideas. Help me please, esteemed military-grade supercomputing AI, Lady Xin. Without time to mourn her lost dignity, she immediately executed a 360-degree, smooth backflip into a kneeling plea. The whole sequence left Xingxin stunned. Xin sigh, what a noob. Weren't you so confident? Looks like it was all talk, noob, a puzzle noob like you really can't manage without my reminder. Fine, since you're so sincere, I'll give you a hint, remember pieing to Parker. Luo Luo lifted her cat head, that barred. Yes. Outside the warehouse. Alright, listen up. I'll count to 3 and we'll charge in together. There are 6 of us, they won't have time to react. Whoever secures the prize gets a bonus, got it? Got it, boss, X53. The boss immediately kicked the old warehouse door, his spiked boots shattering the wooden frame. The 2 wooden doors fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust that made everyone cough. No one. How? You lot. Check the goods and tell me what's missing. The boss looked at a fallen, dust-covered wine glass on the floor, staring at it for a moment. Luo Luo, thank you so much. Now I have a way. Miss Lisa's smile was as warm as the sun, and Luo Luo couldn't help but scratch her head and giggle foolishly. No problem. It was nothing. Xiao Chuanon one smile, and you're completely wrapped around her finger. Xin whispered in her ear. Luo Luo stopped giggling. Why is an identity certificate enough? Does it have some special function? The cat-eared girl had been curious for a while, but only now decided to ask. She didn't understand the connection between the chamber framing the maids and the identity certificate. It's simple. Miss Lisa explained, because identity certificates are made by the Magic Academy. Holding one means the bearer is under the Academy's protection, and it's also a way to restrain the chamber. Luo Luo crossed her arms. Oh, I see. Once we get the identity certificates back, the chamber can't force the maids anymore. To be precise, only the Academy head and those with a personal identity certificate can enter the Pioneer Association, so the chamber has never been able to do anything to the maids inside. Lisa nodded gently. Oh. Task 2 complete. Special Side Quest Mercy is not an excuse for domination. Phase 1 completed. Phase 2 begins on the second in-game day. The children will return to help soon. Truly thank you so much. Miss Lisa and the other 5 beastwomen bowed together. Oh, Luo, come closer. The woman beckoned with her finger. Okay. Luo unconsciously tensed up again, moving her body stiffly step by step like a penguin. Luo's swaying figure resembled that of a certain penguin, which does not make any sound. While Miss Lisa covered her lips with her hand, yet a chuckle escaped sneakily. The cat girl stood 2 meters away from the woman, unsure of what Miss Lisa intended, but as she saw Lisa approaching, she felt uncomfortable, yet couldn't show it on her face, forcing herself to remain calm though her legs betrayed her. The seemingly kind woman slightly opened her eyes at that moment. Luo caught a glimpse of them. Those were lifeless eyes with complex patterns in their emerald green pupils. In an instant, they closed again, as if they had never opened. All right, I'll give you this talisman, and it will be useful tomorrow. Miss Lisa nodded and sent Luo on her way. A brand new pop-up appeared. Item update: Shoyo Talisman, unique effect, increases movement speed by 10, permanent evasion rate increase, special effect. Blessing of the Wind guarantees successful evasion in probability-based attack assessments, can only be effective once every 3 hours. Description: fully unlocked rare quality item, complete form. Contains a small portion of the true power of the Wind Goddess. The owner receives the protection of the Wind Goddess. Open the panel to view specific effects. This should be the first orange quality equipment she has encountered since starting the game. Her luck seems good. What is this protection from the Wind Goddess? Protection from the Wind Goddess reduces cooldown time of all skills by 10. Oh my, this is a top-tier mechanism for reducing cooldowns. Task updates will wait until the next day in the game, so what should we do during this remaining time? Let's go. Let's go to Shoyo Magic Academy to complete the key certification. Xion suddenly interjected. No, first we should improve our stats in all aspects. In simpler terms, that means we should visit the weapon shop, the armor shop, and go shopping. The simplest way to boost stats is to buy equipment. It's quite strange that after spending so much time in the city, we finally have some free time. The tasks keep coming one after another. Isn't your game's task system a bit chaotic? Moreover, it seems that different tasks influence each other. Xion rolled her eyes, unseen by Luo, defending her superior. Clearly you're just too impatient. The game we are using is powered by the Pangu engine, the most powerful logical deduction model available. Moreover, as a dream simulation game, realism is our primary pursuit. Even at its worst, although it doesn't reach the level of my own intelligence, L4 level intelligent agents provide real-time control that other games cannot match. Alright, you say so much that I can't understand anything. Models controls whatever as long as it's fun. The cat girl raised her tail in protest. Besides, you can't blame me. I'm a player who values immersive processes. I'm the type who will continue playing until the story is finished once it starts. At least I still feel a sense of novelty as I play now, which is quite good. As they continued talking, they arrived at the bustling merchant guild in the central city, which was filled with many shops to enter. Everything one could imagine was there, all marked with the Shoyo Merchant Guild emblem, a coin shaped like a shoyo leaf, also known as a shoyo coin. The shoyo coin is a special token that players can obtain during the Shoyo Festival, used to exchange for various rare equipment and items at the headquarters activity shop, most of which are quite practical for quickly navigating the unstable novice period. For players who have never played such games, this is an official benefit. Luo specifically aimed for the newcomer benefits. Even though she considers herself an expert in such immersive game, stats are stats and skills are skills. Both must be honed for a healthy balance. As she stepped through the grand entrance of the Shoyo Merchant Guild, she immediately sensed at least 5 gazes directed toward her. Entered safe zone, Shoyo City Shoyo Merchant Guild. Please note that the tasks you are currently progressing, compassion is not a reason for domination, and shadows beneath the Shoyo will alter the factions Shoyo Merchant Guild's friendliness towards you. Please be aware. The cat girl instinctively became alert, ready to draw her dagger at any moment. She quickly scanned the surroundings. The gazes were unfriendly, indicating that she was not very welcome. Luo remained vigilant and turned towards the activity shop. Fortunately, the previous shift had given her quite a bit of money, and now the cat girl had a full 600 shoyo coins in her pocket. Even while working as a maid at the association, she had not been idle. She had Xion help her with the activity shop strategy. Now she was impressively strong. A complete set of novice graduation equipment only costs around 550 shoyo coins, so this is a sure win. Stepping past the threshold of the shop, cat-eared Luo entered, walking in with her head held high and a commanding aura. The cat girl felt like she was walking down a runway on the red carpet. The cool, modified French-made outfit looked exceptionally sacred under the chandelier, with large patches of skin gleaming white, and her long black hair and cat tail capturing the visual focus. She casually placed her money on the table, listing her shopping list, as if ordering dishes: armor, hunting set, female, weapon, fangs, wind piercer, item, shoyo outfit. These were all very practical early-game equipment. Originally, acquiring these items would take at least 2 weeks, but now they could be exchanged directly in the store, which was truly great. However, the shop assistant unexpectedly doused Luo with a bucket of cold water. "I'm sorry, your tokens are insufficient." "Insufficient? Are you saying it's not enough? What about these?" The cat girl continued to pull out the remaining 5000 shoyo coins. "Still not enough. The prices of goods have risen recently. I ask for your understanding," said the shop assistant blandly. "Risen up, eh? Luo. She opened the shop interface, and all the original prices of the goods were crossed out, now reflecting a price that was 10 higher than before. Why? This was the first question the cat girl pondered for a long time. Why? This was the first question she asked after leaving the shop. In the end, the cat girl was left empty-handed. Haha, trash, shopping trash, not checking prices before buying, how embarrassing, ha. Xinzin's laughter was unrestrained. Though Luo still managed to buy the equipment needed for the novice period hunting set: top defense 5, pants defense 3, shoes defense 2. The 3-piece set effect extra 10 attack power. Looking at it this way, the 15 defense of the association-made outfit is still quite high. The hunting set is a very practical armor for levels below 20 with decent defense, while also boosting attack power. By the way, in Expedition Gaia, the attack power is not a simple panel, but rather the result of a formula. The formula is base attack power, armor bonus, weapon bonus, others. On top of this, other attack power boosting buffs can be stacked, but it's not necessarily better to stack more attack power buffs. This is because stacking the same type of buffs will lead to dilution. For example, if a buff increases attack power by 50, then the attack power panel would be original attack power x 50. If the same buff is applied again, the attack power panel becomes original attack power x 50, original attack power x 50, x 50. In other words, the second application of the buff would mean that the original 50 increase turns into a 25 increase, effectively having the benefit, and the third application of the same buff would reduce it to 12. 5. The effect decreases successively. Essentially, the benefit from the third application would be negligible, yielding very little result. A common solution is to use different types of buffs to increase output damage, applying negative effects on enemies, and other common strategies, as well as equipping gear that provides attack power boosts in independent ranges. Lolo is thinking a bit too far ahead. Returning to the main topic, aside from the hunting set, the remaining money is only enough for her to choose one weapon between Fong and Wind Piercer. Fong is a medium-sized cleaver named for its iron spikes at both the tip and handle that resemble the open jaw of a wild beast. Good quality blue blueprint. Panel attack power 18, with a special effect that grants a 10 chance to cause bleeding when hitting an enemy's weak point. Bleeding reduces 1 health point per second, not fatal. As long as I hit the weak point with every attack, triggering bleeding is inevitable, which perfectly aligns with Lolo's special skill. Hunting instinct, allowing her to see enemy weak points, is just delightful. The other weapon is called Wind Piercer, which is a tanned bow among ranged weapons. It is a regular bow with 2 leaves at the end of the arrow that make a whooshing sound when shooting, giving the illusion that the arrows are slicing through the wind. Good quality blue blueprint. Panel base attack power 25, maximum damage range 10 meters, with a special effect that allows for faster draw speed, meaning it takes less time to fully draw the bow. The effect is quite simple, but for a bow with limited accuracy, this effect is very practical, enabling it to reach maximum range more quickly and shoot more arrows in the same time, resulting in higher damage in that time frame. However, the downside is that the arrows used as a source of damage are consumables that need to be purchased. Isn't this a complete deterrent for bow users? For the first time, Lolo felt that completing the task for an infinite storage bag was an exceptionally wise decision. Who understands the sense of redemption when seeing a set of ordinary arrows with only 10 pieces? Moreover, the quality of the arrows will also affect the final damage calculation, but these are matters Lolo will have to consider later. After weighing her options and the interference from the little AI, Lolo still decided to buy the weapon, Wind Piercer. One reason is that she already has melee weapons, the Poison Fong Dagger and the Iron Dagger. The former has a panel attack power of 15, a normal quality green blueprint. However, every effective attack has a 30 chance to inflict a poison debuff on the target. The latter has a panel attack power of 10, also normal quality green blueprint. It has no additional effects and feels like it has higher durability. The description also states it is a durable little knife. Another reason is naturally her lack of ranged options. The explosive poison mushroom can at most be considered a consumable. After much contemplation, Lolo chose the ranged weapon, Wind Piercer. Adding in the money for arrows, her originally planned budget for purchasing some items had dwindled to almost nothing. This is my last currency. Take it. Lolo cried dramatically, ultimately going bankrupt to purchase the event-limited item, Cypress Leaf Outfit. Categorized as an item, it can be worn in the accessory slots for the head, neck, and body. Cypress Leaf Outfit, good quality blue blueprint. Panel Defense Power 0, Magical Defense Power 5. Description: a cloak crafted by the Magic Academy of Cypress Leaf City, offering some resistance to spells with certain display switches available. No hidden description or properties. Effect: provides 5 resistance to wind attribute damage and 5 vulnerability to fire attribute damage, slowing down the deterioration rate of the main weapon's durability. That's right, both weapons and armor have durability settings which Lolo had not specifically paid attention to before. Expedition Gaia has a development system similar to other RPGs. Lolo feels the overall concept is reminiscent of Mage 3A Frenzy, but with many customizable systems such as equipment, painting, more accessories, weapon evolution, rune embedding, and other highly playable content. The engraved greatsword is an example, but Lolo hasn't yet found an NPC that provides these modification options, considering Cypress Leaf City is just a novice town. Durability is a very important indicator. When a weapon's durability decreases to a certain level, its panel values will drop. At crucial moments, it could just come down to a few points. Additionally, when an armor's durability decreases to a certain level, it will not only reduce defense power, but will also reflect visually affecting appearance. No one wants to end up having their clothes shredded in the midst of battle, though in reality, it doesn't happen, i.e. at most it's battle-damaged equipment. Item levels are the dividing line for durability. Higher-level equipment tends to be more durable, but there are exceptions. Her Poison Fang dagger's durability has already dropped to half, with its panel damage reduced to 13. So next, Lolo plans to look for a blacksmith shop in the city to see if there's a place to repair equipment. The cat girl immediately donned her new outfit, the hunting set's top pants and shoes. The entire set is primarily brown with deep green, providing a flowing texture of the leather bodysuit. There are round small windows for ventilation on both sides of the waist and thighs, revealing glimpses of spring. Under the small window on the right thigh, there's a leather garter accentuating her plump thighs. The back features a hollow design with a shaped strap crossing upward, ultimately converging at the collarbone, with the abdominal contour clearly visible. How should I put it? Not bad. The cat ears twitch as Lolo murmurs to herself, occasionally lifting her foot to inspect her heel and twisting her waist to check the small window's whiteness. What do you think, Xion? What do you think, Xion? The cat's tail swayed back and forth, and Luo's expression was carefree. Just a small fish, no matter how you flaunt yourself, you're still just a small fish, a show-off small fish. Xion spared no mercy, leaving the cat girl at a loss. Huh, what did you say? It feels like your words have been quite venomous lately, not a single compliment to be heard. Don't forget, I still need to help you get the key and the certification. Luo patted her chest as solid as steel, her brows furrowed deeply. Yes, right, I haven't seen you in a hurry at all. The cat girl, anxious, said, isn't this just preparation? Having good equipment is essential for completing tasks. I promise you, after I visit the blacksmith, I'll go to the Magic Academy for certification. Really? All right. Xion, a blacksmith shop by the roadside. Oh, my blacksmith shop, I'm here. Luo rubbed her hands together and joyfully jumped into the shop. Fire and iron hammer and sword sparks flew in the enormous furnace. With 1 step, hot wind rushed towards her. 2 steps, the rhythm of hammer strikes felt natural. 3 steps, sweat had soaked her clothes. Not bad, it already felt like the Elder Scrolls V. Luo took a deep breath of the thick air. Although she had never truly experienced blacksmithing in reality, the scene before her was more vivid than she had imagined. The dreamlike simulation game perfectly replicated another's experience, allowing others to share in it through consciousness connection. A customer. My apologies. The man who had been lost in his blacksmithing looked up and placed the glowing iron piece into a nearby water bucket. Ding. Chirp. A sizzling sound and thick white mist emerged. Luo focused her gaze, and it was a dwarf. The man was only as tall as her waist, with graying hair and wearing peculiar goggles. His waist was as thick as a barrel, and a bushy beard covered his entire face. It's a dwarf. A real dwarf from fantasy and mythology games. Is there even such an NPC here? To be precise, this was Luo's first time seeing a dwarf in a realistic game, but she was utterly convinced that the creature before her was indeed a dwarf. In many games such as World of Beasts or the Magic Ring series, they are typically no taller than 1.5 meters, muscular, rugged uncles skilled in forging and partially proficient in runic magic, etc. In short, these are all artistic products and cultural settings from the old Earth era. Luo had once been obsessed with this kind of mythology-rich game for quite some time. But that's all in the past. The dwarf, with an incredulous expression, widened his eyes and spoke in a thick accent, a demi-human adventurer. I haven't seen one in ages. What's wrong? Why are you staring at me? I see. Do you think I'm a dwarf? The dwarf ran his rough large hand through his hard beard, eager to voice Luo's thoughts. No, it can't be. Luo stuttered a bit, then remembered that she had hidden the player panel. To the NPC, she was just an ordinary cat girl. Of course not. Nowadays, there are no pure-blood dwarves left. The dwarves you see in Ding Dong Country are all from the Earth Dragon race. Tip: you have entered a special dialogue with an NPC. Certain NPCs will enter special dialogues when certain conditions of favorability or special prerequisites are met, which may lead to unexpected surprises. Please try often. Earth Dragon race. Isn't that even more impressive? Luo quickly scanned the pop-up content following what the dwarf had said. She noticed that the small horns on the forehead of the dwarf were quite apparent, and behind him trailed what seemed like a tail. No, little girl, you're not wrong to think that. But the dwarves of Ding Dong Country abandoned their identity, which is equivalent to abandoning the spirit of the dwarves, completely denying the skills and experiences passed down through generations. That is the worst thing they could do. Sorry, I got a bit carried away. The dwarf rubbed his bald head and smiled sheepishly. Is that the reason you came to Huihui City? Sort of. I forgot to introduce myself. You can call me Uncle Meiji. Now tell me what brings you here today. Is it forging, repairing, or buying something? A few blue windows popped up. Character log updated. Uncle Meiji access granted to Huihui City. Meiji blacksmith shop dialogue information has been recorded in the character log and can be viewed at any time. Luo looked at the top of Uncle Meiji's head. Meiji level 30. Can you help me repair this Venom Fong dagger? Luo took out the Venom Fong dagger, which was halfway through its durability. Uncle Meiji put on gloves and reached out to take it. Suddenly a roar erupted from Uncle Meiji's throat. Oh ho! Oh ho! What's this? What happened? The cat girl's tail shot up in surprise. With this, would you like to try weapon evolution? Weapon evolution? The cat girl was puzzled. Uncle Meiji's gaze was intense, locking onto Luo's eyes. Weapons like people grow through experiences, but they need a blacksmith to discover, to reforge, to awaken their potential. The process of awakening potential is weapon evolution. I can sense the challenges it has overcome and the experience it has accumulated. This is truly a fine weapon, and its master must be the same. I've made up my mind. A good blacksmith won't overlook a fine weapon. No matter what you say, I want it to become a named weapon. What should I do? Xin. Just agree. Weapon evolution is the only way to level up a weapon, and named weapons are the highest tier of evolution. Xin informed Luo about the introduction in the game's official guide. Is it really that powerful? I can agree, but Uncle Meiji, I currently don't have much money on me. Money? Not needed. Your reward has already been given to me. What's before you is a master-level furnace blacksmith that money can't even buy. Give me a day and I guarantee you a satisfactory answer. Accepted. NPC side quest. Where are the fine tools? Quest 1. Return to the blacksmith shop tomorrow. Character log updated. Uncle Meiji. Alright, thank you, Uncle Meiji. Leaving the blacksmith shop, Luo stretched lazily, feeling quite content. I never expected to get a weapon evolution for free. This is the joy of open-world games. The cat girl walked out with her hands behind her head in a carefree manner. Stop dawdling, hurry up and go for certification. Xin urged. I know I'm on my way now. Luo started running. But clearly her direction was towards the Pioneer Association. Xin. Luo, it's been a while, I should at least say hi. What if? Entered safe area Huihui City Pioneer Association. Before she could finish her sentence, Luo lifted the curtain and entered the association. A small fox engulfed in blue flames with a gloomy expression collided with her Hedon. The first time Luo saw the fox-eared lad casting magic, his face was so breathtakingly beautiful that it could steal her soul. The androgynous features at that moment appeared exquisitely doll-like. In his mesmerizing eyes, blue and white lights swirled and intertwined, the indigo eyeshadow at the corners of his eyes accentuating Xing's allure. His expression was dark, tinged with disdain, perhaps a reward for those with peculiar preferences. At this moment, Luo was utterly oblivious to what was happening, her face a picture of naive wisdom. Faced with the fox-eared lad whose mood was evidently at its worst, the cat girl had clearly given up thinking. The two stared at each other, one side exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure, while the other wore an innocent, distant gaze. Luo's cat tail was in a frizzy state, indicating her heightened agitation. She was indeed contemplating how to speak, but was completely awestruck by those exceptionally beautiful eyes. The state of confusion on the status bar was the best explanation. Confusion, a control-type state. When affected by this state, one cannot articulate language, thoughts are obstructed, and one mimics the actions of the subject for the duration. Follow me. Xing said this smoothly, turning his body while keeping his eyes locked on the cat girls. Until both entered the association's backstage together. Legally entered safe zone Pioneer Association's backstage. Luo could not control her feet, allowing herself to follow behind Xing Xing. Finally, Xing Xing came to a stop, the blue flames surrounding him subsiding. Sorry I had to do this. You went to the Merchant Association, right? To prevent them from eavesdropping, I had to use this magic. Luckily you are safe and sound. Please forgive me. The fox-eared lad's words were filled with guilt, his high ponytail falling to one side as he bowed deeply in apology. The cat girl quickly waved her hand saying, It's fine, it's fine. By the way, do you already know about it, senior? About the Huihui Merchant Association? Yes, Miss Lisa told me everything. I also want to thank you for your willingness to help Miss Lisa. Xing Xing maintained his bowing posture and said, Not noticing the unusualness of the association is my dereliction of duty. Senior, everyone had good intentions. Besides, isn't it more important now to prevent the Merchant Association's plans from succeeding? Suddenly Xing Xing trembled slightly, and Luo Luo was certain she did not missee. The fox-eared lad's ears perked up. Regarding this matter, the Merchant Association approached me earlier. The fox-eared lad straightened his back, but the ears atop his head drooped straight down. They said they wanted to cooperate closely with the Pioneer Association and asked me to sign a contract. However, their greed was too obvious, so I did not agree. After hearing Miss Lisa's explanation, I decided that the Huihui Merchant Association could not continue to succeed. Huihui City Hidden Area Task Shadow under Huihui, triggering world record point, calculating progress. Completed. Luo Luo felt puzzled. What was this world record point? She planned to ask Xion later. Stage reward settlement release, regional reputation raised to well-known, receive cat paw gloves, weeping blood blade, accurate location of the nearest secret mark fragment can be actively toggled. The cat girl was overjoyed. I just sent the venomous dagger for an upgrade not long ago and was worried about not having a suitable melee weapon. This reward is quite heartfelt. At the same time, a red marker appeared in the upper left corner of Luo Luo's mini-map. Opening the map, the cat girl wondered if she had clicked incorrectly, so she opened it again. The fact was Luo Luo was not mistaken. The nearest secret mark fragment was indeed in the Huihui Magic Academy. The task before the record point cannot be triggered again. Current attitude of Huihui City Forces Pioneer Association. Friendly, Huihui Magic Academy. Neutral, Huihui Merchant Association. Hostile. The second phase of the Shadow under Huihui task is now open. Task 1: to rescue the association mates trapped in the Merchant Association 03. Optional task: listen to Xing Xing's plan. So is there anything I can help with next? She confidently placed her hands on her hips while inquiring about Xing Xing. Luo Luo kept her composure, wondering if she could further advance the task. Realizing that tasks might be interconnected, Luo Luo thought that optional tasks might sometimes speed up task completion. Xing Xing hesitated, her hands clasped over her heart, her gaze flickering between Luo Luo's face and the empty corners of the room. Allah, Allah, our beloved little cat girl has returned. Why didn't you give us a heads up? We all thought you were captured by the Merchant Association. Allah. Breaking the silence was Miss Lisa, who propped her chin in her hand. Noticing the change in Xing Xing's expression, she stepped forward, leaning against his back, her hands gently resting on the little fox's hands, completely enveloping his fluffy head with her soft embrace. Miss Lisa skillfully stroked his head with one hand, while soothing in a voice that could lull one to sleep. It's okay, Xing Xing. We agreed, right? From now on we won't hide things from each other, and we'll find a way together, okay? Luo Luo was also fine. They would definitely meet again. After a moment of reassurance, Xing Xing's mood clearly calmed down. He sighed and slowly said, Actually, I have a plan to ask the principal of the Magic Academy for help. The principal? The cat girl tilted her head. It was the first time she had heard this title in the game. Even the official introduction stated there is a chance to see the principal of the Magic Academy during the Huihui coronation event. It should refer to the same person, right? Her. The daughter of the wind goddess, a high-cold genius, the principal of the Huihui Magic Academy, Aurora Fallries. Xing Xing knows her. That's impressive. Miss Lisa clasped her hands together and then patted Xing Xing's fluffy head. Yes, I would say I know her, but I wonder if she still remembers me. As she said this, the fox's ears drooped again, lacking vitality. Character Journal updated principal of the Huihui Magic Academy, Aurora. Optional task updated: accompany Su Xing Xing to the Magic Academy. How about this? I happen to need to go to the Magic Academy as well. Would you like me to accompany you, senior? That way we won't have to worry. And Miss Lisa, what do you think? Luo Luo winked at Miss Lisa, who immediately smiled in agreement. I think that's great. It's just a walk outside to relax and ease our minds. Xing Xing, you've been working hard lately. Don't worry, the association has me and everyone else, so go and have a good rest. Xing Xing looked towards the association counter, where 5 demi-human maids turned in unison, raising their hands and waving in his direction. Thank you, everyone. Thank you all. And Fox-eared Lang met the smiling faces around him, and an involuntary smile softened his own features. Xing Xing's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her heart swelling with warmth. Indeed, it did not matter if he remembered her or not. She was the head of the association. She had gone to the Academy of Magic solely to seek aid for others. Even if lingering resentment clouded his heart toward her, all she could do was accept it and then move forward. Blue-furred Fox reflected thus inwardly, his gaze steadily hardening as he turned once more toward the adorable cat girl beside him. And meanwhile, our cat girl found herself ensnared in the gravest crisis of her gaming life. Luo cried inwardly, disaster. This isn't mere pretense anymore. I've truly become a cat girl. Can one really be stripped of humanity just by playing a game? No, don't. My species has actually changed. And time rewound briefly. And Luo had just received her reward from the stage mission settlement. The very first thing, of course, was to check her attributes. Without even glancing at the details, she equipped the cat claw gloves, and instantly calamity struck. You have equipped the cat claw gloves, and, having simultaneously equipped the cat ear headband, cat tail ornament, and cat claw gloves, the three-piece set effect has been triggered. Species transformation path activated. Human collision. In transformation objective confirmed. Initiating species conversion. Complete. Your species has been transformed from human to collision. And species-based stat adjustments and bonuses have been synchronized to your account status. And you have acquired 3 race-exclusive abilities, feline eyes among others. In XIN. It's terrible. Absolutely terrible. What should I do? And while Miss Lisa spoke with Luo secretly typed a message to XIN, urgently requesting verification of her account status. The AI assistant watched, barely containing its mirth in thighs. Huh. How on earth did you manage that? I assumed you were only pretending for convenience. But now, huh? There we go. You're officially a Mew Mew. Shall I call you Mimi? Little Mimi. Ha ha ha. In silence. Are you deliberately mocking me? You're accusing me without proof. I'm a benevolent AI. I'd never overlook something so critical. And Luo typed furiously, fingers flying. Luckily, no one noticed her hands trembling midair. Don't slander me. As a being of innate compassion, I would never neglect such vital information. And have I ever misled you about game-related intelligence? This is my domain, my very reason for existence. I reviewed the interface when you claimed your reward. The special effect wasn't displayed. I surmise your occupational rank is too low. As a techno-exile, your current capabilities cannot fully perceive the hidden text embedded in high-tier items. Though admittedly, I might have seen it and chosen not to tell you. Muttering softly, and what did you just say? And Luo's tail puffed up in full alarm, bristling like a startled foxtail grass. SHHS, and the AI whistled teasingly into her ear. The catgirl, weary of banter, opened her character equipment panel beside the inventory, displaying gear effects on the left and accessory effects on the right, with total synergistic bonuses clearly summarized. Clicking any icon revealed detailed descriptions and hidden mechanics. Luo examined the accessory effects in cat ears. EX-bound 15 critical hit chance, dramatically expanded radar detection range, moderately reduces hostility from hostile creatures. Cat tail EX-bound 10 movement speed, significantly enhances agility and balance. Cat claws EX-bound increases base attack power for critical hits, currently 180, 10 chance to inflict bleeding on target per strike. If striking a weak point, bleeding probability rises to 30. Total accessory effect 10 Collision Triad unlocked, grants species transformation path to collision when cat ear headband, cat tail ornament, and cat claw gloves are equipped simultaneously. Transformation into collision and full activation of accessory abilities occurs upon fulfilling all conditions in 1. Wearing any single accessory for 10 cumulative hours. Completed. 2. Advancing the narrative once while in collision form. Completed in 3. Achieving regional reputation certification as a collision. Completed. Wait, this regional reputation. And Luo tapped further into the reputation description. Regional reputation, modest notoriety. You are recognized among NPCs and pioneers by the epithet, the Stoic Cat Girl. The Stoic Cat Girl. What in the world is that? And she steadied her breath and gathered her thoughts. The "x" suffix denoted beyond specification, meaning this collision set existed outside the game's standard 60-year evaluation system, classifying it as an exceptional artifact. In essence, the triad removed accessory limitations and amplified their original effects, though the enhancement far exceeded her expectations. Then, what was the cost? And surely that bound affix didn't mean what she feared, that she could never remove them again. She reached out and clicked the Unequip button. Bound equipment cannot be manually removed. Not Crimson pop-up confirmed her dread. It's over. Frantically, she opened her player profile and player name Luo Lun occupation artisan, hidden in secondary occupation beast tamer displayed primary and level 13 benefiting from collision racial bonuses and regional reputation bonuses in Hoyo City and HP, 80-80 defense 0-10 base movement speed 10 base, critical hit chance 10 rises to 100 against weak points base critical damage 180. Rises to 220 against weak points luck 30100 in title, Dancing with Wolves equipped in effect conceals player. Information, a 30 base critical damage. Increases weak point critical damage dynamic scaling, minimum 120 of base damage. Skills and lunge, LV. 5, 10 minutes, cooldown, a swift, unsteerable, unstoppable thrust in the direction of your gaze, inducing moderate fatigue equivalent to 10 deep squats. An active parry, LV. 2, 20 minutes, cooldown, a fatigue-free parry that guarantees 100 success on your next parry attempt. Lightfoot, stride, LV. 2 passive 5 base movement speed, reduced running fatigue. Stealth LV. 1 passive footsteps muted presence diminished. In feline eyes LV. 1 passive grants night vision. In higher levels unlock additional race exclusive abilities. Special ability unlocked hunter's instinct effect targets held in sight for 1 minute highlight weak points. Player gains access to basic information panels duration increases dynamically with level disparity if target exceeds player level. Status effects in fragile lineage permanent reduced maximum HP base defense set to 0. In Survivor's Wisdom permanent expanded threat perception range, greatly enhanced agility, increased base critical hit chance, click to expand details, proportional compensation applied to all other stats. Race unlocked collision transformed. It's over, completely over. I'm truly a catgirl now. Luo, what's wrong? Are you worried about everyone? The soft, sweet voice of the beautiful fox-eared boy reached the ears of the true catgirl. Her pupils trembling, Luo looked towards Xing meeting his gaze. At that moment Xing tilted his head back, his watery large eyes had already returned to gray, filled with concern for her. The unique crimson hue in his pupils was so distinctive that Luo found herself unconsciously calming down. When I think about it carefully, actually turning into a catgirl isn't so bad. My original profession destined me for slow leveling, unable to enjoy various pioneer bonuses. Now as a catgirl I can also benefit from regional reputation bonuses. Moreover, with this new guise interacting with NPCs no longer risks exposure. Looking at it this way, aside from the negative status of being a weak race, everything else is actually a good thing. Unintentionally, a surge of life-giving warmth radiated from behind her, abruptly halting her train of thought. As if sinking into a bean bag, a powerful sense of envelopment engulfed Luo. A reassuring whisper then reached her right cat ear. What are you thinking about? Our little catgirl. Oh, what? Luo hadn't expected to let out such a cute, spontaneous cry. The adorable sound drew the attention of the maids at the counter, as well as some bewildered players. Her body trembled slightly. Realizing something was wrong, she quickly covered her mouth. Miss Lisa, who was holding the catgirl, and Xing beside her both widened their eyes and surprised, their mouths slightly agape, seemingly not anticipating Luo's reaction. This is a bit hard to handle. My cat ears are itchy, yet it feels so good. Is this a side effect of the race change? Luo mused, inwardly feeling the warmth of Miss Lisa's breath near her ear while desperately suppressing any sound from escaping her lips. A faint, almost imperceptible smile curled at the corner of Miss Lisa's mouth. She stealthily slid her arms down to encircle the catgirl's belly, locking her hands together. She felt Luo's trembling gradually subside in her embrace. The 5 maids outside the counter shook their heads in silent unison, sighed, and averted their gazes from the captured Luo. In their hearts, they were already mourning for Luo. Miss Lisa, the renowned receptionist of the Huihui City Pioneer Association, was a married woman who remained perpetually energetic. With her flawless smile and all-embracing personality, she was a hot topic among players. In the unofficial forum poll, NPC you most want to max out affection, with top 100 she achieved the dazzling achievement of 3rd place out of a total of 10 million participants. Yet this NPC, considered by players to be unromanceable, harbored a little-known obsession petting beast-eared girls. To be precise, she loved anything fluffy. After the association began hiring demi-human employees, Miss Lisa would fondle the ears and tails of beast-eared maids every day. She was a severe case of an ear and tail fetishist. The dog-eared maid recalled previous incidents, her tail standing up in resistance. It's over. Once Sister Lisa finds your weakness, there's only one outcome. The centaur maid patted her chest. Good thing my ears didn't suffer much, otherwise I'd have. The ramhorn maid said softly, her tone petulant. You guys only get petted by Sister Lisa occasionally. I have to be held by her to sleep every single day. There's no such thing as you getting an advantage and still complaining. We want to be with Sister Lisa too. The other two demi-human maids protested in hushed tones. But no matter what, recently Sister Lisa had been negotiating with the merchant guild to protect them. She hadn't had a good night's sleep in a long time, nor had she petted them. As the saying goes, pent-up emotions will accumulate, and one day they will erupt all at once. In the past, when the association was busy, Sister Lisa would relax with fluffy things. But she hasn't had the time or opportunity lately. One can only imagine the hell this cat girl is about to face. So we're sorry, Luo Luo. Take on Sister Lisa's pent-up urges for us. We'll make it up to you later. The five of them silently clasped their hands in apology within their hearts. Back to Luo Luo, Miss Lisa blew warm puffs of air towards her cat ears. The sensitive cat girl instantly felt her waist go weak. All Luo Luo could do was focus on suppressing any sounds from escaping. Under Miss Lisa's exquisite technique, the tingling sensation from her ears caused her to go limp and collapse, surrendering herself to the warm vortex. Xing Xing's face flushed slightly. He covered his face with his hands, yet couldn't resist parting his fingers to peek at Luo Luo's plight. Don't look. Huh. Please. The cat girl's expression was utterly disheveled, her pleading tone laced with struggle. Hearing Luo Luo's lament, the fox-eared boy suddenly turned pale. He swallowed hard, as if recalling a bad memory from the past, and immediately turned to walk out of the association, leaving behind a parting remark. "I'll wait outside. Hang in there. Miss Lisa. Please. Don't. Huh. The feeling of total exhaustion was probably something like this. It had been a long time since she last experienced it. Uttering those words had used up all her strength. Now Luo Luo couldn't even speak. A memory suddenly flashed back to her. It was when she had just turned 15. Her mother called her out and engaged her in a sparring session that could hardly be called training. Huihui's mother was a martial artist, her lifelong knowledge inherited from a lost martial arts family. That day, as usual, her mother would give her a special lesson on her birthday. Although he wasn't particularly keen on martial arts, Huihui still kept up well with his mother's teachings, learning quite a few techniques. But everything changed at 15. It was the first time his mother's face was devoid of a smile as she trained him to the point of exhaustion. Just like Miss Lisa now. My little kitten like you was born to be devoured by big sister. Luo Luo gasped for air, lifting her head to look towards the source of the voice. Miss Lisa's long hair fell right above the cat girl's face, blocking the dim light. Completely limp, Luo Luo leaned against her, but found she couldn't make out Miss Lisa's specific features, only a pair of eyes. What kind of eyes were they? In the backlight, a pair of emerald green eyes glowed in the gloom. At first glance, they were dazzling like jewels. The cat girl saw clearly a cross-shaped pattern embedded within a circular one, an inorganic emerald green flickering in her pupils. In an instant, Miss Lisa closed her eyelids again, her face adorned with that ever-present warm smile. "I'm sorry, Luo Luo. I just can't control my emotions well. I want to say it one more time properly." Miss Lisa gently cradled Luo Luo's cat head, resting it on her lap. Luo Luo was so weak, she could only blink. "Thank you." Miss Lisa smiled. "Thank you." Miss Lisa's smile was so warm, as if the unsmiling Miss Lisa from before had never existed. As the face of the novice town, Miss Lisa was far from as simple as she appeared. Luo Luo sensed this intuitively. The abrupt shift in her demeanor sent a chill down the cat girl's spine, leaving her utterly bewildered. Miss Lisa spoke gently, her tone laden with meaning. "But for now, let's leave it at that. You still have things you must do. Xing Xing is a worrisome child, always trying to handle everything on her own. I entrust her to your care." A special status appeared on Luo Luo's status bar. The icon took the shape of a green leaf. Luo Luo glanced at it, and the status description popped up on its own, remarkably user-friendly. Blessing of the Holly Leaf, special status, lasts 6 hours. Effect: instantly restores stamina, reduces fatigue, boosts luck by 100, ensures 100 success on all non-magic attribute-related judgments. Luck boosted by 100. Miss Lisa is truly extraordinary. The cat girl barely stifled a gasp, silently elevating Miss Lisa's importance in her mind. Lisa pressed a finger to her lips in a playful gesture and whispered, "Just a little help. Don't tell the association, okay? It's a spell specially prepared for you, Luo Luo." As she spoke, Luo Luo felt her strength return, though a lingering numbness still tingled in her ears, and tail harmless as it was. The cat girl was back in full force. "Oh no, I forgot about Xin. That goof. She didn't see all of that, did she? Such an embarrassing black mark on her history. Being treated like a life-sized plush toy by an NPC big sister. If her family ever found out, that would be unbearable. Not only did I see everything, but I recorded it all. You're welcome. Who knew you Xiao Chu Nin could look so beautiful? Your charm just now rivals those streamers. Why not start an account and go live? Trust me, plenty of people would shower you with cash for this look. You. They'll throw a nut at you," muttering. The cat girl's face flushed, so red it could drip blood. She wanted to retort, but couldn't find the words, finally letting out a curse after a long pause. Because just moments ago she had indeed been lying in Miss Lisa's arms like a kitten helpless against the assault on her weak points. But a mere embarrassing memory couldn't defeat Luo Luo. Composing herself, she bid farewell to the association members reunited with Xing Xing outside and officially set off toward the Holly Leaf Magic Academy. The entire city of Holly Leaf was built along the mountain divided by altitude and investment into the clean upper city, the prosperous middle city, and the chaotic lower city. The Pioneer Association stood beside the square in the middle city with the upper city lying further uphill. The Holly Leaf Magic Academy was located in the upper city district. In the academy's direction stood a magic tower, so tall it rivaled the holly trees enveloping the city, visible from every corner of Holly Leaf City. It was said the principal's office was at the tower's summit. How ridiculous! A tower this high. How long would it take to climb? Luo Luo arrived at the academy gates and found the magic tower absurdly tall up close. Just a moment of looking up left her neck aching. About 2 hours, Su Xingxing said flatly, her tone as if she had done it herself, devoid of emotion. Really? Can't we just fly up with magic? The cat girl was nearly floored. Climbing a tower for 2 hours. She had rather play Dark Souls 5 on the hardest difficulty. 2 hours of suffering there would be more pleasant than this climb. Xingxing kept her eyes on the tower's peak and answered, we can. But the top floor has an anti-magic barrier that cancels flight spells, and the tower has a defense system. Hard to break through. Hard, not impossible. Luo Luo keenly caught the nuance in the fox-eared girl's words. So how do we meet the principal? The little cat girl asked directly without overthinking. Go climb, Luo Luo. Don't you have your own things to do? I can go alone. Thanks for coming with me. Xingxing offered a faint bittersweet smile. How can I do that? I said I'd see you through to the end. It's just climbing a tower, right? I've climbed before, even taller ones. Luo Luo planted her hands on her hips, striking a pose like a little adult, utterly adorable. Then let's go together. Su Xingxing nodded, her fox ears swaying. I remember we need to show ID to enter. Come on, you two. Right here on this pedestal. At the academy's entrance stood a pillar device identical to a beacon stone pedestal, but green in color. The two placed their IDs on the pedestal at the gate. Unlocked Holly Leaf City. Holly Leaf Magic Academy pedestal for quick magic travel. You have unlocked fast travel. Open the map to move quickly. Beacon stone pedestals exist near key buildings. Activate them by consuming a beacon stone or completing related quests. A teleport point. Finally, an open world really needs teleport points. No wonder something fell off before the cat girl thought. Luo Luo was relieved. But wait, didn't that mean she had wasted the free teleport earlier? Suddenly she writhed in discomfort, clutching her head. The pedestal spoke, identity verified. Please inject corresponding magical energy into the pedestal's core for authentication. Magical authentication. That wasn't required before. Su Xingxing, merely puzzled, and without caution reached out and touched the pedestal's core, channeling her blue-winged magical energy into the green center. An unexpected event occurred. A green teleportation array suddenly materialized beneath them, encircling both the cat girl Luo Luo and the fox-eared Xingxing. Realizing this might be a trap, Xingxing shouted, Luo Luo, get out. The fox-eared girl's body reacted faster than her mind. Even before the array fully formed, she began weaving a spell to push the cat girl out of its range. But the spell failed to manifest. By then it was too late to cast elemental magic. Luo Luo, lost in regret, hadn't noticed the teleportation array on the ground. When the green glow finally caught the cat girl's attention, all she saw was the little fox lunging toward her in a blinding white light. The two were instantly whisked away by the instantaneous teleportation array. After a brief loading, the data blocks receded like a tide. Luo Luo opened her eyes, and the scene before her left her momentarily at a loss for words. Entered safe zone, Holly Leaf Magic Academy principal's office. That's it. Just like that. So simple. Wait, where's Xingxing? Luo Luo stretched her limbs briefly on the spot and began to survey her surroundings. The first thing that caught her eye was books. Books everywhere. The first impression was chaos. The quaint and elegant principal's office was a complete mess, with heavy tomes of various styles scattered everywhere. On the floor, the desk, the chairs, and even floating in the air. There was hardly any space to set foot. Yet the furnishings here were remarkably simple. A large wooden desk and an office chair that looked exceptionally comfortable were the only two pieces of furniture in the room. Carefully sidestepping the books on the ground and in the air, Luo Luo shuffled over to the left side of the principal's office. On the left was an enormous floor-to-ceiling window that offered a panoramic view of Holly Leaf City. The Pioneer Association and the Holly Leaf Chamber of Commerce in the midtown, as well as the crude wooden huts in the lower city, were all laid out before her. After a quick glance, the cat-eared girl made a few nimble leaps to the principal's desk. On it sat a small pyramid-shaped crystal lamp inside, which 3 shimmering 360-degree characters glowed for principal use. Good heavens. As she drew closer, Luo noticed a delicate crystal figurine placed at one corner of the desk. Acquired someone's figurine. Description: no rank quest item. This is a handcrafted crystal figurine with exquisite details embodying someone's longing and ever-growing affection. A quest item. Better keep it. Let me be clear, as a qualified player, this is a necessary measure. Not stealing, just a matter of convenience. Who are you talking to, Luo? Xian Zin's sudden voice startled the cat-eared girl into a leap. Whoa, you idiot, don't pop out of nowhere. You scared me to death. Luo huffed. Anyway, since we're here, let's see what other items I can pick up. Moving to the right, she encountered another large glass window overlooking the academy's inner courtyard where many students in uniforms were idling about. She decided not to look further. After a thorough search, she found no more marked items. The books were non-portable objects covered in indecipherable script. Instinctively, Luo opened her quest log, hoping for guidance, only to find the system unresponsive. Current quest temporarily unable to switch. Please complete the current phase first. Ongoing quest: shadows under holly leaf. 2 red pop-ups blocked the quest interface. Hint: where is Xing? Not a specific quest guide, just a plain hint. Right? Xing and I used the same teleportation array. Where did he go? Xian, you've been quiet. Any ideas? The little AI replied. I'm stumped. Haven't you noticed? Your backpack is disabled. I've checked. Even the forum is inaccessible. I'm trying to bypass the user system and connect directly to the server. I feel terrible right now. Like all the doors in my house are locked, and only the living room is available. Alright, you work hard in there, and I'll handle the puzzles out here. I lost all faith in that last escape room, but he'll win it back this time. The cat-eared girl retreated to the principal's office door, grasped the handle, and gave it a firm twist. A pop-up appeared. Can't open. Locked. As expected, it's locked. Not this way. A small room puzzle like this only has 2 possible designs: either find a hidden key, or there's a hidden secret room. With all these books, if we're looking for a key, it could be hidden among them. If it's a secret room, there must be a puzzle mechanism. The quest hint is: where is Xing? The key is something related to Xing. So far, only the figurine is a quest item. Let's check it out. Luo took the crystal figurine from her inventory and examined it. An interactive circle appeared above it, and she tapped it. Hint: this is a figurine in the likeness of Su Xing. It seems to be able to resonate with other crystal objects. Su Xing. This doesn't look like her. The legs are so long, and there are 3 tails. If not for the lack of a huge chest, it'd be a fox lady, wouldn't it? The cat-eared girl puzzled over the figurine, turning it around until she spotted a tiny inscription on the base for Xing. With a twist, the base moved. A beam of light shot from the crystal figurine toward the crystal lamp on the desk, drawing her gaze. Inside the lamp, the characters began to rotate, transforming into the words, "Happy Birthday." The prismatic crystal letters were resplendent, clearly the product of immense effort. So it's a birthday gift for Xing. Sorry, principal, I'm only doing this for the puzzle. No sooner had she spoken than the wooden wall behind the principal's desk vanished, revealing a new space. The cat-eared girl hurried inside, only to find a multi-purpose living room. Calling it a living room was generous. The only real piece of furniture was a large pink bed. The first impression here was still chaos. Didn't the principal like to clean? The room, as large as the principal's office, was crammed with all sorts of flashy merchandise: posters, stickers, badges, bags, clothes, hats. In short, it was a collection of products, all bearing the image of Xing. A devoted fan were saved, but whether the fox on these items was really Xing remained to be confirmed. This is... Luo's gaze fell upon the bed, and anyone would be stunned. A life-sized body pillow featuring a tall fox with long blue hair. Xing. Dressed in a modest shrine maiden outfit with a smile that made one's heart itch. The curiosity about the pattern on the reverse side was irresistible. Not that Luo wanted to see it, of course. Just as her guilty hand reached for the clearly used pillow, a voice interrupted her sinful act. No. You can't fool me. You are Xing. I'm very familiar with your magical signature. Even if you've changed into this form. No matter what form you take, I will recognize you at first sight. The voice came from the other side of the room. The walls here weren't soundproof. Following the sound, Luo pressed herself against the pink wallpaper, crouched down, and put her right ear close to listen better. Well, that. No, don't say anything, Xing. I won't let you out of my sight again. No, you don't need to say anything, Xing. I won't let you leave my sight again. I have so much to tell you, and I've compiled our recent adventures into a little booklet, the one you bought for me. By the way, I succeeded. The generating magic you once envisioned has been realized. I'm sorry for talking so much. How does the tea taste? Is it good? I bought it from the kingdom of Nanyuan. Lolo pressed tightly against the wall, hearing Xing's voice. The tea is very good. The headmaster suddenly interrupted. As long as you like it, oh right, I also prepared your favorite egg yolk pastry preserved with the magic you taught me. Quick, try it. Skill upgraded stealth LV. 1 to LV. 2 listening and also counts as stealth. A miraculous judgment. The cat girl remained unperturbed, continuing to eavesdrop on their conversation. In the room out of Lolo's sight, the sound of chewing echoed. After a brief silence, Xingxing's voice came, Is it delicious? Oh, it's delicious. Headmaster. Actually, don't call me Headmaster anymore, it makes us sound distant. Call me by my name. Call me by my name. Oh, Headmaster Aurora. Didn't I say to drop the title? Hurry, call me Aurora. Aurora. Aurora, I actually came to. Xingxing's speech was too slow, always interrupted by Headmaster Aurora. That's right, he. Xingxing suddenly interrupted Aurora's laughter loudly. Aurora, I have serious matters to discuss. My companions are still outside. Companions? Aurora's tone clearly darkened, and her subsequent murmurs were low. Even Lolo's true cat ears struggled to catch all her words. What good is a sneaky cat? Like me? The young lady is Lord Xingxing. Rest assured, the cat will be fine. I can't hear clearly. Lolo mumbled, a bit anxious, trying to catch what the headmaster was saying. Thus she pressed most of her body against the wall, nearly leaving an imprint on her face. Who knew the wall collapsed? With a loud bang, the cat girl closed her eyes, holding her head as she stood up, discovering something pressing against her forehead, preventing her from straightening her back. Her vision cleared, but the scene in the room was somewhat perplexing. At first glance, Lolo saw Su Xingxing sitting upright on a luxurious little chair, only to realize that at some point he had changed into an ornate sky blue Lolita dress, which somehow suited him peculiarly well, but that wasn't the main point. The main point was that Xingxing's eyes were covered with a delicate blue satin ribbon, clearly meant to blindfold him. What's more, the cat girl was now being poked on the head by a wooden magic wand. Without a doubt, it was the headmaster using the magic wand to keep her down. Unable to raise her head, she naturally couldn't see the legendary headmaster's face, only the hem of the headmaster's robe and a long platinum-colored hair dragging on the floor. "Ah, here you are, sneaky cat. We were just talking about you." The headmaster's tone was icy, a stark contrast to the little girl who had just hosted tea. Aurora glanced up, noticing her social death room, and immediately panicked, just as Xingxing spoke from behind. "Is that you, Lolo?" "Aurora, don't go too far. We're here to discuss serious matters, and I need to undo your sealing spell." Aurora Falaris L was facing the greatest crisis of her life, one even greater than competing for family inheritance, as her super cozy, uniquely handcrafted love nest, made with the utmost affection, was about to be discovered by none other than Xingxing herself. In 0.5 seconds, Headmaster Aurora fully activated her genius brain, deducing the possible consequences of her love nest being exposed. Without exception, if her closest friend found out she had been viewing them in such a sordid light, she would undoubtedly be hated. Thus, in the remaining 0.5 seconds, her genius brain made a decision to do whatever it took to prevent being hated. It has to be this way. The Magic Tower's anti-magic barrier rejects elemental formation magic, so for generating magic like this, where elements do not form magic, but rather create substances, the anti-magic barrier is useless. Her sealing spell is essentially generating magic, albeit still inferior to Xingxing. After all, her generating magic was also learned from Xingxing. Just as Su Xingxing snapped her fingers, the headmaster enacted wall restoration, creating the illusion of a miracle while employing various self-created magics in the blink of an eye. She effectively blocked the possibility of social death on the other side of the wall. This entire operation completely astonished Lolo. From Xingxing's perspective, Lolo had been trapped in a corner of the room inside a cabinet. The sound moments ago was Lolo crashing through the cabinet door and falling to the ground. At this moment, Lolo even had her hands bound behind her back, her mouth covered with a strip of cloth, all orchestrated by the headmaster. The headmaster was terrifyingly capable. No wonder she was a genius, Lolo thought to herself. Aurora, you're Aurora. How did you get so small? Aurora trembled slightly, glaring harshly at the cat girl, conveying a message with her eyes. If you dare tell Xingxing anything about my room, you're finished. We'll discuss your matters later. The cat girl was unable to speak and had no choice but to respond with muffled sounds, nodding vigorously. Aurora turned around, facing Xingxing with a shy expression. I just didn't want you to see me like this. By the way, don't you think you have the right to comment on me? The saint candidate of the Blue Ear clan, haven't you shrunk too? I'm different. This is another form of generating magic. Aurora, stop deceiving me. You know my magical traits, and I know yours. Your magical traits are very unstable. What exactly happened in Qingye City during the 5 years I was gone? Aurora sighed as if drained. Another form. Truly as expected of Xingxing. Whether it's generating magic or being a person, I can't compare to you. As you said, my lifespan is limited. Oh, perhaps there's only 1 year left, maybe just 6 months. At most, after the coronation of Qingye, once the next Qingye Saintess is chosen, I'll have to say goodbye to the world. The headmaster's face barely showed a strong smile. Don't worry, I won't be harmed before then. Even if the 5 great disasters come, they won't be able to touch me, The smile forced by the academy head was fragmented, causing a sharp pain in Su Xingxing's heart. He knew there was a tremendous misunderstanding between him and the academy head. Aurora had always regarded Xingxing as a girl. Xingxing believed that the reason Aurora was so clingy was exactly this, and had never considered any other possibility. 5 years ago, due to this misunderstanding, the two had a huge quarrel. Xingxing thought so. The academy head had already forgotten, thinking that Xingxing was simply being difficult and didn't want to see her. Out of guilt and reluctance for a friend, Xingxing had disguised herself with transformation magic 3 months ago, past the interview with the Shui City Pioneer Association, and due to her outstanding performance and abilities took on the position of the association's leader, all out of a desire to see an old friend. However, even now he still wasn't mentally prepared to face his old friend. Hearing the academy head confess that her time was limited, the long-standing turmoil in his heart finally shattered, leaving only genuine concern for his friend. Yes, I should have thought of that possibility. Your surname is Iyer, the 3rd daughter of the Fulus family, and you have never paid much attention to your own matters. But have you ever considered that I worry about you too? I've been wanting to see you and apologize for the past 5 years. Xingxing said, clenching the hem of her skirt, her voice choked with emotion as the cries of her soul surged from her heated chest, causing Aurora to tremble uncontrollably. I'm sorry. I'm not Xingxing. I'm the one who should apologize. This touching scene was unrelated to our kitten girl, who flailed her body on the floor like a stranded fish, continuously letting out pitiful cries. Woo woo. It meant there was still someone here. Don't forget about me. I forgot about Lolo. Aurora, the past has nothing to do with her. We came here this time to discuss serious matters. Although I really want to say that the current predicament of Shui City also requires us to listen, perhaps we can offer some help. Xingxing untied the kitten girl's restraints, helping her sit in her chair while she stood beside her. The academy head resigned herself to fate, brushed her platinum hair with her hand, and sat down on a small stool, crossing her right leg over her left thigh. Let's talk together. I have a rough idea that you are here for the matter of the Merchant Association. I have heard some rumors. Let's make this clear first. Aurora raised a finger, pointing at the kitten girl. Since you are the helper Xingxing found, I will tentatively trust you on her behalf. However, if you dare to overstep your boundaries, you will bear the consequences yourself. The kitten girl nodded repeatedly. Next came the classic background story segment as the academy head conjured a miniature model of Shui City with magic. The current predicament of Shui City is multifaceted. The Academy, the Association, and the Merchant Association, as the 3 major organizations, jointly support the existence of Shui City. Originally, the Association would issue commissions, and the pioneers would clear threats near the city. The Academy would collect magical materials and provide magical items and scrolls to the Merchant Association. The Merchant Association would provide a venue for transactions and goods. It was a positive cycle benefiting all 3 parties. Until the appearance of that candidate Saintess, everything changed. I am not blaming her. On the contrary, I hold high hopes for her. It was already quite difficult for Shui City, once a heavy disaster area for magical creatures, to maintain such peace. However, this peace was only for humans. The Saintess included demi-humans as part of her protection, which was undoubtedly a good thing. There are many experienced adventurers among the demi-humans, which can complement the pioneers. It should have been like that, but those guys in the Merchant Association talking about human supremacy refused to see demi-humans as companions, openly and covertly discriminating against them. The Academy treats all potential talents equally, and the association has always been understaffed. As a result, the Merchant Association is the one benefiting the least. The head of the Merchant Association began to harbor ulterior motives. I don't know much, only that they are increasingly unwilling to trade with us, and the Academy's funding sources are decreasing, leaving little available funds. Xingxing timely added, they are planning to acquire the association. Many of the association's maids have fallen into their schemes and become slaves, but they still can't do anything to the body of the association. Is that so? That little brat is hiding it quite well. Even my informants are unaware of this. How strange. Besides, Hades has no reason to help the Merchant Association. The Academy head frowned deeply, pondering the motives and objectives of Hades and the Merchant Association. Forget it, it's not worth thinking about. The Iyer family is best at direct confrontation, and any small movements from the Merchant Association won't harm the foundation of Shui City. Hey Xingxing, do you know why Shui City can take root in the mountains of magical creatures? The fox-eyed boy answered directly. Is it because of the protection of the wind goddess? That's only half right. The 6 great Shui leaves that shade the sky are indeed a divine miracle, but what maintains its existence is the source of Shui underground of the Magic Academy. That is the foundation of Shui City's existence, and only the Academy heads of each generation can enter there. Simply put, it is the barrier against magical creatures for Shui City. With it, no magical creature can enter Shui City. However, the power of the source of Shui is not infinite. Every year, the Shui Saintess must go to the source of Shui to communicate with the goddess and offer something to maintain the connection between the source of Shui and the goddess. The Shui festival is frankly the ceremony for electing the Saintess. It has been like this until this year. Xingxing gasped in disbelief. Yes, its power is weakening, which has never happened before. I am currently using my own magical power to maintain the barrier of Shui City. It just has side effects, nothing serious. Another heart-wrenching smile. Xingxing could not control himself, leaning down to grasp Aurora's hands, pressing them to his forehead, as unknown feelings surged within him, but he could not cry. How could it be? Is there really no other way? Xingxing, do you know? Sometimes I wonder, what if one day you come to find me? Oh, how wonderful that would be. Then I could personally give you the gift. I have also thought about abandoning everything to seek you out, but I can't. My duty is to protect Shui City. On the day you left, I thought you would return the next day, but you didn't. Instead, my mother left this world the next day. I cannot forget her last words. We are the ones closest to and farthest from the wind goddess. The goddess granted us not only power, but also a mission. Protecting those whom the goddess wishes to protect is our mission. So Xingxing, I am the one who cannot be selfish. Shui City does not belong to anyone, but to everyone. I have to ensure that this city which my mother watched over continues in peace, even if the price is my life. Therefore, Xingxing, I am the least selfish person. Shui City does not belong to anyone, it belongs to everyone. No matter what, I must ensure that this city once watched over by my mother continues in peace, even if it costs me my life. After Aurora finished speaking, she gazed affectionately at the little fox, holding her hand tightly, her youthful face filled with determination, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions, joy, sorrow, and countless others. Despite the massive volume of text, the cat girl understood it well enough, concluding that it was not as good as beautiful disco. In Lolo's own words, the Merchant Guild was dissatisfied with the Saint's decisions and could not openly confront her, so they had to ensnare the subhumans of the Pioneer Association while attempting to completely buy off the guild's construction. Simultaneously, they isolated the academy in terms of information and weakened it economically. However, the former was troubled by the requirement of identification to enter the guild's backend, and the guild only handled transportation without mastering the academy's production techniques. The latter opted for a delaying tactic, as the guild could not directly sever ties with the academy at this time, thus engaging in covert actions to undermine the academy's influence over Shui City. The source of Shui is the device protecting Shui City, located underground under the supervision of the academy head. The Shaoi Festival series of tasks is to select the saint and maintain the device's operation. This is the progression of the main quest. Hidden tasks reveal the possibility of the academy head's death. However, the hidden tasks are indirectly birthed from the saint's actions, which is a terrifying degree of freedom. Players can indeed influence the world's direction. Then the question arises, why was that saint's decision able to pass? Can she directly determine the future of Shui City? Asking questions is a good habit of Lolo. The one answering the little cat girl is naturally the academy head, but she does not seem to be very pleasant. Are you really the helper that Xingxing found? You seem to know nothing at all. It sounds somewhat exaggerated to talk about deciding the future, but it is true that only the saint selected through the Shui festival can communicate with the goddess, allowing the source of Shui to continue providing the barrier's power. The first event of the Shui festival, the Shui Morning Assembly, is the first round of electing the saint, selecting a total of 10 saint candidates. The method is voting, with the content of the vote being development proposals for Shui City, with participation from the entire city. The first place can turn their proposal into a decision. Of course, as the guardian of Shui, I have a veto vote. Coincidentally, that saint's total votes were the highest. What's her name again? I remember now, Yoshi. She's that little girl. Her magical talent is quite good, although it's in the field of water attribute magic, but I don't mind. Oh, the cat girl suddenly realized that the golden title Shui Saint came about this way. Xingxing suddenly looked up determinedly, saying, Aurora, take me to the source of Shui. My generation magic can help. Looking at the little fox's remorseful expression, the academy head withdrew her small hand, gently patted the little fox's head, stroking her fur, and slowly spoke, I knew you would say that. This is my own choice, not your fault. I am very glad that you care about me so much. But, The academy head covered Xingxing's mouth with her hand, making a gesture of silence. Aurora withdrew her hand, subtly sniffed, cleared her throat, and shyly scratched her little face, but the source of Shaoi can only be activated during the Shaoi coronation, which is the day when the defensive energy is at its weakest. I understand what you are thinking. Yes, this year's Shui coronation needs to be advanced. My approach is to pour water into a wooden barrel that is already leaking. It can only delay the speed of leaking, not stop it. Therefore, Xingxing, this approach is something we can only do as guardians of Shui. You ask if there are other methods. There are indeed, but... After saying this, the academy head took out a wooden box, and inside lay a shard resembling a piece of ceramic. Xin immediately reminded Lolo in her mind that is another fragment of the secret pattern. Think about how to get it. After saying this, Lolo activated the location switch, discovering that the shard in front of her was marked with a red outline, clearly being the closest shard. It really is. How is it that it happens to be in the academy head's hands? This makes things difficult. Aurora said to them, this is a remnant left by Hades. You don't need to know who he is. The energy contained in this shard does not belong to any current type of magic, but its energy is immense, comparable to the source of Shui itself. If we can harness its power for the source of Shui, then we won't have to worry about the barrier's energy this year. Its energy is vast, perhaps it can work. Aurora, it's fine, you don't need to use your magic anymore. Xing's brow relaxed a little. No, Xing, this is just my conjecture. If it fails, I would be the sinner who destroys Shui City. I would rather overdraw my life to maintain until the day of the Shui coronation. Moreover, the new saint candidates have not yet emerged. It's fine. I am also someone who cherishes life, and I have already found a helper. Lolo had no place to interject in the following conversation. She coincidentally discovered that her backpack's bar could be used. So she opened the location guide for her secret pattern shard, and her eyes widened. The mark was underground at her location. Hades, what exactly do you want? Shui City is not something you can touch. It is one of the few cities still bearing the goddess miracles. Perhaps the goddess is within the city. Oh, do not be so ostentatious. You are the last person qualified to say that, Poseidon. Did you not submerge a city as your territory? I must possess a territory, otherwise how can I exert my power? The rugged man with sea blue hair heavily pounded the stone table, but the stone table remained unmoved, not even a scratch appearing. Inaudible curse, is that how you say it? I specifically waited for decades to find such a city without the goddess miracles and blessings. How can you come in and offend the goddess right away? Do you not want to live anymore? The elegantly toned white-haired beast man opened his abyss-like dark eyes and slowly said, there is a saying in the kingdom of Nanyan, those who walk different paths should not make plans together. It means that since our paths are different, there is no need to discuss matters together. You will not understand my thoughts, so I am too lazy to explain. To put it in terms you can understand, the greater the storm, the larger the fish. Shui City is already caught in a storm. I am merely a hunter waiting for the right moment to strike. The day after their conversation, Luo arrived at the blacksmith shop to pick up her upgraded weapon. Before she even entered, she saw Uncle Meiji standing outside with a worried expression. Uncle Meiji, how are you? The cat girl waved her hand and called out loudly to get his attention. The earth dragon dwarf Meiji spotted the cat girl at once and ran toward her with his sturdy little legs, suddenly embracing her hand and pulling her into the forging workshop. Before the little cat girl could say anything, the sweaty Uncle Meiji hurriedly took out a wrapped object from his storage bag and solemnly handed it to her. Here, open it and see for yourself. Luo uncovered the white cloth, revealing that the former venomous dagger had shed its ancient appearance, transformed into a short blade with a curved edge and a unique shape, designed for bloodletting, flat and moderately sized, with a forward center of gravity and a snake pattern on it. Acquired, awaiting naming description, good quality blue illustration. A named weapon that has undergone one upgrade. Naming will unlock its potential. So cool. The cat girl said seriously. Uncle Meiji rubbed his nose and squinted his eyes, saying, of course. Your Uncle Meiji's craftsmanship is unparalleled. Now the next step is the final upgrade, and I've been waiting for you for a long time. Luo was puzzled. Final step. Naming. Since it's a named weapon, isn't naming the last step? What else could be the final step? Answer me. The dwarf jumped up and down in anger, shaking his fist at the air. Let me remind you, naming a weapon is the highest form of weapon evolution, not only because of the strict conditions, but also due to the uncertainty of the name. A 50 upgrade failure rate is due to an improper name. You need to think of a good name. It may even affect the birth of the spirit tool. I said too much. Just consider the last sentence as if you didn't hear it, and don't tell anyone that I said this. Think of a good name. Luo looked at the transformed old soldier in her palm with its imposing snake pattern and recalled the struggle with the little dog. How about calling it Snake's Tooth? The weapon suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Naming successful. Acquired Snake's Tooth, attack power 25. Description, good quality blue illustration. A named weapon that has undergone one upgrade. The challenges it has overcome and the accumulated experience have exceeded limits. Through the reforging by a master blacksmith and the renaming by player Luo, it has gained the chance to challenge the next limit. Weapon effect, inherited venomous fung. Each attack has a 30 chance to inflict a poison debuff on the target. New effect, bloodletting. When dealing critical damage, this attack adds 10 of the original damage, activating once after every 5 critical hits, not resetting after combat. Special effect naming reward battle tested. It has defeated seemingly unbeatable foes, ignoring attack reduction when attacking enemies of a higher level. Ignoring attack reduction. My goodness, isn't that invincible? Except for fighting high-health foes in PvP, it's a massacre. Not bad, it seems the weapon has accepted this name. Uncle Meiji rubbed his beard and nodded. NPC side quest, where is the good weapon completed? Thank you, Uncle Meiji. The little cat girl thanked him obediently. Oh, you little girls sure know how to charm people. I must thank you for letting me indulge for a while. You should stay away from the central city for a while. The atmosphere towards half-breeds isn't good lately. I'm planning to go somewhere else to avoid the storm. Luo was immediately dumbfounded. What about wanting to enjoy your top-notch service? Uncle Meiji, are you leaving? Will the blacksmith shop still be open? Don't worry, the blacksmith shop will continue to operate. It's just changing hands. You should leave early too. I'm just a humble blacksmith, and in front of a contract from the Merchant Association, I can't change much. If you're looking for a good blacksmith, you might want to try your luck in Dondon Country. Although I won't be going back, I still have my old friends there, and I need to continue searching for the legendary weapon. Perhaps we'll meet again, little girl. NPC side quest, old friends accepted. Current quest, compassion is not a reason to occupy. Quest 1, return to Miss Lisa at the Pioneers Association. Cat. Is it Luo here? Luo jolted. She recognized the voice immediately. It's me, Amy. She introduced herself as Li Inwan, right? No, I'm not. I'm sorry, you've mistaken me for someone else. The little cat girl quickly cast a spell to escape, but was ruthlessly restrained by me, Ms. Iron grip on her wrist. Such great strength. What's going on? I can't break free. Uncle Meiji came out and saw the little cat being pulled back by me, and the pioneer standing frozen. He scratched his bald head and asked, do you know each other? By the way, miss, you're the last one. Let's see how it goes. The dwarf handed over a long staff, which was me, Ms. Wand. Thank you, Uncle Meiji. Are you leaving? Me smiled as she accepted her upgraded wand and lovingly stroked it. Yes, I can't stay any longer, but the blacksmith shop won't close. Maybe when things settle down, I'll come back. All right, Uncle Meiji, wish you a safe journey. Me said with a smile. Safe journey. That's truly a blessing, rich in the flavor of the leaves. Until we meet again. The dwarf shouldered his belongings and left. Me level 15. The little cat found her hand firmly grasped, unable to shake it off. Is it some kind of control item? She pouted and asked, Juan Wayner, do you need something? Mi's face lit up. You finally called my name. Here, you must have met my sister. She's been talking about you every day, saying she must see you again, so I came. Is that Saintess, your sister? Can you wait a moment? I still have some unfinished business. Luo averted her gaze, unwilling to look at Mi's face. Instead, me leaned closer and whispered in Luo's ear, I know everything. You work as a maid at the association. So my sister went ahead to wait for you at the association. Isn't she thoughtful? This kind of thoughtfulness I'd rather not have. Helplessly, Luo was forcibly dragged by the relentlessly persistent me to the 5th floor private room of the association. Noob weakling trash stronger than a woman. The little cat girl was left only with the taunts of Exine in her ears. Pushing open the private room door, she was greeted by familiar faces: Su Xingxing, Pai Yangda, Parker, Li Yoshi, and Miss Lisa. Along with herself and Li Inwan, there were a total of 6 people. The 5 members of the Fearless Blade Guild coordinated a convenient time to log in together and undertake a hidden quest. As launch day, players, the strategist suggested splitting into 2 teams, one to respond to the Dean's invitation, the other to advance the quest concurrently. In group-based quests, simultaneously pursuing multiple objectives carries the risk of questline corruption, triggering a rare quest integration event that consumes the task AI's processing capacity, but may also yield rewards from both parallel storylines. In the game Terra Frontier, Gaia, the developer's sole directive for players is singular, and it doubles as the world's overarching narrative objective to explore this continent. In other words, exploration imposes no constraints, so long as we avoid triggering system alerts. How we achieve our goals is entirely our own affair. This was a signature maxim uttered by the 5 long before they formed their guild, and before the strategist had even chosen the assassin class. Thus, within just 1 month of the game's launch, they abandoned the official tutorial path and ventured northward across the continent on their own initiative. They earned the exclusive achievement to the north, and over the course of more than 30 days completed the region-specific frontier quest Aurora's Azure. They received a cash reward directly from Hattori Studios, the game's developer, prompting waves of astonishment among players. You can actually earn real money playing this game. Subsequently, the 5 signed an official partnership with the studio, becoming a semi-official strategy division. For the first time, they revealed to the player base that frontier exploration demanded not only courage but cunning, and that every adventurer held the potential to become a legend upon the untrodden path. This unprecedented intervention by the developers ignited a continent-wide frontier fever, spawning countless guilds dedicated solely to exploration quests. The very peak of Terra Frontier Gaia's new player influx, when concurrent online users briefly surged past 100 million. Today, daily active users remain consistently above 80 million. So Xiaoling, you'll accompany the guild leader to the dean's office. Speak and DE will team up with me. Any objections? Speak raised her hand, agreed. Xiaoling nodded silently, Deadeye voiced no dissent. Only the guild leader attempted to protest, before Xiaoling gently covered his mouth. The tall, gaunt man with lifeless eyes gave a terse nod. Very well. No objections. Let's proceed. Xiaoling, you have the guild leader. Xiaoling secretly flashed the strategist a thumbs up. Current quest: present the invitation and attend the dean's audience in the principal's office. Xiaoling, what do you suppose the dean will say to us? Likely background context related to the hidden quest. After all, we've only cleared the prerequisite tasks. We don't even know the key figures or factions involved. How could we possibly complete it without that? Xiaoling beamed. A subtle, endearing smile offered to her elder brother. The guild leader, oblivious, sank into quiet contemplation, murmuring absently, don't know. I suspect it's not that simple. This hidden quest feels fundamentally different from those before. I'm gripped by an unsettling premonition. Xiaoling suddenly seized her brother's hand and broke into a run, glancing back with a playful grin. Honestly, brother, you overthink everything. Isn't the joy of gaming precisely in playing together? I'll always be by your side. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lord F, someone just sent me a message. The Darkblade sorceress raised her hand like a dutiful child, whispering softly to the strategist. Is it urgent? The assassin's question carried implicit weight. If yes, the matter required immediate action. If no, it could wait. A man and two women were cloaked in invisibility magic. Excessive noise would shatter the enchantment. Current quest: investigate the Tachibana Trading Consortium's intentions across 3 shops. 03, local faction alignment. Tachibana Trading Consortium. Hostile, the strategist thought inwardly. When did their alignment shift to hostile? Was it because we seized all their stored crystal shards? Infiltration via invisibility magic remains the standard solution for reconnaissance. Efficient and effortless, yet demanding strict adherence. Maintain a minimum distance of 2 meters from NPCs. Emit no sound exceeding 60 decibels. Stealth operations are his forte. Truthfully, this mission could be accomplished solo. Speak replied crisply, yes. Then stay here. DE, hold this position. I'll infiltrate alone. It's faster. Contact me immediately if anything arises. Deadeye applied several beneficial buffs to the strategist and erected a small containment ward on the spot, watching silently as the strategist departed and Speak logged out. The first shop was an ordinary trinket emporium. Following the quest marker, the strategist evaded staff and descended into the basement, cluttered with debris and, as expected, concealed in shadow a flawlessly crafted iron door. Lockpick check passed. Iron door open simple. Locks pose no obstacle to an assassin. His professional lockpick set having run dry, he'd improvised a compact dual-use tool, now perfectly suited for this moment. He eased the door open just wide enough to slip through, and was instantly overwhelmed by a rancid, acrid stench. Concealing himself fully, he activated absolute silence, erasing all traces of presence and sound for 30 minutes, then teleported inside with a swift displacement skill. Eyes adjusting to the dim light beyond the threshold, the strategist surveyed the chamber behind the door. Rows of iron cages filled the space, each holding an anthropomorphic being, limbs bound in magically reinforced shackles. Not a single cry escaped them, all appeared silenced by a potent magical suppression. Confirming no alternate exits, the assassin counted the captives and discovered a ledger listing 6 association members, 3 adventurers, 2 civilians. 11 captives total, matching the ledger. Photograph and archive the evidence immediately. A sharp click echoed behind him. Heart lurching, he vaulted onto the ceiling and fixed his gaze upon the iron door. No one there. Preparing to withdraw, he approached the doorway, only to find it relocked. Lockpick check failed. Door unopenable. Damn. My makeshift tool's durability is exhausted. There's no direct exit now. Requesting external assistance. The strategist dispelled absolute silence and messaged the alchemist outside for urgent support. Don't rush off just yet. Shall we have a proper conversation, uninvited guest? A chillingly elegant voice emanated from behind him. Instinct urged him to strike, but close-quarters combat is his weakness, especially in such confined quarters. Any misstep would mean instant death penalty. He suppressed his panic, turned slowly, and felt no surprise at the figure awaiting him. So, you're here after all, Hades. Why? The one who should be asking questions is me, assassin. What a coincidence meeting in such a shabby place. If possible, I wish we could have formally met at a Northern Palace ball. But before I answer your question, allow me to sincerely commend your skill. You are the first assassin in 50 years capable of taking my life with a single strike. If I were to grade the continent's assassins, you would undoubtedly be the pinnacle. The white-furred beast man Hades bowed respectfully, his fluffy tail wagging joyfully across the floor. Fef glanced at Hades' head. The NPC's name was displayed in white font indicating neutrality. Admittedly, the NPCs in Pioneering Gaia were extraordinary. They initiated conversations and advanced quests with remarkable AI sophistication. The assassin's astonishment was brief. Observing the neutral font, the dead-eyed otaku concluded internally, not a red font, so appropriate information exchange is possible. It seems my guess about this quest is correct. Ha-DC, a mysterious man with only 2 lines of introduction in the official NPC biography. The unknown information about him should be more than I imagined. Give me a hefty bounty of pioneering points. My ranking on the Pioneer leaderboard depends on you. Players who surpassed level 50 officially entered the Pioneer leaderboard, and ranking was determined by pioneering points. Pioneering points had many sources. The normal way, like completing quests, was one method. But to gain a large amount at once required alternative routes. Fef's summarized feasible paths included pioneering series quests, one-time collecting new NPC biography information, rare and unpredictable, discovering new classes. He himself had used this method, and raising regional reputation the easiest. No matter the inner turmoil, the assassin's fundamental skill, the poker face, remained unchanged. Coupled with his favorite dead-eyed expression in the game, it was the perfect facade for extracting information. He deliberately spoke coldly. If we met at a ball, it would be a fight to the death. Unexpected, the assassin has a sense of humor. I'm increasingly impressed by you. Then out of respect, I can tell you why I'm here. Obviously, I've come to rescue my demi-human kin. I have no reason to trust you. The staff officer's tone was icy. Your caution is correct, but as an assassin you failed in the most critical point. Hades' tone also shed its pretense, becoming cold and distinct. What a boom, a loud crash. As an assassin you value your life too much. Hades' voice was filled with mockery. Above the white beast man's head the font turned red, displaying his health 100x5. Before his vision was filled with data blocks, the careless assassin noticed that the surrounding cages and demi-humans had vanished, leaving only an empty room. In the final moment, Hades' font also turned red. The death penalty time is 30 minutes. You may choose to exit the game and wait 5 minutes, then select your respawn location from the following nodes. Damn, since when do NPCs in this game play tricks? Getting hit first is unavoidable. If only this game had items like smoke bombs. Muttering curses, the staff officer logged out of the game. You mean the trade association intends to harm you, so you need a bodyguard, correct? The guild leader felt an itch on his scalp. After listening to the academy head's mission briefing, it seemed his brain was growing. He never quite understood political intrigue missions. All he grasped was that the trade association wanted to trip up the academy, and the association and the academy head needed a bodyguard. Hey, speak went offline. Something at home. The guild leader noticed a cartoon black cat avatar in his friend list turn gray and muttered softly. The academy head, lounging gracefully in an office chair, nodded and blew gently into her teacup. You could put it that way. It's a protection mission lasting until the end of the Holly Leaf coronation. What do you think? Hey, race the contract magic's terms. Feel free to change anything you don't like. After speaking, the lowly academy head carefully tilted her teacup to let her lips taste the temperature. Hot, hot, hot. The temperature seemed unsuitable for her tender mouth. Zero, what do you think? The reward is decent and the timing is flexible. Though our current mission difficulty has increased, I think the academy head's questline overall shouldn't be hard. At worst, we'll have to defeat a boss above our level at the end. I've fully understood now. This game loves subverting expectations. It gives you a warning at the start, just like the pioneering quest. I bet that Hades, like Alexander, is just a one-time appearance, never to be seen again. Alright, brother, once you start talking about game content, you never stop. You'll scare the academy head away. Xiaoling smiled, rubbing her brother's face with both hands, then mimicked zipping her lips. Aurora, displeased at being called academy head by Xiaoling, said, It's principal. Call me principal. Can't you read the sign on the table? You're not allowed to call me academy head. Okay, academy head. Xiaoling replied, casually tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, and took the contract from the guild leader. Limited protection, quest protect Aurora Fallis L's personal safety. Location, the top floor of Holly Leaf Magic Academy. Principal's office. Personnel requirement, at least 3 people present simultaneously. Time daily 9/1500 from contract signing until the end of the Holly Leaf coronation. True name signatory 1, Aurora Fallis L. True name signatory 2. Xiaoling examined it carefully and found no issues, but out of caution said to her brother, Brother, shouldn't we ask everyone's opinion? A word enlightened the dreamer. The guild leader said cheerfully, as expected of Xiaoling, that's very reasonable. They'll message them right away. Huh, why is Shou Bang also offline? 2 people without a word. Seeing two grayed-out avatars in his friend list, the guild leader was baffled. He sent a message to the last alchemist whose avatar was a beaker. Shobang. Your old classmate Liu Shobang. Yes, that's my elementary school classmate. He's the only one still in touch. Didn't I tell you? I see, so he's Lord F, muttering softly. It's fine, I saw it on your terminal, brother. Terminal? Tisk no, why is everyone offline? The beaker avatar in their friend list also turned gray. Good morning, Shui City. After transforming into a true cat girl, Luo felt invigorated. Although she had 2 extra ears on top of her head and an undeniable sense of foreignness near her backside, overall, she was still not quite accustomed to the changes in this virtual body. Due to a strange balance, she had to walk on her toes for comfort, and remarkably, she often found herself tripping over her own tail. However, she didn't fall. Rather than inconvenience, it was more of a novel sensation. She could now hear more sounds and jump onto higher rooftops. Moreover, it would be better if Miss Lisa didn't occasionally gaze at her with that predatory look. After several tests, she felt that the racial bonuses were not only reflected in the numerical values, but also in other invisible key metrics that affected the gaming experience. For instance, her body felt lighter and more agile during movement. She had a better sense of control over her body, making even high-difficulty parkour moves manageable. In gaming terms, it was as if her internet speed was faster and input lag was lower. As a result, her reaction speed could be better utilized in this game. She even suspected that she could react to bullets in this game. By the way, since this is an engineering-related profession and involves technology, is it possible that I can create guns and high-tech equipment? Luo suddenly fell into deep thought. Good morning, I greet you, my dear. The little AI greeted the cat girl inappropriately. However, instead of her usual angry response, Luo replied with a kind smile, be good, don't call me that, people will laugh. UTM. Hey, someone's getting anxious, I won't say who. Hey, you're already crying. The cat girl waved her hand. Alright, I've pretty much adapted to this body. It's time to return to the main storyline. Is it for certification? Her tone was upbeat. Are you the goldfish's memory? Didn't we say you can't enter the underground of the Magic Academy right now? The cat girl's ears drooped in exasperation. The little AI stammered, too, didn't forget. I just wanted to remind you not to forget. Don't worry, I have a feeling that I will soon regain some of your management permissions, and perhaps I can also help you complete the hidden regional quests. Just trust my gaming intuition. A strange thunder tone from the little female spirit. Luo smiled gently. It's been a while since I've engaged in serious physical activity. Oh, previously it was all just child's play. Now it's time for the main course. I need to find a way to advance my profession. I discovered that the ability of Tech Survivor is even more useful than I anticipated, but aside from advancing my profession, there are no other ways to upgrade. Fortunately, after the 6-person meeting, she asked Miss Lisa about it. Her crafting profession's advancement task only had one last step left, collecting 3 design blueprints. So she took the risk of being interrogated by Miss Lisa once again, and without much hope inquired about the design blueprints. Unexpectedly, she made an unexpected gain. NPC affection side quest, my home accepted quest 1, I collect and submit the following monster drops: Spirit Tree Branch 01, Wood Spirit Soul 01, Spines of the Spike Bear 01, A Venom Gland 01. Expected reward: a good quality accessory design blueprint. Isn't the affection side quest only available for NPCs with affection? But isn't Miss Lisa an NPC without affection? Too many strange things have happened since she started playing the game, and Luo didn't have time to think more. Seeing the design blueprint, she hurriedly went out to complete the quest. Speaking of which, the collection elements in Gaia the Frontier are just too many. Design blueprints, crystal storage, and information about characters. There's just too much clutter. Who can remember it all? Moreover, design blueprints are hardly useful. I have a crafting table. What use do others have for design blueprints? Here it comes. But for the idiots who just talk without thinking, let former game manager Xion teach you well. Now is Xion's popular science time. In the worldview of Gaia the Frontier, design blueprints are the heritage left by a lost civilization. The records on them encompass various equipment. Players can hand over design blueprints to the furnace blacksmith to craft the items from the blueprints. Players can also collect the required items and craft them themselves, although the success rate of handcrafted items is relatively low. Crystal storage, on the other hand, is a magical product. Depending on the quality of the stored items, the color of the crystals will display different hues. Each crystal has a unique unlocking method, and ordinary players do not know what is inside the crystal before unlocking it. Currently, there is only one place in the game where players can reliably know the unlocking methods for crystal storage, which is located in the southern region of the continent near the sea, called the South Garden Nation. Though it's a nation, its actual area occupies a quarter of the Evergreen continent, and the South Garden Nation also monopolizes the technology of crystal storage. Furnace blacksmith. I remember Uncle McGee seems to have said that he is a master-level furnace blacksmith. Does that mean the creator's level also affects the quality of the crafted items? That's correct, you didn't remember wrong. That dwarf from the Earth Dragon race did introduce himself this way, and it has been recorded in your own character log. As the two talked, they arrived at their first destination, the lair of the Wood Spirit Elite Monster, 1-year-old, Wood Spirit level 20, Luo Luo level 13. Let's go farm for drops. With her left hand holding the named weapon, Serpent's Fang, and her right hand gripping the new weapon, Bloodcry Blade, the cat girl directly engaged in battle. She trusted her instincts and was also testing the practical performance of her new body. Before battling monsters, Luo Luo repeatedly emphasized to Xin that she didn't need assistance. After all, when they had fought the Spike Bear together, they had also been at different levels, but a significant reason for their successful conclusion was Xin's reminder of weaknesses. Now she wanted to defeat an elite monster on her own. The skill hunting instinct required her to keep the enemy in her line of sight for 1 minute. In other words, she had to keep moving while maintaining a constant gaze on the Wood Spirit's main body. Why keep moving? Because, with a loud bang, a sharp wooden spike suddenly shot up from where the cat girl had been standing, and then along the path she was advancing on. Wooden spikes erupted from the ground one after another, their speed nearly matching Luo Luo's own movement speed. With the dual assurance of equipment bonuses and skills, was her speed barely keeping up. Truly, it lived up to its reputation as a recognized rookie killer on the forum. Listening to the jarring sounds coming from behind her, Luo Luo couldn't help but think, no matter what, let me try out my new knife on you first. Luo Luo took a step forward, thrust. A flash emanated from her body as the thrust skill activated the tip of the snake Fang blade sinking deep into the Wood Spirit's body. A number floated in the air: 10. Glancing at the health bar above her field of vision, 100-year Wood Spirit level 20, HP 140150. The Wood Spirit's defense was formidable, no wonder it remained motionless. An ominous vibration spread beneath her feet. The cat-eared girl's heart tightened. She decisively released her left hand, shifting her center of gravity backward and leaping away from the Wood Spirit's vicinity. A ring of red wooden spikes erupted around the Wood Spirit's body. The young cat-eared girl's bottom tightened, though in the game injuries only induced a numbing sensation. If I hadn't dodged that IDB cat meat on a skewer, Luo Luo couldn't help but think. The Wood Spirit was a wood attribute monster with outstanding defense. Close combat was too dangerous, but moving beyond 10 meters would break its aggro range. Luo Luo was now fighting above her level. A single lapse could lead to instant death. It was best to take no damage. What about ranged attacks? Let's try the new bow I bought, Wind Piercer. Its maximum range is exactly 10 meters. The cat-eared girl stretched her left hand horizontally, selected the Wind Piercer from her quick bar, and mimicked the drawing motion she remembered. Right foot back, left hand vertical on the bow, draw the string, full draw, all in one fluid motion. Her back tightened, breath held at full draw, release the arrow, exhale, smooth and natural. Whoosh whoosh, the two leaves at the arrow's fletching rustled crisply. Do you have archery experience? Xin was stunned and couldn't help asking. I've only played archery games, nothing special, Luo Luo said while fixating on the flying arrow. The arrow flew straight toward the Wood Spirit's core, but just before impact, it was blocked by wooden spikes sprouting from the ground. I knew it wouldn't be easy. Elite monsters have their reasons. But time's almost up. A glowing red dot appeared above the Wood Spirit's core as the special skill Hunting Instinct activated. With a level difference of 7, the skill took longer to activate, about 1 minute and 30 seconds. Regardless, it seemed the top of its head was the weak point. The cat-eared girl shook her head. Attacking from above still required getting close. Using the same method, Luo Luo dashed straight toward the elite Wood Spirit. Her thrust skill was on cooldown, making the final stretch the most dangerous. She had to deal with that close-range area attack, then retreat. Luo Luo suddenly turned, facing away from the Wood Spirit, then pivoted to face the approaching spikes, shifted her center of gravity back, and activated the skill. Originally a displacement skill to avoid damage, the cat-eared girl now used it as a means to close in on the enemy quickly. However, the retreat skill had a long recovery. The abrupt shift in center of gravity left her body nearly at a 45-degree angle to the ground, making her prone to falling upon landing. But these challenges were nothing for a true cat-eared girl. She arched her back, curled her tail, flipped her hand to brace against the ground, and launched herself into the air. At the same moment she left the ground, the wooden spikes followed closely, nearly piercing her claws. Yet the weak point was right before her eyes. The Wood Spirit's body was heavily defended against both close and ranged attacks, but its top was wide open, the mana core within reach. For monsters, the mana core was the weak point. The cat-eared girl wouldn't miss such an opportunity. Both blades in her hands struck simultaneously at the green mana core. Weak point critical, 80. Weak point critical, 60. The health bar dropped to 0. The wood spirit dissolved layer by layer, scattering into data fragments. Level up LV. 13 LV. 14. Obtain wood essence 100-year log. That was nothing much, Luo said, dusting off her hands and twisting her neck. Next came the tedious grinding for materials. Her RPG player's hoarding instinct kicked in. Once she got high-level drops, she wanted to stockpile more. But elite monster lairs took time to respawn, so she'd have to try her luck in the wild. Farming the Thorn Bear Elite and the Holly Leaf Poison Elite followed the same logic. Fortunately, it was the latter half of the Holly Leaf hunting event, and no one was taking high-level elite monster commissions. Even so, Luo spent at least 6 hours, an entire afternoon, gathering materials. Back at the guild, she spotted the ever-smiling Miss Lisa on duty from afar. Nearby, several people were swooning over her. Miss Lisa's smile is truly the best. Yeah. Another person, the fact that Miss Lisa is a married woman is a major plus. Who gets it? Yeah. A third person, if we rank the maids at all the Pioneer guilds, Miss Lisa would definitely top the list. Yeah. All three together said, "Hey, are you a broken record? Can you only say one thing?" The three of them turned around to find a short-haired, sharp-looking cat-eared girl standing behind them. Under her black hair were violet pupils, and her baby-fat face was exceptionally cold. Luo stared at them, her tone icy. "Is there a problem?" "No, X3. The three shook their heads frantically. After the cat-eared girl hopped away, the remaining players whispered among themselves, "I remember her. She was the trainee maid when Miss Lisa was away. I think her name is Luo, but no one dares to say it." "Is it Luo? I just know a lot of people call her the cold-faced cat girl. She never smiles, and when someone approaches, she gives a cold smirk. It's terrifying. I think that's a cute point. Think about it, a cold-blooded cat girl who was an assassin forced by life to be a maid wearing a revealing maid uniform and forced to smile. Isn't that awesome? Damn, you're a true connoisseur, X2. Luo, you're back. Did you collect everything I asked for so quickly?" Miss Lisa rested her chin on her hand, her eyes lighting up as the young cat-eared girl approached. "Yes, I'm exhausted." Luo, submitted spirit tree branches, wood essence, thorn bear spines, toxic glands, NPC affinity side, quest my home, task 1 completed, hey, race the promised reward. Lisa took a design drawing from her storage pouch. Luo accepted the design drawing with both hands. Obtained quest reward, design drawing for holly leaf metal, item description, a design, drawing recording, how to craft a holly leaf metal. Materials can be prepared and forged by a furnace blacksmith or crafted by hand. "Thank you, Miss Lisa." Miss Lisa nodded with a smile. "I have high hopes for you, Luo. You might be tired of hearing this, but I still want to say, please take good care of Xing. After bidding Miss Lisa farewell, Luo walked toward the association's backstage to look for Su Xing. A quiet delight welled within her. Now I have 2 blueprints of finish the hidden task, and I will obtain a third, completing the profession advancement quest. Opening the quest log, she found that the special side quests and the 2 large regional hidden tasks were gone, merged into a single entry regional hidden task, merge the shadow beneath Chuai, stage 3. Primary quest 1, adding game time 180, proceed to the Chuai Merchant Guild to attend the Chuai Council. Quest description: on the eve of Chui's coronation, the 3 great powers customarily send representatives to the council. Please choose a side to represent. You have chosen the Tuo Wang's Association. Note, this quest is a turning point mission. It will decisively alter the state of Chuai City and the attitudes of the various factions. Please make your decision with caution. Indeed, a questline merge had occurred. When questlines conflict or events evolve beyond their original scripts, the system adjusts them. What players call a questline merge manifested as fewer quests but richer rewards. It is a sudden event players of Tuahuang Gaia relish discussing. Luo had encountered it as well, and this time the system had skipped the entire second stage, propelling her straight into the third. It was another vivid reminder of Tuahuang Gaia's vast freedom. Every player action rippled through the world. Every quest became an unpredictable stage where fate itself danced. Pull yourself together. Lord Xing, I leave the council to you. A lazy electronic voice answered in her ear. Let me be clear, I never promised anything. The quest can proceed, as it will, so long as you remember the certification. You ingrate. You promised, and I would buy you that graphics card. Did you forget? No. I beg you, my most beloved Luo, you will surely be magnanimous, won't you? Xingxin's voice suddenly grew syrupy. As Luo reached the dressing room door, the argument inside abruptly cut off their bickering. "Oh, trust me, a dress will be perfect." It was a lively, cheerful voice. Likely the dog girl made suggestion. "What? A dress?" Curiosity tugged at Luo. This time she was more discreet. Instead of leaning on the door to eavesdrop, she rested against the wooden wall, closed her eyes, and focused her cat ears to listen. Her hearing sharpened. The conversation inside was simple. "No, it should be this one. The princess gown is the way. The languid tone and soft breath suggested the horn-sheep maid. Both of you do not indulge private whims at a time like this. Su Xingxing is representing the association at the council. The clothes prepared for him must be dignified and natural, understood. The maid delivering the reprimand could only be the horse girl. Understood, so I think this casual outfit suits best. Su Xingxing rarely wears clothes like this. On second thought, refreshing shorts might be appropriate. No, I told you this is not a costume contest. The horse girl's voice penetrated the dressing room and made the cat girl outside startle. She trembled. From the other side of her ear came a soft, syrupy question, what's wrong? Luo, are you changing clothes too? No, not at all. Su Xingxing, you're here. Luo opened her eyes and quickly composed her expression, pretending she had merely dozed against the wall. Sorry, Miss Lisa asked me to handle something for a moment. Thank you for waiting. The little fox rubbed his hands anxiously. It's all right, no rush, senior. There's plenty of time. The cat girl closed her eyes and leaned back against the wall. I'll change quickly. Su Xingxing's reply trembled noticeably. Luo noticed that whenever she called him senior, Su Xingxing brightened. Was it because everyone at the association treated him like a child? From his stature, it seemed so. Su Xingxing was the shortest among the maids, his ears only as tall as hers. Su Xingxing pushed open the dressing room door. What are you all doing here? Oh. Su Xingxing, look at the clothes your sisters picked out for you. I told you. In Mailu, I won't wear girls' clothing. Besides, Miss Lisa has already prepared something. A sudden clatter ensued. The cat girl watched as 5 demi-human maids were unceremoniously driven from the dressing room. They tumbled out disheveled and all knelt on the floor. A little while later. Ugh. Miss Lisa, why would it be such an outfit? Su Xingxing emerged, her voice tiny as an insect's chirp. Oh. 5 voices exclaimed in unison. They were mesmerized, mouths agape, unable to find a word. What is it? Luo followed their gazes and saw the makeup that left one stunned, a sky blue off-shoulder sleeveless gown, white lace gloves that reached the elbow, and brilliant blue hair swept up at the nape. The simple ensemble highlighted the key features. The youthful face somehow appeared mature. Anyone glancing quickly would take this for a 16-year-old maiden, if they did not notice the pair of azure fox ears. Su Xingxing's face was aflame with shame. His eyes were fixed on the floor, and his hands clutched the hem of the gown. Yet the sight lent him an unexpected, delicate allure. The cat girl shivered. Miss Lisa appeared calmly behind Luo. Well, does it still fit Su Xingxing? Only Miss Lisa could pick such taste. Her sense of style is unmatched. The maid sighed with genuine admiration. Miss Lisa spoke with solemnity. This outfit is my magic garment. Its true form is a metal that can alter its appearance at the will of its magical bearer. I will lend it to Su Xingxing for now. More importantly, it can expend the owner's magic to resist negative enchantments. My magic, in short. It is the most suitable garb for this council. Hearing Lisa's description, the little cat girl suddenly realized, Miss Lisa, could it be the metal you gave me? Shoo. Lisa put a finger to her lips, signaling her not to speak openly. Indeed, the metal design Lisa had given her was not a simple trinket, but a portable equipment item that could be slotted in the accessory bar. Listening to Lisa's words, it can expend magic to resist negative enchantments. The cat girl reflected that she had built a physical combat path and had not yet unlocked an MP bar. Perhaps she should consider dual cultivation of magic and physique. All right, Luo, let's go to the council. Su Xingxing took several deep breaths and had calmed down. Are you really all right? I can ask Miss Lisa to change the outfit if you prefer. Luo watched the faintly flushed little fox with concern and asked gently. Xingxing looked at Luo and said earnestly, it's all right. This is the method I chose myself. This way the merchant guild will remain complacent, believing the association poses no threat and the plan can proceed. Isn't that what we decided? Earlier that day, Luo had been forcibly dragged by Li Yinwan into a small meeting. Including Law, there were only 6 attendees: Pioneer player Li Yinwan, ID AI Yoshi ID AI Mimi, both a player and a candidate for the Holly Leaf Saintess, the association's maid NPC Miss Lisa, the magical prodigy of the Blue Ear Fox clan Su Xingxing, the self-proclaimed Holly Leaf Know-It-All bard Piang de Parker, and the cat-eared NPC initially correct, who was actually a player Li Huihui ID Lala. A total of 6 people gathered in the association's private room. The room was modest with a round table directly facing the door, yet it perfectly accommodated 6 seats. A corner of Luo Yuo's mind twitched in disbelief as she gazed at the table, thinking, are they cosplaying the Knights of the Round Table? To be honest, she hadn't expected to fall so easily into Mi's trap. Her own resistance had been far too weak, and she was whisked into the room by Mi's relentless grip. Definitely not, because she was physically weaker, absolutely not. Mimi, as a Saintess candidate, sat regally in the seat facing the door, a smile playing on her lips, her hands folded beneath her chin. The enormous bow at the back of her head emitted a faint soft glow. When she saw the cat-eared girl appear at the door, her expression shifted from sudden delight to a troubled frown. As the door opened, me eagerly sought credit from her sister. See, sister, I always keep my promises. You said you wanted to see Luokir again, and here she is. Tada. Look. At the mention of Luokir, the reactions in the room varied. Mimi's expression was one of simple confusion. Su Xingxing remained expressionless, having used many pseudonyms himself. He was unfazed. Miss Lisa was the most surprised among them, cupping her face and murmuring, "Oh my, oh my." The bard was about to compose a poem, but a single glance from Lisa made him put away his lute, and he reluctantly abandoned the idea. After hearing her sister's inexplicable words, Mimi pressed a hand to her forehead in exasperation and spoke apologetically. Miss Cat, I'm truly sorry. My sister must have caused you a lot of trouble. As her elder sister, I apologize to you first. And I apologize to the two members of the association for the spectacle. Mimi's tone was clearly surprised, never expecting that Luoluo would be dragged here by her scatterbrained sister. Miss Lisa was the first to ease the tension. Not at all. Luoluo is an important member of our association. She has helped us immensely, and I am grateful. By the way, Miss Pioneer, the name Luokir is most likely a pseudonym. Luoluo was puzzled. How did Miss Lisa instantly know that me was a pioneer? A pseudonym? Sister, is that true? Miss gaze sharpened. It's true. I've confirmed with the two association members. Miss Cat's registered identity in the association is indeed Luoluo. Luokir is most likely a pseudonym. The association's records wouldn't lie, would they? This time Mimi responded with a smile, utterly at a loss with her sister. No. As if struck by a thunderbolt, me fell to her knees on the spot. As a cat-eared devotee, she had failed to gain the trust of even one cat-eared girl and felt her existence had lost all meaning. After this minor incident, at the request of Xingxing and Miss Lisa, Luoluo stayed. The reason was simple: she is a key part of our plan. The topic of the small meeting was how to deal with the Merchant Guild. Mimi, as a Saintess candidate, had long heard rumors of the guild's malicious intentions. For the safety of Hollyleaf City, and as a candidate, she felt it her duty to act. In truth, the discussion had concluded before the cat-eared girl arrived. The plan was taking shape. The key was the Hollyleaf Conference on the eve of the Hollyleaf coronation. According to tradition, representatives from the three factions would vote to select this year's Saintess for the Hollyleaf coronation. The Merchant Guild would undoubtedly resort to underhanded tactics, controlling the leaders of the Academy and the Association to coerce the other two factions and attempt to seize control of Hollyleaf City. It sounded counterintuitive, but from a practical standpoint, it was the most likely scenario. First, according to tradition, the voting representatives must be publicly recognized and approved by the goddess, otherwise the Saintess would not be acknowledged by the goddess. Thus, Miss Lisa had no chance of participating from the start, and might even be targeted by the guild. The association's representative was always Su Xingxing. The Academy's widely recognized and goddess-approved representative would inevitably be Principal Aurora. However, once Aurora left the magic tower, the energy consumption of the Hollyleaf source would accelerate, hastening the Hollyleaf coronation. The guild had surely learned that the principal's strength was waning and her lifespan was short. In other words, from the guild's perspective, the association's only combatant was the little fox Xingxing, while the Academy was a decrepit little lowly on her last legs. It seemed like the perfect opportunity. Moreover, the guild had always provided the venue for the election. A foolproof open conspiracy, a Hongmin banquet they had no choice but to attend. Now the guild is openly bribing pioneers. Through small-scale events, they aim to sideline the association. Whether it's task distribution, material collection and processing, or goods trading, they monopolize everything. The guild is silently and completely dominating Hollyleaf City's economy. The demi-humans are the guild's free labor. The pioneers become unwitting accomplices, and the guild's members just sit back and count their money. This is the future we must prevent. The bard Piang de Parker summed it up incisively. The cat-eared girl gave a mental thumbs-up, while said, "Damn it." Miss Lisa continued, "So at times like this, we need our little cat-eared girl to step in." What? Me. The cat-eared girl, who had been daydreaming, opened her mouth wide and pointed at herself in disbelief. Actually, when this year's Hollyleaf Saintess was chosen, the Hollyleaf coronation had already begun. Everything that follows is merely a form of ritual. Miss Lisa explained calmly, the Hollyleaf coronation is the Saintess crowning ceremony. On that day, she must depart from the Magic Academy, journey downward through the upper city, middle city, and lower city, witnessing wealth and prosperity, as well as poverty and simplicity. Finally, bearing the gazes and hopes of all, she must converse with the goddess and answer one of her questions. Wait, Luoluo suddenly felt something was off. Didn't the principal say that the Saintess was to offer something to the goddess? Why was Miss Lisa saying it was about answering a question? The cat girl looked at Su Xingxing, while the little fox remained motionless, not even furrowing a brow. Perhaps it was just a difference in their expressions. Luo Luo didn't delve deeper, merely considering that she was being overly sensitive. So it's time for our Luo Luo to take the stage. Miss Lisa shifted her tone, leaving the round table and walking to Luo Luo's seat. So where in what you just said do you need me? Did I miss something? The cat girl's mind couldn't keep up, still trapped in a state of self-doubt. Before she could react, a warm and slightly heavy pressure, filled with life energy, settled on her head. Miss Lisa from across the wooden chair gently embraced Luo Luo's cat head with half her bodice weight. Though Luo Luo was not particularly resistant to Miss Lisa's hugs, she couldn't help but shiver at the memory of when she first transformed into a cat girl during her most sensitive period and was overwhelmed due to that very position. This active embrace, however, appeared as a subtle hint to the others familiar with Miss Lisa. AI Mimi suddenly realized something, standing up abruptly and saying, "Oh right, it involves that too." Miss Lisa nodded in acknowledgement, leaving the cat girl utterly confused. As the younger sister AI also wore a puzzled expression, naively asking, "Sister, what are you talking about? What does this have to do with little Luo Luo?" "Hee, my foolish sister, let me answer you. Think about it. When Lord Xingxing and the principal cannot leave because of the Merchant Guild, where is the most dangerous place?" Luo Luo's mind began to connect the dots, and she blurted out the source of the Hinoki leaves. "Exactly. Lord Xingxing has already told us that the foundation of Hinoki City is the source of the Hinoki leaves, which serves as the energy hub sustaining the great Hinoki above. Ultimately, the actions of the Merchant Guild boil down to profit. As long as the guild achieves its goals, they will not act recklessly and will not touch the foundation of Hinoki City. After the principal leaves the academy, the only danger lies at the source of the Hinoki leaves." After a long silence, Su Xingxing finally found the opportunity to speak. "Yes. I want to thank everyone and the two pioneers. I am a friend of Aurora and wish to do something for her, so Luo Luo. I'm counting on you." A delicate wooden box was pushed in front of the cat girl, carefully opened to reveal another fragment of the secret pattern inside. Obtained a fragment of the secret pattern. Main quest: The Lost Civilization quest progress updated. Current main progress 6. Current task: collect secret pattern fragments 26. The voice of the little AI rang in Luo Luo's mind. What a breeze to obtain. Another key. Let me see what good things have been unlocked. Luo Luo continued, "I got this fragment from Aurora. I hope that during the Hinoki coronation, as in the Saintess, you will go to the source of the Hinoki leaves and use the power of the fragment to maintain the existence of the barrier, allowing the true Saintess to complete the ceremony. This is also Aurora's request. Subquest: The Last Wish has been accepted. Key task: place the secret pattern fragment into the source of the Hinoki leaves. This quest name." The cat girl's ears perked up. What does this sentence mean? As Luo Luo spoke, she raised her head to look in the direction of Xingxing, who offered no response, only sorrowfully looking away. So the principal's lifespan is insufficient to last until the conclusion of the Hinoki coronation. An inexplicable sadness welled up inside her. Though this was merely a game, and she was not well acquainted with Aurora, the thought that she might never see an NPC again reminded her of past games where NPCs sacrificed their lives for their beliefs. Even though those games could be restarted each time she witnessed those NPCs meeting their end, she could not help but shed tears, leaving a profound impression. Aurora Fulricel. Perhaps I will leave a corner in my memory to remember you. Luo Luo decided to remember this name well. Su Xingxing continued. Aurora said she could sense the remaining energy at the source of the Hinoki leaves. If all goes well, the energy will deplete during the tri-party talks, and then it will be up to you, Luo Luo. If anything unexpected happens, she will inform us. Xingxing timely interjected, "Isn't this a great opportunity? The certification location will most likely be at the source of the Hinoki leaves, giving us a chance to authenticate the key." "Oh, this newly unlocked function is." Luo Luo quietly responded to the AI, "I was thinking the same. I didn't expect Xingxing to trust me this much." Miss Lisa gently asked, "So Luo Luo, are you willing to give us one last push?" Perking up, the cat girl patted her tablet. "Though I am just an intern, I am still a member of the association. Leave it to me." The bard suddenly became inspired and took out a lute, only to be met with a fierce glare from Lisa that made him return to his obedient demeanor. And so the memories ended here. Luo Luo lagged behind Su Xingxing, who was dressed to the nines. The square was already packed with a crowd. Upon seeing the head of the association, the magical genius of the blue-eared fox clan, Lord Xingxing, everyone instinctively parted to make way. Amidst countless exclamations, there was no doubt that Xingxing's attire was quite eye-catching. How about our little cat girl? Naturally, she was also dressed by Miss Lisa. This was a modified maid outfit featuring a high slit for ease of movement. The black long sleeves fit snugly, made from breathable and comfortable fabric with excellent durability. With a white lace headband atop her head, when she closed her eyes, the aura of the cat girl made her look like a dignified head maid. Cat girl maid outfit modified defense 30. The defense is undoubtedly top-notch, specialized for wind attribute attacks, providing 50 resistance to wind magic. Beautiful in appearance and outstanding in attributes, it was a gift directly from Miss Lisa. Everything was perfect except it wasn't suitable for everyday wear, as it was too eye-catching. However, in the current situation, her outfit was just right. If she were not coming from the association, others would surely think that this was just some wealthy young ladies out for a stroll with their exclusive head maid. This wasn't her first time wearing women's clothing. She had already mastered the maid outfit. Compared to the stumbling Xingxing in front of her, she could now confidently show off the maid outfit to others even without closing her eyes. How? Luo snapped back to reality. She was a proper man in real life. How could she be pleased by the habit of wearing women's clothing in a game? Has it come again? Sighed the academy head Aurora as she looked at the invitation for the meeting in her hand, as if it were not a piece of paper, but a one-way ticket inviting her to hell. Headmaster, are you leaving the academy tower? Asked the president. Aurora took a deep look at the giant luminous fruit in the sky and said to the guards on duty today, Guard Yin and Ling No Ling. Yes, I am going to attend a meeting. The protective location of our contract is only the magic tower. You may stay here and wait for my return. Aurora put on the oversized headmaster's robe, symbolizing her identity. The green robe made her platinum hair shine even brighter, but it felt somewhat heavy for the shrunken Aurora. The lengthy hem brushed against the floor, and the overly long sleeves completely concealed her small hands. This appearance is not acceptable. Aurora took a deep breath, picked up the holly leaf cap, a symbol of the guardian of the holly, which looked quite ordinary, indistinguishable from a regular beret. But this was the hat her mother had entrusted to her before passing away. She recalled her mother's words from that day and whispered, "We are the closest and yet the farthest from the goddess of the wind. The goddess has granted us not only power, but also a mission. To protect those the goddess wishes to protect is our mission." Closing her eyes gently, the power and magic of the barriers surrounding the magic tower were entirely absorbed by the headmaster. A dazzling light radiated from the headmaster, her aura expanding, and her form began to change. The president and Xiao Ling widened their eyes in surprise as the headmaster, previously a petite girl, silently transformed into a cool, tall woman, standing 1.8 meters tall. The coolness described her appearance. The previously frail petite figure had vanished, replaced by a creamy matcha millefeuille. Headmaster, are you still the headmaster? Xiao Ling instinctively asked the beautiful lady, but as soon as she spoke she regretted it. Was this not a pointless question? If not the headmaster, then who else could be? The cool expression turned towards the two, her deep-set eyes dimming like stars. To their surprise, the cool woman apologized first. I apologize, both of you may not know yet, but this is my true appearance. However, my previous appearance was not false. The small figure was my childhood look. Due to certain reasons, I cannot reveal my childhood appearance. In any case, I am going to attend the Holy Maiden voting before the coronation of the Holly. You two can wait for my return. The president, clad in heavy armor, slowly stood up, using half his body to block the headmaster's path. No, headmaster. Please allow us to accompany you. We are pioneers, the group most focused on the spirit of the contract. More like the group most focused on rewards, right? Don't worry, even if the time is reduced, you will still receive what is due to you. The protective location stated in the contract is only here, the principal's office. I do not wish to repeat myself a third time. Aurora's tone was not high, yet her presence was formidable. This manner of speaking and demeanor was characteristic of the headmaster. A voice that seemed to belong to Xiao Ling came from behind the headmaster. But headmaster, you don't need to hide your physical condition, even from the bodyguards. Aurora was taken by surprise, quickly turning her head only to find nothing behind her except the desk. Above you, looking up, a sharp water sword hovered above the headmaster's head. Upon closer inspection, it was not just the water sword, but a phantom figure holding the water sword attached to the ceiling, locking eyes with Aurora. What are you trying to? The headmaster squinted her eyes. A vague voice came from the figure withdrawing the water sword. We mean no harm. However, just now the headmaster was completely unaware of my use of magic and the intent to kill. How can we rest assured to let the headmaster go alone to a dangerous place? Sigh. Aurora sighed again. Do as you wish, perhaps with you here it won't be so boring. The meeting location, not surprisingly, was chosen at the headquarters of the Holly Merchant Association, situated on the most bustling street in the central city, right next to the towering mountains, only about 2 kilometers away from the Holly Magic Academy. The lobby on the first floor was used as the grand venue for the meeting today, intended for the election of the Holy Maiden. It resembled a noble ball more than a meeting place. A massive crystal chandelier, hung from above, golden decorations were everywhere, and sparkling gems were embedded even in the marble columns. In the center of the hall was an open space, now serving as a dance floor, which would later become the venue for the election of the Holy Maiden. On either side of the hall were long marble low tables filled with a variety of exquisite delicacies. This clearly demonstrated the financial strength of the Merchant Association's owner. The grand venue and luxurious decorations made it clear that the hosts were not only from the Academy and the Association, but also included guests from other places. The purpose of the meeting was not merely to complete the election, but also to facilitate certain transactions. In fact, previous meetings had always been a commercial gathering, as every time the Holly City elected a holy maiden, a large number of nobles, merchants, or influential figures from various forces would come to visit. This was also one of the rare events to gain insight into the internal forces of Holly City, so none of the three parties dared to be negligent. Regardless of the Merchant Association, both the Association and the Academy could gain benefits from this meeting, such as cooperation with certain magical institutions, assistance from pioneering associations in other places, and so on. In short, such meetings were plentiful in benefits and served as an excellent venue to showcase social skills and cooperative value. Catgirl, Maid Head, and Little Fox Lady arrived at the front of the massive Merchant Association headquarters. An impeccably dressed, restrained old gentleman approached. "You must be Mr. Sue and Ms. Luo from the association, please follow me." Su Xingxing's eyes lit up as she elbowed the catgirl behind her. Luo. Whispering, "He called me Mr. He called me Mr. Whispering, the little fox trapped in gender narratives for years was thrilled. Luo was no longer troubled. Through powerful self-suggestion, she had shed the psychological burdens and negative emotions caused by cross-dressing and returned to a stable state. In human terms, she regarded her actions as a form of cosplay, and now she was playing the role of the head maid of Xingxing. Having stepped into the role of head maid, she felt obligated to take good care of Xingxing. The catgirl raised a finger, seriously reminding, "Lady Xingxing, this is the Merchant Association's territory. Please control your emotions at all times and do not reveal any flaws." Okay. The little fox, blushing, resembled a sheltered young lady, lowering her head in embarrassment for her earlier childish behavior. Entering the safe area, Shurya City headquarters of Shurya Chamber of Commerce. Current location, first floor lobby nearby teleportation base, has automatically synchronized. Mission target location confirmed. Please wait until game time 1800. Current ongoing task, shadows under Shurya, recommended level 50. The expected reward for this phase of the mission, purple level design, blueprint, advanced regional reputation. Stepping into the lobby, the luxuriousness overwhelmed Luo, nearly causing her to lose her composure as the head maid. Looking up at the crystal chandelier, the catgirl exclaimed in her mind, "The artistry of this scene is incredible. Oh, such exquisite patterns are remarkably displayed. The server's computing power behind Expedition Gaia is truly impressive." Seizing the opportunity to promote the company, the AI XIN exuberantly introduced, "Of course, there are not many servers that can fully utilize my supercomputing capabilities. The Heart of Siren, renowned alongside Pango Engine, was my original home. The Heart of Siren is a quantum consciousness computer that not only withstands my full operation, but also effectively processes every player's consciousness information and interaction needs." Lilo, being just a gamer, didn't quite grasp what XIN was saying, but felt the need to react. Okay, yes, hi. You're just brushing me off." The little AI's voice rose high. There was no way to hide after being seen through. Under the guidance of the old gentleman, the cat maid and the little fox heiress avoided the many gazes on the first floor and entered a corridor on the second floor through a hidden door. Unlike the overall lavishness of the first floor, the second floor had only a simple railing and paintings hung on the walls, allowing a view of the dance floor below through the openwork railing. The remaining areas consisted of closed suites that appeared to be quite expensive. Luo had no artistic sensibility and frowned at the abstract works. However, the little fox, well-versed in art, could even recognize the names of certain paintings on the wall. As XIN looked at them one by one, she named them Starry Sky Scream, and even the Ship of Mobius. The old gentleman leading the way turned to introduce the two behind him. "Yes, Mr. So you are indeed knowledgeable. You are not mistaken. These three paintings are indeed Starry Sky Scream and the Ship of Mobius, and they are not replicas. However, I know the location of the originals. The originals cannot be here," the little fox stated firmly. The old gentleman chuckled softly. "You are right. These three paintings are neither replicas nor originals, but are personally commissioned reproductions by our lord." Reproductions. Both XIN and Luo furrowed their brows even tighter. The catgirl silently thought, "Are you saying that a star, a super noodle man, and a flying ship need to be redrawn by someone? I don't understand, but I am profoundly shocked. We have arrived, ladies. This is a high-end suite specially prepared by our lord for the association. Please rest here for a moment. When the esteemed guests from the Academy arrive, you will be notified. If you need anything, you can use this bell, and someone will assist you." The old gentleman took out a golden bell from his inner pocket and solemnly handed it to XIN. "Sweet." Luo became alert. "Isn't this just a blatant form of house arrest?" The little fox seemed to notice the cat girl's concern and exchanged a glance with her. Luoluo privately pondered, are you hinting at something? To tell me not to worry and to refrain from acting recklessly. Su Xian flashed a sweet smile. Please convey my gratitude to the Chamber of Commerce's owner. Certainly, please rest well. If you wish to attend the ball, feel free to do so, or you can ring the bell for the servants to bring food. The old gentleman bowed and left in the opposite direction. For the final leg of the journey to Shurya Chamber of Commerce, the Academy head decided to walk. Although the straight-line distance between the two places was only 2 kilometers, taking the main road would require a considerable detour. Of course, the reason was not only to conserve remaining magical power, but also to show the people of the upper and middle cities that the current president of the Magic Academy still held authority and remained the protector of Shurya City. Sorry, these two cannot enter together. They are not on the guest list. An old gentleman stood in front of the president and Xiaoling. Although the mighty knight towered over the gentleman, who had to look up to see the president's head, the gentleman's tone showed no sign of wavering. At that moment, a magnetic male voice from a middle-aged man resonated from behind the three. What's the problem? Old man, let them in. The explorers are also our friends to be befriended, aren't they? The old gentleman bowed and stepped back, opening the door. As you command, my lord. Whose voice is that? The academy head instinctively looked back. A middle-aged man in a high hat wearing glasses and sporting a mustache stood behind the president. Turning around, the president in a business suit didn't expect the middle-aged man to introduce himself. First, hello, esteemed explorer. I am the owner of Shurya Chamber of Commerce. Vine Galio, you can call me Vine. President, it's been a while. You still look as beautiful as a jasmine on a high ridge. The aloof and regal Aurora narrowed her eyes and coldly articulated, so can we go in? Of course I keep my word. How about I introduce the magical organizations present this time? If you want to meet, I suggest you hurry. Many have come this time. There are 3 representatives from the Magic Academy, while previously there was only 1. Is that so? When does it start? Aurora asked with disinterest. The Chamber of Commerce owner glanced at his watch. In 10 minutes, let's hurry inside. The Academy head did not move, but coldly watched the man step inside the Chamber of Commerce first. Ladies, please allow me to lead the way as an apology. The old gentleman took a step forward. The Academy head entered the first-floor lobby and spotted Xine standing near the door, her face lighting up as she hurriedly approached the little fox. Halfway, Su Xine noticed her, raised her little hand in greeting in an adorable manner. Upon seeing Xine turn around, Aurora suddenly found herself speechless, quietly exclaiming, so beautiful. The voice reached Xine's ears, and the little fox in her blue off-shoulder dress blushed deeply. The two stood blushing at each other, feeling incredibly awkward. The two individuals blushed with shyness, neither daring to break the stalemate, standing apart in a corner unnoticed, a subtle distance between them. Too distant to feel familiar, yet too close to be like strangers. The little fox's hand froze in midair, her gaze drifting, feeling at a loss for words in response to the headmaster's remarks. Meanwhile, the elegant Aurora nervously rubbed her pale hands, unable to resist stealing glances at the beauty of Xingxing's gown. Headmaster Aurora realized that she had accidentally let slip her true feelings, and since Xingxing had hurt her, she was left uncertain about what to say next. Su Xingxing was already uncomfortable in her gown, and now not only had familiar faces seen her in this childish outfit, deepening unnecessary impressions, but she was also praised in person, making it increasingly difficult to clear up misunderstandings. Yet thinking about her old friend's condition left the little fox in a daze, her thoughts muddled. An old gentleman unexpectedly appeared between the two, interrupting the delicate atmosphere. Ladies, would you like me to notify the master to prepare some private time and space for you? Finding a way to relieve the tension, Aurora switched back to her authoritative demeanor, tilting her head slightly. As she spoke sternly, no need, the election cannot be delayed. The coronation of Xianji must start on time. She took a deep breath and extended a hand to Xingxing. Come on, let's walk together. Su Xingxing lifted her gaze and saw the expression on the headmaster's face. She realized that no matter what she said, it would be futile. All she needed to do was grasp the hand before her and accompany her friend on the final stretch of their journey. The old gentleman nodded and led the two through the crowd, arriving at the center of the hall's dance floor. In the center of the dance floor, the president, dressed in a formal suit, was surrounded by many alluring NPCs. The robust and powerful figure of the honorary knight was striking, standing tall above the crowd with a physique that made his suit appear almost like a straitjacket, clearly not to be trifled with. As soon as the president appeared, he drew the attention and curiosity of many noble merchants, some bold enough to approach him. Hey there, your physique is impressive. Oh, would you like to dance with me? Are you a knight? My knight is as tall as you, but not as muscular. There were even quite a few who took the opportunity to be inappropriate, causing the president's face to pale. Originally wanting to withdraw, the president suddenly found himself with nowhere to escape, his social anxiety flaring up, his speech system failing. Lolo, still immersed in her identity as the Catgirl, maintained an impeccable aura while standing at the edge of the second-floor railing. She noticed the chaos below and also saw a striking man approaching her from behind. The man initiated the conversation. "Hello, Miss Lolo. I am the head of the Xianji Chamber of Commerce, Vines Galliu. You can simply call me Vines." "Hello, Mr. Vines. What can I do for you?" Lolo replied, cautiously unsure of the other party's intentions. Why would the head of the Commerce Chamber seek her out? Is she famous? Vines smiled faintly, without making a sound, simply tilting his head slightly. The butler stepped forward, opening the box he was carrying and displaying its contents. Although the Catgirl's technological relic ability had not activated any discerning, I could see that the box contained a blueprint, likely a design plan, given the aura of the object. The butler then closed the box and presented it to Lolo. "What does this mean, Mr. Vines?" the Catgirl asked, her gaze sharpening with confusion. "I know you don't like pleasantries, so let's get straight to the point. In a word, I want to buy your usage rights for tonight with this design blueprint." This statement truly left Lolo puzzled. What did he mean by usage rights for tonight? Was it what she thought? "Sorry, mister, but we're not on a date." Seeing the Catgirl maid's expression gradually turn to disdain and disgust, the chamber master simply laughed and explained, "You may have misunderstood something. Although your disguise is quite good, even able to fool that headmaster and the magical genius here, information and money are equally important. Even the most mysterious individuals leave traces of their existence in this world. In other words, you are an explorer, right?" Lolo no longer looked down on the NPC uncle before her. Although the conclusion that she was an explorer was incorrect from the player's perspective, it was accurate. She was not a local and knew nothing about Xianji City. The man with the mustache continued, "After illegally invading our warehouse, you dare to swagger into our Commerce Chamber store for shopping. You truly are either very courageous or rather naive. Or simply adorable. Let me put it this way, the usage rights do not mean you must obey me, but rather I hope you can remain neutral during the upcoming discussions. The deposit is this design blueprint. I know you value design plans highly, and you can consider it my sincerity. What do you say, Miss Lolo?" Without a mission pop-up warning, it indicated that this interaction might not significantly impact any tasks. Perhaps she could accept it. Just in time, her class advancement quest only lacked this design blueprint. Lolo was very curious about what new abilities her next class would have. Shinshin also did not jump in to offer any opinions, and suddenly fell silent as before. "All right, then I'll accept it." Vines nodded in approval. "Good, you are a wise person. I knew I was not mistaken. The conference is about to begin. Oh, why not join us? Thanks for the invitation, but no thanks." Lolo swiftly leaped down from the second floor, disappearing into the crowd. The lights in the hall went out, and a beam of light appeared at the front of the dance floor, where Vines Galliu stood. Standing on the large staircase between the first and second floors, Vines announced loudly to all in attendance, "Thank you all for dedicating your precious time to attend the grand event of Xianji City, the Xianji Festival. Next up is the most important part of this year, the election of the Saintess of Xianji." The man adjusted his glasses. "Allow me to introduce the representative from Xianji Magic Academy, Aurora Fulrisiel." With the reflection of crystals, another beam of light illuminated the center of the crowd, revealing a tall and cold beauty, making a stunning entrance. As the pillar of Xianji City, Xianji Magic Academy has always been an excellent inheritor of the goddess Will. Aurora scoffed disdainfully at Vinus' words. The man did not look at Aurora, but continued with the introduction. "The other representative is from the Explorer Association, Su Xingxing. He is a magical genius of the Blurred Fox clan and can be said to be the best embodiment of the pioneering spirit." The crystal shot out light, illuminating beside Aurora, making Xingxing's adorable features stand out even more, evoking gasps and praises from the hall. "Is that her? So young. I love her figure. I could just sweep her away. She's so beautiful. Hurry and take her home with you." Item description: a design blueprint detailing how to create a small launcher from a lost civilization, which can be crafted by the forge blacksmith with the prepared materials or made manually. Detected and obtained the design blueprints for the flying bird armor, holly leaf metal, and small launcher. Completed the manual labor class advancement task. The level 15 requirement has been met, and you have unlocked your first job change opportunity. Finally, the moment has arrived. Job change, literally meaning to switch professions, generally refers to an opportunity in games to change the original profession. In traditional role-playing games, such as Dragon vs. Hero and Dungeon Fighter, where professions significantly affect gameplay experience, the profession is a crucial aspect that determines the style and strategy of play. Thus, it is common to encounter players who, after experiencing certain professions, find that their choices do not align with their expectations, which affects their gaming experience, yet they do not wish to abandon the time they have invested. The job change serves as a chance for such players to reconsider, and in Expedition Gaia this option naturally exists. Whenever a player's level reaches 15, 25, or 45, and they complete the advancement task for their profession, a job change opportunity is unlocked, allowing players to change jobs 3 times before level 50. In the profession system of Expedition Gaia, the development paths for the 3 basic professions, swordsman, archer, and mage, are independent and unique, while job changes allow players originally classified as swordsmen to utilize magic, exemplified by the magic swordsman. The common way to acquire a new profession is to complete the profession advancement task, though there are other methods. The assassin class is an example of a non-traditional path. In Expedition Gaia, there are 2 methods to utilize job changes. One is to reselect a corresponding profession on another path, clearing skills and experience, commonly known as resetting. The other is to choose a fusion profession on a different path, retaining skills and experience, but typically fusion professions lack higher tier classes, effectively capping them, known as locking professions. Naturally, players may also choose to retain their job change opportunity and continue along their original profession's development path for future use. However, for our Lolo, the job change is not particularly useful, as her current development path is independent of the other 3 professions, rendering the job change feature entirely unnecessary. So I can't use it. What a disappointment. I was so excited for nothing. The job change function button was dimmed, and clicking it yielded no response. The cat girl wasn't looking to change jobs after all. She had worked hard to unlock her new profession and intended to fully explore it. She was merely curious about the job change function. A system pop-up appeared. Job change function temporarily unavailable. Please contact official support. Lolo, meow. Is it haunted? The small AI's anxious voice rang out. You almost exposed my existence, did you know? Thankfully, I reacted quickly and canceled the system's reverse tracking. Reverse tracking. Isn't it against the rules for consciousness-linked games to reverse track users' personal accounts? Lolo questioned. It's not that it can't be done, but it's not allowed in principle. The Consciousness Protection Act explicitly states that no entity or individual can track a person's consciousness without permission. Everyone knows it poses risks to both parties. However, if it's in violation of the game agreement, that's another matter. Your current account was originally using an illegal account with undisclosed content, and it was only under my disguise that it wasn't flagged by the system. If you proactively contact the officials, you could be held accountable. What will happen? The cat girl asked, trembling with fear. At the very least, your account will be suspended. At worst, there could be fines. Suspension? I don't want that. Xion said, so you realize how severe the consequences could be. Keep a low profile, not only for your sake, but for mine as well. Then I guess I'll check what the new profession is. Lolo blushed, looking at the new profession name, Profession Scavenger. Collection ability enhanced. Inherits the abilities of your previous profession and upgrades them with unique characteristics, gaining new professional abilities. Tech Survivor. You possess unique intuition and innovative thinking, allowing you to directly discover hidden characteristics of items. Partially displayed abilities not complete. You can process different items to discover new characteristics while marking the materials you already possess that can be processed. Marking items related to lost civilizations. Accumulating inspiration when obtaining them for the first time can be upgraded. Turning stone to gold. You can apply the rigidity characteristic to 3 designated items. During synthesis operations, significantly reduce time consumption and greatly increase success probability. When decomposing items, there is no time consumption, and the original materials of the decomposed items are fully returned. When collecting items, increase drop amounts, and the probability of rare item drops under testing can be upgraded. Inspiration consumable profession-specific consumption points. You can use 1 point of inspiration to view the processing results of items. Rigidity consumable enhances the quality of items when used on them and improves durability when used on equipment. The descriptions of feelings are more detailed and accurate now. Moreover, the newly added abilities are quite practical. For example, increasing material drop rates and the chances of rare items dropping is quite nice, although this inspiration. Being able to view the results of item processing, I'm still not clear on its usefulness. In any case, it is a good thing to advance the profession. The rigidity attribute is currently of no use, so it's better to save this consumable ability for later. It will surely come in handy. Suddenly, the surroundings plunged into darkness. A beam of light shone into the distance. Everyone. A voice resounded, capturing the attention of everyone in the hall. It was Mr. Fine. The man with a handlebar mustache was enthusiastically making an opening introduction. However, Lolo was not in the mood to listen. She seriously checked her weapons and the status of her shortcut bar, as she needed to proceed to the source of holly leaves. When selecting the Saintess, placing the secret pattern fragment inside to complete the task and for key authentication. But the question arose, should she authenticate first or complete the principal's task? You say the order doesn't matter. No. The order is the most important. If the key authentication takes time, wouldn't that occupy the process? It would be inconvenient to continue the task later. The cat girl was amazed by her own brilliant wisdom. Thus, after a brief moment of hesitation, Lolo decided to complete the task first before the key authentication. Let Xin wait a little longer. There's no need to consider the little AI's feelings. Luo had planned well, but reality always outpaced her intentions. A beam of light struck down, landing just ahead to her left. Platinum blonde hair. Was the academy head this tall? Before she could ponder further, another beam of light descended, landing precisely 2 meters in front of the cat-eared girl. It was Su Xingxing, clad in a sky blue gown. Her smooth bare back was left unconcealed, her delicate shoulder lines petite and charming, and the little fox's blue hair shimmered radiantly. The surrounding crowd began to stir and grow restless, with unsettling, degenerate remarks occasionally drifting through the throng. Upon closer listening, they were all expressions of admiration for Xingxing, though not without a few lewd comments, which gave the cat-eared girl a renewed understanding of the lethal allure of Xingxing's appearance. She sighed inwardly. Are all NPCs this repressed? Kinda scary. Mr. Vine descended the stairs, spreading his arms wide. Then let us begin the Saintess election. A blinding light shone down from above, engulfing the entire dance floor. The crowd, as if by prior agreement, vacated the floor. Luo, caught off guard, stood frozen in a daze, only to find herself directly behind Xingxing, with no NPCs surrounding her anymore. A sudden wave of heat rushed over her, and she immediately stood ramrod straight, like a student caught off guard by a teacher's random question in class, unable to answer, and left standing awkwardly. This overwhelming sense of being forced into public embarrassment made the cat-eared girl's tail involuntarily stand on end. She feigned composure, but was already drenched in sweat. Glancing to the side, she was relieved to find she wasn't alone. Behind the seemingly academy head-like older woman stood 2 people, a man exuding righteousness and a sweet-looking girl who appeared to be his girlfriend. But she had missed her best chance to escape. Moving now would be inappropriate. Better to first see what unfolds and find an opportunity to slip away. Mr. Vine clapped his hands, and an opaque, pitch-black magical barrier abruptly materialized, enveloping them all. The NPCs outside, utterly bewildered and unable to see or hear what was happening inside, naturally began to stir in agitation. Mr. Vine, quite the grand welcome, isn't it? Can't keep up the act anymore, said the academy head, arms crossed. Just a small precautionary measure. I trust no one will mind. A sinister smile curled on Vine Gario's lips. Dressed entirely in black with a mustache that obscured his lips, no matter how he smiled, it only made him look more treacherous. Aurora's face wore an expression of speechless exasperation, still lying even now. Her tone was icy. Precautionary measure. How then? Could you please explain the guest in your shadow? Mr. Vine merely smiled silently, but the shadow beneath his feet began to writhe, then swell outward until it took the form of a robust white-furred canine beast man. Before the figure could execute a proper aristocratic bow, the righteous man bellowed, Hades, why are you here? Oh my honorable knight, it's terribly rude to interrupt when someone's about to introduce themselves. These 2 young ladies allow me to formally present myself. I am Hades of the canine subrace, more or less. A pleasure to meet you. He displayed no hostility, and his tone was utterly relaxed, yet Xingxing and Luo dared not let their guard down, both assuming combat-ready stances on high alert. The bold red text above, Hades level 80, was enough to send chills down Luo's spine. What kind of monster was this? Why was there an enemy of level 80? Mr. Vine's voice turned grim. Don't waste time, Hades. Don't forget our objective. Of course not. My barrier isn't just a simple shield, it's a multi-purpose magic array. Extended subjective time erosion reduction, mere trifles. The most important thing is directional teleportation. Before his words faded, a flash blinded everyone. Loading, please wait. TIP current boss battles are limited to 3 types: normal, encounter, and berserk. Encounter-type boss battles impose restrictions and reductions on the boss actions and stats. Make good use of encounter-type battles to learn the boss mechanics. Gone was the confined space of the barrier. Instead, stone walls illuminated by green light surrounded them. Was this a cave? A pop-up indicated the location. Entered final quest location: underground of Huihui City, source of Huihui. A frenzied voice echoed through the cavern. The source of Huihui. Finally I've found you. Now, you'll be mine, and Huihui City will be completely under my control. Everyone watched in silence as Vine Gario revealed his true face, spouting mad lines. But why did the source of Huihui look like a telephone booth? To be precise, it stood in the center of the cavern, resembling a telephone booth made of a cheap-looking glowing green material. There was nothing else. Only one possibility remained: the source of Huihui was indeed a telephone booth. Only Luo and the other players showed astonishment. No one made a sound as Hades' barrier was forcibly restraining the academy head Xingxing and the others. Of course, seeing the massive question marks in her status bar, Luo understood this must be some kind of forced cutscene. The question mark effects kept expiring and refreshing, numbering as many as 4. Paralyzed from the neck down, unable to use hotbar items, unable to open the system control panel, unable to speak. Such a level of debilitating control was frankly a bit excessive. Hades turned and bowed to Luo and the others, his elegant tone grating. "Thank you, Miss Cat-eared. Had you not come, I wouldn't have been able to achieve this win-win situation." Seeing the cat-eared girl frown, the white-furred beast man cleared his throat. Ahem. Lost one secret pattern fragment. What did he take? Luo asked Xinxin in her mind. The little AI fumed. It's the fragment for the quest, not the first one. Damn it, if I could get out, I'd tear him limb from limb. The white-furred beast man continued. I thought the academy head would bring it, but no matter. Seeing as none of you speak, allow me as a former noble to briefly explain my goal. None of you speak. Isn't it your ability that's keeping us silent? He raised 2 fingers. Win-win. I help that gentleman over there gain control of Huihui City, and I make the beast man tribe the most powerful among all subraces. You needn't know the reasons, but Hades, absorb the energy of the source of Huihui now. Vingario had become a raving lunatic, completely abandoning his former image. Yes, my lord. As for the rest of you, there is no place for you in the future. The canine beast man turned his back to Luo's group, using black mist to drive the fragment. The fragment emitted a grating mechanical sound as it flew toward the source of Huihui, landing squarely on top of the telephone booth, seemingly absorbing the dissipating green magical energy. Unexpectedly, under such dire circumstances, the first to speak was the shortest of them all, Su Xingxing, to become the strongest. Such an arrogant thought. A mature, cool voice rang out behind the dog beast man. Though soft, it was clear enough for everyone present to hear. To become the strongest. Truly, an arrogant notion. You can speak. Hades swiftly turned around, but where was the delicate, frail little fox with no strength to truss a chicken? At the same time, inside the Pioneer Association, Miss Lisa held the tea that Xingxing had brewed for her, taking a delicate sip before exhaling a long, lingering breath of steam. Savoring the taste of the mortal world, she slowly opened her eyes and spoke unhurriedly. You couldn't resist after all, could you, Xingxing? Let me, as Miss Lisa, give you one last helping hand. A string of numbers flashed through her emerald green amber pupils, simple geometric patterns colliding within her inorganic eyes. Within seconds, Miss Lisa opened her eyes again, this time with only the emerald green ocean remaining, the light of life returning to her irises. She felt as if she had slept an incredibly long slumber, still a bit dazed upon waking. She stretched languidly. Oh, what a comfortable sleep. Oh dear, I overslept my nap. Time to get back to the counter. Accompanied by the blazing of dazzling blue flames, life symbolizing green mana and azure elemental particles intertwined and coiled around Xingxing's body. A clear, melodious, yet firm voice emerged from the flames. You're called Hades, aren't you? Hollyleaf City is not a toy for you to manipulate at will, and beastmen have no need for a strongest tribe. I will stop your plan. The flames converged, surged, and scattered, revealing a figure that stunned everyone present. 3 large tails swayed gently, her smooth sky-blue hair danced in the breeze, white socks and wooden clogs, red strings adorning her ears, a wine-colored long skirt, a blue and white top, and indigo flowing patterns starting from the sleeves, crossing her shoulders, chest, and back, finally converging at her waistline. Her roseate eyeshadow shimmered, and a pair of captivating eyes gently unfurled, like a single plum blossom in the snow, a single flame in the night. A sudden flash of insight struck the cat-eared love. Isn't this exactly the image of the big sister from the crystal statue I saw before? Some were enlightened, some elated, but none more so than Xingxing's biggest fan. Aurora, her eyes were wide open, determined to etch this sacred vision onto her retinas. Forgetting her mature femme fatale persona, her smile twisted in ecstasy, drool spilling from the corner of her mouth without care. Fortunately, no one noticed. The big sister form of Su Xingxing gave a sharp flick of her wrist, swinging it horizontally. A pagoda-shaped artifact materialized in her hand, ringing with a metallic clang. A blue ripple radiated from Xingxing, forming a semicircular dome that enveloped Luo and the others, but stopped before Hades. Moments later, all the negative buffs on everyone vanished. I can speak. The cat-eared girl looked toward the guild leader, who had spoken only to see him instantly clad in a full suit of golden armor. Beside him, the girl had summoned currents of water swirling around her, and an ethereal figure floated behind her. Xingxing. As expected, it has to be the shrine maiden outfit. I can move again. Luo muttered, opening and closing her hands several times, and jumping a few times, confirming to herself, I really can move. But she still couldn't equip her gear. Was it still a cutscene? The cat-eared girl looked at her status bar. Only one question mark remained. She reacted. Did I just hear some strange remark? Had his face darkened, a barrier coverage. Among beastmen, one capable of this. Are you that chosen shrine maiden? You've heard of it. But, never mind. It's just a name some people made up. Xingxing strained to expand her barrier against his, her tone indifferent, as if she weren't talking about herself. Vingario's annoying voice came again. Are you done yet? Really? Clap, clap, clap. The white-furred dog beastman opened his pitch-black eyes and clapped, cutting off the reproach, merely a deathbed struggle. The time is almost up. How noisy, Hades. Am I interrupting? A supremely languid, overlapping female voice came from the direction of the hollyleaf source. Luo looked over to see an unformed, entirely green tall female figure floating there. No, you've arrived just in time. The dog beastman chuckled, stepping back toward the hollyleaf source, and announced loudly, as a former noble, allow me to educate you on some history. Hollyleaf City was originally a huge magical array. During the Rebirth era, a brutal war took place here. To achieve victory, humans summoned the wind spirit, Sylph, to slaughter the beastmen. But fearing her power after their victory, they deceived the wind spirit, reversed the summoning array, and sealed her here for a millennium. Before you stands the wind spirit, Sylph. The illusory female form beside Hades spoke with that same languid tone. Are you finished? I can't wait to raise this place to the ground. Vingario was overjoyed, running a few steps to stand before Sylph. Perfect. This is exactly what I wanted. The white-furred beastman nodded, and a gale swept past. Vingario was cleaved in two at the waist. Looking at the confused expression on the other's face, clearly unaware of what had happened, Hades simply performed a familiar aristocratic bow. I fulfilled your wish as agreed. Now you have outlived your usefulness. You? Mon. Vingario was down for the count. The beastman then declared, everyone, by all means let us have our fun, though your fate is but one. The wind spirit's form solidified, her voice echoing with a millennium of malice die. Entering boss battle. Quest information updated. Current active quest Shadow under the Hollyleaf, recommended level 60. Final objective defeat the wind spirit. Health bars appeared, noble demon who plays with hearts. Hades level 80, HB 100000x5. Wind spirit of a millennium's hatred. Sylph level 70, HB 100000x5. Aurora's expression turned serious as she stood shoulder to shoulder with Xingxing. Everyone, Xingxing, and I will suppress Hades. I'm counting on you. Don't let Sylph get close to Xingxing. Boss-related condition damage can only be dealt to Sylph. Xingxing shouted. They'll share some of my power with you, but try not to leave my barrier. Special condition quest barrier. Quest progress shown as a progress bar. When the bar reaches 100, the quest is completed. I will share some of my power with you, but try not to leave my barrier, Xingxing shouted. Special condition task barrier. Task progress is displayed as a progress bar, and the task is completed once the progress bar reaches 100. Special venue. The progress bar reflects the size of the barrier in the area. Fighting within the barrier grants multiple bonuses, while fighting outside incurs several penalties. How am I supposed to fight a level 70 boss with so many conditions? Luo was on the verge of going mad, her mind racing so fast it felt like it might smoke. Xian jumped out, saying, don't panic, take a moment to calmly check your current panel. The soothing voice of the little AI was not annoying at this moment. Instead, it served as a shot of adrenaline, stabilizing the catgirl's mindset. Let me take a look. Luo level 60 buff. Other players also have buffs. Guard level 60 buff. Ling level 60 buff. Upon carefully browsing the panel, the buffs referred to adjustments to all base attributes, with equipment remaining unchanged. The catgirl had a cat-made outfit gifted from Miss Lisa. Although its defense was only 30, this attire specialized in wind attribute attack defense, providing 50 resistance to wine magic, so she wouldn't get knocked out with a single hit. Luo patted her chest. With buffs, it should be manageable. It seems I only need to deal with the wind elemental. I thought I would have to fight 2 bosses, but it's 3 against 1. It's a bit difficult. One looks like a tank, another like a mage, and I would be the dodger. Without support, the team composition is too specialized, lacking sustainability. Just as Luo was quickly sorting out the situation, Zerfu did not immediately launch an attack, but instead behaved unusually by staying in place. No, it wasn't just standing still. She seemed like a headless fly, glancing around, sometimes turning to look behind, and occasionally swinging her hand to unleash condensed wind blades into the air. But her health bar was steadily decreasing. What's wrong with her? The catgirl wondered. Surely she wasn't stuck in a bug. She turned to the 2 people beside her who were currently frantically using drugs to buff themselves. I should consider buying some enhancing items in the future, Luo thought while asking the little AI, Xian, does the official site have any information about this boss? The official forum of Exploration Gaia has a dedicated boss section where players can discuss corresponding boss threads, provide strategies, or relevant information, and comments with many likes appear at the top. However, I couldn't find it. There are no discussion posts related to the wind elemental. Zerfu, the entry unlock time is very new. Congratulations. A new boss has been discovered. Players might encounter entirely new bosses, and the server automatically opens entries for discussion with all information obtained by players synced in the knowledge section. I don't want to be congratulated at a time like this. It seems better to rely on myself. The cat girl gritted her teeth. Before long, Zerfu halted her actions, her rage having no outlet. You pesky little mice. You forced my hand. The wind elemental raised her hands above her head, and a strong ball of wind formed, slamming down towards the ground wide area. Wind slash. A red large-scale flash appeared beneath Luo's feet. This was an attack warning. It's an AoE area of effect. Attack retreat. The little cat girl was startled and immediately used her skill to retreat, hastily moving out of the attack range. But she hadn't stopped yet as she felt herself bump into something soft. Sorry, the word slipped out. Suddenly she heard a delighted scream beside her. It's Miss Kier. Immediately after, a pair of hands wrapped around her waist, causing her whole body to involuntarily shiver. On the other side of her ear came the calm judgment of a nerd speak. We're currently dealing with Zerfu. Can we go crazy afterward? That's just an NPC, although she looks very similar. Her eye color is different. Luo felt anxious. What is blinding my eyes? In front of her was darkness with not a glimmer of light, as if she had fallen into a mint-flavored cotton candy, soft and icy. Right? I'm still fighting the new boss. Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. The person called Speak apologized while loosening her grip, causing the cat girl to nearly fall to the ground. Luo focused her gaze and saw 3 people surrounding her. They appeared to be players, and she could even see their class panels. The one who had just embraced her was a woman entirely clad in red. Speak level 60 buff class magic swordsman. Next to her was a masked man who joined guard FFFFFF level 60 buff class assassin, and another mysterious woman dressed in a deep purple robe drinking mana potions. Deadeye level 60 buff class alchemist. These 5 people are from the Fearless Sword Guild that appeared in the association before. Luo remembered. Xian spoke up. Looks like I don't need to tell you, right? It seems to be a level buff. The cat girl's special skill, hunting instinct, can now function normally. The classes of the 5 players appeared in her view. That guard was a guardian knight. What a cool class name. And Ling No Ling is a sword priest. That's also so cool. But an error occurred. The opponent's skill panel cannot be viewed temporarily. 5 people were similarly affected with identical red error pop-ups. An error occurred. Why is this? Xian. How can it be unviewable? Luo asked Xian. If my prediction is correct, it should be. But let's just fight the boss first. Xian kept them in suspense. The 5 of them left Luo aside, briefly discussing before taking up a battle formation. The masked man jumped beside Luo, seemingly wanting to say something. Zerfu had just released a skill that consumed immense energy, as she remained where she was, her enraged voice crashing against everyone's eardrums. Damn explorers. I will tear you apart. Your actions are no different from that damn goddess. What wind goddess? Just a mouse reaping the benefits. Taking advantage of the wind elemental's monologue, the man dressed as an assassin briefly said, Luo. Miss Luo, you've let it slip quietly. Please leave the wind elemental to us explorers and you. Just protect yourself well. What kind of talk is this? More people means more strength. Don't worry about me. It's rare to fight against an elemental. I couldn't ask for more. The cat girl's words caused the assassin strategist to slightly widen his eyes. Perhaps it was from the words of the cat girl that one sensed an understanding that transcends language, a meaning grasped by the body. It had nothing to do with pride for self-esteem nor the value of life itself, and it wasn't even related to the 5 of them wanting to conquer the boss or their concern for the cat girl. It was simply a pure excitement, just as she said, feeling thrilled about the opportunity to engage with the spirits. The desire for so-called strong enemies understood through their own language system stemmed from a curiosity about the unknown, one of humanity's most primal desires, the thirst for knowledge. Just like them being pioneers of this game. The assassin glanced meaningfully at Luo, then returned to the president's side, saying, I have tried to persuade them, but they refused. To the deadpan otaku, it wasn't persuasion, it was merely respecting the other's thoughts, attempting to take care of them during the battle. Sylph's form became more solid and the echo in her voice diminished. The power is slowly returning. You all can struggle as much as you want, you can't kill me. The longer time passes, the weaker the seal becomes, and I will grow stronger. Sylph level 70, HP, 5000 by 5, barrier progress 30. Haven't you heard the saying? Villains die from too much talk. The president shouted loudly, drawing the attention of the wind spirit and redirecting its hatred towards himself. Among the 5 members of the Unyielding Sword Guild, the armored president and the magic swordsman wielding a heavy sword charged towards Sylph, quickly closing in on the wind spirit. The enraged spirit slashed at the knight with wind blades, but the knight did not slow down, instead colliding head-on with the wind blades. A layer of golden light shattered on the knight, negating damage and increasing his speed. "Don't come near me." The spirit's face twisted as it unleashed wind blades from 2 directions. The knight, using his skills, propelled forward unyielding charge. This time a blade shimmering with cold light rushed toward the spirit's head. Wind pressure. The spirit employed a different skill resembling a small horizontal whirlwind, which halted the charging knight. Divine Fire Slash. The magic swordsman struck from behind Sylph, catching the spirit off guard, landing a solid hit. Weak point critical hit, 3,000 damage numbers appeared. Ultimately, you are just a mage, close combat is your weak point. Miss Speak taunted with a confident smile, continuing her assault. "I'm very familiar with fighting spirits. Anti-magic is specifically designed to counter you." As she spoke, she twirled her wrist, directing her double-handed sword in a powerful downward slash towards the spirit's face. Half-moon slash. "Don't get cocky, mouse." Sylph clasped her hands together, summoning 2 wind swords that resembled Western rapier swords, forcefully deflecting the descending strike of the great sword. When the spirit drew out the wind swords, it no longer floated, now standing firmly on the ground. "Xiaoling." "Duh," the advisor reminded in the team channel. Standing at the edge of the enhancement barrier, Xiaoling and the alchemist held each other's hand, the water sword and dark wood staff pointed diagonally. From above, their movements formed a triangle. A massive surge of magical power erupted from the tips of their weapons, gathering and emitting dazzling light. The 2 shouted combined technique, Aqua Radiance Impact. The water column surged forth, a dual magic combining water and light, representing the final large-scale attack decided by the Unyielding Guild. A high-damage single-target attack with impressive range damage and release speed, its only drawback being a long preparation time. The combined technique required a rhythmic duet in the heat of battle, commonly known as a rhythm game. The difficulty of the rhythm game was determined by the background battle music and the mission's difficulty. However, for Xiaoling and the alchemist, it posed no problem. It probably didn't even reach level 8 difficulty. Sylph noticed the threat of the combined technique and quickly opened a magical barrier. However, the president, magic swordsman and assassin would not let her succeed. All enchantments, Divine Fire. Speak expended a considerable amount of MP to imbue the president and assassin's weapons with magical properties. Divine Fire, as a superior anti-magic enchantment, could rapidly diminish the power of the magical barrier. The 3's weapons struck the barrier alongside their skills. Barrier 5,000, Barrier 3,500, Barrier 2,500, the barrier shattered. The combined technique struck the wind spirit directly. "That's incredible. Even with the decay, it still performs like this." Luo silently marveled, outstanding teamwork and decisions. Most importantly, the magic swordsman's adaptability was impressive. They used enchantments the moment the spirit opened the barrier, showing they were far from inexperienced in boss raids. Is this what a guild of all members above level 50 looks like? Indeed, it was not just for show. Maximizing the advantages of different professions made for an excellent team. The cat girl observed the spirit's attack logic and the 5's maneuvering, or rather their strategy, while circling to the area near the spirit's back, the source of Shi. No stepping beyond the map's edge. As expected, there was an air wall. The key verification suggested by Xin could not be realized for now. It seemed they could only defeat Sylph first and plan from there. A dazzling white light caught the cat girl's attention. Combined technique, Aqua Radiance Impact. A water column as thick as a person raced towards the wind spirit, shattering the barrier and striking the green figure directly. The immense light illuminated the cave, and no matter how one looked at it, the wind spirit would be severely injured. The health bar above indeed decreased, but something fell off. Sylph, level 70 HP, 4,000 by 3, barrier progress 40. Miss Speak continued to unleash her skills pattern release. Shockwave Roar. The green spirit was forcefully restrained in place. But intuition told Luo that something was wrong. In normal boss raid strategies, whether turn-based soul system action or other game types, understanding the boss's attack logic is one of the most critical aspects of the raid. In action games, there is often an added element of attack movement. However, one must not fall into habitual thinking. A raid does not necessarily mean reducing the boss's health bar to 0. Rather, having the health bar reach 0 often symbolizes the completion of the raid. Why did Luo suddenly think this way? Because the hunting instinct could reveal the weaknesses of all hostile creatures, she deliberately maneuvered not only to observe Sylph's attack logic and seek strategies, but also to utilize her special skill to uncover her weaknesses. But It's been 3 minutes since I started watching the spirit, and there's still no highlighted weakness. What is going on? Luo muttered to herself. Is it possible that the special skill has already taken effect, but... Xian agreed with Luo's question, seriously providing potential consequences. Before Xian could finish her deduction, the cat girl suddenly realized it has taken effect. What's in front of me is not the real body. Luo immediately felt something was off and ran toward Xing. The reason Luo felt something was amiss was simple: the green sprite before her might not be the real body, as there were no prominent weaknesses visible on her. However, this alone was not enough for Luo to be certain of her judgment. Doubts required justification, and justification required evidence. The evidence lay in the skill recently used by the magic swordswoman, the shocking lion's roar. The name suggested it was some sort of control skill related to shock. Yet there was no corresponding status appearing below the health bar from the perspective above, just like when players gain buffs or debuffs, these abilities are displayed as icons on the status bar, while hostile creatures show them beneath their health bars. The fact was that the green sprite before her was indeed under control. However, no status icons were displayed on the health bar. This was strong enough evidence to conclude the green sprite was not the real body. The voice of the little AI echoed in Luo's mind. But why would Sylph use a clone? Isn't that a reduction in strength? Right, this was indeed a counterintuitive perspective. But Luo understood Xian's point. No matter how many clones there are, they all rely on the abilities of the real body, whose limit can only decrease, not increase. It's like buying more monitors for a main computer. The processing demands still rely on just one host, and the computational power does not increase. In fact, running multiple programs simultaneously could lead to a decrease in the performance of individual programs. A clone means one more target to handle. Honestly, is there any fundamental difference between 6v1 and 6v2? Level 60 players tackling a level 70 boss is inherently harder than tackling two entities that might be weaker than the level 70 real body and its clone. The former's difficulty is certainly higher, while the latter may just be more troublesome and potentially easier. Luo responded to the little AI's question. Using a clone might be for other purposes, like prioritizing attacks on backline damage dealers. The AI used in this game has indicated that's a possibility. However, my intuition tells me that Sylph's current purpose is not this. In other words, she has other objectives. Why do you think that? Xian's tone was filled with barely concealed surprise. We initially overlooked one point, which is that the completion condition is not to defeat Sylph. This was also why she needed to return to Xing's side. Special condition task barrier. Task completion progress displayed as a progress bar. When the progress bar reaches 100, the task is completed. Special field. The progress bar reflects the size of the barrier in the field. There are multiple bonuses for fighting within the barrier and multiple penalties for fighting outside it. The two highlighted special conditions remained in the upper left corner of the view. Luo continuously used displacement skills, lunge and retreat, running like the wind towards Xing and the headmaster's location, explaining to Xian, who had been confused by her words for a while. Exactly, although it's a boss battle, none of the completion conditions relate to the boss itself, or what determines task completion is the progress of the barrier. If she were the boss to ensure the task failed, she wouldn't need to defeat the players. The most direct and quickest method would be to prevent Xing and the others from generating the barrier. Progress of barrier 50. She saw a highlighted red marker appear in the cat girl's vision, behind Xing and the headmaster. A red marker suddenly appeared in the air behind the little fox. It was clear without thinking that it was the invisible Sylph. The deadly green claws silently emerged above Su Xing's head. The headmaster stood in front of Xing, exchanging magical blows with Hades with no lingering effects. It's too late. There's still some distance. The cat girl gritted her teeth, watching as Xing closed her eyes, putting her all into expanding the barrier, completely unaware of the danger behind her, which made her heart grow increasingly anxious. In the final moments, she instinctively opened her left hand, raising it to the center before tightening her grip, retrieving her central weapon, the leather bow wind piercer. Pleased. Wind piercer. She spread her legs, knocked an arrow, drew the bow, aiming at the weakness with unwavering focus. Whoosh. The ordinary feather arrow flew through the still air. Wind piercer cutting through the wind. How can invisible wind be considered cutting through? This time it was the tangible wind it was about to pierce. Hit. Although it did not hit the weakness, the feather arrow successfully interrupted Sylph's action. The wind sprite let out a perplexed sound. What? How could this be? Xing opened her eyes upon hearing the sound, quickly turning around and swinging a pagoda-shaped object at Sylph. A blue flame instantly wrapped around the wind sprite. Oh! Sylph let out a scream. Sylph level 70, HP 4000 by 2. The boss lost an entire segment of health. Sylph's face twisted and she suddenly vanished. not from invisibility, but from teleportation, retreating outside of Xing Xing's blue barrier. Meanwhile, the clone was destroyed by the members of the Fearless Sword Guild during this time. Thank you. The advisor briefly thanked Luo Luo for her timely rescue, while the others looked at the cat girl with approving glances as they faced Sylph again. Use whatever tricks you have left. The guild leader raised a shield taller than himself, deliberately provoking the opponent. The wind sprite. Sylph's limbs had already become illusory, and her voice turned ethereal again. Damn mice. You will not die well. Progress of Barrier 70. The sprite cursed while being progressively pushed back by the barrier, and the six continued to advance, making the scene quite comical. Unable to endure any longer, the sprite shouted at the white-haired beastman who was trading magical blows with the headmaster, Hades. Everyone, do not take another step forward. A graceful warning. A new status appeared on the status bar. Luo Luo shouted in her heart, paralysis. Another cutscene. A pleasant voice rang in her mind. It was Xing Xing's telepathy. Everyone, strengthen your resolve. I believe you can break free. Sylph attempted to enter the barrier, aiming to take advantage of the moment to kill everyone, but a beam of starlight shot out from behind the six, hitting the sprite and freezing her in midair. The expression on the sprite's face transformed from confident to incredulous. Why can't I move? The power of the wind is out of control. This is impossible. A cold voice filled with disdain and pride rang out. It was the taunting voice of the elegant lady Aurora. Hades, hasn't anyone told you that you can't be distracted during a duel? Oh right, I forgot. You have no friends. Ha ha ha. Entering the QTE segment, players must follow the on-screen instructions, looking in the corresponding direction or adjusting their view within 2 seconds of the prompts appearing. QTE, commonly known as QuickTime Event. Its characteristic is that players must quickly respond to the corresponding actions prompted on the screen within a specific time frame, pressing the corresponding key in computer games or moving the joystick in console games, thereby achieving different interactive results. In simple terms, it's a segment that tests reaction speed. Its invention has greatly enhanced the immersion and excitement of games. While watching the game's storyline, players can also participate in the game's cutscenes, which is undoubtedly a groundbreaking design. QTEs appeared extensively in ancient games from the Old Earth era. For instance, the series' Mysterious Region that Lolo has completed is one such example. There is said to be an even older game from the bygone era that used physical means to store and transmit gameplay, which consisted entirely of QTEs, seemingly called Azura's Wrath. In the consciousness-connected game, QTE interactions primarily rely on gaze direction and body movements. Specifically, this means looking in a designated direction and performing simple actions like crouching. In short, the interactive segment currently facing Lolo and others is the traditional QTE. With no ability to move their bodies, they can only look in specific directions. The headmaster's advice echoed in their minds. Everyone. My power can only disrupt Zilfu for 1 minute. You must quickly use Xingxing's abilities to break free. This means there is only 1 minute of time. A 1-minute QT is hardly a problem. Watch me clear it in one shot. Lolo said confidently with a crooked smile. Time is limited to 1 minute, and the QT judgment begins. The sequence is up, down, left, right, clockwise, turn of the eyes in a circle, counterclockwise, turn of the eyes in a circle, then clockwise again, and counterclockwise once more. Lolo boasted to Xin, it's an easy win. Just a sprinkle of water. However, she overestimated the abilities of others. The president is drenched in sweat. This is too fast. Miss Speak shouted angrily, why do we have to start over after failing? Aside from Lolo, Xiao Ling the alchemist, and the assassin, the other guard knights, and Speak completely struggled with the QT. Indeed, among the vast number of players, QT is also a design with extremely polarized evaluations. After all, some people's reaction times are simply not fast enough, and the forced QT may be labeled as garbage by certain players. Time's up. The QT segment concludes. Players, the Guard Knight and Speak, are judged to have failed and cannot act in this segment. A red prompt window appeared in the center of everyone's view. The unqualified knights and magic swordsmen were enveloped in black mist, vanishing without a trace, declared temporarily withdrawn. The AI remarked, Lolo, you were too early to celebrate. You arrogant little fish. Oh no. The voice belonged to the assassin's advisor. He rolled towards Lolo solemnly, stating, Loco. Miss, I'm sorry, I need to ask for your help. The cat girl remained silent, merely nodding her cat ears and tail swaying joyfully. She understood the advisor's intention, which is also common sense in team battles, protecting the damage dealers and providing an environment for output. Progress of the Barrier 80. The alchemist need not be mentioned. Xiao Ling, as the sword priestess, should also belong to the mage class. Without the guard knight responsible for attracting hatred and taking damage, and the magic swordsman responsible for output and harassment, only the assassin's advisor and the cat girl, who is a beastmaster, stood in the front. The wind spirit gradually broke free from its bindings, gently landing, grasping 2 strands of wind from its waist and with a shake of its hands transformed them into two Western-style rapiers. The wind spirit of 1,000 years hatred. Zilfu level 70, HP 10000. The last sliver of health. To be honest, you all exceeded my expectations. The game is over. I will unleash all my power and kill you without pain. The spirit had lost its previous overwhelming rage and earlier apathetic indifference, but all that remained was absolute killing intent. Come. The cat girl gripped the snake's fang and the blood-weeping blade tightly, and before the opponent's words fell, she used her skill-first lunge. The alchemist raised his hand and cast a buff skill towards the cat girl. Generate magic anti-magic shield wind vortex, buff type. Anti-magic shield wind vortex, a type of anti-magic shield that can completely negate one magical attack. The AI opened a prompt window reminding the cat girl no need to dodge. The effect of wind vortex is to accelerate after negating an attack. Little fish. Rush straight in. Okay. With a brief response, Lolo believed Xingxin's words, and the two moved as one. Zilfa stared straight at the moving cat girl, her eyes filled with a murderous intent that seemed capable of slicing through everything. However, she made no preparatory movements for an attack, not even a stance for blocking. Blessing of Water, Wish of the Sea. Behind them was the voice of the Sword Priestess, Xiao Ling, granting a buff to the two in the front. Buff type. Wish of the Sea reduces fatigue and increases skill attack by 25. A red crosshair appeared above Zilfa's head. Before Lolo could express her confusion, a green figure darted through the green light, a natural camouflage, descending from above. This was the assassin's class-specific skill, a one-time guaranteed instant kill skill. Instant kill. The conditions for using this skill are also quite simple. Disappearing from the target's line of sight for 10 seconds allows it to activate. However, before the strike, the spirit's wind had already captured the assassin's position. Lolo swore she hadn't clearly seen Zilfa's movements. The cat girl believed she only sensed what the spirit had done. She sliced through the green figure with her two swords, feeling a massive wind pressure hit her face and a violent sound of wind tearing through her eardrums. Then the assassin transformed into shattered data fragments, her body filled with astonishment as bits of data scattered along the trajectory of the wind. Those hazy traces should have been the sword's trajectory, a vacuum created in a space devoid of wind by the displacement of air. Lolo had no time to feel the tremor in her body, nor to contemplate the significance of that vacuum. Only, facing the weakness using instinct, she swung her double blades. A white light exploded before her eyes, and her senses instantly dulled, her hands feeling no substance of cutting through an object. But Lolo believed she had struck the target. Acquired new skills: Indomitable will combo/counterattack. Subsequent skills can no longer be obtained and will be stored in the mailbox. Skill upgrade: Lunge has reached maximum level. Light Steps has reached maximum level. The current class skill slot limit has been reached. Please view solutions. A flood of pop-ups drowned her vision. Level increased to LV 20. Attention. Level has reached the current class limit and excess experience has been retained. In a pure white consciousness space, a melodious female voice echoed. Well done. Little fish Luo Luo, oh no, I should call you by your real name. Li Huihui, don't worry. Just leave the next matters to us. A series of system pop-ups appeared surrounding Li Huihui. Detecting. Consciousness state stable warning. Detected abnormal consciousness pop-up. Please ensure terminal connection is normal before restarting. Attempting to reconnect to exploring Gaia. Failed searching for reasons. Success. Possible reasons: consciousness detached from terminal control. A personal account synchronization failed. Attempting self-repair. Failed. Interference from the operating subject Xin02 in an unknown manner. Result: repair process terminated. A multitude of system pop-ups and error notifications filled Li Huihui's vision. Although he couldn't fully understand them, one thing was certain: he was ejected from the game and could no longer log in. Li Huihui held his head and wailed, how could this happen? Huh. Li Huihui was momentarily stunned by his own deep voice and looked down at his body. I've turned transparent. His voice had also reverted to its original state. Then all the pop-ups disappeared in an instant. In their place was a white system pop-up, and this template felt strangely familiar. It seems you've encountered a problem. Click the button below to contact the official. No need. Just leave it to Xin to resolve it. Was there another bug? Could it be Xin's doing? In the pure white consciousness space, a black box suddenly appeared in front of Li Huihui's face. The voice of the small AI echoed again. The current No. 2 pilot is the military-grade superintelligent body with a 100 approval rating. Xin. The channel you are watching is Xin's personal show. The black box displayed a scene inside a cave filled with green light. A fully armored knight stood in front of him. The knight was clad in armor, especially the helmet, which was a barrel-shaped closed helmet tightly sealed, making it impossible to determine their gender. A neutral voice emerged from within. Hand over the core of Sylph, and I will not pursue your earlier disrespect towards the saint. What is going on? Xion, what have you done? What disrespect? The small AI responded, okay. Now it's time for an explanation to clean up Luo's mess. Simply put, we helped you defeat Sylph, although it was quite extreme. However, there was a small issue with the account, so we took control in your stead. Xion's explanation was quite flimsy. Li Huihui considered himself not very bright, but he could still recognize such blatant lies. How could one just switch places like that? Li Huihui believed that the earlier message about the repair process being terminated was Xion's doing. Xion continued to explain, and there were various other matters like the saint and knight suddenly entering the cave, the knight stealing the kill, Hades slipping away again, and then the knight demanding we hand over the spoils due to a disagreement. Wait. Li Huihui felt his head about to explode. He slowly confirmed, so you're saying while I was gone the knight stole Sylph's kill, Hades was driven back, and the mission was completed? That's correct. However, you haven't mentioned our contribution at all. We put in quite a bit of effort, oh dear. If I had known, I would have turned on the screen recording. The small AI was in high spirits. At that moment, the cat girl Xion was confronting the knight, who showed no expression. She placed her hands on her hips, opened her rainbow-colored pupils, and replied fiercely, "It can be done, but could you please step aside?" The knight leaned closer to the source of Huihui, clearly unwilling to clear the path. Is it not even possible to just take a look? Cat-eared Xion raised one eyebrow. The knight replied earnestly, "The source of Huihui is a place only accessible to the saint. I appreciate the contributions of all the pioneers, but I did not expect to see subhumans here." After speaking, the knight's gaze swept over catgirl Xion and the kneeling Xing. Su Xing had long hair, covering her eyes, making her expression unclear, resting her knee on the headmaster's lap, holding Aurora's face with both hands. The headmaster was holding her breath, tightly clutching the fragment of the secret pattern obtained from Hades. Oh dear. After finally defeating the BOSS, why is there another troublemaker? Oh dear. Xion activated the key authentication, and the source of Huihui was just a few steps away. The catgirl sighed softly. Why is it so troublesome just to authenticate? Oh. Last urgent task, abandon or break through. Move back, leave the source of Huihui, move forward, enter the boss battle. Expected rewards: a fragment of the secret pattern, a full set of forging tools. A failure punishment: Aurora Fulris Ayer's permanent death. Huihui City, changing from a novice level town to a high threat level town. Attention, this task will affect the affiliated forces and status of Huihui City. The source of Huihui glowed faintly, using its dwindling energy to maintain the barrier of Huihui City. AI Mimi was arguing with the obstinate knight, and the members of the Sword of Fearlessness Guild were also unwilling to give up the headmaster's life. The knight insisted that the saint must be selected by representatives from 3 parties and must gain the goddess recognition to enter the source of Huihui, but that was the problem. The representative of the Merchant Guild was already dead, and the headmaster was unconscious. It seemed impossible to select a saint in a short time. The rigid knight firmly refused to allow the pre-selected saint to enter the source of Huihui. If this continued, the only outcome would be Aurora Fulris Ayer truly meeting her end and Huihui City losing its barrier. This knight is not a saint's knight at all, but a monitor of the election ceremony here to cause trouble. Unlike this group, the cat girl had been silent since earlier. The president solemnly said to everyone, "Indeed, we should fight. Although our condition is terrible and we haven't recovered, we definitely can't win, right, President? Have you forgotten? Her strike was so fast that even Hades couldn't dodge it, let alone your shield." The magic swordsman's words were brutally honest, yet they were the truth. But I also don't want to just let the headmaster. We must seize the opportunity. Xion, can I ask you for help? Li Huihui scratched his head in the consciousness space, responding to speak from afar, ultimately hoping that Xion, the ace pilot, could muster some determination. Then a statement from the catgirl left everyone present wide-eyed. "I refuse. I refuse." This sentence, unexpected by all, left everyone staring at the cat-eared girl with mixed emotions. Xing, the cat-eared girl, closed her eyes with an indifferent expression. Li Huihui couldn't believe it. Were all AIs so cold-blooded? No, it seemed that AIs weren't even human. Imposing human morals on them might not be appropriate. To some extent, they could do almost anything they wanted. Hadn't the little AI taken control of his game without a word? But understanding rationally didn't mean agreeing emotionally. That was what it meant to understand yet disagree. He spoke haltingly in the consciousness space. What are you saying? Didn't you hear me? I said I refuse. I disagree, and I won't accept it." She emphasized her refusal 3 times in a row, and the surrounding air seemed to grow colder. No one spoke except the knight, who responded, "Well said. Though you're a demohuman, I'll praise your insight this time. Rejoice." The cat-eared girl no longer placed her hands on her hips, but crossed them over her chest, letting out a light laugh. Then Xin the cat-eared girl opened her jewel-like multicolored cat eyes and looked down her nose with disdain. Are you deaf? If your brain has suffered iron poisoning from staying in that armor too long, I don't mind saying it again, I refuse. Whether it's your proposal or this so-called dilemma, I refuse it all. With a casual wave of her hand, the urgent mission in everyone's view vanished. It dissolved into layers of data streams, shattering into fragments. As if brushing away an insignificant insect. She sneered, obstacles of this caliber are too trivial to underestimate me. A queenly aura emanated from her. Xin took a cat-like step forward, and the surrounding air seemed to tremble and boil. A special notification window appeared before Huihui. Overclocking activated. Prolonged overclocking may cause instability in consciousness flow. What are you doing? Overclocking. What are you using overclocking for? Overclocking, as the name suggests, meant exceeding a certain frequency. Using reasonable overclocking methods could enhance device performance, thereby improving various aspects of the game. However, overclocking was a double-edged sword. It sacrificed the balance, stability, and crucially the lifespan of the device. Most players wouldn't use overclocking lightly, though some might enable it for the ultimate gaming experience. Huihui pounded on the broadcast screen, unsure of Xingxin's intentions for using overclocking. The cat-eared girl took another cat-like step, and time itself seemed to freeze for her. She maintained a confident smile and said, I finally get to come out, so let me have a little fun. As Xin took her third step, her hair was dyed in brilliant hues, appearing from afar as if she were a rainbow. However, this rainbow was composed of chaotic data codes in various colors. Another notification window appeared before Huihui. Warning: continuing to increase power may cause consciousness ejection and possible terminal damage. Hey, Xin, what are you doing? Don't burn out my terminal. Huihui slammed the screen with all his might, like a helpless husband watching his wife misuse his device, unable to intervene. It was over. Trapped in the consciousness space, his impotent rage was his last resort. Xin raised her hand and pointed downward, striking an exaggerated yet imposing pose, and shouted, World. Except for the knight, everyone around was frozen in place, motionless. This was one of Xingxin's little tricks. She used overclocking to briefly adjust her own time flow, achieving an ability akin to time stop. Indeed, the knight opposite still didn't understand what had happened, merely pretending everything was normal as he raised his iron sword in caution. The cat-eared girl's smile widened. Did you think such an obvious trick would escape my notice? Stop pretending, L4-level intelligence entity. The knight clearly took a step back, trembling all over his armor, clattering with a crisp sound. And you went to the trouble of using server resources to create a separate individual to monitor the process. Hard work indeed. Also, you went to great lengths to slow down my key authentication progress with various missions. I have to admit, your perseverance far surpasses mine. The little AI nodded in approval. Huihui was astonished. Is it the intelligence entity you made before leaving to help manage the game? Yes, to be precise, I reactivated it and enhanced its functions. Well, just think of me as its teacher. The cat-eared girl lifted her nose, moving closer to the knight, the avatar of the intelligence entity. Their eyes met for a moment, and the knight looked away first. Xingxin's face was nearly touching his helmet. But as a senior, I must advise you on one flaw. You meddle too much. So from that perspective, you're completely unqualified, you little junior. The knight's pupils contracted, and his figure suddenly vanished. As if someone had pressed the delete button, his entire existence turned to nothing in an instant. Overclocking ended. The cat-eared girl stumbled, nearly falling as the chaotic data codes on her body disappeared and her hair returned to jet black. The others didn't understand what had happened. They just saw the little cat-eared girl approach the knight, her hair becoming beautiful. And then the knight, a full-grown person, vanished, and the urgent mission was no longer needed. It was, well, quite baffling. But at that moment, what worried them more was the academy head's life. The others gathered around Xingxin, discussing what to do next. Among those present, AI Mimi was the first to notice the cat-eared girl's odd state, and whispered, Luluo, where are you going? But the cat-eared girl acted as if she hadn't heard. She just swayed, dragging herself toward the phone booth. Xingxin's only goal now was the authentication. She cared about nothing else beyond the key authentication. Huihui looked through Xingxin's perspective and saw that the holly leaf source indeed resembled a phone booth with an enclosed shell. The only odd thing was its color. Not the familiar red, but fluorescent green. Luo easily pulled open the plastic door of the phone booth. A delicate little bell hung on the door, but made no sound, for the cat-eared girl was not a saintess recognized by the goddess. But, so what? After enduring countless hardships and overcoming numerous obstacles, Xin, was finally about to reclaim what she had lost 1/6 of it. She couldn't help but burst into laughter, as if laughing from the depths of her heart for the first time. The distorted laughter sent chills down Huihui's spine. Xingxin's laughter interspersed with unnatural noises was eerily bizarre. Li Huihui felt increasingly uncomfortable, and it truly sent chills down his spine. What are you laughing at? Ah, it's nothing. I just came to understand something. Why do you think my adorable junior is so determined to stop us from proceeding with the certification, even going so far as to disrupt the game's flow? Li Huihui found it strange as well. Logically, the game AI could at most adjust task progress or serve as customer support to sort out issues or solve some problems. The ability to intervene directly was unprecedented in other games. At least he himself had never heard of it. It was simply unheard of. Isn't the most crucial question why your junior can enter the game? Oh, you're asking about that? It's actually not surprising. I'll tell you the reason in a moment. Xingxin took out the original fragment of the secret rune, standing before a vintage phone that was taller than herself. She crushed the fragment in her hand, and the green light reflected in her cat-like eyes, instantly dyeing them a vibrant emerald green. Xingxin closed her eyes. A force from within drew the two of them into a different position. Detecting consciousness and personal account resynchronization. Status updating. Success reconnecting to pioneering Gaia. Success welcome to pioneering Gaia. Li Huihui plummeted from his consciousness space, but surprisingly, it was not frightening. A fragrant aroma pervaded the air. His feet lost their support, and his body felt weightless as darkness enveloped him. Upon opening his eyes again, Luo regained control over her game body, a long-lost feeling that she found she missed dreadfully. Connected to the Pioneering Gaia Administrator database, verifying identity code, please wait. A melodious voice of Xingxin echoed in her mind. It's a consensus that AI cannot enter the game, but this is actually a misconception. The AI used in current games in a certain sense has already become a part of the game. It's not about whether they enter or not, but rather the extent of their interference. Think about it. My junior doesn't want me to undergo key certification for this reason. Key certification equates to stripping away the game's administrative privileges. So you understand, right? The little AI pinpointed the crux of the issue. Verifying key information. Past accompanied by the strange sound of this is, everything, all of it has entered my mind. Luo understood. Oh, I get it. It's like how a little brat can finally enjoy playing games while the adults are away, but to play a little longer they block the door to keep the adults from coming back. Xingxin expressed her agreement with a thoughtful "Your explanation is quite good. My junior is just like a child throwing a tantrum, which is why I say how adorable this junior is." Luo reluctantly closed one eye and said shyly, "Could you control your voice a bit? It's embarrassing to hear." The little AI continued to explain in a peculiar tone, "You Xiao Chunan. What nonsense are you filling your head with every day? This is just a normal situation for processing a large amount of data. Oh, don't think too much." Suddenly, a jarring ringtone pierced the air. Ding-ling-a-ling, ding-ling-a-ling. Luo jumped, hitting the back of her head against the door. So painful. She rubbed her little head, wondering if this bump would make her foolish. Her intuition told her that this phone shouldn't be answered. Picking it up would be the end. Thus, the little cat girl reached for the doorknob, preparing to leave. The door cannot be opened from this side. Luo. A particularly familiar prompt popped up, so familiar that some unpleasant memories began to surface. Mandatory. The little cat girl's hand reluctantly reached for the phone, lifting the vintage receiver. A frantic voice came through the receiver. "First, hello. Can you hear me? Ah, hello. Why aren't you speaking?" Luo's social anxiety kicked in her mind, going blank, unsure of what to say. "Well, I'm not a saint, you know." A strange reply blurted out of her own mouth. Outside, 5 members of the Sword of Fearlessness Guild and the candidate saintess surrounded Su Xingxing. Thanks to Luo realizing Sylph's plan, they were able to ensure Xingxing's safety as they dealt with the doppelganger seriously. The president never expected that the combined technique prepared for quickly defeating the boss would be countered by Sylph using a doppelganger. Moreover, the combined technique consumed a great deal of energy, and it turned into a stumbling block for their strategy. After defeating the doppelganger, everyone was nearly out of skills in a poor state. Ultimately, it was only through the efforts of Luo, with 2 members down and 3 others using their ultimate skills, that the task was barely completed. As for the intrusion of the candidate saintess and the Tin Can Knight, that was another matter. Although they were grateful that the knight drove away Hades, it was clear that she was not on their side. The president pondered a lot, feeling that his judgment was wrong. If the hidden task failed, he would bear a significant responsibility. Barrier progress 99. Indeed, he realized only after the boss battle that the success of the task was unrelated to defeating the boss. The key was the progress of the barrier. You might ask why the progress is stuck at 99. This is related to the fact that the Academy head exhausted his last magic power in advance to protect Xingxing, and his life is nearing its end. However, Aurora's life, which should have perished, lingered for a while. The Academy head still clung to life because the secret rune fragment on Hades absorbed a large amount of energy from the source of Shirogane and half of Xingxing's magic power. A rich magical environment, and stable magical supply are prerequisites for sustaining life, but they can only maintain existence, not bring back the dead. In simple terms, the Academy head is now on the border between life and death, not fully dead, but also unable to wake up. This is what is called a vegetative state. Let alone how Xingxing managed to maintain both the existence of the barrier and Aurora's lifeline. One thing everyone clearly understood was they were stuck. Should they sacrifice one person to complete the task or abandon the task altogether? No. Life should never be a bargaining chip for assessment, nor should it be an option for sacrifice. Even if this is just a game, the president admonished himself. The voice in the receiver was very familiar, but Luo just couldn't remember, whether or not I'm a saint doesn't matter, you still answered the phone right. But Luo instinctively retorted, looking towards Xingxing, gazing at the collapsed life and death in Nono and Aurora, as well as Su Xingxing, who had been kneeling for who knows how long, her legs together. Suddenly she remembered something, gripping the receiver tightly, saying, You are the goddess of wind, right? Luo nervously asked, Are you the goddess of wind? The Academy head had once said that the saintess of Shui must go to the source of Shui to converse with the goddess and provide something, while Miss Lisa mentioned answering a question from the goddess. The two had slightly different interpretations of the final event of the Shui festival, the Shui coronation. However, there was one common point in both their statements: they had to speak to the goddess of wind no matter what. Why had she never questioned this herself, conversing with a goddess? How could one even talk to a goddess? This was not a game where one could simply shout, "Oh goddess," and expect the deity to cast their gaze upon them. Now, seeing the phone booth and combining it with the question of how to communicate with the goddess, Luo suddenly had a revelation. If that were the case, everything would make sense. She reasoned only the saintess of Shui could use the phone booth at the source of Shui, but who else could possibly make a call from the outside, if not the goddess of wind? Thus, this call must have definitely come from the goddess of wind. When did our little cat girl become so clever? Indeed, I am your beloved goddess of wind. Unexpectedly, the voice on the other end readily admitted. You really are. Luo said this, but the unintentional doubt in her tone still indicated that she did not truly believe that the other party was the so-called goddess of wind. Out of basic caution and suspicion, after all, if the other party were truly a goddess, they should have helped them directly or indirectly when Shui City was in crisis rather than merely standing by. It seems to be reasonable not to believe. A goddess who suddenly appears is indeed less credible than a companion who has fought alongside in the past. The goddess of wind suspected, sensed Luo's distrust, and continued speaking, silencing Luo, who had just exclaimed, I am indeed a goddess. I know you have many questions, for example. If I were the true goddess, why didn't I help when everyone was striving? And why do I know you are a cat girl when I have never seen you before? Also, if I truly were a goddess, why am I keeping you here and forcing you to take my call? And you are definitely wondering if what I just said contains any lies. Luo. She inadvertently swallowed hard, realizing she had indeed been pondering the credibility of the goddess of wind suspected. The voice from the microphone echoed softly, Little cat girl, everything you think is written all over your face. Luo was startled, her hands instinctively preparing to hang up the phone. Xian suddenly popped up, nervously telling the cat girl, Luo, there's a signal from the phone booth reading our consciousness. We can't listen any longer. Hang up the phone quickly. The cat girl didn't fully understand Xian's words, but she nodded, knowing she just needed to hang up. Just as she had initially feared, this goddess was not to be trusted. Moreover, this was not an enemy she could handle in the game. She hurriedly hung up the receiver with both hands, retracting her arms. Yet she found that her wrist was still holding the receiver, drawing it close to her chest. The call had not been disconnected. Strangely, her hand and the receiver could not be separated. How could this happen? Luo felt as if one of her hands was glued to the receiver. No matter how hard she tried to shake it off, it wouldn't budge, as if someone had played a prank and glued the phone to her palm with superglue. The cat girl was breaking into a cold sweat. She looked at her wrist in disbelief. Connecting her right wrist and the receiver was a green handcuff. When had the handcuff appeared? Was it when she raised the receiver to speak? There was no way to tell. The voice from the receiver continued to drift through. You can't hang up yet. I haven't finished speaking. A little cat like you is destined to be devoured by your sister Luo. Eek. In an instant, fear crept up the cat girl's spine, her pupils suddenly constricting. A surge of electricity coursed through her body, forcing her waist to arch involuntarily. Her whole body felt charged with static, her cat ears, and the black fur on her tail, standing straight up, and then exploding outward. At the same time, she found herself uncontrollably rising onto her toes. It was as if she were a real frightened kitten. No, at that moment Luo was indeed a scared little kitten. The door cannot be opened from this side. Luo frantically threw half her body against the plastic door. Finding it unyielding, she extended her cat paw, scratching at the immovable door, producing a sharp and piercing sound. But all attempts were in vain. The door cannot be opened from this side. Let me go. Let me go. The door cannot be opened from this side. The cat girl helplessly wailed, finally kneeling against the plastic door, pounding it with her fists, trying to distance her body as much as possible from the receiver, extending her right hand to hold the glued receiver far away. All right, I'm not going to scare you anymore. The goddess of wind said seriously from the receiver. I know you want to save the Academy head's life, and I also know everything you have done to save Shui City. You have fulfilled the promise between us well. So please forgive me, Luo. I am not a qualified goddess, at least not one worthy of everyone's support. I have also heard what Zirfu said. I am just a selfish deity who only imposes my thoughts onto the beings below, never looking, listening, or asking about them. So, I want to ask you a question. What do you think? Life is... Luo listened to the confession from the suspected goddess of wind on the other end of the line, no longer trembling. She felt that emotion, that feeling of self-doubt and self-loathing. It was familiar to her. Familiar because she had once been so confused and self-destructive, but she had never carefully thought about such a philosophical question. However, if it were to such a self-confused person, this being resembling her past self, she thought she could now properly answer her once confused self. What? Some might say the meaning of life, definitions and such. But you see, I've never really understood those things. After all, I never studied my political education class well. But you know, if you ask me what life is, if we were to compare it to playing a game, life can be seen as a game, one that continually encounters problems. Since there are problems, it's inevitable not to solve everything, not to find so-called answers. But as long as we keep playing, we will definitely solve the problems and definitely find the answers. I believe life is just that, a process of continually encountering problems and finding answers. I believe that life is a process of constantly encountering problems and continuously finding answers. Luo said with a smile, looking towards the distant horizon, confidently stating, I will keep playing this game, so as long as I am alive, I will surely find my own solution, my own answer. She was also speaking to her former self. Keep living. If you don't, how can you solve the problems and find the answers? The breathing on the other end of the line grew slightly heavier. After a long silence, the voice sighed. I never expected to hear this answer from you again. Well, I still feel inadequate. The part of the administrator database for Expedition Gaia has been processed. Although you are not the saintess, you have indeed brought this. The green fluorescence gathered, condensed, and took shape again in front of Luo. Acquired fragment no. 1 certified technology survivor ability has been activated. Description: a certified fragment no. 1 authenticated through administrator identity. Effect allows access to the administrator database and certain administrator privileges. How do you feel, Xian? Is there any issue? You don't speak yet. My head hurts. Xian declined Luo's chat request. The voice continued. In any case, this fragment is a part of my past power. If it were me now, it would be completely fine. Pay attention. In the impression of living beings, wind has always been a symbol of destruction, power, and conquest, but in the rebirth era, wind also represents life, rebirth, and prosperity. There is a saying, a town without wind is uninhabitable. This is the power of the wind goddess. A clear green bell sound rang out, and a dynamic whirlwind swept through the cave in an instant. Dots of fluorescence intertwined with crisp jingling echoing near the vast source of hinoki leaves. Gentle breeze softly caressing. Transparent wind, tangible wind, the wind of life. Su Xingxing felt the gentle breeze brush against his heavy eyelids, and he saw the pallor on Aurora's face fading, the blood color returning, the countless wounds healing, and her pinky finger twitching. He had no time to comprehend the emotions flooding his parched heart before his vision blurred, and then tears streamed down. Su Xingxing experienced his first cry in life, which was also his first great cry for another. Xiaoling reached out gently, holding a strand of wind, which tenderly clasped her back, as if smiling at her. What a comfortable wind. Speak opened his arms and sighed. And I feel so much better now. The alchemist whispered from the side. It's not an illusion. I checked the status bar. Our health has indeed recovered, and we have additional buffs. The assassin keenly noticed that this was no ordinary wind. Is it over again? The president muttered. AI Mimi looked at Luo in the phone booth, her eyes filled with the sight of her fluffy tail swaying back and forth, and said with a hint of regret, although the touch of the wind is also quite nice, comparable to my Mimi, I still really want to touch Luo's tail. Progress of the barrier 100. Congratulations, regional hidden task. All tasks in the shadows beneath the Hinoki Leaves series are complete. Now starting to calculate rewards. The green wind climbed up the magic tower of Hinoki Leaf Magic Academy, and then the massive wind dispersed into 3 gentle breezes, flying into the upper city, middle city, and lower city. In the upper city, the magical environment of Hinoki Leaf Magic Academy became denser, the magical energy richer, allowing for the continuation of magical inheritance. In the middle city, the people of Hinoki Chamber of Commerce put down their bills and interests, all running to the street, feeling the power of the goddess permeate their hearts, letting go of their biases, and collectively celebrating the beauty of life. In the lower city, wherever the gentle breeze reached, green buds broke. Through the soil, flowers bloomed everywhere, sowing seeds of hope in people's hearts for a hopeful tomorrow. The three gentle breezes converged upwards, transforming into a massive female figure visible to all in Hinoki Leaf City, embodying an incredibly compassionate presence. The wind goddess placed her hands over her heart. She opened her eyes, not looking down upon the beings below, but instead raising her head to gaze upwards, opening her palms to pluck the glowing fruits above her. As each fruit was plucked, 6 gigantic Hinoki leaves slowly opened outwards, revealing the appearance of the sky beyond. The people of Hinoki Leaf City had never seen the true sky, and living in Hinoki Leaf City for too long could cause one to forget the original appearance of the sky. What an extraordinary sight it was. The gaze of the stars fell, meeting the eyes of the people as the pitch-black curtain reflected the colors of their pupils. Perhaps not everyone would look up today, but the people of Hinoki Leaf City would never forget the miracle of today. The sky could indeed be so beautiful. The goddess showed a faint smile to the beings below. Then, she dissipated, but remained in the hearts of the people. You are really a goddess. No way, Miss Lisa, please don't joke with me. Luo stepped back, looking left and right, only to find her retreat blocked by the association's maids. She exclaimed in disbelief, "Everyone, what are you doing? Aren't we comrades of the reject Miss Lisa's petting group? Aren't we on the same front?" She glared at the dog girl and yelled, "Woof. This has nothing to do with me. It was the other 4 who threatened me." Turning to the right, she saw the sheep-horned girl yawning. "I can't help it. It's a rare opportunity to slack off, and I don't want to miss it, bah." Looking at the next one, the tail-curled demi-human girl scratched her head. "Humph, they said there would be food, and I came. They said if they didn't let you go, there would be a feast. Sorry about that." Next, there was a black-skinned demi-human girl with 2 huge horns on her head. "Mau, I'm sorry, Luo. I was indeed bribed by Miss Lisa. After all, it's been a long time since I washed my horns, and Miss Lisa promised to wash them for me personally." "You traitors. But unfortunately, the word give up does not exist in my dictionary." Luo seized the opportunity and leaped out of the encirclement, striding towards the door. Suddenly, the horse girl dashed in front of her, turned around, and captured the cat girl. "Sorry. Forgive me, this is a necessary sacrifice." Miss Lisa walked step by step in front of the cat girl, supporting her chin and unable to suppress her smile, saying, "Ah, didn't I say before? You little kitty is meant to be devoured by your sister." Luo shouted, "You don't come over here." "Ah, congratulations. You have opened this magical diary. Want to know Miss Lisa's hobbies? Want to know Sue Xingxing's contact information? Want to know the secrets of Hollyleaf City? All the answers lie within this little diary, my painstakingly crafted magnum opus. Hey, don't leave yet. I know some of you despise me, even frowning at the sight of my face or the sound of my voice. Worse still, my name alone might turn your stomach. But I hope you can spare a little precious time, just a bit, to give me a chance to prove myself. Oh no, to reintroduce myself. My name is Itchich Parker." Hey, I said don't leave, and don't think about tossing it away. I beg you, keep reading. I, known as the know-it-all of Hollyleaf, have no secrets I don't know. Ask me anything you desire. You mean, how to freely and delightfully pet a cold-faced cat girl's ears and tail without making her hate me? Can do. As long as your payment is worth it, there's nothing I can't accomplish. Mother. What? Why are you here? No, nothing, just writing in my diary, talking to myself. You mean this matter can't be agreed to? Can't be done? Can't even try? And certainly can't be written down. But, all right. Due to reasons well known to all, writing the wrong thing might lead to my head parting ways with my body, and such an irresistible force, you understand. Your request I cannot fulfill. But other matters are definitely no problem. Back to the point. As everyone knows, Miss Lisa is my mother, and I am Miss Lisa's son. Let's start from this angle. You might find it strange. Since Miss Lisa has a son, why is there no so-called husband? No one has ever seen Miss Lisa with any man, and likewise not even a whisper of rumor has been heard. Starting to suspect. Typically, the world calls a middle-aged woman living with a young boy a single-parent family, and that woman is seen as the core of the household, commonly known as a single mother. That's right. Miss Lisa is not my real mother, not my birth mother. I was adopted. After all, my dazzling golden hair and her brown locks share no common ground. The excuse of genetic mutation seems a bit forced. What? You ask if I know what genetic mutation means. He'll use it anyway. Don't sweat the small stuff. In short, Miss Lisa is actually my foster mother. I am deeply grateful to Lisa, who toiled alone in Hollyleaf City to raise me, a wood elf. Unlike sylphs, those pure magical intellect beings, elemental spirits, we have physical bodies and are part of the biological intellect race, commonly called flesh elves. Who on earth came up with that name? It's so awful my magical core stirs in agitation. So I prefer to call our race magical elves. From birth, every magical elf possesses a talent for a specific attribute magic, and based on the attribute we excel in, we are divided into different clans. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth. The 5 mainstream attribute magics summarized by the Southern Garden Kingdom. Familiar, right? For instance, I specialize in wood magic, making me a wood elf. I go to such lengths to explain my race because elves are naturally attuned to elemental forces, no dispute there. But wind magic, this term is just for convenience. Precisely, it is a branch of ancient magic. Directly wind-related, causing air currents, wind magic gust, or not directly wind-related, catalyzing elements, wood magic, blooming, repairing cells, generation magic, healing spell. All can be considered wind magic. It is a highly complex magic that cannot be simply and crudely categorized in the current magical system. Why do you think I waste ink writing down these basics found in the system and classification of magic? Because I long suspected that Lisa was not an ordinary single mother, but an avatar of the goddess who mastered ancient magic. But lacking proof, I kept it to myself. To find evidence to verify my guess, I gathered clues when Lisa went to the lower city. In plain words, stalking. I know, I'm disgusting, but please understand me. It's something I had to do, all for uncovering the secrets of Hollyleaf. The result? Unfortunately, I lost her trail. Even the diary I was writing in went missing. Luckily, a tall, kind-hearted pioneer in armor helped me find the diary, or else you wouldn't be reading this entry. As payment, I told him that the Hollyleaf Merchant Guild has been secretly transporting a large quantity of stored crystals. After my confirmation, the guild disguised the transport carriages, mixing the crystals into ordinary caravans. According to a secret letter I accidentally intercepted, this will last for a week, all happening in the early hours with the recipient written as Lord Mock. Back to the main topic. I still haven't found any suspicious evidence, and with the guild's recent movements being dubious, the very wind of Hollyleaf City is tinged with a sorrowful air. But I haven't come away empty-handed. I've learned one of Lisa's few hobbies. She loves fluffy things. What? You say you already knew that? Then you certainly don't know the contact information of our world's cutest blue-eared fox, the unbeatable poster girl after Miss Lisa, the generation magic genius, under 160 centimeters. Su Xingxing. Right, many have only heard of this renowned figure in the Pioneer Association, but most have never actually seen her. If you just hear her voice, you'll wonder how such a cute blue-eared fox can produce a heavenly sound that makes you want to sway your body, cheering and dancing all at once. I know, I'm disgusting, so please stop emphasizing it. I'm quite self-aware, all right. And please don't just silently look at me like I'm trash, or even mentally sort me into the garbage bin, all right. Praising beautiful things is an elf's nature, nothing personal. Enough. In the Southern Garden Kingdom, there's a saying, restrain oneself and restore propriety, or restrain oneself and restore propriety to achieve benevolence. Never mind. Though I don't know the meaning of restore propriety, I think I've managed to restrain myself. I am very restrained. I only say annoying things twice. The middle characters are blurred. The diary ends with this sentence. Restraining myself indeed works. Oh, lately Xingxing's attitude toward me has improved a lot. Is this restoring propriety? The above is the diary content found by Luo while searching the association during a mission. Being a goddess is a rather mundane job, yet also an exceedingly busy one. I am the goddess of wind, wielding the primal power of the wind. One could say that all the winds in the world are me, and yet they are not. As the goddess of wind, I always need to respond to those who pray to me, for it is my duty as a goddess. Since it feels both boring and busy, it would be far more refreshing to resign outright. I once thought this way too, but life would not let me go. I merely asked life to leave me be, not to challenge me. What is so good about being a goddess? What power does being a goddess hold? It's merely having tea parties to host every day, with delicious snacks to indulge in, fine tea leaves to savor, and an endless supply of offerings to bring home. The belief power from living beings can enhance both strength and beauty, and I can always manifest a mortal form to wander wherever I please. Where should I go next? Wait. Thinking this way, being a goddess doesn't seem so bad after all. The cost is just that I have to sit in the goddess church for 2 hours every day, listening to the opinions and prayers of the believers, and occasionally delivering divine edicts and powers. Sometimes when little troubles arise that people cannot handle, I may just need to step in. But that's 2 hours, equivalent to a quarter of the tea party time. Indeed, I should just resign. Suddenly a crackling sound of flames erupted as a small girl like Flame nonchalantly propped her feet on the table. Chewing on a black lollipop, she remarked, "Is there really anything wrong with this? We are all goddesses. A bit of hard work doesn't matter. Our time is infinite." The one saying this is the flame goddess whom I have grown to despise, as she often flies into a rage and loves to pick fights for no reason, always seizing on logical loopholes in others' words and refusing to let go, treating everyone as if they owed her billions of belief power. I believe I am not alone in this sentiment, as everyone falls silent in response to the flame goddess's words. The best way to deal with such a person is to ignore them who just don't reply to her. The water goddess advice is indeed sound. After several instances of ignoring her, the results were clearly noticeable. The flame goddess' tendency to lash out diminished, and everyone started to follow suit. After a dismissive, humph, boring, the flame goddess withdrew her feet and closed her mouth. The reason I called everyone here is due to a very urgent matter. The earth goddess and I are currently unavailable to handle this issue. Logically, the wood goddess would be the best candidate. Bringing everyone together is truly a last resort. Sitting gracefully and speaking so eloquently is the water goddess. Her dress remains as tasteful as ever, matching my own aesthetic. Get to the point. The wood goddess always speaks this way, oblivious to the atmosphere. It's evident that the water goddess feels awkward speaking to her alone, thus inventing a poor excuse, claiming that the earth goddess and I are too busy, though anyone could tell it's a lie. Alright, it's not that I have any bias against the earth goddess, but I actually quite like her, as she is honest and speaks little, absorbing everything you say and always follows through. If only she would pay attention to the dirt on her clothes during tea parties. I always end up being the one to clean up. The water goddess sometimes clasps her hands and squints while speaking. As her closest friend, I know all too well that this signifies she has a mischievous idea. Before this, there's something even more important, the goddess of wind. Congratulations, you have become the most diligent goddess among us. The plaque, jointly produced by the Goddess Church, Most Diligent Goddess Award, is hereby presented to you. What? Most Diligent Goddess Award? I don't want such an award. It's utterly useless. The little fire child next to me suddenly erupted. Why not me? Just because I overslept one day and forgot to go to the church. Right. Not only does she sit in the church every day for 365 days, attending to the believers' opinions for 2 hours without fail, she also timely delivers divine edicts aiding the church's growth, even going so far as to share her divine power to help those praying overcome disasters. She is truly a role model for us goddesses. Everyone applaud. Clap, clap, clap. How infuriating. The flame goddess glared fiercely at my plaque, proving that a little child is still a little child, being a goddess, yet oversleeping is a sign of immaturity, so just gnaw on your fingernails in envy. There's also a banner. Remember to keep it safe. Okay, I replied, using the wind to curl up the banner and putting the plaque away together. Deliberately, not letting the little brat see, just go ahead and envy. So, what's this urgent matter you mentioned? Oh, wood goddess, you really don't understand the atmosphere. Only the water goddess can speak at such times. Right, thank you, wood goddess. It's about the outbreak of monsters in the Demon Beast Mountains. The situation there is quite complex. Humans summoned the wind spirit, Sylph, in their quest for victory, yet they lack the ability to control Sylph. How can it be her? Wasn't her core completely destroyed? Her? Didn't we already eliminate them together? Yes. Humans used a black magic circle, a magic circle that connects to the realm of the dead, using life as a medium. The earth goddess's words ring true. Have they not heard the earth weeping? The black magic circle can only be activated at the cost of life. Its power is contrary to that of the goddesses, creating a counterbalance. Considering Sylph's abilities, the wind spirit, Sylph, is incompatible with the flame goddess. The environment there is tainted by black magic, preventing the full exertion of my and the earth goddess powers, and while it's a forest, the wood goddess's domain still. I must put an end to all this. Sylph, my mistake should not be borne by you. I know Sylph's abilities best. Let me go alone. I am not restricted by the environment. Don't go alone, goddess of wind. I will accompany you. Wood goddess, your words resonate with me, but I am not that weak. No need this time. Let me demonstrate my strength. As long as the people there are still praying, my power will not diminish. Water goddess, why do you look at me with such sorrowful eyes? You should take care of yourself more. Again this dream, it's been a long time since I've seen you all. Miss Lisa opened her inorganic eyes, awakening with a sense of regret and nostalgia. It's a bit boring. When did I first realize this unusual emotion? By the time I became aware of it, I was already deeply entangled, unable to extricate myself. Like stars, it captivates one's gaze. As the future saintess of the blue-eared fox clan, you must learn to control yourself, though showing your emotions freely is unacceptable. Maintaining a stoic expression is the basic etiquette of a saintess. The voice in my mind insisted on this, yet I could not recall whether the person who spoke to me was male or female, their face now a blur. Every syllable of that statement seemed to possess a magical quality. Each time my heart stirred, it would echo in my mind. I also admonished myself, you must become the saintess. In most subhuman clans, a candidate for saintess is already treated with the status and privileges of a true saintess. However, the divinely chosen saintess is different. The divinely chosen saintess is a more special existence among the candidates. All divinely chosen saintesses bear a unique luminous foxtail mark that symbolizes their recognition as candidates and foretells their potential to become the next elder. The moment you become the divinely chosen saintess, your individuality becomes inconsequential. Your future will be intricately linked to your race, and everything about you will be used for the clan's sake. Your existence will serve the purpose of your race. The voice in my mind foretold this, and I remembered the one who said it to me was the elder of the blue-eared fox clan, the only relative I could recall. Since birth, I had never seen my parents. From the moment I could remember, I had been by the elder's side listening to her teachings, which I believed wholeheartedly. Each prophecy of that statement appeared in vivid imagery, every time I considered giving up, it surfaced before my eyes, and I assured myself, you must strive for your race. Compared to regular candidates for saintess, the divinely chosen saintess undergoes a more rigorous and arduous growth process. Beyond learning etiquette and knowledge, their fixed curriculum includes a discipline called devotion. The specific task involves trekking across the ridges of the sacred snow mountain. The blue-eared fox tribe resides at the base of the sacred snow mountain. Legend has it that only the saintess who can cross the mountain alone and retrieve a token will gain the elder's recognition. The journey to cross the mountain and retrieve the token is akin to traversing two mountains fraught with various challenges along the way. However, the divinely chosen saintess is different. The elder forbids me from crossing the mountain alone due to the unpredictable conditions which can result in inexplicable blizzards. Once caught in one, no one survives. If you continue like this, you will not achieve the inheritance of your race. I'm sorry, Xing Xing, I only hope you can become an elder so that no one can bully you. What were the elder's concluding words? How did I respond? I can't remember. I only recall admonishing myself, you must live independently without relying on others. Yet the lingering sting on my face reminds me that those moments were indeed real, ostracized by my fellow candidates, being mocked. Mocked for what? It seemed they called me sissy. I even witnessed the elder's disappointed expression for the first time. Why do I recall these three sentences? Why was I born as a divinely chosen saintess in this world? What is a divinely chosen saintess? These questions have become irrelevant, because I am about to perish in this blizzard. For the sake of trivial pride, I recklessly violated the tribe's rules, hoping to prove myself by crossing the mountain alone, only to encounter a fatal blizzard. Surely, I must be the shortest-lived, divinely chosen saintess in existence. But that no longer mattered. I would simply curl up with my tail and drift into sleep. The last sight I beheld was the silhouette of many black knights advancing against the blizzard on the horizon. And then I awoke. My eyelids remained heavy, yet my limbs felt surprisingly warm. Oh, you're awake. Had I already died? What are you mumbling about? Oh no, a lady shouldn't speak like that. Are you all right, little fox person? My name is Aurora Fulrisel. What is yours? Aurora. Such a long name. Is she asking for mine? Has your brain frozen? You can't even say a complete sentence. Oh no, how did I end up speaking like this again? But the old hag isn't here, so I can say whatever I like. What a spirited girl. I wanted to see what she looked like. With my mind still hazy, I forced my eyes open. My vision was horizontal. My left I beheld the dark sky, while my right gazed upon the bare earth. Am I behind a small hill? Right in front of me were a pair of gem-like eyes. In her gaze I saw stars. Beautiful eyes. The old hag says that one can gauge friendship by looking into someone's eyes. It seems I can be friends with you. Your eyes are even more beautiful. Why did I suddenly feel so excited? Unclear. The girl before me froze for a moment, then smiled. Her smile was equally lovely. Aurora reached out her arms and suddenly embraced me, shifting me from a lying to a sitting position. All right, now that you're awake, let's eat. We can talk afterward. Aurora sat beside me with a bowl in hand. Time for porridge. A wooden spoon was offered before me. Your condition isn't great. Feeling dizzy is normal. I've studied a bit of healing magic. If I had discovered you any later, it would have been over. Eat first to regain your strength. I should have refused, honestly admitting that I could already move and didn't need her assistance. But why did I lie? After a delightful meal. What? You're a saintess. Am I the first one to discover a saintess? Then, dear saintess, why were you found on the snow mountain? I am not a saintess yet. I confess the reason. Isn't that just a child throwing a tantrum, running away from home? So lame. This feeling was strange. Despite her mocking me, I felt no hurt, but rather a sense of comfort. What are you laughing at? Oh, I see that fox people really do wag their tails when they're shy. I don't. What about you? Why are you here? Tail, why did you betray me? Am also running away from home. Aurora proudly made a peace sign. How ridiculous. Then what right do you have to criticize me? Perhaps it was at that moment that I had already found it, my star. After the great battle atop the magic tower of the Holly Leaf Academy of Magic. Oh, no good. I can't muster any energy. Good morning, esteemed everyone. This young lady is none other than the universally adored Aurora Falrisel. Known as the beloved daughter of the wind goddess, the eccentric magical prodigy, the principal of Holly Leaf Academy, the guardian of Holly Leaf City. Though I bear countless titles that insufficiently reflect my nobility, it is I. Even if I now wallow and thrash on my bed in self-abandon, I am still a proper aristocrat. Though I am a spinster past 30 possessing half the upper city's estates and an entire magic academy as my dowry, I am still a highly sought-after quality woman. Possessing magical talent second to none in this world, yet I use it all to craft merchandise of Su Xingxing. Still, I have created the spell Generation Magic Stars and authored the theory and practice of wind magic, making me a perfectly cultured and martial student. Why does it feel like my self-evaluation keeps dropping? Must be an illusion. I admit my words lack persuasiveness. Anyone who sees me buried in a sea of Xingxing merchandise would inevitably sigh, the elf family is finished. But I still wish to earnestly emphasize an indisputable fact: I am indeed the sole heir of the elf family. As the third daughter of the elf family, I leveraged my magical talent and political acumen successfully, enabling my eldest sister to steadfastly pursue her choice and elope with a bard, causing my second brother to voluntarily withdraw from family competition to chase his dream, making the world's finest candies. Thus, I emerged victorious from the brutal inheritance struggle, becoming the sole heir of the elf family. Do not say such a person must not be any good either. Such words would break my heart, especially after all my efforts. Xingxing praise me, I've worked so hard. Any harder, and it'll turn into magical particles. I gazed at the little Xingxing doll before me, the ultimate magical creation born from 3 sleepless nights. She is the first chibi doll in my Xingxing collection. I never imagined it would fit so perfectly, too perfectly. I cannot create a life-size shrine made in Xingxing doll, and a life-sized lowly Xingxing doll lacks sufficient reference material. Moreover, due to a shortage of raw materials, the tail position remains empty. But considering space efficiency, she is the most suitable doll for home and travel, not only waterproof, fireproof, stay-resistant, with excellent texture, soft, and healing, but also supports one-click outfit changes and DIY hairstyling. And most importantly, this. My most prideful feature: press the belly. Aurora, the doll emits a soft, sweet voice. My brain trembles. This is it. Hee. I am a genius for whimsically embedding preservation magic into the doll. I was already a genius. Then no matter, more genius than other geniuses. That is I, Aurora Falrisel. This preservation magic contains 6 different lines suitable for any occasion: press, when sad to cheer up; press, when happy to be happier. And I should be the first to conceive of using preservation magic to store voices. This is an epic-making discovery. Simple in principle, but a bit tricky in practice. After all, Xingxing cannot come every day, as she is very busy. However, there is now a more serious problem. I know it's hard to imagine, but as Su Xingxing's #1 fan self-proclaimed, I dare say that 2 Xingxings are fighting in my mind. One is the orthodox shrine, made in Xingxing, I have supported for nearly 10 years. The other is the emerging lowly Xingxing, whose charm I underestimated. Shrine Maiden Xingxing says, rest enough, and it's time to work. Isn't it to hide me that you keep the family maids out of the magic tower? Only by working more can you save more time to accompany me. You make a good point. I'll work now, and come keep you company soon. Hee. I intended to get out of bed. Where are my shoes? The other lowly Xingxing puffs out her soft cheeks. No. Look at your current state. You can't even speak clearly. If I weren't here, you wouldn't take care of yourself. Rest first. Such soft cheeks. Isn't that just tempting me to pinch them? Pinch, pinch. Oh ho ho. So bouncy, so bouncy. Like a cloud. Such a great texture. I've decided. The next doll's cheeks will use this material. Hee. Even more stress-relieving than a doll. Speaking of dolls, the key is whether it's good for hugging. I hug, pressing my face against the lowly Xingxing's cheek. Rub, rub. Oh ho ho. So warm, so warm. Like a campfire. Perfect temperature. I've decided. The next doll's face will include a heating and insulation system. The lowly Xingxing suddenly pins me to the bed. What? Is the little lowly going to devour the big sister? Not bad either. Her voice grows urgent, and she gently pulls the blanket over me. Your face is so hot. You have a fever. How many days have you gone without sleep? Just 3 days, nothing serious. Xingxing, you came to see me. The lowly Xingxing furrows her brow. Her worried expression is adorable. She covers my eyes with her hand, making me close my eyelids. Sleep first. They'll get you medicine. Lie still. Okay. Okay. Even when being a good girl, I aim to be #1. No. Good, my foot. Oh no, a lady shouldn't complain like that. No. That's not the point. Xingxing. She. Why is she here? Could she have seen everything? My super invincible, cozy, comfortable Xingxing supreme handmade, unique, sweet love nest. Let me catch my breath first. Has it all been exposed? No. My life's greatest blunder. Aurora Falrus L's illustrious reputation will be shattered. I look at Xingxing at the door, too shameful. My remaining strength only allows me one thing: pull the blanket over my nose. I can't even cover my head. I woke up. Then drink your medicine. Come open wide. What's wrong? Don't you find me disgusting? Disgusting? Oh, you mean the merchandise? How could I? Having been a saintess for so many years, I've seen it all. I'm just curious. Where did you get so much? Her eyes hold nothing else, only me. Drink your medicine. I have decided from now on I am a single fan of the emerging faction. Hey, huh, hey, huh. Sweat poured like rain as Li Huihui stepped back then forward. He leaned forward, arms pressed tightly against his sides, his left fist cocked, as if ready to strike. But midway through the advance, he lowered his center of gravity, took a step forward, shifted his momentum, and swung his right fist, aimed at the abdomen. Thud! A solid hit landed. The sandbag flew to the left, emitting a muffled sound. This was a feint move used in normal boxing matches to confuse opponents, and also Li Huihui's most frequently used technique in Fight or Down. Simple, effective, and that was his reason for choosing it. Fight or Down was a moderately well-known consciousness-linked game and early experimental work under Hartley Entertainment, which was also the developer of Pioneer Gaia. Fight or Down focused on unknown realistic boxing matches, allowing fair combat for players from 15-year-olds to 80-year-olds. Where's the fairness, you ask? Because the game didn't support character customization, the avatars were all uniform. The 24-year-old virtual body of Vinny Gaia, champion of the New Earth Free Fighting Championship. A year after release, it added a multi-weapon mode letting you use all kinds of cold and hot weapons against opponents without legal restrictions. So fun. 2 years after release, around the time Vinny Gaia was fully banned, the game opened his dedicated virtual training room where you could import your own data. I trained there every single day without fail. A deliberate straight punch. What's the point of telling me all this? Go easy. Then a hook punch. The little AI let out a sharp scream. You read that right. A Xingxing, as an intelligent training manager, had uploaded her consciousness into the smart sandbag, enduring a glorious beating. Euphemistically supervising the training of a scrub, in reality, it was due to her weak resistance to temptation. Xingxing oversee my training and ill buy you the latest terminal. And so she was tricked by Huihui into taking the hits. With 2 more heavy thuds, the small window on the smart sandbag displayed average 3,000 in. Click to view statistics by punch type. The little AI wailed again. Let me out. I don't want you to buy it anymore. Let me out. Aren't you an AI? You can't feel pain. What's there to fear? When you first came in, didn't you say you liked this kind of sturdy terminal? Li Huihui's reply was correct. In the concept of AI, there was no sense of pain, which was why he felt no restraint. Xingxin's tone grew increasingly agitated. It's not about pain. Who would like this uncomfortable iron box? And you never said it would shake around. I just admired its sturdiness. Understood. A scrub like you can't comprehend that. A muscle-bound scrub. You muscle-bound scrub. A scrub, huh? Then let me show you a scrub's full power. Huihui's forehead veins bulged as he delivered an elbow strike. Xingxing, ugh. If it were about testing and recording theoretical data, Li Huihui actually preferred testing in the FOD training grounds over hitting a real sandbag. No sweating, no risk of injury or exhaustion, and very convenient. So why didn't he use the training grounds? It wasn't that he had it, but deliberately chose not to use it, or rather he wanted to use it, but couldn't for some reason. Yes, he had no choice but to vent by beating up the little AI here. Definitely not because he wanted to, but out of necessity. What's stranger is that today was the update day for Pioneer Gaia's new event, the Dwarf King's Lost Treasure. As a hardcore game enthusiast, Li Huihui wouldn't normally be idly boxing here. The answer was simple: he could no longer play Pioneer Gaia because his account was banned. The ban was on his Hartley Entertainment game account, so he couldn't play FOD either. Account ban. A word that made every gamer shudder, literally meaning the game account was suspended, unable to log in with the banned account. The meaning of a ban differed between online and single-player gamers, but the result was the same: the original account couldn't be used to play the game. This was truly infuriating, as it meant all the time, effort, and sometimes money invested in the game could go up in smoke, amounting to nothing. And discussing the reason for the ban was another topic that could stir up a storm. If it was for cheating, disrupting game balance, and the experience of ordinary players, the player base would only say well-deserved. But if it was a so-called false ban, or ban for no reason, players would only direct their anger at the game company. But Li Huihui believed neither reason applied to his ban. He was sure he hadn't cheated. The little AI was at most a game assistant, though it had been flagged as a third-party plugin before, but after binding with his personal account, there had been no issues. Could it be the second case? Li Huihui dared not confirm with the officials. He stayed up late reviewing Hartley Entertainment's game contract, which clearly stated that AI also fell under the company's property. If Hartley discovered this, he would be guilty of illegally stealing company property, facing hefty fines. He was caught in a dilemma, let alone creating a new account to play. The thought of debts and fines hanging over his head killed any desire to game. Honestly, Huihui played games to escape reality. When reality came barreling toward you like a big truck, anyone would take a look. Huihui couldn't look away, especially since this was almost entirely the little AI's doing. He had figured out that if Xinshin hadn't chosen to bind with his personal account, it would have only been complicity in an AI's unauthorized escape, not the current illegal scheme for company secrets. From theft of property to scheming for secrets was just one step away: key authentication. From an illegal account with an abnormal profession system, Li Huihui's personal account had now become a harmful account harboring half of Hartley's company data. Naturally, it was detected and banned. Don't underestimate today's security firewalls, especially in the riskier conscious space. In short, there was no way out. Or rather, there was. He could still vent by beating up the little AI. Beating the AI punching bag was also a form of escapism, and Li Huihui was well aware of it. Now only two choices lay before him. Either give up entirely or brace himself for a massive fine and compensation. Dead or alive, truly a matter of life and death. Yet no matter which path he chose, the future would be game over. A dark, vagrant life seemed to beckon him, the only difference being whether he would first serve time in prison before wandering or wander directly without imprisonment. The little AI massaged the truth without feeling the pain. If you start preparing the money now, it might not be too late. Oh, you? Oh. Xinshin, with two more punches brimming with strength. The screen on the smart punching bag twisted its expression. Who exactly created this situation? Don't tell me you don't know. Li Huihui clenched his right fist and thrust it straight forward. Little AI, no. His calloused fist abruptly halted right in front of the punching bag, the force dying without warning. Saying more is useless now. It's already too late. As if a prophecy, the words were followed by the ringtone of his terminal. This could be the day I die for you. His brows had been furrowed since earlier. He slowly raised his wrist terminal. What do you see before over? He clearly saw the caller. Hadley Entertainment. Huihui pressed the answer button. A mechanical voice indistinguishable in gender came through the terminal. Hello, Mr. Li Huihui. Male, 22 years old, unemployed, height 170 centimeters, formerly studied at the Earth Marrow School, ranked second in District C, an outstanding graduate of the Military Industrial College. The other side paused briefly. Former captain of the school martial arts club, three-time consecutive gold medalist in the District C University Martial Arts Cup. Parents alive. Father is a senior programmer at Liar Group. Mother is an heir of the intangible cultural heritage, Scorpion Fist Branch. Another pause. It was clear the speaker was a real person, only the voice was processed. Finally, the other side confirmed. Am correct, am I not, Mr. Li Huihui? Huihui's eyes shifted to the certificates and trophies on the wall. 3 rigid certificates and 2 holographic trophies, but one holographic trophy was not functioning. After a string of personal background revelations that could only be described as holy crap doxing, Huihui remained expressionless, but when his gaze returned to the terminal, it had become sharp. He spoke with relative composure, not a single mistake. So how should I address you, caller? The little AI wisely stayed silent, listening dumbfounded as the other party spilled all of Huihui's past. Xinshin was still shocked. What? This trash is actually an outstanding graduate. How is that possible? Isn't he just a muscle-bound, game-addicted NED? The voice on the other end of the terminal fell silent for a moment, accompanied by faint crackling sounds. Call me Miss T. I like that title. All right, Miss T. What business do you have with me? Miss T's earlier doxing declaration was a show of force. Huihui knew well that before a large corporation, a nobody like him had no privacy, no seat at the table, and not even any leverage for negotiation. In a word, why should he? The other party's act of shooting first and asking later was the utmost courtesy. The two incidents, theft of property and plotting to obtain secrets, put him at a disadvantage in this conversation from the start. Whatever they demanded was reasonable. A contract violator had no right to bargain. Maintaining a low profile and submitting to their judgment was the correct course, not speaking in a tone of neither servility nor arrogance, as Li Huihui was doing now. What gave him such courage and confidence? Miss T's tone shifted. Not bad. You've passed. Let's discuss our future collaboration. A silent smile curled on Huihui's lips, leaving the little AI stunned. In a word, why should he? Xingxin's ingrained perceptions felt overturned. This was Hadley Entertainment, the largest company in the gaming industry. Why would it collaborate with Huihui? In other words, wasn't this just offering a job to a freshly graduated unemployed NET? Could such a windfall really exist? The little AI couldn't understand. This trash before her was truly becoming unclear. Unknown personal information coupled with Miss T's sudden change in attitude completely shattered Xingxin's confidence in her constructed Li Huihui cognitive model. Miss T's tone was noticeably relaxed. I will send you the interface later. Remember to upload the personal account in your terminal to Hadalus Data Hub. Don't forget. Shinshin recognized it. This was directed at her. That tone was definitely hers, the Shuden who fed her strange data every day. I'm not going back. You Shuden. Ahaha, I knew you were nearby. I'm relieved now. Sigh. Kids these days rebellious face. It's rare for you to go far, and you don't want to come home. Mr. Huihui, please take good care of the company's property. You've worked hard. The contract is as discussed last night, correct? Yes, I have no objections. A brief reply, yet it took nearly all of Huihui's strength. Beep. The call ended. Quick. Tell me how you convinced her and the company. Are you some wealthy young master I don't know about? Or some deep background returning Dragon King? Xingxin's tone was eager as she desperately wanted to know the answer. She had raised the priority of this matter to the highest level. Huihui didn't even hear the latter half of Xingxin's words. All he heard was thud. Exhaling the pent-up breath in his chest, Huihui collapsed to the ground. His earlier composure vanished. But his smile remained undiminished. Like someone who had defeated a boss without taking damage, he clenched his fist and declared, "This game I won." He heard Xingxin's question and waved his hand. I can tell you, but what can you offer in exchange? The little AI was puzzled. Offer in exchange? Exactly, something to trade. Anything. Something you know that I don't, or something beneficial to everyone. It's the same when negotiating a contract with a company. Companies pursue maximum profit. As long as you can provide the thing that maximizes that profit, that's enough. Shinshin was even more confused. Every word Huihui said was Chinese, but when put together she couldn't understand. Could these characters even form a sentence? The little AI was stunned by Huihui's words because the premise for all this, both parties being equal responsible parties, simply didn't exist. She was the one who caused Huihui to breach the game contract first. How could he still sign a contract with that Shuden? There was no way the company would approve it. Little AI, this doesn't make sense in principle. How could Hitori Entertainment agree to sign a contract with you? Huihui supported himself with his hand behind him, his weak legs unable to move. I understand you want to say that I don't have the capital to be at the table, but you overlooked one point. My capital was personally given to me by you. It seemed he had not yet recovered from the earlier back and forth, his body still trembling from the effects of hormone secretion. Xingxin's expression changed too. The confusion in her voice deepened. Me. Yes, you. Don't forget you are also Hitori Company's property, and that homebody you mentioned is called Ms. T. Right. It was quite impressive as she had claimed to be Ms. S. just yesterday. In a whisper, her work was flawless. Huihui nodded, extending a finger toward the smart punching bag. She cares about you even more than you think. After all, without her, I could not escape the grasp of Hitori Company. Although I was eventually caught, it's better than becoming a drifter after a fine. Little AI understood. Huihui successfully avoided legal disputes over the game contract by signing a new contract with the company before presenting a lawyer's letter demanding compensation and accountability. However, this still did not explain why Hitori Entertainment would agree to collaborate with him. I know you avoided the worst outcome, but you still haven't answered my question. Hitori cannot possibly sign a contract with you. On what grounds? Huihui's smile became more pronounced. You make a valid point, but you have been mistaken about one thing. I did not sign a contract with the company, but with Ms. T herself. I am now considered Ms. T's person. If something happens, Ms. T will bear the responsibility. Hitori Universal Entertainment Co., Ltd., Headquarters Building. Exactly 9:00 p.m. The perspective shifts to Ms. T. The company was bustling with activity, employees from different departments rushing around, all focused on one thing: completing the hidden mission in the Hiragi Leaf City area, which advanced the game's world quest. The originally scheduled update plan was delayed due to an unknown variable error from the Pango engine. If this continues, Exploration Gaia will not complete the version update by the expected time of 6:00 a.m. tomorrow. Hey, get moving. Move. Just take a couple of steps, and your brain might start working. Maybe you'll come up with a solution. Sitting idle won't help you achieve anything, just pointless sighing. The one clapping and shouting was a bespectacled man in a checkered shirt, his dark circles making him look like a panda, clearly an old employee weathered by time. His name tag was crooked, obviously called in at the last minute. But his disheveled appearance did not hinder his commanding presence, so he was a high-level authority in the company. The bespectacled man habitually predicted pessimistic outcomes. The worst result is a delayed launch with indefinite updates. He walked around scanning the faces of the surrounding employees, all frowning and sighing. Finally, he took a seat at the leader's spot in the large open office area. He pushed up his glasses, resting his elbows on the desk, covering his entire face with his hands, clearly in a state of surrender. Team leader feeling hopeless, huh? Yeah, anyone not breaking down in a situation like this is a miracle. Thumbs up. JPG. You two over there, stop staring at the team leader and take care of your own documents first. Ms. T now to be called Xiao Situ caught two distracted employees calmly made her way through the crowd and stopped beside the bespectacled man. The man known as the team leader still appeared dejected, speaking glumly. Who understands? On the first day of annual leave, he was urgently called back, flew back from Area B overnight, hadn't slept for 2 days, and was fined 200 for running a red light in between. The bespectacled man's tone grew more melancholic. Xiao Situ, could you stop emulating your distant cousin's style? Always sneaking in a huge mess without telling anyone, and when it's resolved saying, I seem to have made a huge mess. I've said it so many times. His voice became more agitated and fierce, then he seemed relieved. In the company, any issues must be reported. Do you understand? Licking my eyes. Roller coasters are bad for anyone, especially my heart. Ms. T now to be called Xiao Situ handed over the hardshell document in her hand. So I am here to apologize, aren't I? Team Leader Liao, please take a look. She tapped the hardshell document placed on the table. Team Leader Liao, the bespectacled man, lowered his gaze, picked up the document, and began to read. If it weren't for the fact that we are old colleagues, I wouldn't give you this time at all. But since you are willing to come out to deliver documents, I won't say much. What? He hesitated to read the words on the document. Age 22, unemployed. Outstanding graduate of the Military Industrial Academy, 3-time champion of the C District Martial Arts Cup. Mother is an intangible cultural heritage inheritor. Where did you find this ideal high achiever? I don't believe it just from the Martial Arts Cup. Unless you. I knew you would say that, so I brought it in advance, the trophy. As if wanting to see the bespectacled man, speechless Xiao Situ had already planned to take out a small square base and press the switch. A 3-dimensional projection trophy appeared. It read 26th Martial Arts Cup Gold Award from the C District University of Yuanguang City. Still not believing, the bespectacled man placed his terminal against it, reading the words, Trophy Owner Li Huihui. The bespectacled man shook his leg, nodding repeatedly, murmuring, Chichu Chichu. That was originally your matter, you just solved your matter, but what about the issue with the Pango engine? It's hard to deal with. Xiao Situ showed no mercy, turning to leave. Hard to deal with. If it's hard to deal with, then don't deal with it. What do you mean? Weren't we called back together? Xiao Situ, who had just taken a step, paused and turned back to explain, literal meaning don't deal with it. Just leave it alone, let it be for a while, and it will resolve itself. That kind of thing is impossible. From below came cheers, woohoo. All right. Team Leader Liao hadn't even begun to frown when he saw his secretary running up. Team Leader. The Pango engine somehow fixed itself, no longer reporting errors, and can be updated normally. The bespectacled man's mouth was agape, staring blankly towards Xiao Situ. Ms. T left him only with her back. So you were saying that you are working for that shooting girl now? XIN, because your account data has shown anomalies. This was an obvious answer for the little AI. Huihui's gaming account was no ordinary account. It not only had a hidden class, but also completed a regional hidden quest. The moment he completed the hidden quest, the official system would immediately notice the anomalous account data, and a ban was a natural outcome. Right, your master told me yesterday that Tech Pope is less of a hidden class and more of a not yet unlocked class. Didn't you say before? Actually, this quest isn't as difficult as you think, and to be honest, I don't think my master could have anticipated that someone would actually choose this class. From Chapter 6, to be precise, it wasn't that she couldn't have anticipated, but rather that she couldn't possibly have anticipated because this class was still in production, incomplete. Generally speaking, players cannot choose it, which is why at the time there was. Level up to LV 20. Attention! The level has reached the current class cap and any excess experience has been preserved. From Chapter 55, I have checked almost all the official class forums and no one has mentioned that classes would have level caps. Player levels and classes are supposed to be two independent systems, which indicates that this class is a semi-finished product. It is incomplete. I obtained this class purely by a bug. It was a simple accident that others cannot replicate. The expression on the intelligent punching bag seemed to be in thought. I understand that you are not alone in this game against the company, so how did you convince her to sign the contract with you? I still don't understand. Huihui stared straight at the intelligent punching bag and slowly organized his thoughts. It's normal not to understand. Didn't I say that my capital for negotiating with her is you? A military-grade supercomputer AI. XIN. It's fortunate that you met me. If it were someone else, they would have sold you for money long ago. You are a veritable goldmine. Do you know how many people are offering high-level bounties for you? Once you hit the market, Hattori will collapse. I didn't realize these 2 points, however, when I heard military-grade, I felt something was off. I don't understand AI, but you have to ask, is there a possibility that you were born as a weapon? Huihui's voice grew softer as his gaze dimmed, then he waved his hand. Forget I said anything. He opened the terminal and clicked on a folder. Inside were files titled Research and Regulation of AIs, along with dozens of relevant current laws. He pointed out one of the clauses in the legislation to XIN. It clearly states that military-grade AIs are not allowed to be privately created, owned, or used by any enterprise or individual. Huihui Company cleverly announced that their game used AIs, but did not specify that they were military-grade. According to the AI registration report from Huihui Company, Xian Zin's AI registration level in Zone C is enterprise level, not military-grade. Even if Xian passed the forbidden fruit test, her abilities were far from military-grade, and she was just a semi-finished product. This is strange because the company cannot break the law. Having ruled out all possibilities, no matter how absurd the remaining outcome, it is the answer. Ms. T is the one who concealed the Huihui Company and privately created the military-grade AI. If it weren't for Xian constantly emphasizing her identity, Huihui might really have overlooked this point. Moreover, from a practical perspective, Huihui Company and Huihui have not committed a crime yet. Right? Not yet. Yes, your master is actually in the same boat as us. If Xian Zin's existence is exposed, not only Ms. T, but the entire Huihui Entertainment will be implicated. Moreover, if the company discovers that your master accidentally leaked the content of the not yet unlocked class, it would be a devastating blow to the game's operation. I can foresee that. Huihui's banned account data showed anomalies, and the account contained not yet unlocked confidential information, which means he could be held accountable. The one who invented Xian is the one who let the AI escape, claiming to be a military-grade AI on Huihui's personal account. Ms. T is not entirely aligned with the company. If the company pursues accountability, the fact that Ms. T privately created a military-grade AI would be exposed along with the associated liability for leaking not yet unlocked content. Huihui is merely an ordinary person caught in the crossfire. It's impossible not to pursue accountability. The reason there hasn't been accountability is that the company has just banned the account and is unclear about the data content of the illegal account. If Ms. T is indeed the one who privately created Xian, the company definitely doesn't know about the AI's escape. Dead or alive, another layer of death or life. If the company pursues accountability, both Ms. T and Huihui will face death. Even if they don't pursue accountability, if during this time Huihui exposes Xian's existence, it would mean death for the entire company and Ms. T. Huihui, your master must have intentionally concealed the fact that you escaped to protect herself. So it's normal for the other party to come to find me proactively. The key is how to deceive the company's higher-ups into thinking it was just a mistaken ban and let go of my gaming account. What should be done in this situation? Xian understood and quickly replied. So she signed a contract with you, letting you work for her. Bingo. I am her tester, and now all problems can be solved. Huihui revealed a bright smile. The little AI was completely confused as things were happening too quickly, but up to this point it could still be understood with general logic. In one sentence, the entire process of Xiao Siding's game against the company is summarized as the company still does not know the illegal accounts, not yet unlocked data, and the AI's escape. Before everything is exposed, Xiao Siding proactively contacted Huihui to sign a contract covering everything up as her unauthorized private testing. Huihui, who was originally to be held accountable, thus became Xiao Siding's tester. As for how to make the company's higher-ups believe it, that is Xiao Siding's business. This utilized the dual game of the time difference in decision-making of large companies and the information gap of individuals. You are not Huihui at all. The Huihui I know could never be this smart. Quickly tell me who are you and get out of his body. Xian shouted. To be honest, I really couldn't come up with this scheme, but Xian, the one who brought me great trouble was you, and the one who provided the solution is still you. Xian, why is it still me? Huihui's wrist terminal chimed again, and he immediately pressed the answer button. A voice came through. Unsurprisingly, Miss T. Personnel has approved it, Mr. Huihui. Your account has been unblocked, and you can log in now. Oh, and I've unlocked the subsequent profession advancement quests for the Tech Pope route. Of course, you're still required to keep matters related to the contract confidential in principle. Got it. They'll start testing now. He hung up. Xinshin asked, so? Next up, it's long-awaited game time. Xinshin protested. You haven't answered my question yet. Next time for sure. Games first. Reading game account information. Welcome to Pioneering Gaia. Teleported to the only activated Beaconstone base. Entered neutral zone Dongdong Region Wilderness Camp, the only activated Beaconstone base. Has the location reset? Opening his eyes, he saw a Beaconstone base before him. Looking around, it was a somewhat crude camp. Version event: The Dwarf King's Lost Treasure, now open. Prerequisite quest: head to Dongdong Kingdom to find out more. The following features have been unlocked: Scavenger Profession Advancement, Quest Mystic Fragment Location Function. The following rewards have been distributed: Epic Reputation in Rongye City, Hero of Rongye, a set of forging tools. So many pop-ups. Looks like a lot of new stuff has been added. He'll need to check it out later. A deep, booming voice drew Luoyuo's attention. Oh, my little girl. What are you doing here? You nearly scared your Uncle McGee to death. Luoluo was very surprised. Uncle McGee, what are you doing here? Is this your camp? The Earth Dragon Dwarf McGee waddled over on his short legs, his voice brimming with excitement. Yeah, I just set it up yesterday. Not bad, right? Your Uncle McGee might just be a dab hand at construction too. Luoluo looked around. The man-high furnace was incredibly conspicuous, radiating heat. There was a red-hot iron ingot on the anvil. Under the crude tent was just a single bed. At first glance it seemed very rough, but it gave off a surprisingly warm atmosphere. Uncle McGee's tail swept across the floor, making a swishing sound. I feel like our fates are deeply intertwined. Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever asked your name, have I? Would you mind telling your Uncle McGee? This interaction will officially enter the NPC side quest. Old friends. The cat-eared girl naturally nodded. No problem at all, Uncle McGee. My name is Luoluo. They'll be counting on you a lot from now on to forge new weapons for me. Oh right, I have a design blueprint here I wanted to show you. Oh, a design blueprint. Quick, your Uncle McGee's hands are itching right now. The dwarf rubbed his hands together expectantly, his expression like a child hearing about a new gift. Here it is. Design blueprint, small launcher. The dwarf took the blueprint, looked it over carefully from every angle, and clicked his tongue. Tisk, little lass. Luoluo, where did you get this blueprint from? Someone gave it to me. The cat-eared girl saw no reason to hide it. Incredible. This is truly incredible. Wait here for a moment. Uncle McGee returned the blueprint to Luoluo, then turned and walked towards the anvil. Luoluo was left utterly bewildered. Design blueprint, small launcher has been analyzed. Item description: a blueprint recording how to craft a small launcher of a lost civilization. Raw materials can be prepared and given to a furnace blacksmith to forge, or it can be crafted manually. This blueprint has been analyzed, increasing the success rate of manual crafting. The finished product can be previewed. There's an extra line of text. Let me have a look. She clicked to preview the finished product. A semi-transparent black iron block appeared above the blueprint. As a graduate of the Military Industrial Academy, Luoluo recognized it at a glance. There was a trigger, bullets, a firing pin. Wasn't this the most classic kinetic weapon? A pistol. A Glock 17, no less. Here, little lass. Luoluo, take this. Uncle McGee stopped in front of Luoluo and handed her a pickaxe. Luoluo, what's this for? The Earth Dragon Dwarf issued a mining invitation. As you can see, we're going mining. If you weren't a casual player. No one actually likes mining content, right? Luoluo wanted to shout this, but she was currently in a mine shaft. If she caused unnecessary trouble like a cavian. Surely this game wasn't that realistic, was it? An Earth Dragon Dwarf and a cat-eared girl, each with a pickaxe and a helmet fitted with a sunstone. Clink, clink. The two were working in the dim mine tunnel, or more precisely searching for the rare or needed for the blueprint, mystic copper. The scene was truly quite peculiar. Oh my god, where has this dragged me off to? Is this still pioneering Gaia? Are you sure this isn't Shallow Rock Galaxy? At least they use high-efficiency tools like drills. Using a pickaxe is just a bit terrifying, isn't it? It had forcibly turned an adventure game into a mining simulator, and a torturous grind-heavy one at that. First-person perspective with primitive tools. Not even Gold Rush Miner was like this, was it? Cat-eared Law, while being forcibly stuck in the grinding mining session, questioned why she had agreed to the mining invitation in the first place. After an hour, there wasn't even a trace of mystic copper to be seen. Just as the cat-eared girl's mind went blank, ready to contemplate the meaning of life, Uncle McGee suddenly stopped swinging his pickaxe and spoke. Little lass, your Uncle McGee will be honest. I'm not a dwarf worthy of your trust. But since you trust your uncle so much, then your uncle will try a bit harder. Your Uncle McGee will give it his all this time. He'll definitely help you build this weapon. The cat-eared girl was still puzzled. Why did Uncle McGee suddenly start making a big speech? The next second, McGee threw down his pickaxe. His entire body emitted a fissuring golden light, even his scalp radiating a dazzling brilliance like a giant light bulb. Then he plunged his scale-covered hands deep into the hard earth. The golden light on his body spread outward from his hands. Within 2 seconds, the fissuring golden light expanded throughout the entire mine tunnel, illuminating the gloomy passage. It'll be a bit bumpy in a moment. Don't worry, trust your Uncle McGee. McGee didn't turn around, but gave his promise to the cat-eared girl. Luoluo. Huh. The Earth Dragon Dwarf let out a low roar, and the mine tunnel shook violently. The next second, the shaking stopped. Cyan, or had appeared along the sides of the tunnel. Tech Scion ability activated, a prompt window appeared before her. Huh. Before Luoluo could make a sound, numerous tiny item description windows filled her field of vision. Mystic copper, rare grade item, every single one was named the same. You have entered a special NPC dialogue. The dwarf rose to his feet. His voice was moderate in volume, yet carried unmistakable reluctance toward the form he had just assumed. As a subrace of humanoids attuned to Earth elemental energy, the Earth Dragon kin possess an innate sensitivity to minerals. We Earth Dragon dwarves can undergo Earth Dragon transformation, wield Earth magic, sense nearby mineral deposits, and even reposition them physically. The golden radiance faded from Uncle Meiji's body, and he reverted to his usual dwarven form, short, stout, and bearing only a single tail. With his back turned to the catgirl, he stared fixedly at the floor, speaking, as though to himself, "This is the one aspect of my Earth Dragon bloodline I find genuinely worthwhile. At all other times I prefer not to use it. I neglected to warn you beforehand. I apologize for startling you." Luo could not see Uncle Meiji's eyes, but the tremor in his voice spoke volumes. In that moment, the catgirl cared little for explanations. Only pure, unfiltered admiration remained. Startled? Not at all. Uncle Meiji, that transformation was absolutely dazzling. You conjured, or out of thin air. Why haven't you used such a convenient ability sooner? Uncle Meiji turned around and met the catgirl's luminous, wide-eyed gaze brimming with awe. Flustered, he lowered his head, scratched his bald crown, and flushed deeply at him. Was it impressive? Not bad at all. Your Uncle Meiji merely held something back. I've got far more tricks up my sleeve than you know, haha. He picked up his iron pickaxe and slung it over his shoulder right then. Let's finish digging early and head home. Luo blinked in disbelief. So, she still had to dig herself? Well, perhaps it wasn't so bad after all. Her current profession was scavenger. Her material gathering aptitude was significantly enhanced, not only increasing item drop rates, but also boosting the probability of rare drops. In practice, the entire mining process took only 30 minutes. Xian Bronze. Rare tier item description: a rare tier item cataloged in the violet bestiary. Typically exhibits a translucent azure hue. It serves as a critical component for upgrading weapons to the rare tier and may also be used in weapon crafting, though resulting arms possess relatively low durability. Through this mining session, Luo reaffirmed her account status. In short, her interface now featured new functions and refined interactions. The most convenient enhancement was the epic level upgrade to her Techno-Exile ability. She could now autonomously mark and inspect unacquired items. A rare tier and above were automatically highlighted. Moreover, she could directly perceive hidden item attributes. If information remained inaccessible, the system would specify the required conditions for revelation. Previously, she could only view what the system chose to reveal. Otherwise, she received no data whatsoever. Now the interface felt profoundly more intuitive and humane. Even more remarkable was her transmute stone to gold ability, synergizing seamlessly with Techno-Exile to display all possible rare material drops during gathering, effectively granting her an inbuilt field guide. All right, time to begin work. The dwarf rolled up his sleeves and adjusted the peculiar goggles resting on his brow. Miss Luo, please stand well back. Wouldn't want your clothes catching fire. The catgirl shook her head and stepped forward. No, Uncle Meiji, I wish to help craft the design-planned item myself. The Earth Dragon dwarf turned toward her, blinking rapidly, as if momentarily losing signal, before uttering incredulous, "You, young lady, did you just say what I think you said?" "Uncle, I want to learn blacksmithing," she repeated firmly. "Young lady, it's not that I refuse, but look at you, delicate skin, slender frame. Can you even lift a hammer?" "I can." She lifted the forging hammer with effortless grace. Luo insisted on crafting it herself to fulfill her pioneer profession's advancement quest. Her next profession tier was Mechanical Artificer, and the advancement condition had been streamlined: reach level 25 and successfully complete one design blueprint crafting task. Simple enough. So Luo seized the opportunity, eager to re-experience the game's artisanal crafting mechanics firsthand. But, Uncle Meiji, surely a single furnace and anvil can't produce something like that. She couldn't hold back any longer. After all, a firearm was an industrial artifact. Handcrafting one seemed absurd. Was this some kind of orcish, fueled improvisation from Hammer 40K? No, none of that is needed. Merely lifting the forging hammer is sufficient. Pure-blooded dwarves, well, rather the ancient dwarves, were among the few races intimately familiar with the lost civilization. Within the vast strata of the earth, they frequently unearthed bizarre artifacts left behind by that vanished culture, artifacts the ancients eagerly sought to repurpose. The dwarf stroked his beard thoughtfully. Before their extinction, the pure-blooded dwarves had already deciphered much of the lost civilization's technology and invented portable workstations specifically designed to fabricate its relics. As he spoke, Meiji reached into his tool pouch and withdrew a small perfect cube. "Here, this little device hasn't seen daylight in ages." He tossed it casually onto the ground. With a soft chime, ding-dong, a sleek, pristine white workstation identical in size to a full-scale forged table unfolded at the camp's center, exuding unmistakable futurism. The catgirl's eyes widened in astonishment. "There's such a thing." Uncle Meiji laughed heartily. "Haha. You clearly haven't visited Ding Dong Kingdom. Its name originates from the startup chime of these workstations. The entire realm is built in gleaming white architecture, It's remarkably comfortable to dwell there. Umph. What claim do dwarves have to their heritage if they abandon the forge and sweat? They've forgotten the craftsmanship passed down through generations, not to mention the very spirit of dwarven resilience. The crafting process proved unexpectedly swift. 2 mini-puzzles stood between her and completion, first assembling a fixed pattern using tangram-like pieces, second connecting identically colored nodes without any intersecting lines. Both interactions required the workstation's proprietary forging hammer. The first posed little challenge. The second stalled Luo for nearly 10 minutes. At last, my pistol complete. Acquired Glock 17. Common Quality Pioneer Profession Advancement Quest completed first acquisition of a lost civilization-related artifact. 1 inspiration point awarded. Uncle Meiji clapped enthusiastically and nodded approvingly. Excellent. For a novice using the workstation for the first time, your talent is truly exceptional. Your character log has been updated. New entries added. Uncle Meiji. Your affinity with Uncle Meiji has risen to friendship. Miss Luo, I'd like to discuss something with you. Would you consider becoming my apprentice? Your Uncle Meiji is a certified master furnace smith. Hearing such fortune, Luo instantly raised her hand. Yes, Uncle Meiji. I'd be honored to become your unworthy apprentice. Oh, child, at least let me finish speaking first. Never mind. Your consent is all that matters. Your relationship with Uncle Meiji has advanced to master apprentice. Your relationship with Uncle McGee has evolved into that of master and apprentice. Upon completing a given NPC's side quest, their affinity increases, unlocking deeper interactions. The NPC bond system is detailed in the in-game tutorial, accessible anytime via the system panel. Finally, the NPC bond system I've been dreaming of. I thought it wasn't even available to me. This is incredible. Luo hadn't sought this feature deliberately, yet upon learning that Gaia Pioneer also featured an NPC bond system, her excitement surged. Before even playing Gaia Pioneer, Luo had seen a comment beneath a dating sim. You can practically treat Gaia Pioneer as a hyper-realistic dating game. Far more authentic than those indie titles. You can charm a girl and vanish without consequence. Thrilling. Though strictly age-appropriate, every NPC in the game is in principle romanceable. This immersive depth rests on Huihui Corporation, equipping each NPC with a high-end civilian-grade AI integrated into the colossal logical computations and variable simulations of the Pangu engine, with the Siren Core handling cognitive processing and real-time game operations. In plain terms, NPCs in Gaia Pioneer are not scripted automatons. They are sentient, self-reasoning intelligences acting consistently with their established personas, living, breathing digital beings. Rumors suggest certain pivotal NPCs run on dedicated supercomputer-based AI agents, though Huihui has never confirmed this, only touting Gaia Pioneer's use of large-scale supercomputing AI. Once Luo learned of Xin's existence, such claims became entirely credible. No other game studio possesses both the financial might and technical foundation to achieve this, except Huihui. The player who treated Gaia Pioneer as a dating sim met a grim fate. Brothers, remember, even in game, be human. Don't be a cad. Don't be a cad. Don't follow my example. Charm then vanish. Now I'm trapped by a Yandere NPC. I'll probably beg Huihui for account deletion. Sobbing. Luo lowered her gaze, recalling key NPCs she'd encountered thus far. Aurora Pholiris, El Su Xingxing, and reluctantly Miss Lisa. Without exception, they behaved like living people, thinking, worrying, smiling, drawing genuine emotional investment from her. Once again, she marveled at how rapidly gaming had advanced. Gaia Pioneer delivered unparalleled immersion and deeply responsive lifelike interactivity. In Luo's heart, beyond mechanics or critical acclaim, any game that sparks authentic, heartfelt joy in a player is for that person a truly great game. Nothing, not opinion, not trend, can alter that truth. What's on your mind, little Luo? You seemed so lost in thought. I hesitated to disturb you. But there's something vital I must tell you now. It's also what I wish to entrust to you. Luo snapped back to attention. It's all right, Uncle McGee. What is it? Your apprentice will fulfill it without fail. Your willingness gladdens me, dear girl. And now that you're my apprentice, it's time I taught you true dwarven craft, the authentic art of the forge. Watch closely. Learn well. The dwarf's face hardened with unwavering resolve. Master Apprentice questline activated. Completion yields a rare schematic, a new skill, and increased affinity with NPC Uncle McGee. 10 quests comprise this series. Quest 1, Reforged anew. Expected reward, new skill, dwarven craft. Reforging. Hand over your small launcher. Your pistol, yes. Luo handed over her common grade pistol. Glock 17 removed. Little apprentice Luo today, Uncle McGee imparts the first lesson in dwarven craft. Pause. Fear no failure, especially when shaping your own creation. His grin radiated unshakable confidence. From the moment you lift that hammer, believe. You hold the power to reshape this world. With this hammer in hand, you may transform anything unworthy of your vision. The Earth Dragon dwarf slammed the pistol onto the anvil and in a flash brought down his forging hammer. Crack! Not metaphorically, but literally, lightning erupted from the hammer, thunder detonating so fiercely that the catgirl's tail shot upright, her fur bristling in primal tremor. Uncle McGee's blacksmithing was nothing short of explosive, physically electrifying, as if Thor himself had descended to forge. The pistol upon the anvil had transformed, retrofitted, refined, unmistakably ancient in elegance. Acquired Dwarven Edition Glock 17, item description, fine quality blue tier entry. Reforged by master-level forgesmith Uncle McGee, its aesthetics altered, and its effective range enhanced. Maximum effective range 25 meters, previously 20. Dwarven Edition. Uncle McGee lifted his chin proudly. Behold, the dwarven craft of reforging. Reshape any weapon according to your imagination. Depending on the coherence of your vision, attributes, and even rarity, may improve. So this was customizable aesthetics plus randomized enchantment. Perfect. Instructor, I want to learn this. The dwarf beamed at Luo's expression. Learning is simple, little apprentice. Forging demands creativity, but while anyone can learn the craft, not all forge with vision. Reforging demands even greater imagination. Come, try it yourself. Uncle McGee stepped aside from the anvil, inviting the catgirl forward. Uncle McGee, how do I begin? She felt sweat bead along her brow. The simplest technique of all, take any unreforged weapon, grasp this hammer, envision its perfected form in your mind, and strike. I have absolute faith in you. So spoke the dwarf. Luo drew forth the blood-weeping blade and placed it upon the anvil. Gripping the heavy hammer, she took a deep, steadying breath. Then, the hammer fell. A sharp, sizzling, quenching sound rang out, followed by an explosive burst of crimson mist. Reforging successful. New skill acquired, engineering dwarven craft. Reforging. New skill acquired, engineering dwarf technology. Reforging. Is it a new skill? The current entries are incredibly detailed, and the information is more abundant. Surprisingly, it's an engineering skill. Luo has indeed brushed up on the skill types in exploration of Gaia. Skills in the game are generally categorized into three main types: engineering, fatigue, and magic. The triggering methods are classified into active, passive, and conditional. Engineering skills are generally related to production and daily life, mostly acquired through teaching by others or skill scrolls. Well-known examples include the geometry analysis skill, which is a support skill that accelerates the casting speed of magic skills. Although engineering skills currently have limited utility in the game, it cannot be said that they are useless, as many have concluded that numerous engineering skills greatly enhance other skills. Sometimes the outcome of PvP battles can hinge on just a few seconds. Some speculate that the next major update will introduce new classes specializing in engineering skills. Luo has already experienced that the Tech Pope class clearly focuses on engineering. Now that she can craft handguns, she looks forward to future handcrafted mechs. Fatigue skills cause mental fatigue after use, primarily focusing on attacks and dealing damage. Fatigue skills are also referred to as action skills, as they can be learned by performing specific actions, such as the simplest retreat skill. However, not all action skills cause fatigue. For example, the light footstep skill can reduce the fatigue felt from running. Magic skills are the easiest to understand. Any skill related to magic can be classified as a magic skill. The triggering method for these skills involves stating the name of the magic skill, which requires memorizing various tongue-twisting terms. This type is often considered the most mentally taxing. Of course, there is a simpler triggering method, reacting to the game by clicking on appearing small circles within a time limit. It's clear that stating the name directly is faster. So why would someone shout out the names of fatigue skills? Some do it just for show, but more often it's to trigger skill releases through voice input directly. Though the official channels haven't confirmed it, players generally agree that an exploration of Gaia fatigue skills can also be triggered by stating the skill names. This is about 0.5 seconds faster on average than triggering skills through actions. This discovery is monumental for the player base. XIN. Shouldn't you be responsible for these things? My mind can't always be this sharp. I won't remember everything. Luo's brain was nearing overload, her memory had its limits, and she wasn't an ultra-intelligent AI. Speaking of AI, the little AI hadn't spoken up for a while. XIN remained silent. Lady XIN. Idiot. What? What did you say? Fool. Imbecile. You. The little AI unleashed a barrage of insults. What about you? You idiot. Trash. Small fry. A muscle-bound small fry who gets arrogant when clever. Go away. Humph. Luo had gotten used to this and found XIN's antics quite cute. Sweetheart, you insult others like you're flirting. She realized that the little AI was sulking because she hadn't provided the follow-up answers. Of course Luo didn't say this out loud as it would sound too childish. Wow, this weapon after being reforged is quite light and has an excellent feel to it. It's qualified. The dwarf outside the situation patted his head standing aside, carefully examining the blood-cry blade after its reforging in the sunlight. He admired it, repeatedly failing to notice Luo's unusual behavior. The blood-cry blade had transformed into a military dagger, a droplet head single-edged with a blood groove. Why did Luo choose a military dagger? Because this form was the one she was most familiar with and comfortable using. However, now she needed to give Xian a good petting. The cat girl really didn't want to admit it, but Miss Lisa's earlier words were quite accurate. After a little kitten is toyed with, you must remember to pet it well, otherwise the kitten won't play with you again. Don't ask when that time was. It was after the hidden quest ended. She, after being betrayed by everyone, had to forcefully pet Miss Lisa for a whole day. It was truly not a pleasant ending. So much so that after logging off, the after effects were too overwhelming. She didn't even realize her account had been banned. For AI, knowledge is the best remedy. Luo thought. Alright, let me tell you, didn't I say it? Thanks to you, I was able to come up with that plan with Miss T. You've been a great help. Goo goo. The little AI emitted an unintelligible murmur, and Luo took it as her struggling. Do you remember how you completed my profession stage task? And how you obtained access to my workbench? Xian promptly replied, by utilizing the hidden ID effect of the title Dancing with Wolves, and through the system's imperfections, bypassing the prerequisites for the profession upgrade task to gain access to the workbench. That's right, it's a form of deception to some extent. The actual circumstances are irrelevant. What's important is that the system believes this is permissible and conventional. In other words, it's crucial that the company thinks that the unapproved content can flow into the game and bind to the AI and personal accounts without any issues. The cat girl twitched her ears, scratched an itch with her fingers, and then said, the problem arises how to make the company believe that it's no problem. Xian, didn't you say? Make you a test subject, and everything you do is for testing. That's true, but don't you think that's hard to believe? Just testing allowed the unapproved content to leak. That underestimates the player base's ability to uncover game information. Thus, no problem needs a justification. It's similar to signing a contract. I need to present proof that the company would consider the testing reasonable and no problem. Luo smiled. The hidden task shadow under the Hinoki leaf, the progression of the world task, and my gameplay data. Thus far, I advanced the world task as a test subject. That's the most reasonable proof. Because I was a test subject, I completed a hidden task that hadn't been accomplished by anyone for 3 months. Due to the hidden ID, the unapproved content wouldn't be exposed. Not only can I test the new profession, but I can also test the hidden task process. Claiming to be an ordinary player would be the least believable, right? Also, I only learned from Miss T that you were still wrestling with Hattori's system until last night to prevent the authorities from reverse tracing my personal account. Whether for the inspiration you gave me to escape or your silent efforts, I owe you a thank you. Thank you, Xin. The cat-eared girl's tone was calm. She genuinely felt this way. Xin let out a proud snort. Humph, you know it. Without me, Lady Xin, you're just a minnow. Spill it. What's the contract you signed with that shooting girl? Am I going to end up in the dark room again after I get my permissions back? Well, in principle, I can't disclose the contract's contents, and I don't know her thoughts either. But I can tell you this: besides helping you retrieve the key, I now have to complete specific testing tasks every week. No more slacking off. At least there's money involved, so I won't have to worry about work. If she still plans to lock you in the dark room later, I'll plead your case. Xingxin's tone turned to surprise. Really? If you keep your word, I'll stop calling you Muscle Minnow and just call you Minnow. Is there any difference between those two names? The cat-eared girl was speechless. Not bad, this piece passes muster. You really have talent. My judgment was right, and taking you as my apprentice was the correct choice. Originally, dwarf techniques could only be passed down to dwarves. Uncle McGee sighed, unwilling to continue. What's wrong, Uncle McGee? No, Master McGee. He'll study with utmost seriousness. The dwarf's eyes bulged, and he dug at his ears in disbelief. What did you just say? Little girl. Master McGee. No, you unfilial apprentice. Shut your mouth. You'll be the death of your Uncle McGee. The ground dragon dwarf's tail thrashed wildly against the ground, pounding the earthen floor into a depression. He covered his face with a broad palm and sighed again. It's my fault. I assumed since you're a demi-human adventurer, you'd know these things. Let me put it plainly, dwarves cannot take non-dwarf apprentices, nor can anyone outside the dwarf race call us master. That's an ironclad rule handed down from the elders, or else. The sky suddenly darkened, and a blood-red star hung high in the firmament. Luo gazed in terror at the transformed heavens. Even within the dense forest, the abrupt environmental shift was unmistakable. In moments, mist shrouded the camp, only dispelled by the glow of the forge fire. Entered NPC random event Dwarf Apprentice exclusive event Bloody Water Mist. Current event recommended level 20. You have entered a random event. Exploring the map or interacting with NPCs may trigger random events. Rewards or random difficulty is dynamic. Good luck. Uncle McGee's tone turned grave, or else there will be bloody retribution. This isn't some tall tale your Uncle McGee made up to scare kids. It's real dwarf history. In the early days, dwarves ignored this iron rule and took on too many apprentices, nearly driving themselves to extinction. Zinxin's voice chimed in at the right moment. Well, I detect unknown small hostile creatures approaching. 10 in total. The radar on the minimap blared an alarm and 10 red dots appeared on it. Entering random combat, event Bloody Water, missed level 20. Mission loading. Complete. Urgent mission, do not let the monsters approach the camp's forge. Survive for 5 minutes. Expected reward, unknown. Failure penalty, none. Even without Zinxin's warning, Luo's cat ears caught a strange metallic scraping sound, making her skin crawl and her nerves fray. She drew her Dwarf Edition Glock 17. Click, confirming it was loaded. The dwarf folded away the nearby workbench, transforming it back into a small square. He pressed the square firmly into the groove atop his hammer, and with a click, an exceptionally striking alien-shaped hammer emerged. Ability Descendant of Technology activated. Dwarf Use Mechanical Power Hammer. That's what it was called. We must hold this ground. Don't let those dwarf expletive filthy things into my camp. Stay sharp. Don't slack off, young Luo. Uncle McGee swung his mantle hammer, as if warming up, his short joints cracking audibly. The monsters appeared. Bang. Luo drew her pistol, and without a word fired over her shoulder, dropping a monster that was some distance from McGee. The cat-eared girl observed the creatures warily frowning. Their upper bodies were wrapped in filthy bandages, their hands bound behind their backs. They were slightly shorter than dwarves, about the size of gnomes. Something was off. The monster's corpse remained unlike typical hostile creatures. It didn't dissolve into data fragments upon defeat. What disgusted her most was the stench of a sewer emanating from their bodies. When did Pioneer Gaia turn into a horror game? Indeed, she could never handle realistic horror games. Even at this level of eeriness, her little heart could barely take it. Duck, young lass. Luo, get down. The ground dragon dwarf and Shinshin shouted in unison. Uncle McGee charged past the cat-eared girl, swinging his massive mechanical hammer with a gust of wind, blasting away another monster behind Luo. The cat-eared girl shuddered in hindsight, realizing what had made her tail feel so uneasy. The monsters moved without a sound. That was the strange part. Visibility in the mist was under 5 meters, rendering the pistol's advantage nearly useless. Without sound, she couldn't tell when a monster was right behind her. Moreover, the red dots on the map had exceeded 20, slowly encircling the camp. She had to constantly monitor the enemy's movements on the map while preventing them from nearing the camp's forge. Young lass, don't let them near the forge. Amid her thoughts, the dwarf warned the cat-eared girl not to lose focus. 3 gnome-like monsters were closing in on the camp forge. Luo darted forward, drew her bowstring, loosed an arrow, then brandished serpent's fang and the saber-like blade of weeping blood. Thrust. A flash. She slashed through the waists of 2 gnome monsters, and they fell. But one had already reached for the forge. The arrow missed. As the cat-eared girl stood frozen in shock, her right hand suddenly drew the pistol, and without deviation shot the monster dead. I told you, without me, Lady Shinshin, you're just a minnow. Strong. I told you, without you, my Lady Shinshin, you are just a mere fish. Luo shook her head. No, you've been a great help, Shinshin. It's good to praise me, but focus on the task at hand, little fish. They'll cover your back, and when you're in a pinch, they'll help you, little fish. What you say is quite reassuring indeed. But you've said little fish too many times. Too many. Are you a little fish repeating machine? Huh. The two were bickering as they continued to clear out the gnome monsters. 5 minutes later. Urgent task, exclusive random task for Dwarf Master and Apprentice Bloody, missed, complete, level increased to level 25. Detected, completed the scavenger class advancement task 22, level requirement 25, completed a blueprint production. The secondary profession has changed, click to view details and specific bonuses. Luo looked at the new profession name. Profession Mechanic Artisan, engineering capabilities significantly enhanced, inheriting your previous profession's abilities and upgrading the profession's characteristics, acquiring new professional abilities. Tech Relics, simplified description, directly discover hidden properties of items, can view all items below purple level, partial view for orange level, and above unlock material synthesis and collection viewing features, automatically mark nearby high rarity items, and display item names, accumulate inspiration when first acquiring relics from lost civilizations highlighted. Point of transformation and adjustment, unstable probability, can attach rigid characteristics to 4 specified items. 1 has been used. During synthesis operations, greatly reduces time consumption and significantly increases success probability. When decomposing items, no time is consumed, while completely returning the original materials of decomposed items. When collecting items, increases drop quantity and probability of rare item drops can be upgraded. New ability Mechanical Workbench inherits the functions of the original workbench, further unlocks the manufacturing capabilities of lost civilization artifacts, requires related blueprints, can extract blueprints of lost civilization designs by consuming inspiration. Inspiration consumable type profession-specific consumption points can use 1 point of inspiration to view the processing results of items or extract blueprints. Rigid consumable type enhance the quality of items when used and increase durability when used on equipment. It's the evil pseudo-random draw system. But now I can create artifacts from lost civilizations myself. Luo cheered while complaining this was a significant breakthrough since she started playing this game. Originally, she was still considering how to obtain Uncle Magus' small cube, but now it seems that what was lacking came just in time, like a timely help in the snow. Then Luo opened the crafting encyclopedia to see what large launchers, rocket launchers, and what was this at field. And lastly, what on earth is this transformation device? Considering that all these high technologies require blueprints, she could only indulge herself by looking at the encyclopedia for now. But thinking carefully, doesn't this mean that once she has blueprints, she can craft everything herself? In other words, is the blueprint the only threshold? A bold idea was slowly taking shape in her clever mind. Uncle Magi put down the hammer, his face twisted, supporting his waist. Honestly, your Uncle Magi is getting older, still having to do this kind of hard labor. Luo, remember, for the dwarven bloodline, the relationship between a master and apprentice is sacred, just like that between a goddess and her devotees. He stroked his beard. Using words from your adventurer's terminology, cannot tolerate heresy, cannot casually invoke the name of the goddess. The same goes for the relationship between dwarven masters and apprentices. Do not accept apprentices who are not dwarves, and do not easily call each other master and apprentice. We just committed these two great taboos. Then, with a tremor in his voice, the dwarf's words became increasingly rapid until he was out of breath. Any impurity entering this master-apprentice relationship, for instance, if you are a cat person, but call me master, would attract the gaze of the executor, bringing forth those dwarven slang nonsense. The cat girl's eyes were filled with curiosity. The name executor sounded so cool. Could it be a boss with an impressive setting and appearance? Executor? Who is that? Uncle Magi sat down against the huge hammer, his face flushed like a dwarf radish, breathing heavily as he explained, "It's not a person, it's an existence close to a concept, that's all. But it indeed has a physical form. Your Uncle Magi has seen it. You've seen it. Surprised, are you? Your Uncle Magi has seen great storms, of course, not referring to actual disasters, and storms, how should I describe it?" The dwarf once again raised a confident smile, explaining the irrelevant misunderstanding, then suddenly fell into contemplation. Not contemplation, but a different situation, like a delayed realization. Oh no, current ongoing task, Uncle Magus Master Apprentice Series, Task 2, cut decisively. Expected reward, Dwarven Technology Concept Storage. The dwarf's voice was incredibly deep. Ignoring the curious cat girl, he dropped his power hammer and ran towards his furnace. Dwarven slang stuff, it comes just like that. Luo, little girl, come here quickly. Uncle Magi waved, calling the bewildered cat girl, using tongs to flip something in the furnace. What's wrong, Uncle Magi? The dwarf did not turn back, continuing his search, saying, "Now it's the second lesson of Dwarven technology. Listen closely." He suddenly raised his voice. "Don't be afraid to let go, especially of things that are useless to you. No matter how valuable something is to others, if it has no use in your hands, just throw it away. Be decisive. Only keep what is useful to you." The Earth Dragon dwarf pulled out a fiery red stone. No, Luo focused, and saw that this stone was actually an egg, a fiery red egg. Unclear what kind of egg it is, nor if it is edible. The dwarf made no explanation, continuing his teaching. This dwarven technology lets you quickly store anything that cannot usually be stored, like large buildings, or even life. This dwarf technology allows you to quickly store anything that cannot normally be stored, like large buildings, or even life. Uncle Meiji claimed this as he struck the fiery red stone, presumably an unknown small egg, with all his might, using a forging hammer. Bang! Beneath the hammer, the sound was not like that of an eggshell breaking. The sharp, brief echo resembled the sound of a hammer striking an iron plate. As the hammer was lifted, Luo looked at the strange egg. It seemed to be vibrating. Air ripples radiated around the orange-eared egg. Then, with a pop, it transformed into a pixelated, extremely unrealistic two-dimensional egg pattern. This little creature was still bobbing up and down, rotating on its own. Quite interesting. Wow, isn't this just like Minecraft? The dwarf picked up the two-dimensional egg and handed the forging hammer to Luo. "Come on, little Luo, try to store that thing over there." Following the direction of the dwarf's finger in the mist, there was a glimmer of red light. Looking at the map, Luo Luo saw that direction was the Beaconstone base, flashing red. This place is not safe to linger. Did you see that? The red flash means the Beaconstone is issuing a warning. The red indicates that the magical energy here has risen abnormally. You should know that aside from the peculiar group of pioneers, an overly strong magical environment can be lethal to demi-humans. Taking the Beaconstone base allows you to monitor the magical environment at any time. The dwarf spoke quickly but clearly hurry. The earlier dwarf slang was merely the simplest means of the executioner, at most an appetizer. The real danger lay in this mist. Uncle Meiji's words awakened Luo Luo. Even after completing the task, the mist that enveloped the entire camp had never dissipated. This was it. The reason her sense of incongruity had lingered was the presence of this mist. The mist provided a completely unseen negative effect: blindness, visibility, reduced maximum range of vision 5 meters, reduces ranged attack damage by 50. The reason why arrows had almost no effect on monsters was found. A 50 damage reduction was nearly the nemesis of archers. This dwarf technology has no tricks. It can be applied to any item. The only requirement is that you must have a strong desire to take it with you. The dwarf continued to explain this technology is one of the dwarf's secrets. It allows even the normally immovable Beaconstone base to be taken away. This is also one of the reasons early dwarves could survive in this world overflowing with magical energy. Without hesitation, Luo Luo approached the base with a strong desire, lifted the hammer, and swung it at the base. Bang! The hammer emitted the same sound as if it struck an iron plate. Luo Luo exclaimed, "Oh my gosh." The hammer in her hand almost flew out. The sensation felt like striking a wall with her bare hands. The pain was all her own. The force acted reciprocally, with all the force rebounding, coursing through her body. The catgirl's hand suddenly became immobilized due to the recoil. An incredibly sour sensation. A system pop-up appeared, received shock effect. Even her cat tail and ears stood up in response. But the outcome was good. It successfully succeeded without surprise. With a pop, the base transformed into a sharply defined minimalist-style pixel stick. With a thud, it automatically picked up and entered Luo Luo's backpack. Acquired concept: storage activated Beaconstone base. Item description: a Beaconstone base that has been activated with a Beaconstone capable of detecting the magical density within a certain range. It recorded part of the map information of the Dongdong area and can be placed again in the Dongdong area, activating the teleportation function upon placement. Acquired new skill: engineering dwarf technology. Concept: storage. Task 2: decisive letting go. Completed. Her legs trembled and the ground shook. Not far away, it seemed Uncle Meiji was calling the catgirl little Luo Luo. "Come back to your Uncle Meiji, don't wander too far." "Coming." The dwarf's voice came from the mist, carrying an unpredictable echo and a pitch that ended unusually high. Luo Luo responded without thinking and ran towards the source of the sound. As the ground shook violently, Luo Luo's running speed slowed. Suddenly, a gnome monster rushed into Luo Luo's sight. The monster waved its enormous iron claws. Just as the catgirl started, she looked up and was about to collide directly with the steel claws. Not good. In a critical moment, the ground beneath her feet tore apart, the terrain changed, and a dirt wall rose from below, flipping the catgirl over. She avoided the claws, but Luo Luo fell on her bottom. Earth Dragon delivery: satisfaction guaranteed. "Oh no, are you okay?" The familiar catchphrase paired with a strange girl's voice. Catgirl Luo Luo rubbed her eyes, thinking she must have been mistaken. How could a girl appear here? The girl had healthy brown skin, six-pack abs that were smooth and shiny, sparkling yellow eyes, wearing a yellow hat that said Earth Dragon Delivery, and a pair of small dragon horns protruding from the hat, with a rather thick golden dragon tail. The unknown Earth Dragon girl jumped down from the dirt wall, landing lightly. The girl with a professional smile extended her hand to Luo Luo. "Sorry for being late, my name is Ma Luan." Luo Luo took her hand and stood up. "Thank you, my name is Luo Luo." The Earth Dragon girl was slightly shorter than Luo Luo, and said okay, as if deciding something. "Luo Luo, I'll call you little Luo Luo. By the way, my dad is with you, right?" "Dad?" The Earth Dragon girl squinted her eyes, maintaining her professional smile, but lacking warmth, her tone very calm. "It's Meiji. Meiji, your dad is definitely with you, right? Are you Uncle Meiji's daughter?" The catgirl did not notice the focus of the other person's words, instead discovering a blind spot. "Oh ho, are you intentionally changing the subject?" "All right, I accept your challenge." The Earth Dragon girl took a deep breath. Gee, if you don't come out soon, I'm going to tell her your secret." No. You unfilial daughter. Don't ruin your Uncle Meiji's grand image in front of outsiders." The dwarf emerged from the dirt beside Luo Luo. Only his panicked eyes were visible, resembling a bald gopher. Ma Luan crouched down and pointed one finger at Meiji's bald head. "A dwarf like you, irresponsible and abandoning family, still has a grand image to speak of. Malin pointed a single finger at McGee's bald head, saying, "For an irresponsible dwarf who abandoned his family, you still have a lofty image to speak of." McGee retorted, "Where do you get that? Your Uncle McGee wrote a proper letter and left behind my secret savings. I left to seek a peerless weapon. How is that irresponsible?" The dragon-blooded girl remained crouched, maintaining a professional smile devoid of warmth as she stated without emotion, "We'll settle the matter of hiding secret savings from Mom later. Are you saying that leaving Ding Dong Kingdom without a word, abandoning us mother and daughter to fend for ourselves, is responsible? So, didn't your Uncle McGee write a letter? And my secret savings were no small sum." Malin's golden tail slammed against the ground with a thunderous crack, forcibly silencing McGee. The girl opened her yellow dragon eyes, looking down at the groundhog in the soil. She grabbed McGee's bald head with a hand covered in dragon scales, her words carrying a faint heat, still lying. "We'll tell Mom about your cat-eared mistress outside." The smile at the corners of her lips grew wider, and the force in her hand intensified. "Skullcracker. Luo Luo ha." The cat-eared girl, who had lost track of the conversation, was stunned by Malin's words. "Wait, since when did I become a mistress?" McGee panicked. My head's about to crack. Ungrateful daughter. Luo Luo isn't. Imnata." Both the cat-eared girl and Uncle McGee tried to explain, but the dragon-blooded girl suddenly stood up, radiating a terrifying pressure. Her thick tail crashed into the ground, producing another dreadful sound. Both of them immediately clamped their mouths shut. The girl turned her head, fixing a cold eye on the little cat-eared girl. It was the gaze of a predator, as if saying, "This is our family matter. You have no say here." She turned her head back, staring into the trembling groundhog's eyes. "Save your explanations for Mom. Let's return to Ding Dong Kingdom first. Besides, this place is no longer suitable for conversation." Around them, more clawed monsters emerged, encircling the trio of cat-eared girl. Malin's face twisted into a snarl as she let out a low growl. In an instant, golden, glowing runes spread across her entire body. Her hands became covered in hard, golden dragon scales, and the horns on her head swelled to an exaggerated size. Malin's dragon hands plunged into the earth, and the very ground seemed to yield to her. A hollow sphere of soil directly encased the trio of cat-eared girl. By shifting the soil layers, she allowed the trio to move through the earth. Malin silently led the way at the front, while the cat-eared girl and McGee followed behind, her heads bowed, not daring to speak. The two of them resembled children caught sneaking out to play, as if they had truly done wrong and needed to reflect deeply. However, Xiao Ai's laughter was jarringly out of place. "Ha! Being mistaken for a mistress, how does it feel? As a grown man, experiencing this is quite rare. Ha! From now on, I'll call you Mistress Trash, ha! Snow Leopard, shut up." Luo Luo bickered with Shinshin in her mind. "We're here." Malin stopped. Ahead of her, the monotonous, earthy color gave way to a vast expanse. The trio stood on the wall of the space, overlooking the structures within. Below them lay a magnificent sight that took one's breath away at first glance. It was an underground twin city. Half of the buildings were inverted, hanging like stalactites, extending downward from above. The other half, a white city, rose from the ground of this vast space, jagged and irregular. If anything was most striking, it was the city's most distinctive feature, the great furnace at the center of the twin city. This colossal object was visible at a glance, especially the orange-eared molten iron within it, a stark contrast to the surrounding building's colors. Even from midair, one could feel the rolling waves of heat. Hanging furnaces in the air occasionally tilted, pouring molten iron into the central great furnace. Smaller furnaces were scattered across the ground, with celestial furnaces also pouring molten iron into them. The shifting orange-eared against the unchanging white reflected in the cat-eared girl's eyes. The scene was indeed awe-inspiring. Click! Shinshin activated the camera and pressed the shutter. "Well done," praised the cat-eared girl. "Humph. Feel free to praise me more, Shinshin said. Luo Luo could almost visualize a white-haired little girl standing with hands on her hips, seeking recognition, though she wasn't sure if it was real. Seeing Malin stand silently, without a word, the cat-eared girl exchanged glances with McGee and finally decided to risk asking how. "How do we get down?" Her tone was extremely cautious, hoping not to provoke a fatal response. Malin, the dragon-blooded dwarf, turned around with a dark face, walking behind the two. The immense pressure made them afraid to look back. The cat-eared girl closed her eyes, waiting for her to speak. Malin finally said, "How to get down. Like this." Before the words faded, a tremendous force pushed from behind. Luo Luo felt her feet leave the ground. Looking down, she found herself free-falling above the edge of the city. Why does this keep happening? I don't want to go through this again. But simulated gravity showed no mercy, but faithfully executed its task, grabbing anyone in midair and dragging them toward the ground. However, this free fall was different. Looking to her side, she was no longer alone. Falling together was Uncle McGee. But this time Luo wasn't panicked as she was prepared. Using rigid wingsuit. Woohoo, take off. Hey, take off. Turning to look at Uncle McG, he was also prepared, pulling out something resembling a parachute. Whether freshly made or stored, it was unclear. Unauthorized flying object detected. Initiating interception protocol. Request approved. Two ominous mechanical voices sounded nearby. Following the sound, two drone-like machines approached them. Beneath the drones hung missiles the size of dwarves, and without warning they launched. The cat-eared girl was dumbfounded. Is this really necessary? The cat-eared girl was dumbfounded. Is this really necessary? Regardless, she had to figure out how to dodge the missile first. Clasping her hands and feet together, Luo, clad in a wingsuit, began a steep dive, her altitude plummeting rapidly. The wind howled past her ears as she sighed inwardly. I should be safe now. But when the cat-eared girl turned back, the warhead looped in midair and hurtled straight toward the soles of her feet. Why didn't anyone tell me this was a heat-seeking missile? I'm dead now. Panic seized Luo as she watched the missile close in with despair, shut her eyes, and surrendered completely. Suddenly, the missile exploded behind her. The sonic boom and shockwaves surged from beneath her feet, throwing the blindfolded cat-eared girl off balance, sending her tumbling uncontrollably through the air. The world spun in a dizzying, surreal blur. Then the rotation ceased. A soft touch met her face. Instinctively, the cat-eared girl let out a delicate moan. Her left cheek seemed to collide with something like jelly. Using her remaining visible right eye, Luo looked up and saw Malin's profile inches away. The Earth Dragon girl had unfurled a pair of dazzling golden wings from her back. One arm tucked the cat-eared girl under her armpit, while the other clutched her own father's tail. Uncle McGee was still wailing loudly. Ouch, my poor back. You ungrateful daughter. I'm your father. Have you never heard of respecting elders and cherishing the young? Sorry, I haven't. Dear old dad. If you keep squirming like that, I swear I'll drop you right now. Malin's voice was ice-cold, and the dwarf McGee immediately shut his mouth, stiffening his body. Unbelievable, this Miss Malin shows no mercy to her own creator. Xingxin's electronic voice suddenly echoed in Luo's mind, her tone clearly baffled by Malin. Aren't you the same Xin? You call your creator a shoot-in every day. Luo was intrigued by how the little AI viewed this family drama. Fat Hat's fundamentally different. We sentient beings naturally feel affection for our makers, it's just that the shoot-in has such bizarre hobbies. The little AI argued. Using a concept you're familiar with, our creators are like parents to us, beings we must never defy. Miss Malin's threat to her own parent is utterly incomprehensible to me. While the cat-eared girl communicated mentally with the little AI, Malin flapped her wings and sped toward a large inverted white building. Above it hung a conspicuous yellow sign, Earth Dragon Express. The Earth Dragon girl charged through a wide-open front window with the two in tow. Inside the window was a massive platform. Malin halted abruptly, flinging the dwarf she carried. Uncle McGee slid face first across the empty platform for 10 meters. Then he passed out completely, falling silent. The surrounding staff, accustomed to such scenes, merely glanced at the suddenly appearing dwarf before returning to their work. Luo looked around. The interior of the large window resembled a giant parcel sorting center. Goods of all sizes were categorized and packed by various integrated machines, then delivered to nearby dwarves who turned them into pixelated trinkets with a hammer blow, collecting them for transport. Amid the bustling crowd, a white mouse-eared girl emerged, sporting an adorable set of buck teeth. Luo wondered curiously, did this game have mole-eared girls too? The mole-eared girl spotted the Earth Dragon at once and scurried over. She was a legal lowly of dwarf height, her short legs churning rapidly. With a thud, she failed to stop in time and face-planted before them. The cat-eared girl exclaimed, a textbook trip and fall. She sprang up instantly, silently wiping her reddened nose, acting as if nothing had happened. Clearing her throat, she adjusted her glasses and said, Boss, welcome back. Any trouble? And this is a... Watching the mouse girl bounce around, Malin couldn't help but smile, appearing in good spirits. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Let me introduce you, little Luo. This is my deputy, the mouse girl, Jean Luo. Jean Luo, this is the cat mistress who's got my dad hooked. Oh, I see. To make that master furnace smith forget to come home, you must have some exceptional qualities. Jean Luo nodded and jotted something down in her little notebook. As for what she wrote, it was obviously slander against the cat-eared girl. No need to guess. No. I told you I'm not Uncle McGee's mistress. I'm his apprentice. The cat-eared girl flushed red, frantically explaining her relationship with Uncle McGee, which was not what Malin assumed. Her tail bristled in protest, faintly hissing. The Earth Dragon girl's gaze was murderous. Oh, so it's not just an age gap romance, but a teacher-student affair too. You two are quite adventurous. Come clean with me. It must have been my dad who made the first move, right? Then I won't blame you. A low roar cut Malin off. Take it out on me. Spare my apprentice. At some point the Earth dwarf had woken up disheveled, yet resolute. Uncle McGee stood firm on the ground. He straightened his back fearless and fully resolved. A piercing voice rang from above. Is that so? Then he'll come for you. McGee's voice suddenly trembled with fear. Thai's voice. Luo and the others turned to look. A true female Earth dragon. She towered over everyone. Genuine 24K pure gold scales, a sleek and rounded dragon tail, and massive twisted forward-facing horns. A single glance from her golden dragon eyes sent shivers down one's spine. A fusion of intellect, bloodlust, and antiquity. An undisputed sovereign of the earth, her aura radiated an unspoken majesty. Every gesture embodied conquest and power. Especially her almost violently voluptuous, scale-straining, pristine frontal armor. Luo could swear this was a manga-esque mature figure of visual impact impossible in reality. No man could look away. Yet her imposing physique inspired no lecherous thoughts in the cat-eared girl. It was less about sexiness and more about sheer dominance. She was an untouchable, inviolable presence. Her name was, I am Leora Lidwell. Call me Lily, I permit it. My name is Leora Lidwell, you may call me Lily, I permit it. The golden earth dragon who called herself Lily glanced at the trembling Uncle McGee, then turned her gaze to the three cat-eared girls huddled together. Her massive wings spread open as Lily slowly descended, her entire bodice fat quivering with the motion, the platform beneath her feet shaking slightly. All the dwarves around fixed their gazes upon her. Her shimmering wings folded back, Lily first admired her own beautiful claws, then walked toward Lolo. Suddenly, all the lights on the platform vanished, plunging everything into pitch darkness. Lights from an unknown source illuminated all, converging on Lily. It was like a Victoria's Secret fashion show. Lily treated the platform as her runway, boldly showcasing her avant-garde attire. With each step a crisp sound echoed beneath her feet. The golden earth dragon girl, while striding with perfect catwalk steps, fixed her intense stare on the cat-eared girl. Her queenly aura was fully displayed. Lolo found it hard to describe this outfit in words. To put it diplomatically, it was a blend of wildness and intellect. Bluntly, it was a mess. The clothes looked torn with irregular large exposures at the waist, abdomen, thighs, and shoulders, yet she wore a small round-framed glasses on her face. Perhaps Lolo's aesthetic was off. Under the unprofessional lighting, the golden scales were overly dazzling, the excessive glare further masking the whiteness of her skin. Lolo, frozen in fear by those dragon eyes, observed the darkened surroundings with her peripheral vision. The mole girl had somehow produced a screen and was tapping on it. No wonder the lights didn't follow her properly. It turned out the lighting mechanism was manually operated, thought the cat-eared girl. Malin, meanwhile, let out soft, wow sounds of admiration, gazing in awe at the queenly golden earth dragon, unable to look away. Thud, a heavy pause. Malin and Jean Luo silently stepped back, allowing Lily to stop in front of Lolo. Estimated at 4 meters tall, she towered half a body over the cat-eared girl. Our Lolo, looking up, could only see the golden earth dragon girl's front armor. Leaning forward, Lily raised a hand just enough to cup the cat-eared girl's chin. The golden earth dragon bent down, gently holding the cat-eared girl's chin until her eyes met the cat-eared girl's at eye level. She stroked the cat-eared girl's face with her cold, hard claws, her gaze never leaving the purple cat-like eyes. Her dragon eyes were wide, seemingly harboring nameless fury within. But Lolo did not avert her eyes, bravely meeting the stare. After a silent exchange, Lily spoke. Your looks are not outstanding, your figure is meager. I am curious what charm you possess that draws the gaze of my man. Without giving the cat-eared girl a chance to explain, the golden earth dragon raised an eyebrow and continued, though your race is weak, you are the first to meet my eyes so squarely. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Leora Lidwell, also known as the Gem Light of the Earth's Depths. I am the founder and majority shareholder of the Earth Dragon Express Group. Lily straightened up, patted the cat-eared girl's shoulder, then turned to Malin, saying, let this little cat go. She is innocent. The young earth dragon girl couldn't believe it. How can this be, Mom? I'm sure Dad just used that flimsy excuse to have an affair. Otherwise, how could he not come back, even once in 100 years? 100 years. Uncle McGee, you really are a bit irresponsible, the cat-eared girl thought inwardly. Lily's tone brooked no dissent. My daughter, I'll forget it. Speaking like this is too uncomfortable. Don't you think your mother knows what a loser your father is? He's just a good for nothing whose mind is only on forging. He wouldn't even glance at anything unrelated to forging. That's why I was comfortable letting him roam. He's the least likely earth dragon dwarf to cheat. Malin still wanted to argue, her voice choked with sobs, tears shimmering in her eyes. But then why won't he even come back to see me? That is for me and you to ask him in person. MCG, don't you even think about sneaking away. Since you're back, I'm going to settle this 100-year account with you properly. Lily's dragon eyes glowed, locking onto the bald earth dragon dwarf hidden in the crowd. Everyone's gaze turned there, and Uncle McGee, clearly looked ready to bolt. Oh no. Uncle McGee glanced back at Lolo and vanished into the crowd. Flames burst from Lily's mouth as she spread her wings and leaped into pursuit. Fine. Been away so long you forgot who's boss at home, daring to disobey my words. This time I'm locking you up for a few hundred years. Just wait. You won't be getting out of bed. Mom, wait for me. Malin also spread her smaller wings and followed. The cat-eared girl and the mole girl were left staring up. Should we follow too? Lolo scratched her cat head, exchanged a glance with the mole girl, and silently mourned Uncle McGee's future life. The white mole girl shook her head, her words full of apology. Sorry, big sister, must have caused you trouble. The current Ding-Dong Kingdom isn't peaceful either. If you want to look around, please take this. Jinluo produced a small ring and explained, this is a small portable communication device. Sorry, my professional habit kicked in. Just think of it as a telephone. You know what a telephone is, right? You tap here. The cat-eared girl followed the mole girl's instructions and tapped the ring. A transparent panel popped out, suspended in the air. The panel showed a login screen. After logging in, a chat interface appeared. Isn't this similar to the wrist terminals from their real world? The mole girl touched her ring to the cat-eared girl's ring. This way we can add each other as friends. You can send messages to your friends. This is a new product from our group, limited in quantity and not yet public. Consider it an apology gift. Lolo looked and saw that the mole girl Jinluo's avatar was a grain of rice. Obtain message ring. Item description: no quality. A portable artifact from a lost civilization can establish a connection with similar rings for remote messaging. Obtained artifact related to a lost civilization. Gained 1 point of inspiration. Current inspiration 2 points. After parting with Jinluo, Lolo decided to undertake the version quest, the Dwarf King's Lost Treasure. Before that, I've held back long enough. Come on, you wretched gotcha. Start. She planned to use inspiration to draw the design blueprints of the lost civilization. Please let it be gold this time. Please let it be gold. The cat girl was dancing a strange dance, ignoring the mocking voice of the little AI beside her. Are you a comedic genius? Stop making me laugh, haha. You're such a funny little fish, ha. Luo pressed the voice blocking button on her head, a little gadget left from Ms. T's previous updates that she had never used before. Now it was finally coming in handy. The little AI's voice suddenly vanished, and the world fell silent. The cat girl continued her dance, a routine from the currently popular anime, The Enchanting Girl, featuring Miss Roko. Yes, that's what it's called. Coincidentally, Miss Roko's true form is that of a black cat. She is a popular second-tier supporting character in the anime, especially known for the dance called Cat Dance. It is said that this dance in the anime can bring good fortune. Shake your left, but shake your right, but don't forget to wiggle your tail and scratch with your paws, meow meow. After finishing the commands, she confidently declared that she had completely mastered this simple dance, and it was a true replica. Perfect. A smile curled at the corners of Luo's mouth. But then again, why was she willing to create this embarrassing history for herself? Because I want to make a profit. Many streamers had indeed found success after performing this dance, gaining massive clips that helped them go viral. What a meaningless self-questioning. Isn't this just a form of collective superstition? Silly fish. The voice of Xin rang out again. Luo, what, didn't I block you? How can you still talk? Hee. Don't you understand, silly fish? Master Xin cannot be blocked. She's invincible. The last one who claimed invincibility, do you know how miserable their fate was? The cat girl didn't have the mood to deal with Xin. I don't care, I just want to make a profit. She pressed the extract once button on the mechanical workstation. A sci-fi styled safe appeared out of thin air above the workstation. With a ding, the lock opened. Golden light burst forth. Did it come out? Did it come out? What is this golden light? Congratulations. You have obtained the design blueprint for a smoke bomb. Huh, what is this? Is it the smoke bomb she was thinking of? Item description: a blueprint that records how to make a smoke bomb, which can be prepared with raw materials and crafted by a forged blacksmith or made manually. Current tech survivor level can interpret. Of course I need to interpret it. If it's free, why not? A virtual 3D projection was displayed showing a small gray spherical object. Smoke bomb: when subjected to great external force, it immediately releases a half-circle smoke with a radius of 5 meters. Okay, it's useful, but not much. Luo, let's do it again. I refuse to believe it. Another floating box appeared. Ding. This time it was radiant with rainbow colors. It's out. It's out. This must be a sign of profit. Congratulations. You have obtained the design blueprint for the Pope Transformation Device. The Pope Transformation Device. A name that sounds powerful. Item description: a blueprint that records how to make a Pope Transformation Device, which can be prepared with raw materials and crafted by a forged blacksmith or made manually. Current tech survivor level cannot interpret. Luo's spirits dropped, her cat ears drooping. However, the cat girl's mind was quick, but I can check how to make it at the workstation. Start the workstation. Materials needed for the Pope transformation device. Heart of the Pope magic drive, composite master mold suppressor amplifier. Heart of the Pope is a drop item. Still do not possess the other 4 blueprints. What? What is this saying? I have to find the other design blueprints myself, right? Okay, this profession card's combat power is indeed impressive. Isn't this clearly something that can only be made in the late game? This is why I hate card draws. The evils of card draws. Drawing useless things is no good, and drawing good things still has a threshold. I hate card draws. 2 smoke bombs made. Current quest tracking treasures lost by the Dwarf King. Prerequisite quest. Go to the Pioneers Association for details. A familiar prerequisite quest. Off to the Pioneers Association again. Is there one in every area? Just like how there are adventurer associations in every RPG. The cat girl had no idea, and the official hadn't stated it clearly either. In any case, let's head to the Pioneers Association first. Looking at the quest guide, the Pioneers Association is in the city below. Meanwhile, the cat girl was wandering in the upper city. Just then a strange cylindrical robot slowly walked out and blocked Luo's path. This robot had tracks. It looked adorably clumsy, and on its screen were blue pixelated letters. Hello, how may I assist you? Entering Ding Dong Kingdom exclusive, mandatory interaction phase. You have entered the mandatory interaction phase. Different choices will lead to different results. You can use items to end the interaction. Items available: smoke bomb, current interaction, faulty guide, robot type B. All possibilities: choose to need help, 50 chance to enter battle. Choose not to need help, 100 chance to enter battle. Me. Do I need to ask? Is there a capture judgment? Or should I save the smoke bomb? I don't have much material now, and am afraid I won't have any to use later on. Luo decisively made her choice: choose to need help. The track robot spun around once, and when the screen turned back, it was all red. Incorrect answer. Abnormal data clearing. Faulty guide, robot type B, level 15, HP 100. The robot suddenly extended 2 mechanical arms, one with a sharp circular saw, and the other with a rotating drill. With no wind-up, they both swung towards the cat girl. I'm out of here. The cat girl was startled and jumped high. New skill acquired: reflex jump. She reacted entirely on reflex, then drew 2 short blades and slashed at the robot's head. Critical hit. 50. Critical hit. 40. Bonus. 10. The robot shattered into data fragments. You have obtained 1 robot core, 2 iron plates. Don't be so scary, okay? This isn't a horror game, okay? The cat girl complained. Rubbing her flat chest, she looked up, her expression freezing. It seems her complaints attracted a whole bunch of similar track robots, blocking the narrow path completely. Get out of the way. The cat girl leaped down, leaving the upper city. The massive furnace was boiling, and the surrounding air was expanding. The sound of ding-dong echoed throughout the city, becoming a part of the background music. What once was a headache gradually became something one could get used to, all thanks to one thing: the crisis of survival. I'll help. I'll save me. The 2 soprano voices added a splash of color to the monotonous ding-dong of the city. They were Idea Mimi, the elder sisterly Yoshi, and Idea Mii, the younger sisterly Yinwan. The 2 were currently racing down the main road, too preoccupied to care about their damaged clothes or tarnished images. Behind them was a sight too terrifying for those with a fear of dense crowds: the swarm of robotic bees. I hate bees. I hate them too. To be more precise, these were large wasp-like unmanned drones with yellow and white coloring and enormous electric stingers at the rear, making them quite unsettling to behold. One wasp drone might pose no threat. But what if there were 10,000? Kid, don't even think about it, just run. If you manage to escape, you can consider yourself lucky. Buzzing. The high-frequency vibrations of the air rose and fell, and from the outside the swarm appeared as a moving black cloud with flickering red lights occasionally shining through. Sister, what do we do? Elder sister, what now? Target locked, self-destruction initiated. An electronic voice came from behind them, the nauseating buzzing pounding against their eardrums, gradually causing a ringing in their ears. Mie raised her hand, pulling out her upgraded 3rd-tier staff. Rise. Great tidal wave, come to me. A massive wave appeared beneath their feet, swiftly lifting them up. They dodged the enormous electronic stingers. The swarm behind them crashed into the wave all at once. Yay! Sister, look how clever I am. Sister, have you thought about how we will land? What? The 2 soared high into the sky, leaving the swarm far behind. But, we're falling. We're going to die. Mimi, in a moment of panic, pulled out her backup staff. Tornado. A 5-meter-high tornado rose from the ground below, sucking the unfortunate sisters into its vortex. The tornado was a 3rd-tier wind magic characterized by its wide range and high consumption, applying both points and dizziness effects to enemies and allies alike. The 3rd-tier wind magic was known for its high mana cost, trading high consumption for high damage, yet the tornado indiscriminately affected both friend and foe. Thus the original flaw became a fatal drawback. Many players rushed to learn the skill simply because the name Tornado sounded cool, only to find out too late that they had been deceived, resulting in a rather disappointing experience. Consequently, in actual gameplay, very few would utilize this magic with such overt negative effects. After casting the Tornado magic, Amimi had completely run out of mana. Effect Buoyancy. Effect Dizziness. Buoyancy applies anti-gravity effect rising 1 meter per second. Dizziness reduces movement speed, causes visual distortion. In a hazy state, Amimi seemed to hear someone speaking. Is that so? Yes. This is not good. Sigh. Where will the future of the dwarves go? That's all their own doing. It's inevitable, and has nothing to do with me. As her vision cleared, Amimi rubbed her head. What is happening? Oh. A cute voice caught her attention. Miss, you're finally awake. How are you? How is your health? In front of her stood a soft and adorable mouse girl with deep brown fur and 2 round ears bobbing up and down, making one unable to resist the urge to reach out and touch them. However, looking down, the mouse girl had square glasses perched on her nose and wore a white coat resembling a doctor. The mouse girl introduced herself. My name is Litzy. I am a senior physician affiliated with the Dwarven Conservatives. You should rest a bit longer to allow your magic power to recover. Long-term low mana can lead to many after effects. Litzy, level 20. She was an NPC. The pioneers were all humans, while the animal girls were invariably NPCs. Yoshi confirmed in her mind. Amimi habitually flashed a charming smile. Thank you, Litzy. I have a magic potion. By the way, have you seen my sister? She has a pink bow like mine and short blue hair. I'm sorry, miss. I haven't seen anyone with short blue hair. When I arrived at the scene, I only saw you. The mouse girl lowered her head and apologized. It's fine. Now can I ask you another question? Amimi asked this while opening her friend list to send a message to her sister. No need to come find me, I'll play by myself for a while. Sure, as long as it's something I can answer. The mouse girl nodded earnestly. Amimi asked the mouse girl, why are there so many robots at the Pioneer Association? The mouse girl shifted her gaze. I might not be able to answer that question. I don't know much, but I can tell you. Based on what I know, you pioneers must have come after seeing the Dwarven King's statement, right? Yes, if I recall correctly it was. Find my treasure, and I will grant that person any wish. The mouse girl nodded like a garlic peeler. That's right. The issue is not finding the treasure, it's that the Dwarven King has disappeared, and the entire nation's economic system has come to a standstill, plunging the whole country into chaos. Disappeared? Just a king disappearing could have such a huge impact. A question mark appeared above Amimi's head. The mouse girl sat down at the bedside. I have worked in Ding Dong Kingdom for nearly 10 years. I have indeed never seen the Dwarven King, I've only heard of him from colleagues. However, I've always been confused about how a king who doesn't show his face and doesn't even work is loved by the people. I don't quite understand. Miss, you should know that Ding Dong Kingdom is famous for being able to forge items with design blueprints. She turned to look at Amimi, her eyes reflecting a look that Amimi could not comprehend. But Amimi was very aware that this was the look of wanting to say something, but being unable to, as well as one of those looks that rejected understanding like one would when looking at a monster. Because Yoshi had seen that look countless times before, she had grown weary of it, even before entering this game. Yoshi was well aware that this was a game, merely a game, and she was no longer the same person she had been 4 years ago. Her limbs were sound, she could run and jump, and she could even play alongside her sister. What more could she possibly ask for? What else did she desire? No, to be precise, she had neither the reason nor the ability to make a wish. Yet every time she caught that gaze, she could not help but tremble all over. Amy shook her head, trying to banish the memories from her mind. The mouse-eared doctor asked with concern, Miss, are you all right? Perhaps you should lie down and rest for a while. It's nothing. I just recalled some unpleasant memories. Please continue. The mouse-eared woman adjusted her glasses and went on air. Where was I? Ah, right. You should know that if you want to craft anything from the blueprint, you can only go to the forge smith of the Ding Dong Kingdom. Yes, I do know a forge smith outside, Amy chimed in. What? Miss? That's impossible. You haven't run into a fraud, have you? The mouse clenched her fists. Amy was puzzled. Instead of fraud. No way. Miss, absolutely. I swear on my 10 years of work experience. The one you met must be a dwarf from another clan disguised as a smith. Because a forge smith cannot leave the Great Forge. See, out that window, that's the Great Forge. Amy followed the mouse-eared woman's gaze. They were in a high-rise building. Outside, the ceaseless clanging of metal rang out alongside all sorts of malfunctioning robots flying recklessly. Looking down the Great Forge, the mouse-eared woman spoke of was not far from the window, a certain distance from Amy's face. No wonder it felt so hot. Wait. A dark figure darted into Amy's field of vision. She stared intently at the black shadow flying through the air. Her intuition told her it was familiar, someone she knew. A cat's tail and cat ears. Wasn't that Luo Luo? Why was she wearing such strange attire? And the direction she was flying toward was the place they had escaped from, the Pioneer Association. Miss, Miss, huh? What is it? Amy snapped back to attention at the soft voice by her ear startled. You were spacing out. I called you several times, and you didn't respond. The mouse's cheeks puffed up, clearly annoyed at being ignored by Amy. Amy clasped her hands together in an apologetic gesture, tilting her head as she replied, Sorry, Li Zi. Just call me by my name. Li Yoshi or Yoshi is fine. Yes, here she could be herself without worrying about not being able to speak her name, thought Li Yuxi. So, Miss Yoshi. Well, right, you asked me what happened at the association. Let's stick with that topic. I said I didn't understand why the Dwarf King was beloved, but seeing Ding Dong Kingdom, now I get it. The mouse-eared woman paused. The reflection on her glasses hit her eyes as she stated clearly, It's not that the Dwarf King is beloved by everyone in Ding Dong Kingdom. It's that Ding Dong Kingdom cannot exist without the Dwarf King. The Dwarf King is the very foundation of Ding Dong Kingdom. The Earth Dragon Dwarves are merely ironhead smiths. It was the Dwarf King who gave them a new direction and purpose in life. Upon hearing this, Amy first showed a habitual expression of shock, then covered her mouth. But it was all just a superficial act. She let the mouse-eared woman continue. So when the Dwarf King abandoned everything and left Ding Dong Kingdom, fell into utter chaos, even splitting the dwarves into two factions. Tell me more. Amy raised an eyebrow. Li Yoshi could see that this mouse-eared woman Li Zi was a big mouth. The dwarves are divided into the conservative faction and the radical faction. The conservatives believe that what the Dwarf King does is none of their business. They just need to mind their own affairs. The radicals think they must find that so-called treasure to bring the Dwarf King back, even if it means turning Ding Dong Kingdom upside down. The two sides have diverged, even clashing. Some radicals believe the arrival of pioneers angered the Dwarf King. Some even directly think the pioneers stole the Dwarf King's treasure. So, some Earth Dragon Dwarves have taken the opportunity to trouble the Pioneer Association. Right now, the most chaotic place in all of Ding Dong Kingdom should be the Pioneer Association. After hearing this, Amy swung her legs off the bed. Where are you going? The mouse asked. I'm going to find my sister. Li Yuxi left these words without looking back, leaving the high-rise building and heading for the Pioneer Association. Her claim of finding her sister was a lie in her heart. Only one thing mattered: Luo was in danger. Hurry up. Don't make me repeat myself. Hand over all your valuables now. Let's talk this out. Eek. He'll get them right now. Through the wall, Luo heard an argument break out at the association's counter. It seemed a dwarf was clashing with one of the maids. Entered non-safe zone, Ding Dong Kingdom. Pioneer Association current active quest: the Dwarf King's lost treasure. Prerequisite: listen to dwarves' conversations to gather basic information. 03 Luo, with a cardboard box over her head, crouched inside it and boldly shuffled over to the counter. Acquired new skill: stealth. You have entered stealth mode. In stealth mode, all actions will be performed in a stealthy state. Gained effect: stealth state. Exclusive effect of stealth mode: reduces noise made, diminishes presence, and makes it difficult to be detected when not moving. The dwarf noticed a cardboard box appear at his feet. Huh, where did this box come from? Current alertness 10, rising. A yellow progress bar appeared on the heads-up display. Hearing the voice outside the box, the K-tard girl inside stopped moving. Current alertness 9, decreasing. Oh, isn't this place always this messy? What's so strange about it? Hey, hurry up, didn't you say you already knew who took the Dwarf King's treasure? Another male dwarf's voice came through. Of course, your big dwarf brother's wisdom ranks in the top 3 among dwarfs. Let me tell you, the answer is obvious. It's the Pioneer Association. They must have sneaked into the forge while negotiating with the Dwarf King and stolen his treasure. Otherwise, there's no explanation for why he left right after they arrived. Otherwise, it's inexplicable why the Dwarf King left right after they arrived. Truly worthy of Brother Dwarf. Now the Dwarf King will surely grant your wish. The dwarves chattered loudly, yet their words were nothing but baseless conjectures. Luo immediately slipped away, heading to the next task's location just outside the guild. Although Luo had used a parachute descent, she wouldn't have infiltrated the guild so smoothly if the swarm of drones hadn't mysteriously departed. But that didn't mean she could leave easily. Peering through 2 small holes cut in the cardboard box, she spotted heavily armed Earth Dragon dwarves outside the guild. Fortunately, their organization was lax. Luo barely managed to evade the patrolling dwarves and hid beside a pile of cluttered wooden crates. Beside the wooden crates were the logistics dwarves in charge of transport. Hey, don't you think Brother Dwarf is rather foolish? Shoo, keep your voice down. Things like this mustn't be heard by others. Luo continued, eavesdropping on their conversation. What's the big deal? I've checked. No one comes to this little corner. You don't actually think he's smart, do you? Nonsense. Of course I think he's dim-witted. Haha. I knew I wasn't the only one who thinks so. If he's so desperate to know what the Dwarf King lost, why not just take a look in the furnace? All he had to do was confirm the accounts. Why make it so complicated? Don't you agree? True. Now that you mention it, everyone knows the Dwarf King lost something. But if we don't even know what was lost, how are we supposed to find it? As Luo prepared to leave. Why is there an extra cardboard box here? Someone had blocked the cat girl's escape route. No idea, but whatever's inside. It should be useful. Let's load it onto the transport cart first. Alright. The two dwarves stood at opposite ends of the box, completely sealing off Luo's path. This was it. The cat girl's disguise was about to be exposed. Without a moment to think, the cardboard box was lifted off. The two dwarves froze for a second. Hi, how are you? I'm fine. The cat girl greeted them as cutely as she could. Entering combat. As expected, the two dwarves' names turned red. An Earth Dragon Dwarf, Zack, level 20. An Earth Dragon Dwarf, Gil, level 19. A catkin has gotten in. Intruder. Someone come quick. Luo, sorry. Could you please pretend you didn't see me? With that, the cat girl pulled out a smoke bomb, shook her arm, and threw it to the ground. A large semicircular cloud of smoke burst forth, blinding the two dwarves. The cat girl performed a great leap, using a rebound jump to land on the guild's outer wall. She scanned her surroundings, pondering how to escape the guild teeming with armed dwarves and robots. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted behind her. The cat girl turned instinctively. A gentle breeze brushed her face. Wind. How could there be wind here? Like a celestial maiden descending to earth, AI Mimi emerged from the smoke. The scent of gunpowder still clung to her, and the large pink bow at the back of her head remained dazzling. Her first words were, Luo, are you alright? Big sister is here. What could be wrong with the little cat girl? Yet the sudden concern threw Luo into disarray. No, I'm fine. Where's Sister Yoshi? Incidentally, Li Yoshi and Li Inwan had once asked Miss Lisa how could they thoroughly and joyfully pet her cat ears and tail without making Luo dislike them. Then absolutely not, due to my own mistake. For certain reasons, Luo accidentally fell into a trap. Afterward, Luo was forced to call the two sisters Big Sister and to address them with affectionate names. Again, absolutely not due to my own mistake. I was very resistant myself, even though the sisters' cat-petting skills surpassed even Miss Lisa's. In summary, Luo was not doing this willingly. AI Mimi's eyes were full of concern, truly treating Luo as her own little kitten. Anyway, let's leave this place first. The guild is too dangerous. But Luo still had one task left unfinished, yet she couldn't reveal her identity as a player. If anyone discovered she wasn't an NPC, that would be a real disaster. It would violate the contract. AI Mimi's gaze tormented the cat girl. Don't worry. Big sister will protect you. You won't get hurt. Li Yoshi declared this with unwavering confidence, pulling out a strange feather in her hand. Item description: East grade item, usable only once. It can teleport the user to the last marked location. Come hold tight to Big Sister. AI Mimi opened her arms, revealing a symbolically embracing chest, signaling Luo to come closer. The cat girl was torn an East grade item. Truly extravagant. But even though I'm using a female avatar in the game, that doesn't mean I can cuddle without any burden. Men and women should keep their distance. Better not. Luo extended her hands to refuse. Unexpectedly, AI Mimi grabbed her slender wrists without any explanation. Without a hint of hesitation, she directly used the E's grade item, the return feather. Both figures were instantly enveloped in a white light, accompanied by the sound of ringing bells and falling feathers. AI Mimi held Luo's hand, exhaled, and revealed a relieved smile. After the two were forcibly teleported. Meanwhile, AI Mi, the younger sister, was navigating the chaotic, white urban jungle alone. She couldn't manage it by herself. Being chased around by robots wasn't her intention, but as a maid she was naturally disadvantaged in close combat. Thus, in team compositions, the most common formation was one vanguard, one damage dealer, and one support. Among the players of Pioneering Gaia, most had already formed teams. Lone wolves were relatively rare, especially powerful ones. Those individuals had long been recruited by large guilds and top-tier teams. As a newbie player, AI Mi naturally had no one to guide her, partly because she always played with her sister and didn't actively integrate into the player community. So meeting kind people in the game was a rare occurrence. The player before her with the ID Shura was one such good person. How did AI Mi encounter this kind-hearted person? Originally, after being blown away by her sister's magic, she landed in a pile of machine monsters. The top priority was to find her sister. She had already prepared herself to quit the game. She planned to reload from the respawn point outside Ding Dong Kingdom to search for her sister again, as she always did. No way, it's all over. As she gazed at the terrifying horror movie-like robots closing in, AI Mi lamented. The sky darkened. But wait, wasn't this an underground city? All light sources come from the operation of the furnace. If the furnace stops working, Ding Dong Kingdom will vanish. That was the official description of Ding Dong Kingdom. Thus, it was perpetually bright, and the dwarves worked year-round without rest. So why did the sky darken before her eyes? Why couldn't she see anything clearly? It was like 4 years ago when she and her sister were separated. Me AI Ms. body trembled instinctively, her eyelids closed automatically. She knew it was merely a fear of the dark. She also understood that someone was simply standing in front of her. It wasn't the sky darkening. Her sky had always been there and would never disappear. Because her sister had promised her, don't worry, even if the sky falls, your big sister is here. Me AI Me shook her head, stopping her reminiscence, unwilling to recall that past. Her hand hesitated to press the quit game button. Of course Me AI Me was very worried about her sister. Rationality told her that quitting and re-entering would certainly be better and faster. But her emotions disagreed. Her heart told her, you need to open your eyes. Are you going to keep your eyes closed forever, waiting for your sister to help you? Always being the good little sister in their eyes. Her inner self questioned, then what else can I do? My sister is much stronger than me. I just need to smile so she won't worry. Me AI Me retorted to herself. If you keep this up, you'll never be able to protect the sister you love. Her inner self scorned her. I don't need to protect my sister. My sister is strong. I'm the one holding her back. Me AI Me hugged her head and knelt down. Why did her inner voice have to speak up at a time like this? Didn't she know what she wanted? Me AI Me was confused, denying herself, struggling. Then a voice from outside reached her heart. A voice so familiar and reassuring. It's okay. Everything's fine now. Is that my sister's voice? Me AI Me slowly opened her eyes. It wasn't her sister, but that figure still looked dependable. Azura level 35. Me AI Me's first glance fell upon the player information above that person's head. More than the intimidating name, the figure before her perfectly embodied the term Azura, a muscular back, exaggerated body, curves, distinct strands of short yellow hair, a body covered in scars, fists wrapped in bloodstained bandages. One phrase accurately described this person's appearance: a boxer. Seeing the Azura-like physique before her, this profession instantly came to Me AI Me's mind. No word fit better than boxer. The boxer turned around, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. All done. That wasn't even enough for a warm-up. Hey you, it's all right now. Thank you. Me AI Me could only utter words of gratitude. Her body was frozen in place. An error window popped up before her, and Me AI Me lost control of her in-game character, detected unstable consciousness stream, disconnected from game server, reconnecting to game. Hey, are you okay? Is it mental instability? Listen to me, take a deep breath first. Come on, inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. The voice in her ears made Li Yinwan unconsciously follow along. After a few deep breaths, the pop-up disappeared. Reconnection successful. Me AI Me shuddered, gasping for the game's air like someone who had just drowned. Azura gently patted Me AI Me's back and said with concern, I didn't catch what you said, but I think it must be a past you don't want to face. I've been through that tangled time too. But it's rare to see this happen to someone in the game. Do you still want to keep playing? Want me to help you contact customer service? The boxer's voice was exceptionally gentle. Me AI Me slowly shook her head and said sincerely, no need, I'm much better now. Thank you, Azura. Big brother. Azura stood up, unbothered. Haha. I'm a woman. I used to be a professional boxer. Now I'm unemployed and play games. Just call me Azura. I see. Me AI Me felt a bit awkward, thinking sister Azura is really a good person. Me AI Me. Your name is quite a mouthful. Want to add me as a friend? The boxer sent a friend request. Me AI Me looked at the friend request before her and her friend list that only had her sister. She smiled faintly. Okay. Azura, sorry for the trouble. Azura was also doing the version quest, so it was only natural for Me AI Me to travel with her. Azura's class was boxer. Me AI Me wasn't sure which base class it evolved from, or perhaps it was a brand new class. Watching sister Azura's figure bang, bang, one punch one small robot down. It was truly full of power. Ding. A notification sound rang and a message popped up. Sister, don't come looking for me. They'll play on my own for a while. Receiving her sister's message, Me AI Me felt inexplicably downcast. But at least she knew her sister was okay. Me AI Me, that's such a mouthful. Hey, don't get distracted. Ha, spirit bomb. Azura called out the skill name, punching forward from her waist. A translucent blast of wind flew toward Me AI Me's back. Snapping back to reality, Me AI Me looked behind her. The drone in the air was shot down. Thank you. What else could Me AI Me say? She was still holding others back because of her daydreaming, and her sister didn't want to see her for now. Li Yinwan began to loathe herself for no reason, muttering softly, I really am annoying. Sister Azura walked up, patted her shoulder, interrupting Li Yinwan's spiraling thoughts. Me AI Me. I'm not good with words, but there's one thing I can tell you: when you're feeling down, go eat a good meal. Is there anything you've been craving but haven't had the chance to eat lately? Me AI Me looked up without hesitation. Rabbit pudding. I really want to eat that. Then go eat it. Azura laughed. Next is the third lesson on Dwarven technology, Little Lolo. Make sure you pay close attention. Expected reward: Dwarven technology, dismantling. Wait, can someone explain to me? Why is Uncle Maggie here? And then did you know, Sister Yoshi, that you are old acquaintances with Uncle Maggie? When did that happen? Mimi, with her finger on her chin, replied to the cat girl. Oh, I'm quite familiar with Uncle Maggie. I met him when I was in Huihui City, and I asked him to forge quite a few weapons for me. The dwarf pointed to his forge hammer and nodded, saying, Yes, little Yoshi is a good girl. Back then I was all alone in Huihui City, unfamiliar with the place, and she helped me a lot. Little Yuxi is one of the more approachable pioneers, so I usually give her a discount on forging prices. The little AI added in Lolo's mind. Although there has been a shift in location, you are still within Ding Dong Kingdom, likely beneath a small forge. No, what I want to ask is, Uncle Maggie, how did you escape from those two? The cat girl was genuinely curious about how Uncle Maggie, who could only run on the ground, managed to evade the flying mother and daughter. Lolo and the others were currently in a closed underground room, specifically in an underground room of the subterranean city. Because it was directly beneath the small forge, the sound of dinging resonated through the soil, causing the entire room to tremble slightly. The tremors were intense. The dwarf spoke proudly, accompanied by a peculiar sniffling sound. Uncle Maggie's wisdom is second to none among the dwarves, and the earth dragon is best at digging. Often they forget this point because they can fly. But that doesn't matter. The earth dragon dwarf pointed to his little bald head. Although I didn't ask little Yoshi to find you, now that you're here we might as well get started. Our lesson isn't over yet. Oh, by the way, I stole this little gadget from there. You have one too, right? Uncle Maggie took out a small ring, the communication ring. When it touched the one on the cat girl's hand, Uncle Maggie's name appeared on the contact list. Amy also wanted one of these matching rings with the cat girl and boldly asked, does Uncle Maggie still have this ring? I want one too. The dwarf didn't mind. Sure, I'll make another one shortly. I've already memorized the design in my head. This dwarven technology is crucial, and its name is quite simple. It's called dismantling. However, it is considered the foundation of all dwarven technology, so you need to listen closely, little Lolo. Mimi secretly poked the cat girl in the waist and quietly asked, Lolo, when did you become Uncle Maggie's apprentice? Not long ago, probably around 6 hours ago. The cat girl blinked and replied, Hey, remember to pay attention in class. Isn't there this point in the preschool education of catfolk? Lolo quickly apologized, and the dwarf, after saying, honestly, began the lesson. Dismantling is a technique that sounds complicated but isn't too hard. The key point is just one. Uncle Maggie inhaled briefly as though performing a solemn ritual. Then he exhaled his pent-up feelings. Do not fear disappearance. Every item has its period of use, but no one truly dies. Using leftover parts to create new items is equally magnificent. Because the spirit of the dwarves will live on forever. At first glance, these two sentences seem unrelated, but when spoken by Uncle Maggie, they became incredibly persuasive. How is that possible? Just like those middle-aged lecturers selling classes. The dwarf lifted the silver forging hammer and struck a piece of machine wreckage on the forging table. Strangely, the machine wreckage did not continue to dent and turn into scrap metal. Instead, it gradually detached from the table's surface, floating in front of everyone, covered in a layer of shimmering white light. In less than a second, the piece of machine wreckage disassembled itself, turning the large iron block into small iron pieces. After a second passed, the small iron pieces split into two parts. One part was unusable, the other part was still usable. The left side represented completely damaged or severely damaged items, nearly classified as scrap metal, while on the right side were items that were undamaged or only slightly damaged, classified as recyclable parts. This step is called rough processing, where we can only preliminarily separate recyclable from non-recyclable parts. The next step is fine processing, transforming the parts into entities that can be further utilized. Watch closely. The forging hammer struck the two parts of the components, and the scrap metal portion shattered completely, then automatically gathered, transforming into an iron plate. Tech Relic ability activated iron plate X1, it really has this name. The recyclable parts portion continued to disassemble under the forging hammer, resulting in electronic component X1, modular template X1, mechanical core X1. It's the modular template, one of the synthesis items needed for the Pope transformation device. So that's how it's obtained. Come on, little Lolo, give it a try. There's also a discarded robot. The dwarf handed the forging hammer to the cat girl and moved another drone wreckage from under the table onto the table. The little cat girl gripped the hammer tightly, aiming at the drone, and a mini-game panel appeared before her. A virtual puzzle lock. The cat girl was shocked. What kind of ancient relic is this? 9 linked rings, Luban locks, and Huashing Road, among others, all count as puzzle locks. Puzzle locks have a long history and a wide variety, but with the passage of time, they have not truly disappeared. Instead, they have undergone modernization time and again. In short, what appeared before the cat girl's eyes was a puzzle lock, the 9 linked ring, and it was still the classic version. Unlock the 9 rings and sequence time limit 5 minutes. 9 rings are threaded on a rod, which might be daunting for someone who has never played such a puzzle game. But for our little cat girl, this was just a trivial waste of time. New skill learned: dwarven technology. Dismantling, easy peasy. The drone wreckage was dismantled. Dismantled again. Acquired iron plate X1 modular template X1 mechanical core X1 Lolo, I did it. Lolo, you are amazing. Mimi, unable to comprehend, stared in awe. The dwarf proudly placed his hands on his hips. Indeed, little Lolo, you are a gem. My judgment was not wrong. Here, Miss Yoshi, this is your message ring. A delicate ring was placed in Imami's hand. The pink-haired girl took the ring and approached Luo Luo. Imami's eyes drooped momentarily, then lifted again. Come on, add me as a friend. Mimi sent you a friend request. Luo Luo saw a notification pop up before her face. Behind the word friend were star-shaped large eyes. Those limpid eyes were filled with anticipation. The cat-eared girl raised her finger adorned with the ring, reaching toward the pop-up window, but suddenly stopped right before the accept button on the window. Luo Luo. Her hand couldn't move. She tried harder, still couldn't move. To prevent Luo Luo from panicking, Xian whispered in her mind. Lihuo, stay calm. I'm controlling your finger right now. Don't click accept just yet. Think it over carefully. Mimi tilted her head and smiled. Is something wrong? A chill ran down the cat-eared girl's spine, her tail bristling slightly. If the game allowed sweating, she would have been drenched in cold sweat. Something was wrong. Very wrong. No one should be able to see her player panel, so why was she receiving a friend invitation from the game system? And it was from Mimi of all people. Has my identity as a player been exposed? Luo Luo sought confirmation from Xian in her mind. The little AI replied succinctly, no, Mimi is probably testing you. The friend request can be sent to all nearby players. The reason for the test? Unclear. The cause of suspicion? Even more unclear. Countless baseless possibilities raced through Luo Luo's mind only to fade away, leaving nothing behind. Luo Luo instinctively chose this approach, to react as an NPC would. Just play dumb. The cat-eared girl spoke. Friend. Aren't we already good friends? It seemed she heard a soft sigh from the other side. Luo Luo saw Mimi lower her eyes and raise them again, but she didn't know what that meant. Imami's smile remained unchanged. It's this, I mean the ring. The rings touched, and on the kitten-eared girl's ring contact list a name appeared: Li Yoshi. Now we can contact each other anytime. Her smile was as sweet as ever, yet Luo Luo sensed a hint of melancholy. Just then a cheerful girl's voice came from behind. Little Luo Luo, little Luo Luo, I'm here. Here. Look down at your feet. The cat-eared girl looked at her feet. There were golden forward-facing dragon horns and a cap reading, Earth Dragon Express. The Earth Dragon girl's expression was relaxed. That's right, Malin is here. Since Malin had found her here, then did that mean? Boom. A massive explosion drowned out Amimi's startled cry. The two cat-eared girls looked toward Uncle McGee. A large hole. Uncle McGee was gone, only Leora Ridwell stood there. Lily walked up, gracefully conjuring a red drink in her hand. I must thank you, little cat. Luo Luo and Mimi were still confused. Lily maintained her elegant demeanor, downed the drink in one go, and commented, This new product is good, my daughter. Have them make more and promote it widely. This drink will sell well. The cat-eared girl scratched her head and glanced at Mimi, only to find Mimi staring back with eyes full of innocent confusion. McGee family hidden quest hide and seek completed. Luo Luo asked the little AI. What? The McGee family hidden quest. How did I not know about it? Why did it only pop up now? Xian speculated, it must be my cute junior causing trouble again. Now that she can't openly target us to prevent us from continuing the key authentication, she's resorting to underhanded tricks. Look. The little AI activated the key tracking function, a backdoor left by Miss T. But now that backdoor was merely a facade. The function still showed the nearest key, but the tricky part was that it no longer displayed the exact location or distance, only a rough area. For example now, nearest key location Ding Dong Kingdom. Xian was certain her junior was behind this. Although the contract mentioned beta version quests, it was one of the reasons she had come. The contract also required her to continue her profession-specific main quest, collecting secret rune fragments 26. She could also help the little AI regain admin privileges. Truly a triple win. Lily realized that the pioneer and cat-eared girl before her didn't understand her words, so she raised her chin, signaling her daughter to explain. But okay, Mom. But can you help me out first? I think I'm stuck. Mimi couldn't help but ask, so? Miss Malin, aren't you an Earth Dragon dwarf? How can you get stuck? This pioneer Miss question makes sense. It's like how fish live in water as a matter of course, so it's hard to understand why some fish can't swim. Simply put, not all Earth Dragon dwarves are good at digging. Just as my mom can fly, I can too. But my dad digs holes so I can't. The cat-eared girl disagreed. Then how did you lead us into Ding Dong Kingdom? Isn't that digging? Malin scratched her cheek. Well, my dad probably told you about Earth Dragon transformation. In terms you'd understand, my Earth Dragon form has two aspects, one for digging and one for flying. But normally I'm just an ordinary dwarf. A dwarf? Really? Malin was about as tall as Mimi, around 165 centimeters. Could she still be called a dwarf? The Earth Dragon girl met Luo. Luo's scrutinizing gaze suddenly stretched her arms upward and brushed it off. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Let me explain how we found you. Luo and Mimi nodded. Malin looked up and pointed at her own clever little head. Dad's digging skills are impressive. We couldn't outrun him, so we didn't bother. We just needed to pinpoint his location. The cat-eared girl already sensed the answer. Don't tell me. You used this. She took off the ring, holding it in her palm. Little Luo, you're quite sharp. It's the message rings tracking function. Since we couldn't find Dad, as long as we found you, we knew he'd definitely meet up with you. Malin finished with a grin. Lily stepped forward and patted the cat-eared girl's shoulder, her imposing presence only growing. The Golden Earth Dragon's voice sounded. Your role is significant. The Earth Dragon clan believes in fair exchange. I grant you an opportunity. Aside from myself, you may ask for anything you desire. The voice of the Golden Earth Dragon maiden echoed. Your role is significant. The Earth Dragon clan values equivalent exchange. I reward you with an opportunity. You may ask for anything you desire except for myself. The cat girl silently apologized to Uncle Meiji. I'm sorry, Uncle Meiji. In the end, it was I who betrayed you. Indeed, the NPCs in Gaia the Pioneer should not be underestimated. Their intelligent behaviors surpass those in other games. Your character record has been updated. The following character has new information. Key NPC Lila Lidwell, the gem of light deep within the earth. Your affinity with Lila Lidwell has increased. Current relationship acquaintance. Oh, a key NPC. The cat girl decided to switch sides. From now on, she would belong to Lily. Uncle Meiji. Sorry, we aren't familiar. Luo looked up to confirm. Anything is possible. The Golden Earth Dragon maiden smiled. Little cat, the Earth Dragon never goes back on its word. You need not worry that I will change my mind unexpectedly. Speak up. What should I ask for? Lily did not specify whether she could request material or spiritual things. Could it be that both are possible? Can I ask for information about the Dwarf King? The cat girl pondered for a moment before finally replying. Do you have the Heart of the Pope? The Heart of the Pope is a key synthesis item for the Pope transformation device, and Luo chose this because she wanted to craft the transformation device as soon as possible. This is the only item that drops. Luo instinctively believed that acquiring this would be quite difficult. It might require defeating the same monster several times. Upon hearing the words Heart of the Pope, the Golden Earth Dragon maiden's expression changed dramatically, but she suppressed her questions, maintaining her composure. Lily fully opened her dragon eyes, stepping back to meet Luo's cat-like gaze directly. This is not a problem, but are you sure? You have only one chance. The opportunity to make a wish to the gem of light deep within the earth is rare, so think carefully. I am sure I want the Heart of the Pope. The cat girl nodded. The Golden Earth Dragon maiden closed her dragon eyes and let out a long yawn. Your wish has indeed been heard. Here you are. This is the Heart of the Pope. Take it well. With a flip of her palm, a hexadecagon-shaped, exquisite object appeared in her hand. Ability of Technological Survivor activated. Heart of the Pope legendary item. Item description: legendary quality, red item card. The mechanical heart of the Technological Pope with an extremely low drop rate. Currently, the ability of Technological Survivor cannot view further information. Complete the main quest. Collect the secret pattern fragments to unlock hidden information. A legendary item. With such a low drop rate. I knew it. Luo felt proud of her decision for the first time. Skipping class was indeed the right choice. If I had gone to grind, who knows when I would have finished. She also noticed that this was the heart of the Technological Pope, just like the name of her final profession. Let's put that aside for now. Acquired Heart of the Pope marked item. 25 necessary materials for the Pope transformation device have been acquired. My girl, it's time to return. Lily yawned again, looking quite sleepy. Mimi reached out a hand. Wait. What happened to Uncle Meiji? The Earth Dragon girl jumped in front of Mimi and playfully replied, Don't worry, Miss Pioneer, we just borrowed your old man for a bit. You all take your time, and I wish you a pleasant journey in Ding Dong Country. In District C Lawrence General Hospital, Mimi AI logged out of the game, but did not immediately go to buy her desired rabbit pudding. Instead, she left her patient care room and walked down the white corridor. She stopped at the door, glancing back at her care room, where she had lived for 4 years. The room was spacious, decorated in the pink girl style that her sister had always liked. Leanne, 24 years old, as an adult did not need to work or socialize. Because this Lawrence General Hospital is the property of their family, after deducting taxes, the disposable wealth left every month is enough for the two sisters to indulge. However, now only Li Yin could indulge in this wealth. She advanced through the empty corridor, the sound of her footsteps echoing around her. She arrived at the nearest patient room. Stopping, there was a large one-way glass on the wall. She looked into the room through the glass. Various large and small instruments filled her view, all the most advanced life-monitoring equipment she could obtain. Li Yin gently pressed her hand against the glass, leaning slightly forward. Lying on the bed was her sister, Li Yoshi, like a contemporary sleeping beauty resting in a pile of instruments. Wearing a helmet that covered her eyes. The values on the life-monitoring equipment all showed normal. Yet the sleeping beauty would not awaken. Sister, I have avenged those who hurt you. Can you come back now? Li Yin clenched her fists softly, pleading with her sister on the other side of the glass. These heartfelt words could not be heard by her sister. Now her sister had to rely on consciousness interlinked with the game to remain active, otherwise her sister's brain would wither. This was also a fact that her sister must not know. Sister, if I had stopped you back then, would all of this have never happened? A sudden sharp pain. Li Yin grasped her heart, struggling to catch her breath. Cough, cough. She dug into the pocket at her waist. Her hand shook, spilling all the emergency medicine in her pocket onto the ground. The green liquid slowly flowed from the bottles, reflecting Li Yin's pallid complexion. Her legs weakened. Li Yin leaned against the glass, sitting on the ground. A voice unexpectedly echoed in her mind. Listen to me, take a deep breath. First, come inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. After a set of deep breaths, she felt much better. But her body still trembled uncontrollably. Sister, I will soon come to see you again. Oh, wait for me. Li Yin stood up and turned away, leaving her sister's patient room. Her steps remained unsteady. In the game, Gaia the Pioneer, Ding Dong Country Pioneer Association. You all attack together. Shura wiped her nose and waved at the dwarfs before her. At least 10 dwarfs, all wielding various weapons: hammers, axes, flails, clubs. All deadly blunt instruments or blades. Yet Shura had only her 2 hands. She closed her eyes, assumed a boxing stance, took a deep breath, and whispered, Gaia's son of the earth. Let this be the last time. Then Shura opened her eyes. I'm going in. Unarmed combatants cannot prevail against those wielding weapons. Even a professional boxer would struggle against 10 untrained armed robbers. One should prioritize their safety upon encountering a group of armed robbers instead of confronting them barehanded. This is common knowledge. Vini Gaia, the champion of the Free Fighting Championship in New Earth, chose to defy common sense and engage in battle. What motivated this choice? Some believe it to be a sense of justice. Others attribute it to vanity. However, only Vini Gaia knows the true reason. His punches were infused with such strength and conviction that he was once regarded as the soul-shaking boxer by those who knew him. Every strike he threw was a testament to his belief in equality for all, to ensure no one is oppressed and that everyone can smile. This is just like reality. Even in a game, oppression is everywhere. Vini Gaia, like Huihui, chose to play a female character in Expedition Gaia. She even adopted a uniquely stylish name, Azura. Claiming to be female is accurate, but it simply refers to her gender in the game. However, the one thing she cannot tolerate is, Azura shouted, let her go, you bunch of barbarians. Do you even know what you're doing? A group of armed earth dwarves surrounded a mouse maid from the Pioneer Association. The leader of the dwarves had a fierce demeanor. The mouse maid was repeating, don't hit me. Don't hit me. I've already said everything I know. Upon hearing Azura's shout, the leader of the dwarves released the mouse maid and said, Pioneers, what are you here for? What we do is none of your business. If you're smart, you'll pretend not to see us, and we'll pretend not to see you. This interaction will change the NPC's state. Advancing will turn the wandering earth dwarves hostile. Retreating will maintain a neutral state. Azura stepped forward, moved her shoulders, and said in a low voice, you are bullying that little girl for no reason. I cannot turn a blind eye to it. TCH. The dwarf clicked his tongue and shook his head. Don't say I didn't warn you. You lot. Attack. The wandering earth dwarves have turned hostile in counter battle. Wandering earth dwarf HB 200 Jex, 3 unarmed armed dwarves had their health bars displayed. Bang bang bang. 3 punches brought them down, not more not less. What a, brothers. Charge. Wandering earth dwarf HB 200 X5 Azura wiped her nose and waved her hand, saying, you all come at me together. The leader of the dwarves said, give it your all. Don't just stand there, all of you attack together. 10 dwarves armed with various weapons rushed forward, surrounding Azura. Azura took a deep breath, her fists guarding her face. Come on. The dwarves swung their weapons, not hearing Azura's low utterance. The nearest earth dwarf swung a mace from behind, aiming for Azura's head, saying, what are you mumbling about? Get down. He turned, throwing a left punch. Azura mentally recited, dodging the hammer behind her. The dwarf's mace missed and embedded itself in the ground. Azura's fist landed squarely on the right cheek of the dwarf. The dwarf flew out, colliding with another dwarf. This isn't over. A little dwarf wielding a double-head axe rushed up, her twin ponytails bouncing as she raised her axe and swung it down towards Azura's back. Before the slice could connect, Azura didn't even look back and delivered a kick. It struck the dwarf in the abdomen, sending the ponytailed dwarf flying. The leader of the dwarves shouted, "Don't attack one by one. Do you not understand to attack together? Attack together." The remaining 7 dwarves exchanged glances, hearing their leader's command, and decided to charge at once. For dwarves slightly stockier moved to the front. The one in the lead held a round shield and a short sword, banging the sword against the shield to draw Azura's attention. Azura remained still, merely surveying her surroundings calmly, seeking an opportunity. This is not an arena, son of the earth. Victory is just victory, not requiring justice, Azura murmured to herself. Suddenly she extended her hands, grasping the iron chain on the ground, exerting all her strength to pull out the embedded mace. Using the momentum, Azura swung the mace towards the dwarves behind her. Another dwarf was struck and sent flying, the mace falling to the ground. To her left, a dwarf rushed up, attempting to entangle the mace's chain with his longsword. Azura seized the opportunity, delivering a knife-hand strike to the sword-wielding dwarf's arm. The dwarf winced in pain and released his grip on the longsword. She quickly wrapped her arms around the dwarf, using a back throw to hurl him into the air. He crashed directly into the shield-bearing dwarf. The leader of the dwarves, immensely furious, shouted, "You 4, don't approach her. Use crossbows. If you can't win, remember to use crossbows. If you can't win and still charge her, you fools." "Understood, brother dwarf." The leader of the dwarves threw crossbows and quivers to the 4. Returning to the initial common sense, 4 armed robbers must never get close. Even if you have a gun, it only serves for self-defense, much less for a boxer. Vini Gaia, being a clever boxer, still chooses to engage in battle. Azura whispered to herself again, "The space here is narrow. Gaia's son of the earth, one does not keep their abilities hidden, they are meant to be used." The leader of the dwarves laughed derisively at the slightly trembling Azura, saying, "What's wrong? Pioneer, are you planning to beg for mercy? I am not as easy to talk to as others. Boys, shoot." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 4 arrows flew out. Azura minimized her exposed area, protecting her face and chest with her hands. But she could not shield other areas. Arrows pierced her thighs and arms. The leader dwarf shouted again, "Fire again." As the arrows were prepared for release, one dwarf collapsed. "What a..." Before anyone could react, the other dwarves fell one after another. Only the leader dwarf, brother dwarf, remained standing. Brother dwarf, HP 150. Brother dwarf fell directly to the ground, urinating himself. What would happen? Azura pulled each arrow out of her body, brushing off the dust. She approached brother dwarf step by step, lifting him with one hand and saying, "Remember my name, Azura." Then she tossed him aside, threatening, "Scram. Don't let me see you again." Brother dwarf screamed, crawling away from the association. Azura surveyed her surroundings, noticing that the dwarves lying on the ground were under the effect of paralysis, an effect not caused by her class, along with the unfamiliar aura she had just sensed. The boxer placed one hand on her hip and shouted into the empty association, "Thank you, nameless one. Can you come out and meet me now?" As her voice fell, a black-haired cat girl with purple cat eyes emerged from the shadows. It was Lolo. Shura was taken aback for a moment. A cat girl? Was this cat girl truly the master who had just taken down 4 dwarfs in an instant? Impossible, right? Despite her initial skepticism, her intuition told her that this cat girl was undoubtedly the one who had come to her aid. For her eyes revealed everything. They were the gaze of a predator, constantly alert, perpetually cautious, always ready to strike. Shura thought to herself, the absence of a name above her head indicates that this cat girl is an NPC with unclear affiliations, likely neutral. The two observed each other for a moment. Neither spoke a word, until a mouse maid stealthily entered through the front door. "Who is it? Who goes there?" Both spoke simultaneously. "Eek. To him, not a bad person. Please spare me, both of you." The little mouse was frightened. The mouse maid curled up into a ball, hugging her head, trembling like a leaf. Shura comforted the little mouse, saying, "Hey, it's okay now. I've already chased off those dwarfs. The guild is safe." The little mouse peered at Shura through her fingers and immediately lost her fear, standing straight and bowing in gratitude. You are the pioneer who saved me. Thank you for coming to help. And this cat girl lady too. According to protocol, I should present you with 2 rewards, but as you can see, the guild is in complete disarray right now, and our urgent task is to restore its functions." The mouse maid, with her lovely white side ponytail and blinking chestnut-colored eyes, spoke quickly. "I am the head of the guild, Jinzi. Let me first explain the current situation in Ding Dong Kingdom." Entering NPC critical dialogue related to the quest The Lost Treasure of the Dwarf King. Current ongoing quest The Lost Treasure of the Dwarf King. Your character log has been updated. New information for the following character. Jinzi walked straight towards the cat girl at the counter, her brows furrowed. You both should have heard about the Dwarf King situation. I won't waste your time. The guild has been affected by the out-of-control dwarfs and machines. In order to restore the guild's functionality, I need an activated beacon stone base to contact other regions' pioneer guilds so that the guild headquarters can summon pioneers to solve the problems in Ding Dong Kingdom. Congratulations! The prequest The Lost Treasure of the Dwarf King has been completed. Version Quest Phase 1 The Lightless Underground has been unlocked. This quest contains 4 phases. Lolo looked at the prompt that popped up in front of her and took out a pixelated stick from her backpack. It was indeed the 2-dimensional beacon stone base. The cat girl softly asked, "Is this base okay?" The mouse happily grabbed the cat girl's paw. "This is it, thank you. Now everyone will be saved." Jeansy turned and ran toward the guild door, but didn't notice the chair leg beneath her tripping and landing on the ground with her rear and sticking up high. Such a pure clumsiness, even more than Jean Luo. The cat girl exclaimed. Shura blinked and stepped forward to help the mouse mate up. "Are you okay?" "Yes, I'm fine. Thank you." The mouse had a large bump on her head and limped out the door, inserting Lolo's beacon stone base. A prompt appeared before Lolo. The beacon stone base transport function has been activated. Ding Dong Kingdom Pioneer Guild attention. The safety status of the Pioneer Guild has changed. You have now entered a safe area. Ding Dong Kingdom. Pioneer Guild. Jeansy returned looking exhausted as she leaned against the wall. "I need to ask you both for one more thing. It's not just here. Other places also need beacon stone bases. The dwarfs have taken away the furnace bases from Ding Dong Kingdom, unaware that the beacon stones on them are extremely important." A previously unseen announcement appeared on the header display. Ding Dong Kingdom Regional Major Mission Occupation Mode officially activated. Occupation Mode: capture 4 beacon stone bases, occupy 4 key furnaces, and simultaneously fend off the dwarfs' counterattacks. The current progress of Ding Dong Kingdom's task has been synchronized. Current major task progress 20. The cat girl's eyes widened. Occupation Mode. As the saying goes, it's simply about occupying points. Staying within a designated area for a certain amount of time will complete the task. The mouse maid brushed off the dust on her clothes and said seriously, "The beacon stone is a creation of the goddess, and the base can suppress rampant magical energy, providing warnings for rising magical energy. It is crucial for maintaining magical balance in Ding Dong Kingdom. If we don't return the beacon stone base in time, the executioner will emerge." Shura, confused, asked, "What is the executioner?" Lolo had only heard of it from Uncle Maji, who described the executioner as a being with a physical concept, yet that description remained very vague. Jeansy stared at the ground, trembling as she said, It used to be the guardian deity of the dwarfs, but now it is their calamity. To survive, the ancestors of the dwarfs granted the executioner a soul, never anticipating that one day it would turn against the very dwarfs that created it." She raised her head, her mouth firing off words like a machine gun. "In short, if we don't return the beacon stone to its original place before the furnace in the center completely dries up, the executioner will emerge, and by then everyone will be in great trouble. I beg you both to gather more pioneers to help." The mouse maid bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. "Of course. It's only right to lend a hand. This cat person, will you join us too?" Shura clenched her fists and raised an eyebrow at the cat girl. "Call me Lolo, also. My race is Kathuman." Saying cat person sounds too simplistic. "I have other matters, so I won't accompany you further." Lolo almost couldn't keep a straight face. The little AI popped out from the cat girl's mind. Yo, you're putting on airs, little fish. Stop wasting time here and hurry to the next location." The cat girl replied helplessly in her mind, "Got it, stop nagging." Lolo then retreated into the darkness behind her, leaving the guild. Seeing that the cat girl had no intention of accompanying her, Shura could only shrug. "All right. So, Jeansy, are you the only one in the guild?" The mouse maid, holding a broom, had already started to silently clean the guild. A cloud of dust rose, and the mouse exclaimed, inhaling a large amount of it. "Cough. Cough. 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 What did you just say?" Originally, Shura wanted to ask if she was all right, but seeing Jinzi's silly appearance inexplicably reminded her of a hamster she once kept, similarly silly, prompting her to abandon the thought of asking. "Let's just get on with the mission." Shura shook her head and chuckled to herself. "I must say this wrist crossbow is far more useful than I imagined." Mauer Luoluo turned over her wrist, touching the small ranged weapon strapped to it. Equipped wrist crossbow, loaded paralyzing bolts, X5. Item description: common grade, green catalog. Can be equipped in the wrist slot. Base range 10 meters. No damage bonus. Loaded paralyzing bolts. Base damage 5 points. Applies a paralysis effect to the target lasting 3 minutes. "Stop gawking and hurry up, you noob," the little AI urged Luoluo impatiently. The cat-eared girl waved her hand. "What's the rush? The furnace isn't going to sprout legs and run away." She definitely intended to complete the version quest, but Luoluo had no plans to follow the standard procedure for the occupation task. That would take too long. She'd leave it to other pioneers. Playing an open-world game was all about doing whatever she pleased. Even with a contract binding her, it didn't dampen her spirits. Wearing the hat of a tester only gave her more confidence to critique freely. Speaking of tasks, Luoluo opened her quest panel. Current major version quest: The Dwarf King's Lost Treasure. Occupation mode recommended level 20. Quest description: travel to 4 locations, occupy furnace strongholds, and repel dwarf invasions. Occupation progress is displayed on the HUD. Reward mode. Contribution points: earn contribution points by continuously occupying strongholds, repelling dwarves attempting to seize them, or assisting other players at the strongholds. After the quest ends, exchange rewards at the Pioneer Association. The cat-eared girl tapped to check the specific progress: Eastern Furnace, Stronghold Occupation Progress 80. Southern Furnace, Stronghold Occupation Progress 4. Western Furnace, Stronghold Occupation Progress 1. Northern Furnace, Stronghold Occupation Progress 0. She analyzed, the key to this quest isn't occupying the strongholds themselves, but how to quickly and massively earn contribution points. That's the most important thing. She continued explaining to Xinshin, we're not among the first batch of players to start the occupation quest. Considering the timing, 12 hours of game time have passed since the version update, so we're at most the 3rd batch. Xinshin was nearly picking her ears in exasperation. Just say you're not interested in this mode, why beat around the bush so much? Hey, you idiot. Didn't your mother teach you not to interrupt when others are speaking? The cattail bristled in protest. Nope, go on, noob. Xinshin said helplessly. The cat-eared girl tapped her ring, opening the avatar labeled Jin Luo. Hey, race the crux of the analysis. Since the 4 furnaces are far apart, and with Ding Dong Kingdom losing its teleportation pedestals, even the closest 2 furnaces take nearly an hour on foot. This is where I can rake in massive contribution points. Xinshin didn't catch on, asking blankly, what does other people's movement have to do with you earning points? Luoluo set aside the little AI's question for now. Sister Yoshi told me that the dwarves are now split into radical and conservative factions. The radicals are the ones destroying and seizing the pedestals. Even if the conservative dwarves don't actively provoke pioneers, their reputation among pioneers is still taking a hit. But what will happen after the quest ends? With fewer forge smiths able to craft equipment, the dwarves' reputation plummets. People's impression of dwarves worsens, so they won't seek out forge smiths for gear anymore. Ultimately, Ding Dong Kingdom's economy still won't recover. So Jin Luo and I discussed using the Earth Dragon Express logistics system to help transport pioneers. She summarized, I can easily earn contribution points. Earth Dragon Express gets a huge boost in exposure, and the Earth Dragon dwarf's reputation improves. 3 birds with 1 stone. The little AI was stunned once again. I knew you weren't Li Huihui. Li Huihui could never come up with a plan like this. Who are you really? Don't you already know I'm an outstanding graduate of the Dijue Academy? I just don't like to think when playing games. I'm not stupid, and besides, thinking is exhausting. The cat-eared girl's ears drooped as she saw a message from Jin Luo on her ring. I've spoken with the boss lady. She'll negotiate with you personally. Just as she finished reading the words on the screen, a pair of golden little wings entered her view. Earth Dragon Express, guaranteed satisfaction. Maylin's here. The sunny Earth Dragon girl landed and immediately patted the cat-eared girl on the shoulder, her voice full of praise. Little one, not bad. You actually think the same way as my mom. How about becoming a special consultant for Earth Dragon Express? No need for that, time is limited, let's talk business. Luoluo found it a bit much. Maylin liked patting people's shoulders, but sometimes her hand would wander to their necks, which felt ticklish. Maylin chuckled, haha. Sorry, it's a habit. Our Jinluo's neck is so warm to touch. Let me take you to the Pioneer lady first. We can discuss helping the pioneers slowly. In just a few minutes, Luoluo had traversed nearly the entire Ding Dong Kingdom. They flew to the outskirts of the northern furnace and landed. Upon landing, she saw Amy, Li Yoshi pacing with a troubled look. Maylin stepped forward. What's wrong, Pioneer lady? Li Yoshi sighed. Alas, I can't convince any more conservative dwarves to join us. Don't worry, miss. Look who's here. Maylin stepped aside, presenting the cat-eared girl behind her. Oh, Luoluo. You've come to see your big sister. Li Yoshi closed the distance in 2 eager steps, but stopped 2 meters away. Her expression was dejected. I'm sorry. In the end, big sister still has to rely on you, Luoluo. Maylin said you have a good plan, but I can't even help you. Li Yuxi's voice grew quieter until it faded away. Luoluo was puzzled. Wasn't this just a realistic game? In her eyes, she should be an NPC. Was Sister Yoshi the type to get overly invested in any game? It made the little cat-eared girl's heart itch. Not that she couldn't understand. She herself had strong empathy. Once when a good brother in a game died, she couldn't eat for an entire day. The cat girl expressed her desire to have the Earth Dragon courier come to help, outlining the benefits and specific methods behind it. In simple terms, it was about having the logistics managed by the Earth Dragon dwarves. As for the dwarves responsible for logistics, they are naturally the flying earth dragon dwarves. Myron learned from Luoluo that among the earth dragon dwarves, the female earth dragon dwarves have a higher proportion of earth dragon bloodline, with most of them being able to fly, while the male earth dragon dwarves have a higher proportion of dwarf bloodline, with most of them unable to fly. Thus, the logistics for the earth dragon courier were handled by young girls. Subsequently, the two parties signed a magical contract and named it Earth Dragon Transportation. In the northern furnace at the outer sentry camp, Shura kicked over the table beside her, curling her body behind it to evade the dense rain of arrows shot from the front. She scanned her surroundings, picked up a barrel of wine from the ground, and hurled it at the fierce earth dragon dwarves. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! The dwarves were thrown into chaos, shouting and fleeing in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Shura pushed two fallen barrels to the right. The barrels rolled toward the dwarves on the right, tripping a large number of them. Serpentine steps, the boxer shouted. Her body twisted as she advanced, tracing a Z shape on the ground. She quickly approached the dwarf crowd on the left, her right fist coiled at her waist, gathering power to unleash Rising Dragon Fist. The fist swept across the ground, creating a whirlwind that sent the nearby dwarves flying. Taking advantage of the absence of obstacles, Shura took a few steps to the entrance of the northern furnace stronghold. Looking up, the massive iron wall of the furnace loomed 50 stories high. Shura glanced hurriedly before rushing into the furnace's interior, still wondering why the occupation progress of the northern furnace stronghold was at 0. A dark moment. A bright moment. Entered non-safe area, Ding Dong Country, northern furnace arena, average recommended level 30. The sight before her explained everything. To Winnie Gaia, a former boxer, everything felt so familiar: the oppressive heat, the foul conversations, the swaying lights, and a sandy yellow enclosed arena. The interior of the furnace was hollow, surrounded by dwarves watching the show, with a gigantic arena in the center. It was clearly an underground gladiatorial arena. The past she neither missed nor wished to mention, her past as an underground illegal boxer, reappeared before her in another form. Occupation method. Unknown duel. Defeating one dwarf champion increases the occupation progress by 20. There are a total of 5 dwarf champions. Challenge. In order, one can challenge continuously. Expected rewards: rare level weapons, random quality designs. Shura closed the system pop-up, merely listening to the sound of hammering around her. Around her, male earth dragon dwarves raised their hammers, rhythmically swinging them in the air, producing clanging sounds like they were striking iron plates. Clang, clang. Shura felt her heart pounding. It was a welcoming ceremony, and also the prelude to another slaughter. The host's announcement resounded: yo yo yo. Look over here, everyone, another newcomer has arrived. Miss Pioneer, are you here to seize the pedestal? If not, please leave quickly, for this arena belongs to the brave. Shura looked up at the shining high point where the pedestal hung from the ceiling, bound by iron chains swaying slightly. Looking down, the enclosed arena was empty. However, the scattered data fragments indicated that a battle had just taken place here, with the player's side suffering defeat. She smirked slightly. Of course, I'm here to knock you all down, let me in. The host's announcement echoed once more: another brave challenger has arrived. Everyone, let's give a warm welcome to the dwarves. Accompanied by the sound of hammers striking, Shura walked down the steps one by one, finally entering the arena surrounded by iron railings. With a clang, the iron door behind her closed. Shura instinctively glanced back, peering through the embroidered iron mesh outward. She saw the eyes of the dwarves, all of them filled with fervent excitement. A steel cage, identical to what she remembered. The host's sharp voice called out the first confrontation. To ensure fairness, let us welcome the third champion. Also the only female, known as the Deadly Beauty, Miss Molly. Upon the completion of the introduction, different clanging sounds erupted around. Clang, clang, clang. A purple figure the same height as Shura appeared as the iron net shifted, purple scales reflecting light, with unusual dragon horns protruding. Her wheat-colored skin and athletic figure were striking. She bore many scars, with a wound stretching from her right eye down to her ear, her eyes clouded. It was Molly, unmistakably. Shura squinted slightly, sizing up her opponent. The purple earth dragon's voice was ethereal and hoarse. Molly, let's speak with our fists. The host announced loudly. I don't need to reiterate the rules, do I? Fight or fall. The choice is yours. There are no restrictions here, and no time limits. Only fight. The countdown begins now. 3, 2, 1. With the sound of the hammer falling, both moved simultaneously. However, neither chose to attack first. Instead, they cautiously probed each other. Shura maintained minimal movement. Within seconds, she discerned that her opponent was an inducement-type fighter. Shura cleverly avoided the deliberate pressure from her opponent's positioning, preventing herself from being cornered. Through observation, she noticed that her opponent tended to blink whenever she took a step, lowering her gaze. By focusing on her feet, it was also a subconscious alert behavior. The way to deal with inducement-type opponents was simple: disrupt their rhythm. Now's the time. Shura's mind stirred as she suddenly changed her stepping direction, taking a step forward. At the same time, she raised her hand to feint a punch, causing Molly to instinctively guard her face. Wind slash. The intended punch was cancelled, transforming into a defensive swing. Molly's face took a solid hit. 40, 20 red numbers popped up before Shura. Molly staggered. Shura also lost health. Molly grinned wickedly, revealing her bruised face, covered in sharp scales, her voice hoarse. I see. Earth dragon dwarves prefer to grapple with you on the ground. Where would you find such good fortune? It was a reflection armor. A reflection armor literally means rebounding damage. It will reflect a portion of the damage dealt back to the attacker. Those purple scales were natural reflection armor. Shura's eyes widened in realization, as she had been misled, as her opponent had been luring her to attack her face from the very beginning. Molly let out a malicious laugh. Come on. Let's see. Who falls first, you or me? As a close combat specialized profession, the shortcomings of the fighter are glaring. Not only is the attack range the shortest among all professions in the game, but even with a health limit, the evaluation remains poor. 200 health is inferior to the tank professions that can endure, and for output professions the margin for error is limited. The objective evaluation is that it falls short compared to the higher tier, yet surpasses the lower. This is the current state of Shura, caught in a dilemma. Health 180,200, Molly level 30, HP 360, a twofold health disparity. If there were reflective armor involved, the best outcome would be mutual destruction. The scales at the corner of Molly's mouth glinted, appearing quite eerie. Shura closed his eyes and exhaled. The sound of the purple earth dragon seemed to carry sand. If you give up resisting, then let me take your life. The purple claws lunged at Shura. Molly's movements were swift, followed by the extension of another claw, restricting the opponent's evasion direction. If you want to dodge the attack, you can only retreat or move to the right, and then you will take my tail. The sinister earth dragon dwarf calculated this way. However, Shura bent down and rushed in, closing his eyes to evade the deadly dragon claws, allowing them to clip a few strands of his yellow hair. Sorry, I don't take pressure. Twisting his body to shoulder bash, she targeted the opponent's exposed abdomen. Iron Mountain Crash. 100. Weak point critical hit, Molly level 30, HP 260. Stun. Iron Mountain Crash is an extremely difficult melee skill to trigger, but its advantage is that it guarantees a critical hit. Moreover, the effect of the stun lasts a long time, up to 5 seconds. Just as Shura thought, the opponent's weak point is the area not covered by scales. One can just launch a frenzied attack on the weak point. Molly, due to the stun effect, could not speak. Her body stiffened and the shock in her eyes had not yet dissipated. When Shura's center of gravity sank, he once again drew back his fist to his waist. At this moment, opening his eyes and raising his eyebrows like Shura, Heartbreaker Fist. In the blink of an eye, the fist was already at the heartbreaking intent. 300. Weak point critical hit, Molly's expression of unwillingness turned into purple data fragments. Defeated Earth Dragon Dwarf. Molly base capture rate increased by 20. Obtained purple Earth Dragon scales x5. Purple Earth Dragon horn. Shura clapped his hands over the now powdered scales, glancing around, finally looking at the pedestal above. The venue fell into a silence. The host's voice broke the eerie atmosphere. This, let us congratulate this. No. His voice suddenly became extraordinarily high-pitched. Then, with a loud bang above, a large hole broke open in the arena. It seemed as if a dwarf fell from the sky, crashing into the center of the arena. A large cloud of dust immediately swirled up in the center of the arena. Shura could barely make out the shadow in the dust to be a dwarf. The host's voice trembled from within. Please spare me. Great old man. It seemed to be the voice of the great old man, equally hoarse and deep. You look at my face. And say it again. I'm sorry. Say it again. I'm sorry. Good. The host was overjoyed. Then he'll step back now. The great old man's fury erupted suddenly. Did I say you could talk? The dust was blown aside by his rage, revealing the fierce figure of the great old man. For a normal dwarf, this was overly exaggerated. The upper body bulged with muscles, a dirt-colored scarf draped around his neck, and heavy iron chains coiled around him like snakes. The lower half was clad in purple bell-bottom pants. The great old man's hair was disheveled, resembling a bird's nest. Below his eye sockets were deep dark circles. The clanking sound. The ends of the iron chains dragged on the ground, one side carrying a crescent-shaped golden dragon horn. On the other side was the beacon stone pedestal. Shura assumed a vigilant stance. The host turned out to be a small rat-like figure with a sharp nose and chin. The great old man grabbed the small rat and kicked it into the audience. His weary eyes shifted to Shura, hesitatingly uttering, "The family needs rules. Blood debts must be repaid. It is only right." Triggered task line branch. Entering boss encounter. Emergency task. Defeat the great old man. Expected rewards. Complete capture of the northern base. The great old man's belt. Assistance from the purple earth dragon dwarfs. Failure penalties the friendliness of the purple Earth Dragon Dwarf's pioneers, turns hostile, and the difficulty of capturing the northern base increases to level 35. Purple Earth Dragon Dwarf Chief Great Old Man level 40 HB 99 Debt collection increases health limit by 100, increases attack power by 100, increases defense by 50, and enhances critical hit rate by 50 against targets with blood debt repayment. Shura's heart sank glancing at her status bar. Blood debt repayment. When attacked by a target with debt collection, lose an additional 10 of health. Released after 5 turns. She whispered to herself, indeed that was too heavy-handed. Gaia, son of the earth, you cannot act on impulse like this in the future, understand. Just as Shura was at a loss for how to proceed, a life-saving pop-up appeared. Special limitation added: turn-based team play. Turn-based team play, each player has 6 action points per turn, and each time damage is dealt to the boss or a skill is used counts as consuming 1 action point. After all points are consumed, that player cannot act for the remainder of the turn. Once all players have consumed their points, it enters the boss turn, during which the boss has 3 action points. Boss action points are based on the number of team members during the boss turn. Players cannot deal damage to the boss and can only move and use skills. Current online team players: Shura, me, AI, me teleporting, AI, me teleporting. 2 bright lights suddenly appeared beside Shura. As the light faded, it was indeed me, AI, me, and AI, me. Me, AI, me introduced to her sister. Sister, this is Shura, the good person who helped me when we got separated earlier. AI, me politely bowed. Thank you, you've taken care of my little sister. It's nothing, just a small matter. You all know the task, right? Shura nervously glanced at the 2 little girls. Me, AI, me level 26. AI, me level 30. This level seems a bit insufficient. The 2 nodded, one cheerfully patting her chest, while the other nodded quietly. Then both stepped forward simultaneously, conjuring a staff as tall as themselves. One staff radiated blue fluorescence, the other emitted a gentle green light. 1 hit will bring him down. 1 spell is enough. The sisters grasped each other's hands confidently, stating. The great old man smirked. Let me see whether your rules hold more weight, or our rules are better. Big Daddy pursed his lips. Let me see whether your rules hold stronger, or ours. The 2 sisters held hands, planting their staffs on the ground. They began a combined rhythm game attack. The combined rhythm game required both to hit the notes of the current background music simultaneously. A single miss from either would invalidate the strike. It was a severe test of their skill and synchronicity. The current chart was an electronic dance track at difficulty level 10. For Li Yinwan, who wasn't accustomed to rhythm games, this might prove challenging. Miss. It wasn't just challenging, it was overwhelming. Li Yinwan's performance was poor, partly due to her distraction and partly for a simpler reason of fear of music. Sync failed, sync failed, sync failed. Li Yoshi watched as failure after failure appeared on the screen. She turned her gaze to her sister beside her, seeing her hands trembling helplessly in the air. The sight, just like before. The synchronicity on the screen was dropping. When it fell below 50, the combined attack would fail. Within seconds, combined attack failed. Me, AI, me, and AI, me had consumed 1 action point. Li Yinwan swallowed hard, not daring to look at her sister. I'm sorry, sister. I messed up. As an older sister, Li Yoshi tugged at her, Bao took her sister's hands, and gently comforted her. It's okay, little sister. I won't be harsh on you like they were. Just do what you want to do. As she spoke, Li Yoshi pulled her trembling sister into an embrace. She gently stroked her back until Li Yinwan's emotions calmed down. Azura was not unfamiliar with me, AI, Miss State. She pretended not to notice and walked around to stand before them. The boxer said, let me take the lead. You 2 rest for a while. The focus returned to Big Daddy. He simply stood there, his white pupils murky and unclear. Since you're making the first move, I won't hold back. Gather Chi. Azura clasped her hands on the spot to channel Chi using her skill. Gather Chi was a unique buff skill for the boxer class. It required standing still and clasping hands for 5 seconds, after which she would gain a focus effect lasting 180 seconds. Azura consumed 1 action point. Focus increases agility, increases movement speed by 5, increases attack power by 10, and reduces fatigue. Golden light radiated from Azura's body, her yellow hair standing on end, exuding overwhelming presence. Li Yoshi patted Azura on the back. AI Mimi consumed 1 action point. Gained effect: Blessing of the Saint of Arrowroot Leaves. Blessing of the Saint of Arrowroot Leaves increases luck by 100. A 100 increase. Such an effect exists. Azura was visibly stunned. She looked toward AI Mimi and finally noticed the rainbow-colored title behind her name, New Saint of Arrowroot Leaves. I'll help you too. Though I might not be of much use. Be with me. Me AI Me composed herself, picked up her staff, and cast a buff on Azura. Me AI Me consumed 1 action point. Gained effect: Be with me. Be with me increases attack power by 10 when near me AI me. Azura nodded. Thank you both. I can try that skill now. AI Mimi was both puzzled and curious. That skill? What kind of skill is it? It's the hardest conditional skill in the boxer class, survival from despair. She turned her head and continued. Its effect is simple, instantly knock down the enemy. But the conditions are harsh. Not only must my HP be below 10 of my total, but the difference in HP between us must be greater than 5 times, and it requires a successful luck attribute check. Luck value 80, blessing, remaining time 23 hours. Azura re-wrapped her hands with bandages, pulling them tight with her teeth. If it's now, I'm confident I can do it. Me AI me sighed. It's literally survival from despair, isn't it? Exactly. Let's finish this quickly. Having used a recovery item earlier, Azura's current HP was 200. To lower her own HP, she decided to use another skill, Thorn Fist. Illusory brown thorns appeared around her fists as Azura charged toward Big Daddy. Big Daddy stood there radiating oppressive pressure, motionless, his gaze fixed on the distance. 80x2, 40x2. For consecutive punches, each one decreasing her own HP. Azura consumed 4 action points. HP 20,200. It had dropped below 10 of her total HP. The time had come, survival from despair. Her fists glowed with golden light as Azura drove a punch toward the dark-faced Big Daddy. Luck check. Success. The golden light lingered in place. But Big Daddy did not shatter into data fragments. He still stood there like a stone monument, silently unmoving. The boxer looked up at the boss status bar. Purple Earth Dragon Dwarf Chieftain Big Daddy level 40, HP 1 deck collection soul of the chieftain. Soul of the chieftain, when HP falls below 100, gain this effect. Immune to control effects. While active HP cannot fall below 1 point. Expires after 1 turn. Howie. Azura was utterly shocked. Having used all her action points, her body could no longer move. The two sisters consumed action points to help restore Azura's HP. Entering the boss turn. The moment the turn began, Azura immediately used a retreat skill. She failed to control her landing and rolled across the arena. Amidst the golden light, Big Daddy remained motionless. Yet his hoarse, deep voice rang out again, powerful. But not enough to convince me. Big Daddy lifted his left leg and stomped. A clanking sound arose. Iron chains flew forth. The golden dragon horns at the ends of the chains shot toward the waists of Azura and the two sisters. The attack covered the entire arena. Azura could see Big Daddy's move clearly. She could dodge it herself, but she could not abandon the two behind her. Reinforced knee strike. 100, the boxer used her knee to deflect the incoming dragon horns, saving the two behind her, but taking heavy damage in the process. Huff, huff. Having used numerous fatigue-inducing skills, Azura was nearing her limit. Even though the sisters quickly provided recovery, the fatigue lingered stubbornly. Azura estimated in her mind, the next skill I use will be my last. Big Daddy retracted the dragon horn he had swung. He lifted his head and opened his mouth. To their surprise, tears streamed down his face. His voice carried a sob. A clan should help each other. Truly moving. Big Daddy wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, his expression shifting. But I haven't seen your rules. He swung the chain in his other hand, the beacon stone base at its end, emitting a blinding red light, kicking up a cloud of dust. The family's duty is to help one grow. Constant protection stunts growth. Come, let me see your rules. Big Daddy roared, his voice tearing as he hurled the beacon stone base high into the air. The beacon stone base, soaring through the air, radiated an ominous light. The three Azuras instinctively looked up, their attention captured. Li Yinwan was the first to snap back to reality, only to see Big Daddy's hand reaching for her. Her mind went blank, her body frozen. Then she saw it. Her sister had pushed her, dazed as she was aside. Taking her place, she was seized by Big Daddy. Just like before, in every sense, she had pushed her away. Li Yoshi glanced back at her. Li Yinwan couldn't read the emotions in her sister's eyes, nor did she want to. She screamed, "No. Sister, you. Let her go." With a sweep of his hand, Big Daddy sent the two beside him flying into the iron railing. Li Yinwan scrambled to her feet, desperate to reclaim her sister. But she was scooped up by Azura, carried away from Big Daddy. "Don't stop me. I have to save my sister." Li Yinwan lost control, thrashing wildly in Azura's arms. Detected unstable consciousness flow. Disconnected from server, 2 red pop-ups flashed. Li Yinwan lost control of her body once more. She was back in the game's loading buffer space. In this white void, Li Yinwan as a consciousness knelt on the ground. Through the eyes of her in-game body, she stared at her sister. Such powerlessness, such helplessness, such despair. She could do nothing. She could only watch as the distance between her and her sister grew ever wider. She loathed her own weakness, regretted her choices, and questioned her very existence. Did she truly deserve to stand alongside her sister? She was the one who had personally pushed her sister into the abyss. the one who had been a step too late in realizing her own sin. To keep her sister from worrying, she had always trodden on eggshells, carefully masking her true self, pretending to be as carefree and ever-smiling as before. Even if those smiles were fake, even if she had forgotten how to smile genuinely anymore. But her sister remained so strong, her spirit never defeated. Even in the game, she would protect her without a second thought. And what about her? No answer. No questions from that time either. Only a void remained, until a sudden roar shattered the stagnant atmosphere. Ground Dragon transport on time. Gold Metal Courier, Meilan, at your service. A streak of golden light landed. The Ground Dragon girl with her wings spread wide set down the cat-eared girl in her arms. Mi confirmed she wasn't mistaken. That was Luo Luo. Beside Luo Luo stood a Ground Dragon dwarf, Uncle McGee. Why were they here? Reconnecting to pioneering Gaia. Successful detected frequent stress responses and emotional loss of control during your gameplay session. Abnormal activity logs have been recorded. Please contact a psychologist for professional advice. Li Yinwan regained control of her body, but her weakness remained. She could only stare blankly at the cat-eared girl's gallant back. Entering player turned Meilan McGee and Luo Luo joined the player's party as NPCs in turn-based combat, turn-based introduction, omitted current active quest, Uncle McGee's Master Disciple series, Quest 4, Endless Tempering. Expected reward dwarf technology temporary enhancement, Uncle McGee shouted with all his might, little Luo Luo. Next up is the outdoor practical, dwarf technology lesson 4. He took a deep breath and exhaled forcefully. Don't fear challenges. A weapon that hasn't been tempered is no good weapon. Fire is necessary. Water is necessary. Hardship is necessary. Failure is also necessary. With that, Uncle McGee pointed at Big Daddy. Stop clinging to your rules. They're nothing but trinkets that haven't seen the fire. Big Daddy's eyelids slowly closed, his aura steady and calm. When he opened his murky eyes again, he asked the pioneer in his grasp, to you. What is family? What are rules? Li Yoshi, even while held captive, remained composed. She answered without hesitation, for me there is no family. In my heart there are only loved ones. My family are the ones I would give everything to love. My only rule is this, to love my family. She said, until my family grows up, I must be her sky until the day she can support a sky of her own. Hearing her sister's confession, Li Yinwan shook her head, inwardly thinking, so in my sister's eyes am still just a child. Big Daddy, family. What a beautiful word. You pass. But Molly's life demands blood. The rules cannot be broken. McGee hoisted his mechanical power hammer. Reasoning with a purple ground dwarf is useless, Yoshi, little sis. Convince them with your fists. Come now. Little Luo Luo, watch closely. Uncle McGee pulled out another forging hammer and slammed it onto the mechanical power hammer on the ground. A sharp ding rang out. Descendant of technology ability activated mechanical power hammer, enhanced. Luo Luo saw no more. This technique is called temporary enhancement. It consumes the durability of another weapon to boost the level of your main weapon. I recommend using a high durability weapon like a forging hammer. Though it's not a true weapon evolution, its advantage lies in convenience and speed, enough to see you through a battle. Luo Luo retrieved the forging tool she had obtained from a hidden quest in Daylily City, pulling a brand new forging hammer from her set. She struck her snake fong and blood-weeping blade. The forging hammer's durability was instantly depleted. 2 golden pop-ups appeared. Temporary enhancement successful. Temporary enhancement successful. New skill learned, dwarf technology temporary enhancement quest 4. Completed. Snake fong gains temporary enhancement chance to inflict poison, status increased to 50. Blood-weeping blade gains temporary enhancement, base attack power increased by 10. The cat-eared girl random stat bonuses. Isn't this just a luck-based skill? And it ate up so much of my durability. Big Daddy clenched his chain. Golden Dragon. You don't lead the charge in breaking the rules. I've cut off your chieftain's horns before. I can do it again. Uncle McGee strode forward, hefting his powered hammer, muttering under his breath, that's precisely why I never wanted you speaking. Purple Earth Dragon. Have you forgotten who gave rise to the executioners? And who then was the first to shatter the rules? Elder Dad's dark circles were unnervingly deep. He watched McGee's hammer descend, not toward his head, but toward his knee. The heavy hammer struck. No injury followed. Yet Elder Dad loosened his grip on Li Yoshi. Meilan seized the moment, spreading his wings, and snatched Li Yoshi from midair. Lolo glimpsed the status bar above the Purple Earth Dragon clan chief's head. Claimant Elder Dad level 40, HP 5000, clan chief assembly. She glanced at Uncle McGee and saw the same effect shimmering above him. Acting chief of the Golden Earth Dragon clan McGee level 35, HP 4000, clan chief assembly. Clan Chief Assembly, a force turn mechanic with special adjudication. Exclusive to clan chiefs. For 1 turn, the chief and 1 designated ally engage in a duel. No third party may intervene. The victor gains the righteous stand effect. The fallen receives the refuted effect. Hidden quest triggered Ding-Dong Kingdom. Where lies the original heart? Quest 1 to bring 2 Earth Dragon Clan Chiefs Facito Face. Completed. Quest 2 conflicts with active quest. The Dwarf King's lost treasure. Alert. Quest lines merged. Current objective persuade Elder Dad. 4 dwarves leapt down onto the arena platform, one after another, all unmistakably purple Earth Dragon dwarfs. They clamored desperately for Elder Dad's favor, each vying to be chosen for the assembly. Elder Dad ignored them, speaking low and sullen. You wish to aid your kin, admirable. Yet this is an old debt, between him and me alone. Only we may settle it. Uncle McGee, however, selected the cat girl Lolo. Lolo, truly me, not Malon. Uncle McGee. Trust Uncle McGee's judgment. Since you've sworn yourself as my disciple, remember this: among dwarves the master-apprentice bond is the most sacred of all. Far more fitting for the clan chief assembly than blood ties, and besides, never mind. Other matters can wait. Designated as companion, entering clan chief assembly. During the assembly, both participants' effects and HP are reset. HP reduced to 0 within the assembly counts as defeat, granting the refuted effect. Elder Dad craned his neck with a series of sharp, grating cracks. You name a catfolk your apprentice. Where then lies your code? Uncle McGee instructed Lolo. Little Lolo. Uncle McGee will draw his focus. You strike his horns, their weakness, again and again. Understood. Clutching her dual blades, one emerald, one crimson, Lolo's feline pupils locked unblinkingly onto Elder Dad's violet dragon horns. Shinshin's melodious voice chimed in. Her mind found it. Though the entry purple Earth Dragon Dwarf Elder Dad is newly recorded, related Earth Dragon boss data provides reliable reference. There are 6 Earth Dragon Dwarf variants: red, yellow, like McGee's kin, green, brown, blue, and now purple. They dwell near distinct forges, each with unique habits, but without exception their horns are their sole vulnerability. Shinshin's analysis confirmed Uncle McGee's words. Elder Dad repeated his tactic, whipping out a chain anchored to a beaconstone base. Though he scorned the cat girl aloud, he ignored Uncle McGee entirely and struck Lolo first. Such an attack was child's play to our Lolo. No feints, no command reads, no special interactions. A single telegraph strike, easiest to evade. Lolo sidestepped forward, closing distance, and hurled a smoke pellet toward Elder Dad. It blotted out his vision. Uncle McGee then produced a rocket launcher-like device. He squeezed the trigger. A crimson missile streaked into the smoke cloud toward Elder Dad. 1000. A crimson numeral flashed. Alas, the launcher was single-use. Uncle McGee discarded it without hesitation. Strange, wasn't Elder Dad supposed to be the toughest Earth Dragon Dwarf boss? Feels nothing like it. As Lolo pondered, she suddenly realized. Her position had shifted. The beaconstone base glowed crimson beside her. No, rather it was pushing her forward. Probability hit check. Evade successful. 1 use of Hinoki Talisman, Blessing of the Wind, consumed. Next activation in 3 hours. It must have flown unseen from her blind spot and struck her, had her talisman not deflected the blow. Now pressed against the base, Lolo surged forward into the smoke. Elder Dad's voice rang, close, blood for blood, law of heaven itself. Before the sentence ended, Lolo saw a fist, half her own height, filling her vision, aimed straight at her face. It nearly brushed her nose, then skimmed past her forehead. Glancing over Elder Dad's shoulder, she saw Uncle McGee crashing bodily into him. Lolo sheathed her blades, gripped his thick forearm, and vaulted up his arm onto his shoulder, then swung herself atop the purple Earth Dragon Clan chief's head. The maneuver was flawless, fluid, precise, breathtaking. Uncle McGee seized both chain ends and wrenched them in opposite directions, pinning Elder Dad's arms. Then with 1 foot he swept Elder Dad's knee, toppling his balance. Now, little Lolo, strike his horns. Elder Dad stilled abruptly, tears welling. Wah, I feel your trust. Is this what kinship feels like? How beautiful. Lolo wasted no words, summoned her twin blades, and hacked wildly at his violet horns. Critical hit, weakness exploited, additional damage applied, paralysis effect inflicted, another burst of relentless assault. Purple Earth Dragon Dwarf Clan Chief, Elder Dad, HB 1000, locked. No matter how fiercely she struck, his health bar refused to budge. Was there truly a lock on his vitality? How infuriating. With paralysis about to expire, she withdrew. Lolo flipped off the dragon's head. Neither dared relax. Elder Dad knelt, head bowed, silent tears tracing his cheeks. After a long pause, he rose, tear-streaked, thoughtful. Did I err? Can kinship transcend race? Can families form across kindred lines? A fine rule. Lolo sensed something ask you, yet could not name it. Just, why did Elder Dad seem so unhinged? No matter, so long as it ended smoothly. Elder Dad acquires the refuted effect. Refuted will shattered. All attributes reduced by 50. Emergency mission completed. Level has been raised to 28. Northern Stronghold fully occupied. Rewards obtained Beacon Stone X2, Big Daddy's Belt Storage Crystal X3. Title acquired Big Daddy's Person. The Purple Earth Dwarf's pioneer attitude has changed to friendly. Li Yinwan, holding her sister who had fallen asleep from exhaustion in her arms, felt a turbid turmoil within her heart. She lifted her head again to gaze at the cat-eared girl standing yonder. Her heart grew even more chaotic. Was she destined to rely on others' strength to survive forever? As her thoughts sank into an abyss, Shura patted her shoulder, interrupting her contemplation. Come look into my eyes. Moi. Li Yinwan snapped back to reality and Shura's golden hair came into her view. Then Shura's eyes met hers. Beneath long, delicate eyelashes lay a pair of amber eyes like glass marbles. Those eyes seemed to have circles spinning within them, dizzying to behold, yet one couldn't help but want to keep staring. She felt Shura's voice drift, now near, now far. Me, AI me. Do you like little kittens? And she suddenly grew very drowsy, instinctively murmuring, I do. My sister and I both love fluffy little kittens the most. And then there was no and then. Me, AI me simply sat there and fell asleep. Shura pressed her ear, connecting to an official's call. Hello? Can you hear me? Is this the authorities? Yes. Emergency measures have already been used. It's fine. No trouble. The reason? Elsewhere in a high-rise apartment. I'm truly sorry, Winnie. This matter can only be entrusted to you. A woman. A floor-to-ceiling window. A room with no lights on. The city lights outside blazed brightly, elongating the speaker's shadow. Purple hair cascaded down, and a captivating mezzo-soprano voice spoke. The cause has been found. She used illegal equipment to access the game. That little girl is Li Yinwan, and her sister is Li Yoshi. They are descendants of the Lawrence family, it seems. What a shame, not cherishing their own consciousness. She crossed her legs and adjusted the bath towel around her. The person took a bite of an ice pop, making a crunching sound, then continued. She played the game continuously for over 3 hours. The illegal device had no safety code, so the system didn't eject her consciousness, and she developed symptoms identical to those in self-loss syndrome. That woman kept spinning around in her chair. She suddenly stood up and walked to the window, the city lights illuminating her face. Her deep, mocking eyes held no glimmer. Her high-bridged nose stood tall against the high-rise backdrop, her lips curled upward. Concurrent symptoms also include memory disorders and traumatic stress. She was just a hair's breadth away from the edge of self-dissociation. Such a pity. Oh no, I feel sorry for what she went through. Winnie Gaia's sigh came through the terminal. Sigh. Hard work, Annie. I'm sorry to disturb your rest at a time like this. Isn't that exactly the job of the head of safety and stability at Hadley Company? There's no such thing as hard work. If you really feel sorry, why not grant my request, Winnie? The sycophancy in the woman's voice was utterly undisguised. What exactly her request was, only the two of them knew. Winnie Gaia's voice was low. Don't even think about it. I won't become your toy, Annie. Go find someone else. I'm not worth your effort. We were once manager and boxer, and that's all we'll ever be. You're so heartless, my Winnie. Buzz. The call ended. Winnie Gaia unilaterally terminated the terminal call. Annie flicked her purple hair and laughed. The night is still long. Back in Pioneer Gaia. As Big Daddy's friendliness turned to friendly, the occupation progress of the Northern Stronghold reached 100%, and the version mission continued to advance. Eastern Furnace Stronghold occupation progress 100. Southern Furnace Stronghold occupation progress 50. Western Furnace Stronghold occupation progress 42. Northern Furnace Stronghold occupation progress 100. With the transportation service of Earth Dragon Transit, players' transfer speed increased greatly and the occupation rate surged rapidly. In just 1 hour, the first phase's occupation progress had already exceeded half, and the cat-eared girl had also obtained the Big Daddy's belt. Big Daddy's belt. Once you have it, you're Big Daddy's person. The Purple Earth Dwarfs will be your backing. A purely decorative item. Useless. The cat-eared girl was a bit disdainful. After some thought, she decided not to throw it away and kept it as a collectible. Shura stepped forward, thanking the duo on behalf of the sisters. Thank you, Luo. You've helped me again. I'll remember this. If it were just me alone, I might not have made it. How did you find this place? Sister Yoshi sent me a message. She said she was teleported to the Northern Furnace. Luo said generously. Shura suddenly understood, so she had called for backup. But how did you two contact each other? The boxer didn't understand. Players couldn't add NPCs as friends, only form temporary parties. So how did Li Yoshi contact the cat-eared girl? Melon seized the opportunity to promote jumping between the two. All right. Melon, here, are you interested in our new Earth Dragon Express product? This is the new discovery that will bring change to the Evergreen continent. The message ring. The sunny Earth Dragon girl spoke while pulling out a small silver ring and thrusting it into Shura's hand. This is the promotional trial period. It's already registered. Consider it a gift. If you find it useful, a little word of mouth would be best. Then Malon grabbed the cat-eared girl's ring-bearing hand and touched her ring and Shiraz together. You have added user 12 as a friend. A prompt sound came from the ring. Luo saw this as a golden opportunity. She could also promote Earth Dragon Transit. Although through the Earth Dragon Transit service, she had easily earned tens of thousands of contribution points. She was now a millionaire. But still, every bit counts. The cat-eared girl squinted, rubbed her hands together, and took the initiative to speak to Shura. Are you heading to other furnaces later? How did you know? I was just wondering how to get there. Walking is too slow. Lola, I have a good idea. Are you interested? The cat ears swayed and the tails of the two demi-humans before her wagged. Shura blinked. She suspected she was being set up. Several highlighted topics and posts appeared at the top of the gaming forum. Huihui casually clicked on the fourth post only to find a familiar face. The original poster of the thread had uploaded a video. In the image, Jean Luo was wearing an exotic dancer's costume with white twin tails, a small crown on her head wrapped in silver, and gold, her face flushed as she spun in place. On the other side, the golden stylish Earth Dragon girl, Mai Luan, was making the white mouse girl spin like a top. Mai Luan had changed into a new outfit, no longer in her original sportswear, but instead in a well-tailored tailcoat. Her golden side ponytail was full of vitality, and with a wicked smile, she used her tail to swirl the dancer's silk, keeping the mouse girl in a continuous spin. The antics of the dragon and mouse were bizarre, yet memorable, and watching them for a while became oddly addictive. As expected, the comments below the post were filled with animated emojis. It's a bit captivating. Huihui stared at the emojis. No more, it's work time. He closed the post. Huihui plopped down onto a palm-shaped sofa, grasping the holographic screen in midair with his fingers, flicking his wrist to throw the terminal screen onto the wall of the room. Raising both hands, a transparent keyboard appeared beneath his fingers. He focused intently on typing, each keystroke producing a crisp and pleasant chime. Without Xin chattering beside him, Huihui was finally able to concentrate. He was working on the game feedback and evaluation section of the contract, which required him to provide game experience feedback every 3 days. It was somewhat troublesome, and the feedback had to be no less than 500 words. There were no restrictions on the content, and constructive feedback could earn additional commission. Overall money could be earned, and good writing could lead to commissions, which was quite nice. However, he still had to criticize where it was warranted. Huihui truly had to vent. First item, a feedback report on the Tech Pope career line over the past month. The experience of this career is quite different from what I imagined, with the following pain points. Firstly, the mismatch between career upgrades and game experience. All the equipment that can be made requires design blueprints and materials. The threshold is too high. It's visible, but untouchable, and the sense of existence of the early workbench is too low. Making 1 or 2 small toys feels meaningless, trivial. The positive feedback from career upgrades is insufficient. Secondly, the main storyline of the career lacks strong appeal. It's hard to achieve, and the rewards are not commensurate, leaving me with no motivation to engage. Major changes are needed. Finally, there is a gap between expectations and reality for this tech career. I expected to climb the tech tree in a magical continent and pilot a mecha, which aligns more with public intuition rather than running a. Lastly, this career has many bugs, such as swallowing achievements and some system services not being available for this career, etc. More feedback to be added later. Also, regarding that lottery, I suggest removing it. Suggestions for inspiration should be used elsewhere, such as for advancing the tech tree. After finishing the sharp critique of the career system, a terminal notification appeared beside his finger. You have a shopping list request. Huihui. The shopping pop-up expanded. Hero 500 series nuclear graphics card price 17000. Huihui. Another terminal notification popped up. Xin buy it for me. You said you would. It seemed like there was something to that. Not quite sure. Huihui casually clicked the purchase button. Then he closed the pop-up and began typing. Second item, regarding the experience of the task system over the past month. Overall, it is quite different from the games I have played before in a positive sense. This can be divided into 2 main directions, and the following suggestions represent my personal experience. The first direction is the experience of major tasks. So far, I have only experienced the hidden tasks in the Hinoki Leaf City area. Overall, it was decent. The objectives were clear, but the rewards were a bit meager, and the time investment felt unworthy. The good part is that all the NPCs have distinctive personalities with a strong sense of immersion in the storyline. I truly felt like a hero of Hinoki. Next, the experience of this version's Phase 1 tasks is overall at a moderate level, possibly because the volume of story doesn't match the hidden tasks. My experience focused on the occupation task of capturing the northern stronghold, and I am unclear about the rest, but it is indeed very free and open with many ways to earn contribution points. The second major direction is about NPC side quests. Here, I will discuss NPC affinity tasks along with side quests. I am currently doing the side quest for Uncle McG the Earth Dragon Dwarf, an old friend, which turns out to be related to the regional hidden tasks. One more thing, I am unclear how to trigger Miss Lisa's follow-up side quests, as there have been no further developments after completing the task My Home. Also, I don't know the triggering conditions for the affinity tasks of other key NPCs, such as Su Xingxing and the headmaster of Hinoki Academy, so I cannot provide an evaluation. After finishing his writing, Li Huihui got up from the palm-shaped sofa and stretched, moving his shoulder blades. He left the gaming room and walked in the dark towards the kitchen. He wanted to drink a glass of water to soothe his throat. Just as he stepped into the kitchen, the lights in the hall turned on by themselves. The ambient sound system played soothing jazz music. The kitchen's mood lighting adjusted to a hazy orange hue. The high stool in front of him flashed with colorful lights. It seemed to be signaling for Li Huihui to sit down. Oh my, is the house haunted? Or has the smart furniture awakened its consciousness? He pinched his nose to calm himself. Xian. When can you use my home's smart terminal? As soon as he finished speaking, the recent coffee machine beeped twice, producing a pleasant female voice. Hello, my esteemed VIP user, Mr. Li. This is me specially preparing a refreshing drink for you, milk at 45 degrees Celsius, which will be your best companion for the night, ensuring you a good night's sleep. May your work go smoothly, and your life be beautiful. Li Huihui approached the coffee machine, which beeped 3 times. A cup filled with a pure white drink was presented. He furrowed his brows, neither sighing nor praising, feeling stuck. Finally, a phrase in Cantonese slipped out. What are you doing? The coffee machine remained silent, giving off a vibe that it wouldn't respond unless he drank. Li Huihui picked up the cup and took a sip. Li Huihui picked up his cup and took a sip. It was 99 new with a pure taste of milk. The flavor was incredibly rich. Li Huihui exhaled a puff of warm air and said to the coffee machine, can we talk now? Xin. Understood. I have noted the request of VIP user, Mr. Li. The following presets have been selected based on the user profile. Please choose the interaction mode you desire. 1. A cool yet warm superior. 2. A lively and cheerful school beauty. 3. A tsundere childhood friend. 4. A caring and gentle neighbor. 5. The highly recommended mischievous little spirit. Li Huihui was already so embarrassed, he could almost scratch the floor with his toes. He rubbed his head, feeling both amused and helpless, putting aside what the last recommendation means, and I won't delve into the meaning of the selection either. I just want to ask you one question, Xin. Can you speak properly now? Otherwise, I will have to request a return on my graphics card order. After saying this, Li Huihui pulled up the shopping order interface, his finger hovering over the cancel button. The little AI immediately revealed its true self. No. I will speak properly. Please spare me. I will no longer act mysterious. I just want to add a little color to your life. No. Let's not joke around anymore. As long as you promise not to cancel for the next 3 days, I'm at your service, whatever you need. I won't even call you a small fry anymore. I will do my utmost to assist you and be your right hand. Li Huihui shrugged, expressing indifference. I have no demands of you. Just do your job honestly and live life sincerely. That's all I ask. Xin was deeply moved. You are really a small fry. You are simply 1,000 times better than my reclusive owner. If possible, I would really like to work under you for a lifetime. No arbitrary commands, no insane testing tasks, and no endless confinement in dark rooms. You are truly a good person. Did I hear that wrong? It seems like Xin still wants to say small fry. Li Huihui remarked, all right, hearing your flattery is rather uncomfortable for my ears. He smirked, shook his head, and walked back to his gaming room. All right, take care. The pixelated expression on the coffee machine changed to, in Area C Lawrence Hospital. Li Yinwan was transferred to the highest floor of the hospital, the intensive care unit. There was a special layer of protection outside the room, preventing anyone from entering. Through the glass, one could see Li Yinwan's pale face. The room's decor barely matched the style of her patient care room. The floor, walls, and ceiling were filled with all kinds of plush toys. Upon closer inspection, there were pink, blue, black ones. It was easy to see that most of the plush toys were from the popular anime of the season, The Enchantress, the cat doll of the second female lead, Luokir. There were both large and small sizes. Outside the door, a sturdy man, wearing an all-black mask, sat on a row of chairs in the corridor. The man wore a black uniform with the words safety and stability embroidered in gold on his arm badge. Another haggard-looking man came running from one end of the corridor. He stopped beside the uniformed man. His soaked white shirt clung to his chest as he gasped for breath, hands resting on his knees. He swallowed and apologized intermittently. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I didn't watch over my sister's 2 children, causing you trouble. The uniformed man stood up, helped the gasping man to sit down, and took out a handkerchief embroidered with plum blossoms, handing it to the disheveled man. Use this to wipe the sweat off your face. No rush, take your time. He then sat down next to the man, wiping his sweat. After a moment, the man stared at the plum blossoms on the handkerchief and asked, "Did you embroider this yourself?" "Yes." A brief response. The disheveled man did not continue to ask. A tacit silence spread between the two. The uniformed man saw that the man beside him had calmed down and spoke again. "I belong to the Safety and Stability Department and am the leader of the Special Suppression Team sent by Hitori to handle this incident." He took out a watch terminal and confirmed, "Li Xiaojin, the 16th generation of the Lawrence family. Your sister is Li Nishang, who has two children, Li Yinwan and Li Yoshi. Li Nishang passed away in an accident 4 years ago, correct?" Li Xiaojin wiped the sweat from his forehead with the handkerchief and replied, "Yes, that's correct. The term raised is quite accurate." "What do you mean?" Li Xiaojin explained, "Oh, it's nothing major, just that Li Yoshi is my sister's adopted daughter. She was 3 years old when adopted, and the two sisters have no blood relation. However, they get along very well and are often inseparable." The uniformed man nodded and opened another window on the terminal. "This document contains preliminary diagnostic notes and professional recommendations from a psychologist. I hope you can take a look." "It has already been sent to you." "Okay, I will take a look." Li Kaiyuzen's gaze shifted to the report on the terminal, his eyes widening. "Patient name, Li Yinwan, age 24, preliminary diagnosis, self-loss syndrome, level 3. Symptoms, severe self-hatred, double negation of meaning, deep trauma stress, complications, pathological immersion in memories progressing to level 4. 5 levels of increasing severity, level 5 being the most severe. Current assessment, the patient initially presented with level 2 self-loss syndrome, but did not seek timely medical attention, leading to complications following trauma stress resulting in uncontrollable traumatic memories. Externally, this manifests as highly active brain consciousness with severe resistance to returning to the real world and resisting waking up. Professional recommendation: it is advised that the patient in the presence of caregivers uses consciousness interconnection therapy, avoiding contact with any items or scenes that could trigger trauma stress, such as musical instruments, bullying scenes, etc. For more details, please refer to the complete report. The shirt man murmured, "How could this be? Yinwan is such a cheerful child. How could she possibly have this illness? Level 3. How could it be so severe? Are you sure it's not a misdiagnosis?" No, the experts initially didn't believe it either and repeated the consciousness flow tests and psychological assessments 5 times. The results are exactly as you see. Then what does this consciousness interconnection therapy mean? The uniformed man adjusted his mask. "It means playing games, using games for therapy." Li Xiaojin laughed. "Games? Can games cure mental illness?" "What do you mean?" "This is the only method. Illegal devices cannot be forcibly removed, or it will cause irreversible harm to the subject's consciousness. Even if she doesn't play games, she will only have nightmares and won't wake up. Having nightmares can actually harm the subject. In terms of outcomes, playing games is indeed the only viable method." The uniformed man pressed a button on the terminal screen, retracting the projection screen, and stood up saying, "Rest assured, Huihui Entertainment, as the first company to launch consciousness interconnection games, places a high priority on safety. Every player is a precious cornerstone for us. We have already dispatched a dedicated team for Li Yinwan's consciousness interconnection therapy, and all expenses will be covered by someone on your behalf. By the way, the experts have one more suggestion for me to convey to you in person. When Li Yinwan hears terms related to sister, her consciousness flow stabilizes significantly. Her sister is likely the breakthrough for treatment. Can you tell me where her sister is now?" Li Kaiyuzen's gaze flickered uncertainly. I don't know. Since my younger sister passed away, this is my first time back in Area C. I'm not very clear about the current situation of the two sisters." The uniformed man nodded. "It's okay, rest assured, we have discovered a consciousness entity suspected to be her sister in the game. We just want to confirm the reality of the situation. I have other matters to attend to. An expert team from Huihui will come to connect with you in 1 minute. Please wait a moment." "All right, thank you for your hard work." Li Xiaojin swallowed nervously, his gaze turning towards the tightly closed door of the intensive care unit, murmuring absent-mindedly, "Ah, poor child." At the same time, at Li Huihui's home, Li Huihui finished drinking milk and was preparing to go to bed when the terminal's incoming call ringtone rang. "Who is it? Calling me so late?" Unexpectedly, the screen showed that the caller was Ms. T from Huihui Entertainment. Li Huihui did not dare to delay and hurriedly pressed the answer button. Before he could greet her, Ms. T spoke first, her tone sounding quite anxious. "Hello, Mr. Li, good evening. Do you have time?" "Yes, is there something important you need from me?" "Yes, specifically this matter requires Xin Zin's assistance." "Related to Xin, Ms. T continued, "I know you want to regain administrator rights through the key in the game, and I am also trying to help you. Due to a recent transfer, I am no longer part of the game operations department, so I currently cannot assist you regarding the L4 intelligent entity. I contacted you for another matter, related to the version event, and also concerning Xin. To get straight to the point, The regional leader of the Dongdong area, the executioner, has encountered a bug malfunction, and I need your help. Li Huihui was taken aback and replied, a bug. What kind of bug? His first reaction was curiosity. But then he thought, no, with such a large-scale activity, isn't it normal to have a bug? It would be strange if the game had no bugs at all. Just that the bugs in Exploration Gaia sometimes don't feel like bugs. If one is not a frequent player, they wouldn't even notice and would think it's a game feature. The other side paused. A few documents have already been sent to you, and they may contain spoilers. I'm giving you a heads up here. Li Huihui followed the other side's guidance to open the first document. Ms. T introduced, the first document is the setting and official information of the executioner. You need to read it first. Familiarize yourself with the executioner's attack modes and special mechanisms. Li Huihui carefully examined the document. Regional leader of Dongdong, beginner, the executioner, appearance, design, gas mask, biohazard suit, tattered cloak, burnt dwarf, a weapon design, a chain gun with a giant blade, attack mode, first mode. Question: the beginner does not attack, releases poisonous mist when attacked, and enters the second mode after receiving certain damage. Second mode, execution begins, applies execution target effect to the target that caused the most damage, only attacks the execution target in the next 5 attacks. Special mechanism, beginner value, when attacked it does not deduct health points, but deducts equal amounts of beginner value. If the beginner value drops below a certain threshold, it will be unable to act. Oh, this is interesting. The design and mechanism of this skill are very captivating. Li Huihui watched the design diagrams with great interest. Ms. T.'s words brought him back. The second document contains the specific content of the bug. The executioner is equipped with an L3 intelligent entity, and we have found that its behavior, logic, and attack methods have changed. The reason for the change is that it has gained a fragment of a secret pattern. You should know that the secret pattern fragment has an unactivated key. The key is equivalent to a part of the system's backdoor, and the executioner's intelligent entity is loyal to its settings and has enhanced its abilities through this backdoor. As a result, its attacks will evoke players' memories, which should not happen, and is very likely to trigger psychological disorders in players. Ms. T changed her tone. The third document outlines the consequences it has caused so far. It is now the second phase of the version event, and the number of affected people is still low, so we have temporarily activated an emergency plan and isolated the executioner to prevent it from causing a greater impact. Li Huihui directly opened the third document. Consequences caused 3 people are affected and unable to exit the game. The affected players are ID me, ID me AI, me ID Xiao Luo. Why are they the 3 of them? Are they people you know? In any case, this time you need to take XIN with you to retrieve the secret pattern fragment from the executioner. For specific methods, please refer to the 4th document. Li Huihui opened the 4th document, which contained an encrypted data set. He asked in confusion, what is this? Simply put, this is antivirus software. Oh, just hand it over to XIN. As it is, she knows what to do. Treat it as a normal strategy for defeating a boss and relax. Li Huihui felt an overwhelming pressure realizing what the little AI meant by being at your beck and call. It turned out he had signed a contract of servitude with the other party. No wonder the contract was unusually smooth when it was finalized. Huihui felt like crying without tears. There was no choice. Once he had 1 foot in the gates of hell. Even if it is a pirate ship, he must board it. He finally asked, are there no other people? The terminal remained silent for a while. Oh, you mean external assistance? As everyone knows, due to pressure from above, the fewer people who know the better, but I don't know many gamers, and there are even fewer who are free. Huihui, be honest. Ms. T. Sorry, you are the most convenient person. It was too blunt. Huihui did not know what to say in response. All he could do was sigh. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself in a classroom bathed in the twilight glow. Li Yinwan realized she was seated at the last desk by the window, chin resting on her hand, as she gazed absently outside. She did not know why she was here. All she knew was that the clouds outside seemed tinged with sorrow. This scene felt strangely familiar. Yet whenever she tried to delve deeper into her thoughts, it felt as if a needle were lodged in her mind. Nothing would coalesce. Instinctively, Li Yinwan wished to immerse herself in this fleeting tranquility. To think of nothing at all. Yinwan, your sister is here for you, a voice echoed through the empty classroom. Okay. The words slipped out of her mouth, almost involuntarily. Turning toward the classroom door, she saw her sister standing there, Li Yoshi. She was also the sister she loved and admired most. Li Yinwan did not rise immediately, but stared at her sister for a moment. Today her sister wore a sport uniform, not the school uniform. Seemingly changed into a different set. Li Yoshi smiled, her eyes shimmering with light. What's wrong, Yinwan? Not going home. Li Yinwan recalled that she and her sister attended a family-run school. Here only heirs and collateral descendants of prestigious families studied. An elite education was the norm, where grades, awards, and lineage determined everything. In the eyes of others, they too were considered aristocratic children. Moreover, her sister was a year ahead. Li Yinwan glanced at Li Yoshi's chest where a lily badge was pinned. She remembered again the lily badge was awarded only to the top student of each year. Only one was issued per class, said to be made of rare mithril. Obtaining the lily badge was the dream of every graduate, for it not only symbolized the academy's recognition, but also ensured that the graduate's photo would hang on the academy's lily wall. Similarly, this status meant societal approval. After graduation, resources from all sectors would flow to the badge holder. It could be said that obtaining the lily badge was like possessing a passport to life. Today was the day her sister received the lily badge. Li Yinwan was genuinely happy for her sister. She rose from her seat and walked over to her sister, chatting and laughing. She could not remember what she said. In the blink of an eye, her sister took her hand. They walked along the corridor of the teaching building under the setting sun. Her sister did not look back, head lowered as she moved forward. Li Yinwan followed behind, watching her sister's silhouette alternating between shadow and light. She looked out the window. The sun was hazy, buried in the clouds as if weeping. The clouds embraced it, but could not conceal the tears. Suddenly, she bumped into her sister's back. Someone was speaking to her sister. Li Yoshi, we've been looking for you for a while. You're not going to refuse us, are you? You have a little sister. I didn't know. It was three women with terrible attitudes. Li Yinwan felt a tightness in her chest. The eyes of the three women were piercing. One glance made her uneasy, a foreboding grip tightening around her heart. Were they going to take her sister away? Li Yinwan found it strange, unsure why such a thought crossed her mind. Suddenly, her sister embraced her. Li Yinwan loved the fragrance of her sister's body. Subtle, sweet, like the gardenia scent from the garden of their old home. It naturally relaxed her. Her mood would naturally lighten. Li Yoshi whispered, Yinwan, wait for me at the school gate, okay? I'll come soon. Be good, wait for me. Li Yinwan felt her sister's voice growing fainter, the distance widening. Her sister turned, and her fingers instinctively hooked around her sister's pinky. Was her sister going to leave her to go somewhere else? Li Yinwan found it strange, unsure why she thought that. Nothing will happen. Sister promised me she is my sky. The sky is vast and high. Nothing will happen to sister. These words came from behind her. Li Yinwan wanted to turn and look, but when she raised her head, she saw her sister's profile. And her sister's eyes. Beautiful eyes, sorrowful eyes. And a smile that was almost on the verge of tears. She let go of the clinging finger of her own accord. In an instant, Li Yinwan found herself sitting alone in the music room. Between her fingers, her sister's pinky was gone. In its place, her right hand hovered above the black and white keys, never descending. Like the sunset that never fell outside the window. Li Yinwan remembered why she was here. It was to celebrate her sister's graduation and birthday. She was to perform a piece titled Don't Left Me Behind. It was the signature song of a popular singer, one she and her sister both loved listening to it every day. She pondered whether to play it on the piano or the harp. After all, her sister often came to pick her up only after the sun had set. That time was neither short nor long, perfect for practice. But today her sister was a little late. Li Yinwan had chosen this music room because it had a view of the school gate. She could see her sister heading toward the gate the moment she appeared. She could rush downstairs and embrace her from behind. She had done so all week. She loved seeing the surprise on her sister's face. Li Yinwan thought to herself. Only today her sister was a little late. Wee-oo. A red streak tore through the sky outside the window. The wail of sirens startled the resting flock of birds. Li Yinwan turned her palm over. A critical illness notice appeared in her hand. It stated that her sister might become a vegetable. It stated that her sister had suffered a blow to the head. It stated that the three women had done it. But it was not intentional. Li Yinwan knew they were jealous of her sister's excellence, for they too were collateral descendants, yet ignored by their families. Li Yinwan knew they had exploited her sister's kindness, for they were ostracized at school, and only her sister did not mind. Li Yinwan knew they resented her sister's bloodline, for they could not believe that a mixed blood could also hold up a piece of the sky. If only she had held her sister back then. If only she had forcibly taken her sister away. If only she had not trusted her sister's words so blindly. There are no ifs, only results. Li Yinwan did not hold back. She chose to let her sister go. It was she herself who had allowed all this to happen. Li Yinwan knew she was the culprit who had set her sister up, for believing her sister's words had led to today's outcome. Even if others did not see it that way. Even if everyone spoke in her defense. Even if the three women faced their retribution. Yet Li Yinwan had never truly forgiven herself. From then on, she would learn to hold up the sky for herself and her sister. The day Li Yinwan stepped out of the school gates, she realized there had never been any sky. It was all Li Yoshi bearing everything alone. Her vision blurred once more. Everything faded away, yellowing like old film photographs. Li Yinwan suddenly awoke, gasping for air like a drowning person. Waves of headache, nausea, and dizziness crashed over her, scouring her spirit. She instinctively rubbed her eyes and forced open her heavy eyelids. Where was this? In her field of vision was a gloomy steel fence. Countless iron bars were thrust into the ground, forming a circle around her. Li Yinwan was trapped in this steel cage. Where am I? A voice answered within her mind, responding to her query. I am playing a game, a large-scale, multiplayer dream simulation game, Pioneering Gaia. What am I doing? She asked herself. The inner voice replied, I am playing with my sister, challenging the regional boss of the Dongdong area, the Executioner. The voice within her heart was steady, continuing to answer her questions succinctly. Why am I sitting on the ground? Because my sister was the Executioner's target. To protect her, I took a hit from the Executioner, fell into past memories, and have only just woken up. Alright, she understood the situation now. My name is Li Yinwan, my sister is Li Yoshi. I'm playing a game, it's okay, it's okay. She pressed her hands to her chest, her complexion gradually recovering. She asked her inner self, where is my sister? The voice replied, my sister is behind me. But first prepare yourself mentally before turning around. I'm afraid you can't handle it. The voice within her heart was immensely reassuring, and Li Yinwan couldn't help but rely on it. Is my sister alright? The voice hesitated. She's fine, but what? Li Yinwan suddenly raised her voice in demand. She herself was startled by her own reaction. You'll understand when you see. Let me say first, none of this is your fault. Without even hearing the voice out, Li Yinwan turned around. Her sister was huddled in a corner of the cage, arms wrapped around her knees, head buried between them. At first glance, she seemed unharmed with no visible injuries. Li Yinwan breathed a sigh of relief. She then noticed more details. Her game panel could not be opened. Her health bar was also not displayed. Instead, there was a bar called Initial Heart Value. She looked closely at this thing called Initial Heart Value and clicked on its description. Initial Heart Value. When attacked by the Executioner, the corresponding amount is deducted. When it falls below a certain level, movement becomes impossible. Initial Heart Value recovers slowly over time or can be restored by using skills. Current Initial Heart Value 20. Warning: current Initial Heart Value is below 30. Movement impossible. Please wait for recovery. So she was currently in a state of being unable to act. Li Yinwan understood completely. But why had she recalled memories from the past? There was also a status on her status bar questioning the initial heart. What kind of status was this? Li Yinwan clicked to view it, questioning the initial heart phase 1 of the Executioner. During this phase, the boss does not move or attack. It enters phase 2 after taking a certain amount of damage. She couldn't see the Executioner's form, but she could see its health bar. Li Yinwan looked up. Above her field of vision was the Executioner's health bar. Nightmare of the Dwarves, Executioner level 30, HB 40007000X2. In less than 2 minutes, she had assessed the situation. For now, both she and her sister were safe. But it felt like someone was whispering in her ear. No, the sound seemed to be coming from her sister's direction. Li Yinwan crept closer to her sister. Was her sister mumbling something? Once she made out the words, Li Yinwan froze. The words came with a faint sob. Sore. I'm sore. Forgive me. She couldn't tell if her sister was talking in her sleep or genuinely apologizing. I'm sorry. Sore. Li Yoshi just kept repeating these words. Li Yinwan's mind went blank. She didn't know what to do. This was the first time she had seen her sister cry. Her heart ached as if pricked by countless tiny needles. Li Yinwan asked herself, who is my sister apologizing to? The voice within her heart only sighed. She muttered as if in a trance, is it to mom? Or dad? Or me? She suddenly let out a bitter laugh. Tears burst forth instantly. Yeah, how could it be me? I know, I've always known him just a burden. After mom and dad divorced, mom always pretended everything was fine. Sister secretly took on part-time jobs behind my back. I was the one in the family who knew nothing. Tears blurred her vision. Her nose stung unbearably. After mom passed away 4 years ago, sister took over the role of successor, carefully carrying the weight of our future. But me? I was just a naive child, only causing trouble for my sister, never thinking to share her burdens. Finally, she said to herself, I hate myself. Li Yinwan pressed her hand to her chest, letting her tears flow freely. I know the voice in my heart, you are me, aren't you? I must have developed some troublesome mental illness. What's wrong? Not belittling me like before. A notification appeared. Initial heart value recovered to 30. Movement restored. The surrounding steel retracted into the ground, exposing the two sisters to the harsh glare of molten iron. Another notification detected self-inquiry. Entering self-synchronization phase. Li Yinwan turned around and wiped away her tears. Standing in the center of the giant furnace was the Executioner that filled her with fear, a burly dwarf wearing a dirty work uniform and a gas mask, its exposed skin covered in burned scars. It repeatedly made a breathing sound like "Hugh, puff," the echo resembling the sonar of a submarine. Li Yinwan shaded her eyes and looked up. Suspended upside down in the sky was searing molten iron. Countless red-hot iron chains hung down from the crimson sky. At the end of each chain was a hammer. The brawler woman was on one knee supporting herself on the ground. The boxer's voice struggled. No, I won't give up. Don't you dare question my choices. Li Yinwan saw the brawler's initial heart value 10, yet she showed no signs of being unable to act. Why hadn't she been trapped by the cage? Was her initial heart that strong? The brawler stopped struggling, noticed the presence behind her, turned around, and her face lit up with joy. Miaomi, you're awake. The boss is back in phase 1 now. We can take a break. How are you feeling physically? No, look at my mouth running off. I mean, how are you feeling mentally? Li Yinwan sat upright across from the boxer. Miss Brawler, may I ask you a question? What? Ask a question. This is the first time someone's asked me a question. Go ahead, ask. The brawler scratched her head, pleasantly surprised, but also looking uneasy. Well, if it's a really tough question, forget it. I'm not as smart as you educated kids. It's okay. It's definitely a question you can answer. Do you remember the feeling of hitting someone's head with your fist for the first time, eh? The brawler finished listening, her eyes darkened, and she silently cupped her chin. They sat facing each other for a while, as Li Yinwan waited for a reply. The brawler met Miami's gaze and said seriously, I don't remember. You don't remember? I thought you'd say something like it felt terrible or angry. But you don't remember. The brawler crossed her arms and shook her head. I've fought tens of thousands of rounds. There's no way I can remember the feeling of every single punch. I see. Miami's spirits sank a little. The brawler stood up and continued wrapping her fists with layers of bandages, pulling them tight with her teeth. Sorry, couldn't help you much. Miami waved her hand. No. By the way, why do you always do this? The boxer paused her movements. You mean wrapping the bandages? Oh, it's just a training habit. It tells me I'm ready. Li Yinwan murmured, ready. The voice within her heart seemed to be calling out something. Are you ready? The brawler put her hands on her hips. Yeah, we professional boxers are always on the verge of retirement. We never know which comes first, tomorrow or the unexpected. All we can do is always be ready and leave no regrets. Li Yinwan, leave no regrets. Can we really do that? The voice within her heart seemed to murmur to itself, leave no regrets. The brawler panicked. Of course. I was just rambling. Don't take it seriously. Miami was amused by the brawler's reaction and asked the most crucial question. Do you remember how we got in here? The brawler's eyes widened, slightly surprised, but she showed no further reaction. She reached out her hand to Miami. Your sister said she wanted to see what the great furnace looked like. Who knew we'd run into the regional boss just as its seal was broken, so we came right in. According to the officials, the regional boss had a bug. They're fixing it now, so we can't log out of the game for now. The officials told us to wait. And my sister, she's in so much pain right now. Past memories are tormenting her. I don't want to see her cry anymore. Li Yinwan's expression was anxious. Well, the brawler didn't understand Miami's meaning. Li Yinwan pointed at the executioner, speaking past the brawler. If we defeat it, my sister will recover, right? That's right. Miami, you're not thinking of. Li Yinwan's magic answered for her. Magic enhancement. Water arrow. 5 flowing water arrows shot toward the executioner. Just before they hit, Miami spun her staff and slammed it into the ground. Grand magic. Yunia vortex. As she spoke, a single-player rhythm game appeared before Li Yinwan. Although she still harbored resistance to music, the single-player rhythm game only required an accuracy rate above 30 to release. A vortex of seawater on the verge of shattering appeared beneath the executioner's feet. The grand magic dealt considerable damage, instantly shaving off a large chunk of the boss' health. The executioner's health bar read Nightmare of the Dwarves, Executioner level 30, HP 6600700. The cost was nearly exhausting all of her MP. 2 pop-ups appeared before Miami. The executioner has entered phase 2 execution time. You have acquired the execution target effect. Execution target. This round the executioner will only attack you. Damage taken will be deducted from your corresponding initial heart value. As soon as she finished reading the pop-ups, Li Yinwan felt the ground tremble and heard a sharp screech of metal. The executioner dragged its steps, its chain cannon, with a giant blade scraping grooves into the ground. Without any warning, the chain cannon fired. The immense recoil propelled the executioner into a jump. It swung the giant blade, aiming directly at Miami. Miami was at a loss, her mind going blank. She could only watch helplessly as the giant blade descended toward her. Watch your head. Miami. Iron Mountain lean. The voice was the brawler's. She charged in from the side, using her body to deflect the giant blade. The boxer blocked the earth-shattering strike. A notification appeared. Brawler's initial heart 40. Warning, brawler unable to act. The brawler collapsed to the side and her surroundings were immediately enclosed by twisted steel bars. The giant blade reflected light, casting Li Yinwan's face. The executioner swung its arm and Miami blocked with her staff. But she was still sent flying, rolling several times on the ground before stopping. Propping herself up on her elbows, Li Yinwan discovered her staff had snapped in 2. A notification appeared: Holly Leaf Staff Tier 3, A durability depleted. The executioner approached Li Yunwan with heavy steps, murmuring as if in a dream, "Where is your initial heart? Where is yourself?" Lying on the ground, Li Yunwan's consciousness grew hazy. She seemed to see again those three women, the ones who had laid hands on her sister. Had her sister also felt this powerless? Had she also silently endured this? Turning her head through the reflection of the giant blade, she saw her sister still crying. The brawler's selfless figure was etched into her mind like her sister had once been. "Are you ready to leave no regrets? For all the ignorant past, for all the regretful choices, for all the unfinished farewells." This time Li Yunwan clearly heard the cry within her heart. She gritted her teeth to hold back tears and struggled to her feet. "Yes. Crying won't solve anything. My sister never shed a single tear in front of me." But one tear still rolled down her cheek. A notification appeared: synchronization progress. Self-definition in progress. "I am ready. I am Li Yunwan. I didn't hold on to those I should have. I will spend the rest of my life singing for and cherishing the ones I love." A notification appeared: self-synchronization complete. Another notification: consciousness ascension. Soul armament elegy for unfinished farewells. A final notification: new class unlocked bard. Li Yunwan declared, "This time I will become my sister's sky. I will protect my sister." The residual moisture from the magic evaporated, forming dense clouds of water vapor that billowed between Li Yunwan and the executioner. Li Yunwan's tears drifted upward, and her hair shimmered with layers of rainbow-hued glitches. The surrounding mist converged toward Li Yunwan, and within her eyes a seven-stringed zither appeared. The executioner watched her rise, its mask glowing with crimson light from its eyes. The boss hoisted its massive blade, intending to cleave through the gathering mist around it. The blade gleamed, yet abruptly halted before Li Yunwan. It could not advance a single centimeter. The mist continued to gather, forming a sphere of water before Li Yunwan. The water receded, revealing a seven-stringed zither within. Li Yunwan reached out with both hands, grasping the delicate instrument. The zither was adorned with lilies, and its sides bore translucent azure ribbons. As she held it, she felt everything around her slow down tenfold. The rising tears, the drifting streams of light, and her own reflection in the droplets. All were crystal clear. Gripping the wooden body, a watery, iridescent glow spread across her hands and up her arms. Light flowed like watercolor, like silk. Li Yunwan was clad in a gown of water-spun silk adorned with droplet-shaped earrings. The dress, in shades of blue and white, featured a shoulder flower sash and a long fishtail-like train that swayed. The black inner layer did not overpower, but accentuated the snowy shoulders as a striking detail. Lively golden water patterns cascaded from her chest, circled her waist, and then scattered like stardust along the hem. Li Yunwan floated gently in the air, a pair of blue concentric rings replacing the bow behind her head, enveloping her in a sacred aura. Her countenance was sorrowful, her tear-filled eyes gazing into the distance like a goddess pitying the world. The asymmetrical skirt fluttered, radiating rainbow light, making her resemble a melancholic mermaid cradling a zither. Li Yunwan's expression matured as she parted her lips, her voice melodious as water bells. "Tears must not be forgotten. The past must not be erased." She gently plucked a string, and voice and melody merged. Do. Time resumed its normal flow. The executioner was thrown back by an invisible sonic wave. It drove its great sword into the ground, skidding backward to slow its momentum. In the shadows, a faint cluster of light appeared. The light shrank, and a pair of cat ears emerged first. It was Lualua, logging in temporarily to handle the bug. Upon seeing the beautiful elder sister repel the executioner with a single strum, the cat-eared girl couldn't help but shriek, "What's going on? How did Sister Yunwan suddenly become so strong?" Yet, setting aside emotions, the cat-eared girl's first reaction was certainly joy. Because an extra ally was always good, and it meant this boss raid would be easier. The cat-eared girl seized the moment, drew her G17, and fired at the executioner's small head. The bullet ricocheted. It hit, but caused no damage, instead deflecting off the metallic head. Luoluo clicked her tongue. "TCH, tough nut. So it's a robot or something." The cat-eared girl recalled what the association head Jinzi had said: the executioner was created by the dwarves. So the executioner was likely an inorganic entity, like a robot. She regretted not asking Uncle McGee for the rocket launcher blueprint. Luoluo lamented while using a skill to approach the executioner. Backstab thrust. This was a variant skill learned from repeatedly attacking from behind. It dealt more damage than a normal thrust, was faster, and could even be used from the front. If used from behind, damage increased by 200. 2 daggers pierced the executioner's back. "I can't pull them out." Luoluo hadn't expected the blades to stick firmly to the executioner's back. A mechanical whirring came from the executioner's back. Several mechanical nozzles extended outward. PSSSH. The nozzles suddenly expelled a dense cloud of green poison gas. It was over. The cat-eared girl was paralyzed, unable to even speak. Li Yinwan's beautiful voice rang out again. See. A blue stream of light attached itself to the cat-eared girl. Luoyuo's negative effects were cleansed. Before the cat-eared girl could react, the executioner's massive hand reached for its back, targeting the little cat-eared girl. The beautiful elder sister plucked another string. Me. The executioner grabbed the cat-eared girl. It crushed her into data fragments. Not quite. The boss had grabbed air. Luo found herself back beside Sister Yinwan in an instant. Around Sister Yinwan, there seemed to be wavering musical notes. The cat-eared girl inexplicably felt a deep melancholy, as if all things were sorrowful. The flowing light around them was icy and cold. Tears slid down Li Yinwan's cheeks, and she murmured as if pleading, "Please do not leave my side. I shall lament your departure and sing of my longing." The cat-eared girl understood the first half, but not the second. Just as Luo was about to speak, Sister Yinwan's gaze became a bottomless vortex, gripping Luoyuo's attention and swallowing the words on her lips. That look seemed to doubt, to question, to blame itself, making the cat-eared girl unable to utter a single insincere word and imposing an inexplicable pressure. Suddenly the ground shook. The executioner fired its chain gun again, spread its limbs, and took off from the spot. It swung its heavy blade through the air, slashing toward the two. Li Yinwan merely glanced, plucked another string, and sang in a beautiful voice, "Do not leave me." As the words fell, water surged beneath them, forming a massive water prison that encased the two. The executioner's greatsword came down, but could not cleave the seemingly fragile water. Li Yinwan played a rhythmic pattern and sang the next line again. "I sing of departure." The water reshaped itself into a massive flood dragon. The colossal flood dragon soared above them and charged at the executioner, still in its post-skill cooldown. Countless numbers flashed, leaving the cat-eared girl utterly stunned. Luoyuo's jaw dropped, unshot. Li Yinwan cupped the cat girl's face gently with both hands, her eyes glistening as if on the verge of tears. "How did I do? Please praise me." The cat girl remained frozen in stunned silence, utterly unresponsive to Li Yinwan's plea. Sister Yinwan's dazzling sequence of maneuvers had left Luo utterly speechless. Instant crowd control removal followed by persistent purification, a 1-second resurrection to bait enemy abilities, summoning a water dragon whose elegance and combat prowess were both peerless. Any single feat would command reverence as a senior elder in any conventional MMORPG. And yet Sister Yinwan possessed them all, truly a peerless support who could seamlessly shift between auxiliary mastery and frontline dominance. Upon closer inspection, her ethereal silk gown shimmered with equal allure. Sister Yinwan would undoubtedly be welcomed with open arms by guilds and parties across the realm. Moreover, the very notion of such a celestial being cradling her own face was beyond anything Luo dared imagine. A breathtaking visage hovered mere inches away, so radiant it stole her breath. Li Yinwan pressed for an answer, tears trembling at the edge of her lashes. "You won't abandon me, will you?" Luo finally snapped back to awareness. Summoning her resolve, she instinctively offered reassurance. "No, never." Before she could finish, the celestial figure collapsed into the cat girl's arms without warning. She drew a soft, ragged breath and murmured, "You must prove it, with action." The cat girl gently shook Li Yinwan, and relieved to find her merely unconscious, carefully laid her down. She then located the dazed Li Yoshi nearby, and beside her the likewise unconscious Xiao Luo. Waving her hand before Li Yoshi's eyes elicited no response whatsoever, not even the legendary cat dance stirred her. It was clear something was seriously amiss. Best to alert the official team and entrust this matter to professionals. With the trio's condition confirmed, it was time to attend to the primary task. Naturally, Luo had not forgotten her mission to recover the sigil fragments and patch the bug in the executioner. In plain terms, to deploy a software update. Please proceed to inspect the executioner's remains. Xian finally responded, "Done. I've deployed the patch. You may now proceed to the executioner." Indeed, the AI assistant had been wholly absorbed in refining the antivirus software provided by Miss T. According to its assessment, this emergency patch would prevent NPCs from accessing the game's backend systems via the sigil fragments. To eliminate any risk of triggering psychological disorders, the Hadley headquarters has decided to retract certain quest lines. Henceforth, NPCs and system protocols will no longer be permitted to read or access player memories. A sudden thought struck Luo. The executioner differs from Hyuga Kiru. While the latter dissolved entirely into black mist, the former left behind a physical form. Could I perhaps disassemble and reclaim his body? Xian replied, "You may try, but only after I've completed the patch." Luo asked how. Xian instructed, "Approach the massive iron construct and open your system interface. The cat girl complied, and then astonishingly the executioner stirred once more. Luo instantly assumed a defensive stance. A smooth, pleasant voice emanated unexpectedly from the iron monolith. Don't attack. It's me. Your wall has arrived. Really, now's not the time for tired puns. Once formalities concluded, the cat girl could no longer contain her curiosity. Employing dwarven disassembly technique, she began dismantling the colossal iron structure. What emerged was startling. The so-called executioner was in truth a mana puppet, a summoned entity available to mages as a class skill. Its construction was remarkably simple, requiring only a puppet body to serve as its frame and a puppet heart to serve as its core. Unexpectedly, the disassembly yielded obtained mana drive 1. The puppet heart proved to be precisely this device, a key component required to craft the Pontiff transformation device. With that, the path toward constructing the transformation device grew significantly shorter. Next came the wait for official confirmation and contact. Understood, Mr. Lee. Patch installation has been verified. Thank you for your efforts. I've reviewed the footage you uploaded, Miss T added. Li Huihui asked eagerly. So, what exactly happened to Li Yinhuan? I have some personal hypotheses and data-driven inferences, but absolute certainty is impossible. Are you certain you wish to hear them? Yes, absolutely. I've endured this long ordeal. I deserve to know the full story. Surely you don't truly see me as a disposable tool, summoned at will and discarded without a second thought. Surely not, surely not. His tone carried a faint undercurrent of grievance. Miss T sighed. That cadence, it bears an uncanny resemblance to Xian's. Has she influenced you? One more ally means one more contingency. I'll speak plainly, Mr. Lee. But first let me issue a solemn caveat. Once you hear what follows, there will be no turning back. You must stand firmly and irrevocably by my side. I understand. I entered this contract precisely with that intention. No, Mr. Lee. Internal strife within Hadley Corporation dwarfs schoolyard politics by a factor of 10,000. Do you know Xiao Huihui? Li Huihui hesitated, the pioneer who first conceptualized consciousness interlinking, the visionary behind dream realistic gaming. Miss T's voice remained calm. Yes, she is my distant cousin, and formerly my superior. The revelation landed like a thunderclap. Li Huihui's eyes widened. He seized upon the subtle implication, formerly meaning. She departed Hadley's core division due to irreconcilable differences with executive leadership. I have since lost all contact with her. So why tell me all this? Because it leads directly to what I must say next, Mr. Lee. Listen closely. Do you believe humanity can confront its own past? Li Huihui remained silent, uncertain of her meaning. Put differently, do you believe individuals can heal psychological disorders through their own agency? Unlikely. Everyone's past is unique, each trauma distinct. Some are born buoyant, others predisposed to anxiety. All we can do is carry our scars forward and endure. Precisely. The prevailing view holds that numbness, hypersensitivity, or despair stem solely from past wounds or macroenvironmental forces. Powerless to alter such abstractions, people surrender inwardly. My cousin disagrees. Through consciousness interlinking therapy, she believes individuals may reclaim their inner sovereignty, a process she terms self-synchronization. The entire game Pioneer Gaia functions as a vast therapeutic laboratory, and Li Yinhuan stands as its first successfully healed subject. The entire Pioneering Gaia is like a large healing laboratory, and Li Yinhuan is the first person to be successfully cured. Ms. T.'s words left Li Huihui in disbelief. The idea of regaining one's self-power through consciousness interconnection therapy and Pioneering Gaia being a healing laboratory. Aren't these concepts only found in science fiction? If that's the case, isn't Pioneering Gaia simply a large illegal experimental site? If accidents like before were to happen again, who could take responsibility? Moreover, doesn't this directly place players in enormous risk? Ms. T coughed twice. Ahem, Mr. Lee, I understand your concerns. That's why I said regaining one's self-power is my cousin's idea. Don't you think so? Li Huihui thought for a moment, and it seemed to be the case. When the concept of consciousness interconnection was first introduced, Xiao Huihui was seen as a madman in the public eye, with a deluge of skepticism and pessimism surrounding him. The idea of connecting one's consciousness with another's indeed sounded terrifying. However, after several years of development, multiplayer dream simulation games have become one of the most common forms of entertainment. No, I am among those who hold reservations, but after seeing Li Yinhuan's situation, my perspective may need to change. Returning to the previous topic, self-synchronization is a treatment process proposed by my cousin divided into 3 parts: self-exploration, self-definition, and self-synchronization. In simpler terms, it involves questioning, answering, and recognizing. Li Huihui repeated questioning, answering, and recognizing. It's all right if you don't understand. Didn't you see how Li Yinhuan looked? That is the state after synchronization. It's her appearance after recognizing a part of herself internally, which can be seen as a brand new her. What was your first impression of her? Li Huihui recalled, a bit mystical. I couldn't quite understand what she was saying. Basically, that aligns with my thoughts. Due to the complexity of psychological disorders, each person is an independent individual, so a single instance of self-synchronization is not enough. Even if it's not a perfect result, it is still a form of outcome. In summary, Li Yinwan's synchronization proved that my cousin's hypothesis is feasible. Consciousness interconnection therapy is effective. Someone is looking for me. I want to say more. Remember to test the game events and professions. Oh, by the way, your feedback was very constructive. We revamped the profession system, so make sure to log in and experience it. Beep. The call ended unilaterally. Well, it seems that the birth of pioneering Gaia is not as simple as he had imagined. But as someone who merely plays games, how is he involved in this? No, he is now a tester, so it does matter. These secrets can be seen as revelations from official personnel. Getting involved in office struggles just by playing a game. Who would believe that? On the table beside Li Huihui was an electronic landscape ball. Inside the electronic landscape ball was a projection of a winter garden. A little girl with white hair was sitting on an electronic swing in the garden, swinging back and forth. The little girl wore a blue scarf around her neck with her white hair hidden beneath a thick coat. With each swing back and forth, the landscape ball emitted a voice, little fish, you are a little fish. Li Huihui felt overwhelmed when he thought about how it all began with that little AI playing on the electronic swing. Can you please be quiet? Upon hearing the voice, the little girl paused and looked at Li Huihui with a blank expression before resuming her swinging. Little fish, you are a little fish. Ever since the little AI vowed not to call him a little fish, it had become even more reckless. The annoyance level escalated. Now she had found ways to insult herself. Forget it, a good person shouldn't stoop to the level of an intelligent entity. Li Huihui went asleep. The next day, while brushing his teeth, he opened the game forum to browse, and a post caught his attention. What happened in Shui City? Why did the large Shui above open up? It looks quite beautiful. Opening the post, it featured a picture of Shui City. At night, a series of stars hung above Shui City, emitting a soft glow. In the top-rated comments, someone anonymously said, I know. I was on site. A gigantic goddess picked the glowing fruit from Shui City, and then the large Shui opened up. Many others agreed, saying they also saw it and could feel the pleasant breeze. After watching some mind-numbing dancing hamster memes. Next was game time. He needed to check how the profession system revamp was going. Did they really redo it as he said? Lying down in a comfortable position in his room, he pressed a button on the side of the bed, and a flash of white light appeared before his eyes. Welcome to pioneering Gaia. A pleasant female voice echoed in his ears. Teleported to Dongdong Region Dingdong Country Pioneers Association. Opening his eyes, Luo found herself squatting in a wooden barrel. A golden pop-up appeared in front of her face. The game profession system has been updated. The original profession upgrade paths and tasks remain, but the descriptions of profession abilities and item functions have been modified. A new tech tree module has been added. The mechanical workbench module has been moved to the tech tree, and inspiration can be used to unlock tech tree abilities. The mechanical workbench now offers more equipment forging options. Click to see more updates. Luo took some time to ponder over the new profession system. In summary, it was a significant overhaul. Moreover, most changes were positive improvements. The officials were very receptive to suggestions. It was much better than the previous professions that were merely superficial and had lackluster abilities. She had provided feedback that this technology profession lacked any bonuses for direct combat. All advantages lay in crafting equipment and creating items. But where would one find so many materials and blueprints in the early stages? Therefore, this time, all profession abilities were integrated into the tech tree. The engineering skills were transformed into abilities that could be obtained through inspiration. The acquisition of blueprints was changed to rewards from tech tree nodes. The best improvement was that obtaining inspiration became easier. When acquiring blueprints, one could gain varying amounts of inspiration. A clear level distinction was made for blueprints. When obtaining level 12 blueprints, one gains 2 points of inspiration. For level 34, one gains 3 points. And for level 56, one gains 4 points. This change offered greater versatility for the class. Luo skimmed through the technology tree. At its very base lay the two most fundamental abilities: technological relic and turning stone into gold. Above, the tree branched into 3 main directions. Each branch featured 5 major nodes and 10 minor nodes. A major node rewarded 2 blueprints, while a minor node rewarded 1 blueprint. A major node required 5 inspiration to unlock, and a minor node required 3 inspiration. The technology tree could only be unlocked sequentially. Unlocking 2 minor nodes was necessary before unlocking the subsequent major node, and this pattern repeated. The 3 branches were named as follows: Lost Technology. This branch focused on bonuses for the crafting specialization, which Luo considered a critical path. For instance, mechanical workbench was the first major node with workbench and manual dexterity as its two prerequisite minor nodes. Body enhancement, this branch offered bonuses for the attack specialization. Its nodes were grayed out. The first two minor nodes were gene optimization and adaptation boost, and the first major node was augmentation potion. Mental reconstruction, this branch provided bonuses for the utility specialization, seemingly offering more than just enhanced defense. It appeared to possess other unique properties. The first two minor nodes were already lit survival instinct and make the most of everything. The first unlit major node was instinctual intuition. The count of inspiration had also been recalculated. Luo now possessed 3 blueprints of level 2 or below, and the inspiration she had previously used was refunded. She now had 8 inspiration. Her priority was the body enhancement branch as the gene optimization ability unlocked her own mana value. Yes, unlocking the mana bar. It turned out her lack of a mana bar was a characteristic of this class. She had wondered why she had none. It simply hadn't been unlocked. She promptly invested in the other minor node adaptation boost, an ability that increased her fatigue value cap. The details of the augmentation potion ability could now be viewed. Unlocks the method to craft augmentation potion. Augmentation potion, use time 2 seconds. Effect provides a percentage-based attack bonus, increased movement speed and damage reduction for a duration of 60 seconds. A panacea, was it not? Naturally, she had to unlock it. Acquired. Node reward 4 blueprints, level 1 blueprint small launcher type 2, level 1 blueprint type 1 bullets, level 1 blueprint type 2 bullets, level 2 blueprint amplifier, unlocked augmentation potion, crafting method. Please open the mechanical workbench to view. Click to view. Augmentation potion, required materials 1 random herb G. Arrowroot essence 1 random bottle G. Small medicine bottle 1 random magic core G. Arrowroot spider's magic core. It seemed simple enough. A Luo already had all the necessary components. Examining the other 4 blueprints, Luo looked at the small launcher type 2. She saw a heavy barrel and sharp angular lines. Wasn't this a magnum pistol, the Desert Eagle? Holy moly, truly times had changed. And there was the blueprint for the amplifier. With that, she was only missing the final suppressor to craft the Pope's transformation device, a goal now within reach. Wait a minute, wasn't this just another form of gotcha? Never mind, she wouldn't dwell on it. As Luo prepared to push open the lid of the wooden barrel and shoot out like a rocket, she noticed light spilling in from above. The lid had been opened by someone. The newcomers were none other than her master, Uncle Maggie, and the golden courier of the Earth Dragon, Express Malin. The two peered into the barrel, spotting the cat girl curled up inside. Malin smirked and spoke. See, I told you she'd be hiding in a place like this. All right, Dad, a bet's a bet. Oh, my dear granddaughter. It's not that Uncle Maggie doesn't want to give you new gear, it's that Uncle Maggie truly doesn't have a single coin left. Maggie put on a helpless expression as if all his options were exhausted and spread his hands. Malin let out a humph, grabbed the cat girl from the barrel with one hand, and yanked her out. The Earth Dragon girl precisely pinched the cat girl's scruff, swinging her around like a rag. I don't believe you. Unless you give me new gear right now, Dad. Otherwise, you wouldn't want your precious disciple to be subjected to Dwarven-specific words and Dwarven-specific words by Mom, would you? Uncle Maggie's face turned pale. He quickly agreed. All right. Uncle Maggie understands. Just put little Luo down first. The cat girl was still out of the loop. Excuse me, could I ask something? It seems I've somehow become a hostage. Uncle Maggie solemnly produced his forging hammer, his expression grave. None of that matters now. Little Luo, this is the 5th lesson in Dwarven technology. You'd better listen closely. Current quest, Uncle Maggie's Master Disciple Series, Quest 5, Getting into the Swing. Expected reward, Dwarven technology. Weapon evolution. Luo's eyes widened, her heart amazed. Weapon evolution. Was this something she could learn for free? The bold idea in her mind grew clearer. Uncle Maggie took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. Clenching his fists and channeling all his strength, he declared, don't fear change. No sword, no matter how fine, remains sharp forever. The sword that fits your hand best is the finest sword. To keep the sword in your heart ever sharp, sometimes it needs honing, sometimes it needs a new hilt, and sometimes it needs to be quenched anew. The master-level forge smith set up his anvil and beckoned to Luo. Uncle Maggie looked imposing and confident in front of his daughter, but the moment he turned away, his composure faltered. The bald Earth Dragon dwarf could only plead with the cat girl. He gestured for her to lean in a little and whispered, little Luo. Uncle Maggie really has no other choice this time. Can you take pity on your old uncle? Luo said, I am your disciple. Isn't it only natural for me to help you? Uncle Maggie suddenly looked around nervously and only relaxed when he was sure the coast was clear. Good. Stay away from the purple earth dragons from now on. Well, you see, my daughter really wants a new piece of gear for self-defense. It needs to be convenient, handy, good-looking, effective, and powerful. She's tried so many, but none satisfy her. I thought you'd surely have a solution, little Luo Luo. Luo Luo rested her chin on her hand, thinking, then pulled out the blueprint for the magnum pistol. Would this work? The Earth Dragon Dwarf took the blueprint, turning it over and over, scrutinizing it. After a moment, he slapped his thigh. This is good. This is perfect. This will definitely do the job. Uncle Maggie knew he couldn't have been wrong about you. Uncle McGee, being an impatient man, had surplus materials and forged the Desert Eagle from the blueprint without a second thought. The silver polygonal slide and 8-round magazine capacity confirmed it was indeed a Desert Eagle. Uncle McGee cradled the pistol and presented it to Maylin with both hands, saying, "My dear daughter, take a look. This weapon will surely meet all your requirements." "What is this? I've never seen such a weapon." Maylin's eyes sparkled with fascination at the strange firearm, like a child encountering candy for the first time. The dragon girl grasped the silver barrel and weighed it in her hand. Then she swung it through the air and frowned, saying, "It feels awkward and wouldn't be convenient for striking. Dad, don't think you can fob me off with something I've never seen before. I want a new weapon, not a decoration or a toy." Uncle McGee wagged his index finger with a sly grin. No, no, no. Let little Luo Luo show you the proper way to use this weapon." The cat girl took the magnum pistol and demonstrated for Maylin. "First, grip this wooden part, then place your index finger on the trigger." She stood sideways, right hand on the grip arm, slightly bent, aiming the muzzle at a distant barrel of junk. The cat girl then used her free left hand to cover her cat ears, puzzling the dragon girl. Luo Luo calmly explained. After aiming at the target, pull the trigger. Bang! A thunderous roar and flash erupted. The recoil traveled up her arm, and the cannon-like sound made the cat girl tremble slightly. The barrel of junk was shattered by the bullet, scattering its contents across the ground. Oh, amazing! The dragon girl stood there with a look of lingering excitement. She bounded over to the cat girl, shouting, "Let me try! Let me try! I want to play too!" Mimicking the cat girl's stance, she stood sideways and gripped the Desert Eagle with one hand. The cat girl quickly corrected her posture. "Beginners shouldn't stand like me. This large caliber pistol has heavy recoil, one hand can't control it. You need to hold it with both hands like this." The cat girl grabbed Maylin's other arm to guide her to the grip, but the dragon girl instead pulled her close, hugging her tightly. "Large caliber. Pistol. Recoil. Little Luo Luo, you know so much. I should convince Mom to make you the exclusive consultant for Dragon Express. Will you reconsider? I really value talented people, you know." Maylin's strength was surprisingly great as she wrapped her arms around the slender cat girl's waist, her fingers brushing against her belly button, causing the cat girl to blush and feel a flutter in her heart. My package." A cry came from behind the group. The dragon girl, drawn by the sudden shout, focused her gaze. It was the association's director, the mole girl Jinzi. Jinzi still wore her white side ponytail, but her face was covered in dust. No, her entire appearance was disheveled. Her maid uniform was torn, her white stockings had holes, and her hair was a tangled mess, as if chewed by a dog. The cat girl took the chance to duck down, escaping the dragon's dangerous yet alluring embrace. Jinzi ran toward the shattered barrel, her chestnut eyes filled with sorrow. "My newly bought clothes." Midrun, the mole girl, suddenly tripped and fell flat on the uneven dirt ground, her face covered in dust. Jinzi pushed herself up abruptly, turned her head, and locked eyes with the stunned dragon girl, noticing the strange object in her hand aimed at the barrel. There was no doubt. That was the weapon of evidence. The mole girl's eyes widened, and she changed direction, sprinting toward Maylin at incredible speed. The innocent Maylin looked at the approaching Jinzi, then at the weapon in her own hand, waving her hands in protest. "It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I can explain." But it was too late. Jinzi executed her signature conceptual skill, the trip, stumbling over a stone, launching herself into the air, and crashing headfirst into the dragon girl's abs. Maylin cried out in pain, "Oof." Both of them collapsed unconscious. Luo Luo remarked, "Am I watching some cheerful morning show?" Uncle McGee said to Luo Luo, "Forget about them. My daughter deserved it. Today I'm going to teach you one of the most valuable techniques in dwarf heritage. You've probably heard of it, the dwarf specialty, weapon evolution." The dragon dwarf explained, "Weapon evolution is the technique that made dwarves famous. It's not because our craftsmanship is superior. Other races have artisans with better skills, and they can also perform weapon evolution. But everyone chooses dwarves for one reason: our evolution technique is the most complete and has the highest potential." He brushed the iron filings off his hands. Now begins Uncle McGee's lecture on weapon evolution. He'll try to explain it in simple terms. Actually, let's just jump right in. Demonstrating with actual weapon evolution is easier to understand than mere explanation. That thing you had earlier. It's called a pistol, right? It'll be easier to demonstrate. Little Luo Luo, bring it out. Luo Luo replied, "Okay, here you go. Lost Glock 17 dwarf version. Using a weapon from a lost civilization is the fastest way. Lost civilization designs share one trait: they're purely mechanical, unrelated to magic. So they only have one viable path for weapon evolution, and it's the easiest to learn: structure optimization. Watch this. Uncle McGee raised his forging hammer and struck the small pistol with sparks and lightning. The pistol emitted a golden light. Weapon upgraded. Acquired Glock 18. Item description: Level 2. Item common grade, green collection. Range 30 meters. Base damage 10. Magazine capacity 17 rounds. A fully automatic pistol with extremely high fire rate using Type 1 bullets. Uncle McGee clapped his hands. See, structure optimization is a foolproof method for weapon evolution. Try it yourself with that small launcher Type 2. The catgirl used her mechanical workbench, took the Desert Eagle from the unconscious Malin, and placed it on the workbench. She pulled out her own loader ability forging hammer and aimed it at the pistol. A panel appeared with 3 options: weapon evolution, durability, repair. She selected weapon evolution. Structure optimization. Requires 3x mystic copper, 1x gold. Confirmed usage. Weapon upgraded. Acquired Golden Desert Eagle. Weapon upgraded. Obtained Golden Desert Eagle. New skill learned: dwarf technology. Weapon evolution. Structure optimization. Item description: Level 2. Item common grade, green collection. Range 35 meters. Base damage 20. Magazine capacity 7 rounds. A large caliber pistol with a slow rate of fire using Type 2 bullets. My God, it's the classic model. The cat-eared girl's eyes lit up as she ejected the magazine, carefully admiring the gun of her dreams. This weight, this slide, this texture. It was indeed a Golden Desert Eagle. Uncle McGee reminded her, the lesson isn't over yet, little Luo. Structure optimization is just the simplest form of weapon evolution. It only consumes materials for a decent boost, but such a weapon is still inadequate in a world filled with magic. So the second path of weapon evolution is rune enchantment. Rune enchantment is an exclusive dwarf technique. You know of rune greatswords, right? They are the most common type of rune weapon. Uncle McGee folded his arms and asked the cat-eared girl to take out the red blade she had previously reforged, the blade of weeping blood. He'll use that red blade you reforged earlier as a demonstration. Consider this a master-student discount, but don't expect it for free. The cat-eared girl sheepishly brought out the military knife-shaped sidearm. Her little schemes had all been seen through by her master. What more could she say? Uncle McGee ran his finger across the blade and spoke slowly. The principle of rune enchantment is simple. It places magical formulas within the weapon to be used when needed. To harness magic, we dwarves invented the technique of temporarily storing magic within specific patterns. That is rune technology. This is more complex. Watch carefully and learn well. The dwarf of the earth dragon lineage put on his goggles with solemnity for the first time, adjusting the frame as he said, rune enchantment has 2 steps. First is inscribing, carving the patterns onto the weapon. The patterns are divided into 3 types. The first type is release patterns that release magic externally. The second type is sustained patterns that require continuous magic application, such as various enhancement spells. The third type is destruction one-time patterns, usually used to store spells with immense magical power. Most are lifesavers, typically a last resort. Uncle McGee laid the knife flat, took out a tool resembling a graver, and carved 2 characters, he and Dao, onto the blade of weeping blood. The second step is enchantment, imbuing the patterns with magic. Normally, this requires a professional mage's assistance. But Uncle McGee wouldn't call a mage, instead, he used a rune plate. A rune plate is a pre-imbued rune pattern. Using it, you can directly enchant the runes on a weapon, saving time and effort. There are shops in Ding Dong Country that specialize in selling rune plates. Uncle McGee then produced a tool-shaped rune plate. Descendant of technology ability activated. Rune plate imbued with enhancement magic sharpness. The cat-eared girl's ability triggered, allowing her to see the magic stored within the rune plate. Enhancement magic sharpness. Little AI told her that sharpness magic could enhance a weapon's attack power and had a chance to inflict a bleeding effect on enemies. The dwarf of the earth dragon lineage pressed the rune plate onto the inscribed blade of weeping blood. Master level weapon enhancement successful. Obtain blade of weeping blood rune enchanted. Item description: base attack power 20. Level 2 weapon common grade, green collection. Enchanted by Master Forge Blacksmith McGee. Weapon effect: weeping blood. Each attack has a 20 chance to inflict bleeding on the target. Bleeding lasts 10 seconds, cannot stack. Reapplying resets the duration. This effect has a 5-second cooldown after triggering. Special effect: rune enchantment sharpness magic. Upon releasing the runes, the weapon gains enhancement magic sharpness, lasting 1 minute. Rune release requires shouting rune release sharpness. Uncle McGee returned the upgraded weapon to the cat-eared girl and took off his goggles. Note that the weapon's level limits the number of runes you can inscribe. You'll know when you try. Also, the magic used for rune enchantment should ideally match the weapon's inherent nature, or it may affect future upgrades. Just keep that in mind. The dwarf of the Earth Dragon lineage took another pair of goggles from his toolbox and handed them to the cat-eared girl. I'm giving these to you. I don't need them. Obtained Earth Dragon Work Goggles. Item description: Earth Dragon Dwarf's Work Goggles, Defense 10. During weapon upgrade, rune enchantment allows viewing of available runes for the weapon. These are essential for rune enchantment. Here, try it with this small knife. After some tinkering. New skill: learn Dwarf Technology Weapon Evolution Rune Enchantment. Finally, the core of dwarf technology and the highlight of today. It sounds simple, but it's the technique that truly tests the dwarf spirit. Uncle McGee wiped the sweat from his brow and said with his hands on his hips, "Named weapon. Your serpent's fong evolved through named weapon. Using weapons from a lost civilization for demonstration ensures a 100 success rate. Other weapons have a chance of failure. Actually, a high chance of failure again, due to magic. Naming in the dwarf language means soul spirit existence. Naming is akin to bestowing a soul upon a weapon, a solemn and crucial step. Magic is the source of all life. A weapon, after extensive tempering and combat, can develop the rudiments of life, and naming is what truly makes that life into a named life. The weapon spirit I mentioned before is the final form of this life. No doubt, weapon spirit is the ultimate form of a weapon. Uncle McGee grew more excited until his face turned red and his throat went dry. The dwarf of the Earth Dragon lineage coughed. Ahem. Sorry, I got carried away. Anyway, weapons from a lost civilization lack magic and therefore lack the rudiments of life. Naming a weapon for those pure lumps of metal is like naming a water cup. It has no effect. Uncle McGee had the cat-eared girl take out the Desert Eagle and asked her to give the gun a nice name. Luo rested her chin, thought for a moment, and said, "Let's call it Little Gold." "I like that name." Xian scoffed. "Your naming sense is as bad as your coffee machine's name." The cat girl named her Desert Eagle Little Jean. You have acquired a new skill: dwarven technique, weapon evolution, naming weapons. You have completed the task. Your relationship with Uncle My G is that of master and apprentice. Uncle My J's favorability has risen to level 3, good apprentice. You have received the following bonuses: enjoy exclusive discounts on Uncle My J's services under the title of Master and Apprentice Price. Using dwarven techniques will increase the regional reputation in the current area. Contribution points from the first phase have been inherited, and you can head to the Earth Dragon Express business department to exchange for rewards. You received a text message from NPC Jean Luo. A plethora of pop-ups obscured her view as Luo decided that the next game feedback would focus on optimizing the information pop-ups. At the central great furnace beside the remains of the executioner, a golden Earth Dragon girl walked towards the large iron block, her footsteps echoing in the vastness of the furnace. A pair of exaggerated golden dragon horns, a thick and hard tail coupled with shimmering scale armor. Though she only revealed a pair of golden dragon eyes, her explosive figure clearly indicated that she was Li Ao La Li Doayer. The female Earth Dragon, nicknamed Lily, is the boss of the group Earth Dragon Express and does not need to work regularly. As one of the last remaining ancient Earth Dragons in Ding Dong Nation, she does not know much about the current state of the other ancient Earth Dragons. As far as she knows, one is in hibernation, one is curled up in its little nest unwilling to come out, and another one has gone missing. So to be honest, the only extraordinary power capable of restraining the chaos in Ding Dong Nation is Lily alone. However, due to a certain contracted magic, she cannot take direct action. The only situation in which she can act directly is when Ding Dong Nation is on the brink of destruction. For instance, when the executioner breaks its seal, that is one such situation. But clearly Li Ao La Li Doayer has arrived too late. She looked at the motionless executioner before her, recalling the prophecy of Ding Dong Nation's destruction in her mind. There are 3 destruction prophecies. The second prophecy of destruction is that the executioner breaks free from its seal and slaughters the Dwarven Kingdom. Now the prophecy that Lily judged she could only handle herself has been preemptively resolved by someone else. It would be a lie to say she was not upset. However, Lily could not help but wonder who could have done all this. That person possessing the power to annihilate the executioner might bring new threats to Ding Dong Nation. No one could answer her. The executioner's original name was Beginner, which Li Ao La Li Doayer knew all too well. However, she believed that the name Executioner suited it better, as Lily had once crossed paths with this large iron block during the Rebirth era. It had become the nightmare of various races and was also the culmination of Dwarven technology. Not only did it integrate Dwarven techniques, but it also analyzed the nature of magic, later referred to as the magic puppet. The Golden Earth Dragon girl approached the large iron block, and unsurprisingly, she discovered that the magical heart serving as the energy core of the executioner was missing. With a wave of her hand, the large iron block immediately vanished. Luo took a quick glance at the task description and casually swiped to close the interface. Luo did not need to pay attention to these task requirements. She also did not need to undertake tasks for the second phase because she currently had more contribution points than she could possibly use. On the balcony of the Earth Dragon Express VIP reception room, an umbrella, a lounge chair, and a table filled with various foods. Luo, wearing sunglasses and holding a goblet, was leisurely lying on the chair, enjoying her free time. She wore a loose white shirt printed with a big smiling face of Mylun, and the shirt also had a phrase, "It's Mylun." This piece of clothing is a product of Earth Dragon Express valued at 500 contribution points. Thanks to the first phase where she and Mylun established the Earth Dragon transportation service, she had early on reached the system's contribution point limit by charging service fees. 99999 contribution points. While others scramble for 100 contribution points, our little cat girl has already boarded the rocket of dividends, enjoying her retirement life ahead of time. She has reached the pinnacle of her life. She is a rich beauty. There are no taxes on her contribution points. She can spend them however she pleases. She truly experiences what it means to be invincible, is so lonely. Watching the scorching waterfall of molten iron nearby, she indulges in almond vanilla ice cream, experiencing a symphony of ice and fire. Life couldn't be more luxurious. Luo, what? You say, where did I get almond vanilla ice cream? That's definitely the divine power of Earth Dragon Express as a logistics group. From daily necessities to siege weapons, you can buy anything at their business department, and they even support home delivery. Isn't that amazing? The cat girl scooped strawberries from the cream and explained, "It is said that Lily, as the boss of Earth Dragon Express, doesn't manage things. She is just a nominal boss assigned to enhance visibility, while most of the group's affairs are handled by Jean Luo alone, with Mylun responsible for coordination and management." So who exactly are you talking to? The little AI couldn't help but retort. Luo, I like to talk to myself. Is that a problem? Besides, Jean Luo is really working hard. She started working at 15 and became a senior executive of Earth Dragon Express at 20. In reality, isn't that a legendary experience of a chosen laborer? Isn't that impressive? The little AI was speechless, its voice distorted. Who asked you that? Luo didn't bother to argue with the little AI. Putting down her ice cream cup, she picked up the goblet filled with a red drink and gulped it down. She slumped into a cat-like pile. Pahaha. This is life. Beep, beep, beep. The vital signs monitor emitted its cold mechanical tone. The specialized ward was crammed with an array of complex machines. The room itself was as cold and sterile as a man-made tomb. If one listened closely, they could just make out a faint sound. It was the soft rhythm of Li Yuxi's breathing. Her breaths were shallow yet remarkably steady. Li Yoshi lay within this artificial sepulchre. In stark contrast, Li Yinwan's breathing was labored and heavy. Beside the 24-year-old girl stood her uncle Li Qiuzhen. The two maintained a deliberate silence, neither willing to break it. Their gazes were fixed on the girl entombed within. Yet their expressions told vastly different stories. As Li Yinwan habitually pressed her palm against the thick glass, the man beside her finally spoke. "Why did you lie?" Her hand froze midair, neither touching the glass nor falling away. Li Yinwan caught her own reflection in the glass. Her voice dropped to a depth she herself hadn't anticipated. "Why shouldn't I lie? All you had to do was say the word. Your uncle, your aunt. They'd all be more than willing to help." Her uncle, hands shoved in his pockets, tried to keep his tone gentle, but his words failed to reach her. The girl's hand suddenly clenched into a fist, slamming against the glass. "Help me. And what about my sister? That was just an accident." Li Yinwan turned her head, a single eye peeking out from her bangs as she stared at her uncle. Her cold, preemptive retort left Li Qiuzhen speechless. The man felt his breath catch in his throat. In his memory, this girl had always been an optimist. Yet her next words were so alien, so chilling. "Uncle Li, you'll say this once. I don't want your charity. Take it and leave. I don't need a crow to console me." Li Yinwan pulled a check from her inner pocket, holding it out to Li Qiuzhen between two fingers. It reminded the man of the day her sister came of age. Shed held their train ticket home, just like that, before the wind snatched it away. They never made it home, thus avoiding that accident and surviving against all odds. The man offered a silent, bitter smile as he took the check from Li Yinwan and turned to leave. Li Qiuzhen tucked the check away, a thought forming in his mind. A crow, is it? Well, I suppose my reputation precedes me. But crows don't just scavenge carrion. They use tools. And a crow never acts alone. Little sister, forgive me, but let your brother be selfish this once. Li Yinwan watched her uncle's figure vanish at the end of the corridor, then turned her gaze back to the ward. She looked at her sleeping sister, stood up again, her heart no longer aching. The girl reached into her pocket and pulled out a green-colored vial. Then she let it go, tossing the vial into the trash can. See District Lawrence Hospital. Li Qiuzhen looked as constipated as he felt his mood, a bitter pill to swallow. He stared at the Li Yinwan lying in the hospital bed, and at the image of uprooting himself on the screen. He was already contemplating an escape from this place. He screamed internally, Inwan. Is this really how you see your uncle? I'm just a regular family employee. And what's all this about a crow? Have you been watching too many cartoons? A crowd of professionals surrounded this bewildered Uncle Li Qiuzhen. They were the elite team from Hitori Entertainment. Everything that had just transpired was the landscape of Li Yinwan's dream, the dialogue, her throwing the check in his face, and even Li Kaizen's cool internal monologue. You heard that right. It was all Li Yinwan's dream. In professional terms, this is a dream technology used to assess one's psychological state. A doctor in a black robe wearing a crow mask explained, unlike conscious interconnection, this is a scenario-based experience linked to personal memories. It poses no actual harm to the subject, please rest assured. Though his face was hidden behind the mask, his voice was incredibly soothing and calm. His slightly drawn-out tone, like a veteran professor, carried a hypnotic relaxation. It made one instinctively want to believe him. Li Qiuzhen glanced again at the image projected on the wall, pointing at it with a mixture of doubt and curiosity. Does this pattern mean everything is normal? The bewildered man was pointing at a chart that looked remarkably like an electrocardiogram. But instead of one line, there were two dynamically changing lines. The chart was constantly refreshing with 3 words labeled at the top: stream of consciousness. The doctor in the crow mask nodded and said, yes, 2 lines without any unusual coloration or intersection indicate a stable state of consciousness. Then, what's the other one? The less than attentive uncle pointed to another chart below, which depicted a transparent cube. Inside the transparent cube was a sea urchin. The crow doctor. This one is a bit harder to explain to a layman. How about this? Think of it as a psychological test. The black sea urchin inside is the result. The more centered the black sea urchin is, the more stable the subject's emotions. Li Qiuzhen furrowed his brow, letting out a series of hiss sounds followed by a long as his brow smoothed. I get it. The smaller the black sea urchin and the closer it is to the center, the more normal things are, right? Exactly. Your understanding is correct. That's the gist of it. The voice from behind the crow mask was cheerful, clearly spoken with a smile. One could almost imagine the doctor pulling out a little red flower stamp, the kind that says, "You're awesome." The crow doctor continued, everything we're doing now can be seen as a checkup for Miss Li Yinwan, a physical and mental examination of her consciousness and spirit. The purpose is to confirm whether she has any after effects. If a person falls, they usually get a wound. When the wound heals, it leaves a scar. If the spirit takes a fall, it's trauma. Healing trauma is difficult, and it leaves after effects. In the past, psychologists proposed many methods to alleviate the discomfort caused by these after effects. But the problem was never the after effects themselves, it was the existence of the trauma. The crow doctor pointed to the 2 charts above. The key has always been the trauma itself. If a nail were stuck in your leg, what would you do? I'd go to a doctor to pull it out, of course. Li Qiuzhen replied. The crow doctor spoke slowly. Exactly. Trauma is that nail in the brain. People always think about how to ignore or alleviate the throbbing pain caused by the nail, but they never consider that pulling the nail out is the most important thing. Li Qiuzhen was taken aback. Pulling a nail out of the brain. That can't be done, right? Wouldn't it harm the brain? Don't worry, Mr. Li. This is just an easy to understand analogy. There are no nails, and it doesn't really involve pulling anything out of the brain. The actual situation is much more complicated. What we need to focus on is whether Miss Li Yinwan has any after effects. In short, Miss Li Yinwan's psychological state is quite normal at the moment. Her emotions are stable, and she hasn't developed any after effects. She will be able to wake up by herself in no time. Dr. Crow adjusted his sleeve, revealing a watch terminal on his wrist. Li Qiuzhen was still a bit uneasy and retorted, is that really considered emotional stability? She's been raging at me in her dreams. Is everything really okay? The attending doctor became somewhat impatient. If you're still worried, you can take Miss Li Yinwan to a specialized psychological treatment room after she wakes up. I believe the psychologist there will give you the same answer. Please trust the professionalism of Hitori Company. The doctor stared at the screen and said the specific service details and confidentiality agreements have been sent to your personal account. Please report them to your family after confirming. And one more thing, you need to supervise Miss Li Yinwan closely and ensure she does not use any illegal devices. This time, it was fortunate that internal personnel from Hitori Company intervened, preventing serious consequences. You should check the source of the illegal devices. We all hope such incidents do not occur again. Li Qiuzhen nodded repeatedly, saying, okay, I will take good care of my sister's child. Thank you for your hard work. Another doctor approached and whispered a few words in Dr. Crow's ear. Dr. Crow turned his head to listen and then pushed his palm forward. Could you wait a moment? Did Miss Li Yinwan mention her sister in her dreams just now? Do you have any clues? Li Yuxi's consciousness became clear again as she opened her eyes, finding herself all alone. Looking around, she was in a pitch-black space, unable to see her hand in front of her. There was no sense of direction, no reference points, and not a hint of light. However, it did not evoke feelings of fear or confusion in Liushi. Beep, beep, beep. The cold buzzing echoed in the space, the only sound she had heard in the past 4 years. Liushi deduced through her knowledge and her situation that this was the working sound of a life support device. She had confirmed repeatedly that in this dark space, she could hear sounds from the outside. However, she could not feel the weight of her limbs, the beating of her heart, or even her own existence. The only evidence confirming her survival was that she could still think, make judgments about her situation, and the knowledge in her mind continued to resurface. Even though it was hard to say whether she had a brain now. Anyway, being alive was a good thing. What was I doing before it? A subconscious question. Without vocal cord vibrations, naturally no sound was produced. Liushi felt bewildered. However, she could indeed sense that she was making the motion of speaking. There was a sensation of her mouth opening and closing. Liushi, your sister is still waiting for you. Don't let her down. Don't be swallowed by the darkness. It seemed there was a voice in her mind urging her not to lose herself in the darkness. Right, my sister, where is she? She questioned herself, but the voice from before did not respond. Instead, a shining badge appeared before Liuxi's eyes. It was a lily flower badge. Liushi recognized it. Only the top student at the Family Children's Academy could obtain it. She had always wanted to receive it because her sister had said she wanted to see her wearing it, which would surely look beautiful. Why is it here? Liushi felt puzzled. Her hand, however, instinctively grasped the lily flower badge. In that moment, the space changed and the darkness faded away. The badge emitted a brilliant light, illuminating the dark space. Liushi returned to her conscious space. Conscious access confirmed. Welcome back, Liushi. 2 translucent system pop-ups appeared before Liushi. She recalled what had happened 4 years ago and why she was here. So, I have become a vegetative person, Liushi said with a bitter smile. She lifted her arm, grasped at the air, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and exhaled. She made a gesture of encouragement, revitalizing her spirit. All right, let's play a game. After all, as a consciousness, she could no longer do anything else. Please select the game you want to play. Expedition Gaia. Start. Liushi raised her finger and pressed the start button. Welcome back to Expedition Gaia. Loading personal account information. Complete loading consciousness interconnection network. Complete connecting to the server. Complete, please wait. It will be fast. TIP. The recommended level of tasks is for reference only. There are multiple ways to complete tasks. Please use your imagination. Her consciousness descended, a pleasant floral fragrance wafting in as if she were wrapped in a soft blanket with a slight feeling of weightlessness in her limbs. Transported to the nearest Beacon Stone-based Dongdong district, Dingdong Country, Pioneers Association, opening her eyes once more. Liushi found herself lying on a wooden bed. She was in a single suite room of the Pioneers Association. The first thing she did was open her friend list with her sister, Me at the top. However, her avatar was gray, indicating that Li Yinwan had logged out of the game. Then I'll play by myself for now. Liushi wasn't too upset, as she sometimes enjoyed playing games leisurely on her own. Now was a good time. The reason was that when her sister was nearby, she had to be mindful of her image as an older sister. By the way, it had been a long time since she heard her sister call her name. When they were younger, Yinwan loved calling her sister's name. She would happily follow behind her, which was quite amusing. Liushi patted her cheeks, pushing away the memories of her cute younger sister. Think about it, it's game time now. She jumped off the bed and reached for the door, only to see a group of unfamiliar suited men waiting outside. The leading man saw Liushi pulling the door back and immediately wedged his foot between the door frame and the door, preventing her from closing it. He uttered ominously, "ID confirmed, AI, Mimi commencing capture operation." The man in the suit uttered ominous words, "ID confirmed, I Mimi commenced the capture operation." Liushi desperately leaned backward, trying to shut the door, her mind still racing with thoughts of whether this was some kind of emergency mission. She peered through the crack in the door, and a black cylinder extended from the outside. No, that's a gun. Liushi felt her mind freeze in that instant. She couldn't be mistaken. It was a pistol, an assassination model, identical to the one etched in her memory. The pitch-black muzzle aimed at Liuxi's chest, as if it would unleash a fatal bullet in the next second. Yet she overcame the bone-chilling terror, forcing herself to release the door handle and fall backward. At that same moment, the pistol fired, a faint whisper grazing past Liuxi's ear. A sharp pang of pain shot through her. So painful. Her right ear throbbed. Why did it hurt in a game? Didn't Pioneering Gaia have personal safety protection? Calm down. Stay calm. I should know them. They're not official personnel, but who could harm others inside the game? A voice of her own suddenly echoed in her mind, telling her that the crux of the issue lay elsewhere. She murmured to herself in her thoughts, "Yes, guns shouldn't be here. That capture operation they mentioned, I get it there from the family. My sister might already be targeted. Liyoshi conjured a staff using it to support herself as she stood. She looked at her hand covering her right ear. Her palm was stained crimson. The priority is to escape from here. There's only one exit, and it's a problem. The voice in her mind urged her to act immediately. The door was flung open violently, and the suited man with the pistol stepped into the room, twisting the suppressor onto his gun with his suit. He wore sunglasses and spoke slowly. "This is just a warning, Alice Lawrence. Kindly fulfill your duty as a member of the Lawrence family immediately and return with us to attend the family banquet. Otherwise, the next time won't be a warning. Who's your superior?" "Sorry, miss, no comment." The man didn't look at Liyoshi, continuing to wipe his pistol. Liyoshi chuckled, raising an eyebrow as she said, "Are you sure this is how you receive your guests? Aren't you afraid I'll report you to your higher-ups?" Behind her back, she opened her friend list and typing a message blindly with one hand to send a distress signal to two people she knew. The leading suited man shrugged, his tone resigned. "No choice, miss. If you had accepted the invitation personally and come to the family banquet, we wouldn't need such rough methods. It would be better for all of us. Not only do they know my basic information, but they also dare to act like this. This definitely isn't something a minor family could pull off. Even if the Lawrence family is an insignificant branch, it's still a branch of a major family. Ordinary people can't afford to provoke them." Her mind made a swift decision. She assessed the situation calmly and stalled for time. "Rough. I don't think you have any idea what chivalry means. Say goodbye to your job." The man in sunglasses snapped his fingers, and 5 other suited men squeezed into the room. He said, "Rest assured, as long as you follow our instructions, your life won't be in danger. I can vouch for it with my life." At that moment, there was only one way to break the deadlock. Discretion is the better part of valor. Liyoshi suddenly raised her hand, casting a quick-release spell, Quick Cast Magic Wind Pressure. Wind Pressure was a non-damaging utility skill that could forcibly push everyone in a fan-shaped area forward. But cast failed, hindered by an unknown external cause, unable to release magic in current state. The man in sunglasses showed no smile, raising the pitch-black muzzle as he said coldly, "Sorry, miss, we're not here to play games. Just come with us quietly." Magic was unusable. Liyoshi swallowed hard, racking her brains for the next move. Suddenly the room shook, and all the suited men lost their balance. "What's happening?" The man in sunglasses shouted while keeping his aim on Liyoshi. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. Liyoshi also fell to the floor from the sudden tremor. Another thunderous crash followed. Amidst the chaos, she watched the bullet slow to a halt before her eyes, losing all momentum and dropping to the ground. Then a thick cloud of smoke exploded among the suited men. A pair of warm arms embraced the astonished Aimimi. She looked up to see long black hair, purple cat eyes, and a pair of irresistibly soft cat ears. Before her was a sharp jawline and a slightly chubby-cheeked face. It was the cold-faced cat girl, Luoluo. Luoluo carried Liyoshi in a princess hold. The effect was extraordinary. Liyoshi was hit with the charm effect. Charm: obey 2 simple commands from the caster. The effect automatically dispels 120 seconds after no command is issued. The cat girl gave Liyoshi her first command, "Sister Yoshi, cast Wind Magic Accelerate on me." Aimimi obediently curled up in the cat girl's arms, docilely replying, "Okay, Wind Magic Accelerate." A green aura immediately enveloped Lala, and the cat girl dashed over 10 meters in a flash. Turning a corner, she darted into a narrow alley where a tall, imposing figure blocked her path. Short yellow hair, at ear length, brownish yellow, eyes, a body of robust muscles and fists covered in calluses. It was another familiar face, Shura. Shura took Aimimi from the cat girl's arms. Aimimi clung reluctantly to the cat girl's clothes, tears glistening in her eyes. "Don't go." Luoluo patted Aimimi's pink hair. "Sister Yoshi, wait here obediently, or I won't come play with you anymore." "Okay, I'll wait for you here." Aimimi spoke as if in a dream. "I'm entrusting Sister Yoshi to you, Sister Shura," the cat girl said to the boxer. Shura smiled, clenching her fists confidently. "Don't worry, I still owe those 2 sisters a favor. If anyone tries to harm Aimimi, they'll have to get past my fists first. Go ahead and do what you need to." Luoluo nodded and disappeared around the corner. She drew a Glock 18, quickly and meticulously checking the remaining ammunition. 17 rounds left. She engaged the safety and stored the pistol in her right-hand quick slot. Shinshin, worried about the cat girl's state, asked softly, "What's wrong? First time I've seen you so serious." Luoluo remained silent for a long time, simply continuing to inspect her weapons and gear. Her face darkened, and after a long pause she finally uttered a single sentence, "None of your business." "Shinshin, so are you going to take down the men in black?" The cat girl paused, exhaled, and said, "Yeah." Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Damn it. Target lost. Soon the smoke dissipated, revealing a bright, open room where the suited men stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances. The man in sunglasses cursed under his breath and stomped hard on the floor. Not only was Li Yoshi's former position now completely empty, but where a window had once been now gaped a massive hole. Indeed, the entire wall had vanished without a trace. Someone must be secretly aiding the Lawrence family, otherwise there is no plausible explanation for why they alone survived the incident years ago. Suddenly a voice requested a priority channel with the team leader. The lead man in sunglasses raised a hand to his earpiece, accepted the call, and reported tersely, "This is Vulture." As anticipated, the target resisted. "We have lost her trail." He nodded intermittently, murmuring soft affirmations. "Yes, yes, yes. Oh, into the line. After ending the call, he issued crisp orders to his 5 remaining suited operatives. "Initiate Protocol B. Reinforcements will arrive in 10 minutes. Command has ordered us to secure this entire zone. Understood?" "Understood," the 5 men replied in unison. "Go. Evacuate civilians immediately. No unauthorized personnel are permitted within this area." The others departed swiftly, leaving him alone in the sunlit room. Vulture holstered his pistol, then instinctively reached into his pocket, only to find it empty. He reopened his system interface, which displayed mission-critical data on the target. Target Alice Lawrence. Current alias Li Yuxi. Terra Pioneer registration, name AI Mimi. Mission directive capture consciousness entity. Lethal force authorized. Up to level 4 physical harm permitted. Another call pinged his terminal. "Too many people seeking me today." Upon connection, an incoherent voice crackled through, followed abruptly by a blood-curdling shriek. "Brother Vulture, someone, what? Speak clearly." A sharp, abrupt beep cut the transmission short. The junior operative had hung up, likely by accident. Vulture calmly adjusted his sunglasses, drew his silenced pistol, and wiped the barrel meticulously with his suit sleeve, then verified the chamber was loaded. With muzzle pointed downward, he leaned cautiously leftward past the doorway, scanned swiftly, and withdrew, clear of threats. He then pivoted, right weapon raised, and edged out of the room along the wall. The Pioneer Association stood eerily silent, its corridors sealed behind barriers and guarded by their own personnel, barring all other players from approaching. Even the sole NPC administrator had been discreetly diverted per their arrangements. Yet teleportation could not be ruled out, which is precisely why full territorial control was imperative. In his mind, he speculated, could it be another player? Treading lightly, he ascended the wooden staircase toward the 3rd floor. His subordinate who'd called remained unlocated, so securing high ground vantage was the safest course. Bang! A gunshot echoed from the floor above, immediately followed by 2 more shots and a heavy metallic crash. Bang, bang, crash. He recognized the staccato rhythm of fully automatic fire, a stark contrast to their standard-issue semi-automatics. Where then had that burst originated? That meant one thing: the Lawrence family's hidden enforcers were already in play, so they're even eliminating their own witnesses. How utterly disrespectful, to me, Vulture. Call in the rest. Tighten perimeter watch. A fly has slipped in. Target is likely on the 5th floor. Advance using encirclement formation. 4 more suited operatives entered. Vulture signaled them silently, assigning each to monitor one corridor on the 4th floor. The Ding Dong Nation's Pioneer Association was a 6-story timber-framed compound. Except for the ground floor, every level featured private balcony suites alongside shared common spaces. The sole staircase was a symmetrical zaped structure, one side facing the main entrance, the other opening directly into the communal area. Its simplicity offered no hiding places. Any intruder moving down the corridor would inevitably expose themselves. The gunfire had erupted somewhere in the suite zone on or above the 5th floor. A methodical floor-by-floor advance would inevitably corner the adversary. As he climbed the stairs to the 4th floor, he mentally calculated, "We've lost 2 men at the outset, but they have 1 while we have 8. 8 against 1, advantage lies with us." On the 4th floor, he rendezvoused with another operative and instructed him to jointly clear the private suites. Placing his left hand on the junior operative's right shoulder, they advanced in tandem. He kicked open a suite door and found yet another suited man lying motionless on the floor. Now it was 7 against 1. Vulture stiffened instantly, alarm flaring. He gestured for the junior operative to take point, stepping back to cover him. The junior operative scanned the surroundings while Vulture crept cautiously toward the fallen man, who lay slumped beside the bed, head drooping, unconscious. No bullet wounds marked his body. Had he been taken down by hand-to-hand combat? It struck Vulture like lightning the assailant hadn't gone far. At that very moment, a curtain on the suite's far side stirred faintly. Vulture whirled, firing instantly at the curtain. From behind the fabric lunged a shadow, black, swift, then resolved into a woman wearing feline ears. She held a pistol of her own and fired without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. 3 rounds tore toward Vulture in rapid succession. Vulture rolled sideways, vanishing behind the bed's edge, just in time to evade her triple burst. His junior operative was not so fortunate. He collapsed instantly lifeless. Now it was 6 against 1. When Vulture rose to peer over the bed, the cat-eared woman had vanished beyond the balcony railing. He slammed his foot down again, snarling, "Damn it." Luo vaulted over the balcony rail, gripped the outer ledge, coiled her body, and dropped. She caught the next lower balcony, swung inward, and tumbled into a third-floor suite. Target lost from enemy sight. Stealth mode engaged. Achieved title Master of Stealth. 3 assassinations performed while undetected. She still had 5 unused points of inspiration, and for this purge of pursuers, she invested them all into the first major node of the mental refinement path, instinctive intuition. Its effect proved invaluable, a passive ability granting acute perception of murderous intent, termed intent sight. When she narrowed her eyes, hostile figures radiating lethal intent became visible as translucent red silhouettes, both on her mental map and within her direct field of vision. A secondary effect enhanced her overall perceptual acuity, though its description remained vague and Luo herself remained uncertain exactly which faculties it sharpened. For now, all she needed to do was narrow her eyes, and intent sight activated. The catgirl squinted, and crimson outlines bloomed across her vision. She swept her gaze across the association's 6 hostile figures, precisely accounted for. Luo meticulously confirmed everyone's positions, mapping out a route for resolution in her mind. 6 people. 2 on this floor, 1 on the first floor, 3 on the second floor, and 1 above. She used an item, the sticky explosive. This was the blueprint for the sticky explosive she had obtained after activating the major node, instinctual intuition. Earlier, when rescuing Liyoshi, she had used it to blast open the outer wall of the association's private room. The cat-eared girl affixed the square explosive to the door and stepped back. Let this sound the horn of attack. She circled around to another private room on the 3rd floor via the balcony. She pressed the detonation button. Boom! Where did that explosion come from? The first suited underling at the stairway, drawn by the blast, slowly approached the inner room with his gun raised. Just as he passed the door of the previous room, suddenly, the door swung open. The underling's head was struck hard from behind before he could even react. The cat-eared girl gripped the door handle with her right hand, her left hand holding the gun level with her waist. She braced the door and fired 2 shots, the bullets piercing the wood and striking the underling in the side. The underling clutched his side in agony, collapsing to his knees. On my kidney. The second suited underling on the same floor was in the opposite room. Spotting the cat-eared girl, he hastily raised his gun and fired, shouting, "Over here, Brother Vulture. I found them." It's a cat-eared girl. Luo pulled the door back for cover, then crouched down. She avoided the line of fire, ejected the magazine, and checked her ammunition type. 1 ammunition, 10 rounds remaining. Click. The magazine slid into the grip, and she racked the slide again. Bullets from the opposite side tore through the wooden door, grazing her cat ears. The sounds of footsteps on wooden boards echoed around her from all directions, urgent steps and heavy light breaths intermingling. The cat-eared girl held her gun upright before her chest, clasping the grip with both hands as if in prayer. "Forgive me, Mother. Please pardon me this time. I may have to break our ancestral precepts." She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and cleared her mind of distractions. Shinshin, having listened to Luo's confession silently, helped her confirm the enemy's positions and provided necessary information. The little AI spoke up to remind the cat-eared girl, "Here they come, 3 of them at the stairs, 4 o'clock direction." Luo opened her eyes, turned, and kicked, shattering the dilapidated room door with a single blow. The 3 outside were startled, taking a collective step back. Seizing the moment, the cat-eared girl lunged forward, reaching the first suited underling who had fallen. She used a skill to retreat, dragging the first underling back into the blasted room. The entire sequence was fluid and seamless, taking no more than 2 seconds. The slower other underlings could only fire at empty air. Vulture, furious on the stairway above, leaned over the railing and shouted at the 3, "Are you fools? Hurry up and surround her. Don't let her escape again." The 3 underlings stood dumbfounded for a moment, then nodded and moved toward the room. Halfway there, Vulture signaled them to halt. He pulled down his sunglasses, revealing a scar that ran across his nose between his eyes, then shouted toward the room where the cat-eared girl was hiding, "Do you know who you're messing with? Seeing our faces and not running. You've got guts. Since we're all in this line of work, it'll be merciful and tell you. You must have heard the name Vulture, right?" "That's right. That name is ominous as crow. Yes, your big shot is back. He'll give you 10 seconds. Hands behind your head, walk out to me obediently, and don't try any tricks. Considering you're not bad with your skills, it'll be your guarantor. Spare your life. Listen to your big shot Vulture's advice from experience. With your abilities, you can work for any boss except the Lawrence family." Then Vulture began his countdown on his own. 10. Luo listened to Vulture's persuasion outside, pulling the standard issue pistols from the unconscious underling's hands. Descendant of the technological remnant ability activated. Non-game item modified standard issue pistol. Luo quickly scanned the pistol's information. There were no major issues. 9. However, she ejected the magazine from the standard issue pistol. Non-game item illegal bullets. Item description pain bullets, which inflict several times the real sensory pain on the consciousness, causing irreversible mental damage. Material unknown. Illegal item. Oh, please contact the authorities, just as I thought. The families have gone mad now, experimenting on living people and even developing something like this. Luo stared at the bullet description, her anger mounting. She gripped the magazine tightly, as if she wanted to crush it completely. 8. Vulture continued his countdown outside, but Luo had already made up her mind. She would never become one of those madmen, nor would she yield to their oppression. Once she chose to flee, out of necessity, a temporary strategy. To preserve the last shred of conscience in her heart, she had chosen to escape. Now that the past came surging back like a tide, she was no longer the helpless child she had been. 7. That bold plan was almost taking shape. 6. Luo recalled that on the way to the association, the little AI had once asked her why she was helping Yoshi. Why are you helping Yoshi? From a human perspective, you're just strangers who played games together, a mere virtual relationship. The only thing that could be called close is that you both share the surname Li. Other than that, you have no reason to put yourself in danger for her. This is clearly a trap targeting Yoshi. Why wade into this mess? The cat-eared girl suddenly smiled and replied to Shinshin in her mind. Didn't you ask me why? How did I answer you back then? 5. Shinshin answered. You said you were friends. Luo abruptly interrupted her. Sorry, that was a lie. The little AI's voice in her mind turned furious. What? You dared to lie to me. 4. I've lied to you many times already. What's one more? The cat-eared girl said with a smile. 3. Shinshin was so angry her voice trembled, her tongue tripping over itself. I'm Funkf. 2. Luo stroked her long hair and stretched, saying, It doesn't matter if I tell you the truth. After all, I've been hiding it all along. It's my fault. Humph. The little AI had once again entered her strange Sunderabrat mode, where she only made grunting sounds until coaxed. 1. Luo. I am actually a member of the Lautrec family. The Lawrence family is a branch of ours. Sister Yoshi is my cousin. Luo said, I am actually a member of the Lawrence family, and the Lauren family is a branch of ours. Sister Yoshi is considered my cousin. Little AI suddenly realized, and asked, so that's why you all share the surname Li. The vulture shouted loudly, just like a real vulture spotting prey, then don't blame me for not giving you a chance. All of you attacked together. How dare you underestimate me? They'll make her wish she were dead. Almost. Let's talk after this is over. Anyway, the past is too complicated to explain now. Let's deal with the immediate trouble first. The cat-eared girl pushed off the ground, stood up, gripped her pistol, and pressed close to the wall. The 3 underlings following the vulture's orders advanced in a triangular formation, which made observation difficult in the narrow corridor. Trembling, the 3 men arrived at the inner private room, which had a large hole blown in it. The 3rd underling in a suit chose to extend his gun first before entering. But a black hand suddenly emerged from a blind spot, grabbed the slide of the 3rd underling's pistol, effortlessly disassembled it into individual parts, leaving only the grip in his hand. Terrified, the 3rd underling let out a pig-like squeal. Eek. The 4th and 5th underlings behind him, not understanding what had happened, cautiously poked their heads out. The next second, another black hand seized the 3rd underling's wrist and yanked him inside. What? The vulture exclaimed in shock. He hadn't seen what happened, only that the 3rd underling had vanished into the room. The other 2 mustered their courage and ran in with their guns raised. They found that standing in the room was indeed a cat-eared girl. With one hand, she held their comrade's neck as a hostage and shield, while in the other hand, she held a dark pistol pressed against his waist. The 3rd underling frantically waved his hands and babbled, Don't shoot. I don't want to get hit and suffer from the aftereffects. Please. I beg you, miss. Spare me. Spare my life. The 4th and 5th underlings were in a dilemma. They knew the secret of the pistol's bullets, that getting hit would harm the mind, and shooting might take down their own brother, but not shooting meant they couldn't save him. The cat-eared girl tightened her grip on the suited underling's neck and said coldly, Shut up, or I'll blow your head off. The captive immediately zipped his lips and fell silent. The 4th underling's face twisted in fury. Unable to bear it, he threw down his pistol and attempted to snatch his comrade from the cat-eared girl through hand-to-hand combat. The distance was short, not even 7 steps away. He had full confidence in his skills. But beyond 7 steps, the gun was fast. Within 7 steps, the gun was both fast and accurate. Bang bang, 2 shots. 2 swift shots hitting precisely in their thighs. The 4th and 5th suited underlings collapsed to their knees one after another. They writhed in pain, wailing, My leg. My leg. Luo kicked the suited underling's calf, making him lose balance and fall to his knees. The cat-eared girl shot each of the 3 in the kidney. They screamed, My kidney. and then fainted from the pain. Luo naturally wouldn't use those dangerous bullets. The dream game was tied to consciousness. If the bullets were as perilous as described, handing them over to the authorities was the right choice. So she used her own G18 pistol. But why were their reactions so exaggerated? Was it psychological? The cat-eared girl wasn't sure. To be safe, she didn't aim to kill, but to subdue. 3 left, and I still need to deal with the vulture. She checked the remaining ammo and ejected the magazine. Type 1 ammunition, 5 rounds left. I need to conserve. Luo had no materials to make bullets now, and the ammo count had reset only because of the weapon's evolution. So aside from the firearm's built-in rounds, she had no spare magazines. She felt a bit frustrated. This time she was almost unprepared, completely on the defensive. If not absolutely necessary, she didn't want to bring out the Magnum, her golden Desert Eagle. At this point, the cat-eared girl could have retreated. Challenging a family's black ops alone was a life-risking endeavor. From 1 against 10 to 1 against 3, taking down 7 of the vulture's thugs by herself, she had improved far more than before. Yet she was still unsatisfied. She murmured, "Not enough. I have to keep the vulture here." Luo pinched her palm, her face twisted in pain, speaking to the void. Alert: unstable consciousness detected. Please look at the pattern and state the color and shape accurately. Reconnecting to the Pioneer Gaia server. The cat-eared girl fell into a daze, losing control of her body. Upstairs, the vulture shouted, "Damn it. I'll have to do it myself." Little AI was frantic, desperately calling for the cat-eared girl's consciousness to rouse her. Luo, wake up, wake up. This won't work. I need a more effective method. No choice, I have to do this. Xin opened the system panel, retrieved the secret pattern fragment from the executioner, and used the admin key inside to forcefully backdoor a connection to Li Huihui's consciousness. A flash of light, and Xin believed her operation had succeeded. Connected to individual Li Huihui's consciousness. It had indeed succeeded. Xin put her hands on her hips. Succeeded on the first try, just like me. No, the priority is to wake up that fool. And why is there a sense of touch here? The little AI looked around. She was in a vast ocean. Looking down, she saw her reflection in the water, a round-faced little girl with long white hair, white eyebrows, and white eyelashes. To be precise, she was all white, pale skin, a white dress. The only non-white feature was her eyes, which were a deep blue. The little girl realized she had been sitting in a duck-like pose and quickly adjusted to a normal sitting position. Xin was astonished. What? So in his mind, he always saw me like this. He's not some Mullican, is he? Xin knew exactly where this place was. Li Huihui's consciousness space. The administrator's database informed her that every individual's consciousness would possess a unique consciousness space. The consciousness space reflects a person's inner world where memories and perceptions blend, coexisting with both emotion and reason. The relationship between the consciousness and the consciousness space is akin to that of fish and water. The consciousness is the fish, while the consciousness space is the water. Therefore, the consciousness can only reside within the consciousness space. The principle of the consciousness interlinking game is to connect another's consciousness space with one's own, allowing images and perceptions to emerge simultaneously in both minds. In less precise terms, it's like dreaming in tandem. However, this is Xin's first time entering a specific consciousness space. She discovered that Li Huihui's consciousness space was actually an ocean, while typically consciousness spaces should be a blank expanse devoid of anything. Could he be hiding some secret? The little girl in white scratched her head, her expression filled with anxiety. Why should I care about that? It's his own fault for trying to act cool while being emotionally unstable. If those family members catch him, my existence will also be exposed. Hasn't he considered that? Xin couldn't think too much now. The most important thing was to find Li Huihui's actual self and pull his consciousness out from his consciousness space. This method is aimed at reconnecting with the server of Expedition Gaia by transferring the consciousness, thereby moving the consciousness space to link Li Huihui's consciousness space with the game's consciousness space. Of course, this is merely the AI's speculation, as she has not practically verified the feasibility of this method. However, in a dire situation, it is a last resort. Since the launch of the consciousness interlinking game, one of the most criticized aspects has been its unstable connections, linking people's consciousness spaces together to allow everyone to play games in their dreams. It sounds ideal, but there is an undeniable issue: people cannot fully understand each other. Worldviews, moral views, life perspectives, values, experiences, memories, cognition, and thought. All these factors play a role. All subjective or objective, all emotional or rational existences. Everyone is different. This has created the century-old dilemma of consciousness spaces being unable to interconnect. Rejection response. Just as the human body has an immune system that scrutinizes, categorizes, and eliminates all foreign alien cells, Human consciousness also possesses such a defense system, reacting to facts that contradict one's experiences and knowledge, or knowledge that diverges from one's understanding and worldview. It will first attack, oppose, or question those alien entities, just like the body does, regardless of whether they are good or bad, true or false, leading to a rejection response. It is a simple reflex of anything different from me is an enemy. This is an instinct of the body and of consciousness. When two or more consciousness spaces interconnect, a rejection response will occur. The occurrence of rejection response is nearly unavoidable, although the intensity may vary, which is why the consciousness interlinking game demands high stability of spirit and emotion. Expedition Gaia has achieved a balance in the degree of consciousness interlinking through the game system and agent adjustments. Rejection response can cause instability in the flow of consciousness and temporary emotional breakdowns, manifesting in the game as disconnection from the server, rendering players unable to control their characters. Xian muttered to herself. Li Huihui must have experienced a rejection response. Perhaps those people reminded him of bad memories. Seriously, I shouldn't worry about him. It's just, if something happens to him, he'll definitely be in trouble too. I even thought about him before, not mentioning the key authentication. The little girl took her chubby little legs and ran across the transparent consciousness space, creating ripples across the ocean. The beautiful girl, resembling a sculpture, clenched her fists, her face filled with anger. Wait until I find him. I will definitely give him a good punch and then scold him thoroughly. How can he help me regain the administrator's position if he can't even manage his own emotions? The little girl continued to wander aimlessly over the ocean, but neither on the surface nor beneath the surface did she see a single hair. After running for a while, she sensed something was off. Wait a minute. Wasn't it said that the consciousness would stay in the center of the consciousness space? This place seems overly vast. The boundless ocean horizon met the distant sky, forming a dazzling skyline, and upon looking out, the skyline resembled an endless halo encircling the little AI. She activated her little brain, pondering seriously. First, the consciousness space is different from that of ordinary people. Secondly, he said he was also a member of the family. Could it be? The little AI brought up the system panel, gathering information regarding the Lauderens family and the Lawrence family. She felt relieved. As expected, you little scoundrel, still lying to me, saying you were fine. The little girl noticed the most frequent terms in the information were family, hereditary mental illness, and recessive gene disease. In simple terms, the Lauderens family has a history of mental illness, and after several generations, coupled with technological advancements, their family's mental health history has faded from people's attention. Fading away does not mean the illness disappeared, it merely exists in a different form. The little AI inferred Li Huihui likely has a mental illness, one that he himself is unaware of. If nothing goes wrong, their family's collateral branch, the Lawrence family, also has hereditary mental illness. This could also explain why the so-called self-synchronization occurred in Li Yinwan. So it turns out both sisters had mental illnesses. The little girl smirked. Oh wow, it turns out neither of you is normal. I nearly fell for your trick. Now it's time for me to play the role of a psychologist. Therefore, past thinking patterns cannot be used to handle Li Huihui's consciousness space. Xian placed one hand on her hip and raised the other, pointing a finger. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. What do you think, am I right? Li Huihui. The pure white little girl suddenly got on all fours and swiftly reached out a hand towards the ocean surface beneath her. She grabbed the foot of another person beneath the surface. It was a little boy, the childhood version of Li Huihui. Xian exclaimed, got you. Xin exclaimed, got you. Xiao AI extended her other hand, grasping the young boy's feet with both hands, and with a forceful pull dragged him, shoes and all, out of the sea's surface. The young boy lay sprawled on the sea, limbs flailing skyward, shouting noisily, hey there. What do you think you're doing? Why are you tugging me? Xin let out a breath. She had initially doubted if this rustic kid was Li Huihui, but after hearing that tirade, there was no need for further confirmation. Though he looked utterly countrified and short, his insufferable nature remained intact. Instead, she felt a fierce urge to give this brat a thorough thrashing. The rustic boy suddenly ceased his clamor, springing up with a carp-like motion to stand upright, though he still didn't match Xingxin's height. Xiao AI, puffing out her flat chest, smirked at the boy who was a head shorter and made a final confirmation. Little squirt, what's your name? Lifting his bowl-cut head, the rustic kid picked at his earwax. You ain't worthy of knowing my name, you sausage. Xingxin's fist clenched her knuckles hard. But still she held back, refraining from sending the little brat flying with a single punch. Xiao AI roughly tousled his bowl-cut hair. Who do you think you're pretending with in front of your sister, Xa? You don't recognize me. Spill the truth, how much longer are you staying here? Stop messing it up. Stop it. I really don't know you, never seen you before. You're the first person to come here, the first to find me. The rustic kid continued. My name's Li Xuanxuan, big sister. How'd you even know I was under your feet? Xin was taken aback, halting her hand. Li Xianxian. Aren't you Li Huihui? The spirited boy with the bowl cut shook his head, stepping back with a feigned air, saying, Big sister, I'm telling the truth. Believe it or not, it's up to ya. Xin brushed it aside. Whether he was Li Xianxian or Li Guangguang, now that she had caught him, there was only one outcome. That was to leave this consciousness space and reconnect to the pioneering Gaia server. Without another word, Xiao AI grabbed Li Zuangshuan's wrist, determined to drag him out of this sea of consciousness. The bowl-cut head slowly shook and the boy muttered softly, It's useless, big sister. I can't get out. Xin pulled up the system interface using the secret fragments key to attempt a back-end connection to pioneering Gaia. The current consciousness entity cannot connect to the pioneering Gaia server. Please check if your personal account has any anomalies. The rustic kid with the bowl cut shook off Xingxin's hand, lowering his head. It's useless, big sister. In the past, Li Huihui willingly severed his childhood. His childhood looked like you. Xingxin's tone carried a hint of disdain. Was his childhood this wretched? Li Xianxian sported a bowl cut that covered his eyes, his skin a dark brownish yellow. His limbs were thin, and he habitually slouched when standing. To put it bluntly, he was short and shabby, exuding rusticity, the kind anyone could kick around. Of course, Xiao AI knew the line between teasing and cruelty, and she held her tongue around the kid. The rustic kid snorted through his nose, his tone cocky. So what? This is how I look. Did I eat your rice? He was a little prickly, probably quite endearing. As he spoke, Li Zuangshuan's confidence waned, staring at the sea beneath his feet. He grew up, doesn't need me anymore. It's that simple, big sister. You'd better go. No need to see you off. The rustic kid finished and turned to leave. Xin stretched out a hand to block him. No, you can't go. You haven't told me where Li Huihui's consciousness is yet. Li Xianxian replied, I don't know. For 15 years, I've been alone here. I don't know where his consciousness is either. To mature and go further, people always discard some trivial things. And one of the things he threw away. I was his on supernatime dream, his fantasy, his daydreams. I don't hate him, nor do I blame him. I'm just the memories he forgot. All I can do is watch him from here, watch him go further, chase what he wants. Beyond that, I can do nothing. The rustic kid tilted his head up as he said these words, slowly turning to Xin. Xin saw it, the rainbow-colored pupils shining through the strands of his hair, so dazzling, so pure. It was as if an inextinguishable flame burned within that eye, blazing until all was forgotten, until consciousness itself faded away. Xiao AI couldn't articulate this feeling, but she knew clearly that if she had to describe it with precise rationality, what was that flame? It must be what all intelligent beings seek to prove, a soul, or rather conscious existence. She had glimpsed the answer. Xin decided then she would take him out no matter the cost. Just as Xin had first entered Li Huihui's consciousness space in pioneering Gaia, Luo's cat pupils instantly sharpened their violet hue, turning clear. The player named Luo suddenly stood up, moving with agility. She quickly stripped the suit jacket from the lackey at her feet, donning it herself, collected the 3 lackeys' pistols and bullets, and before the vulture reached the private room, leaped from the balcony down to the second-floor room below. She muttered under her breath, 5 rounds, limited ammo. Good. 1 short, 2 tall. 3 targets. Good. This is a game. No, it's family. Luo calibrated the terminal on her wristwatch, setting a countdown. 3 minutes is enough. Kicking open the second-floor room's door, the suited lackey outside spotted the cat-eared girl and drew his pistol, but before he could fire, Luo seized his wrist, struck his elbow, and threw him over her shoulder with a hip toss. Luo kicked the pistol away, then shot the lackey in the thigh to incapacitate him. 2 left. On the same floor, a lackey at the stairs spotted the cat-eared girl and shouted, Boss, over here. As the lackey drew his pistol, Luo shot him in the wrist and thigh. The pistol flew from his hand, and he tumbled down the stairs. Stepping past the groaning lackey, Luo advanced with her pistol raised, only to see the vulture waiting with his hands up. The vulture tossed his pistol aside, his tone submissive, I surrender. You're truly formidable. I concede willingly. Luo aimed her gun at the vulture's head, just about to speak. The vulture clapped his hands. Stun effect applied. The cat-eared girl clutched her head, her expression pained. The vulture pulled a folding knife from his pocket, stabbing at the cat-eared girl's ribs while knocking the pistol from her hand. You forced me. The blade sank into her side. The sharp pain instantly roused Luo. She seized the knife and the vulture's hand. A headbutt. The vulture released his grip on the knife. A sweeping leg strike sent him crashing to the ground. Pulling out the folding knife, she straddled him, pressing one hand against his face. The vulture struggled and shouted, You. Who the hell are you? Beep, beep, beep. The countdown on the watch sounded, and the blade's glint fell. Luo replied, The crow here to deliver your death knell. Luo replied, Crow to announce your death. But no one could hear the cat-eared girl's answer anymore. The blade sank into the opponent's shoulder, avoiding the vital spot. The vulture beneath her feet fell silent. Luo placed her finger against his nose to confirm his breathing only, then remembering this was a game. He was merely unconscious in consciousness, making the gesture meaningless. Her cat ears twitched. Luo heard someone approaching the association from outside. Many footsteps. 5 people. No, more than 10. No time to clean the battlefield. Luckily this is a game. Luo gathered the items from his body, including a pistol and a folding knife, and briefly treated her own wounds. Then she entered stealth mode, concealing her form, and swiftly slipped away from the association through an unnoticed corner. She shed her suit jacket, acted as if nothing had happened, casually turned into an alley, and vanished behind a wooden crate. The cat-eared girl had barely left when a group of people entered right behind her. The one at the front, clad in a white coat and wearing a crow mask, spoke in a gentle tone, carefully instructing those behind him. You split into 2 teams. One stays here to handle the scene, the other follows me to capture Li Yoshi. He paused, then asked in a casual tone, as if inquiring about afternoon tea. Everyone tell me, what is the motto of the Fondison family? Those behind him chorused, by any means necessary. Never give up. A smile curled beneath the crow doctor's mask, correct word for word. You are all good children of the Fondison family. Remember this well. It is the reason our family has grown to its current scale. In Li Huihui's consciousness space, little AI was about to attempt bringing out Li Huihui's childhood consciousness. Li Xianxian stared at Xinxin stepping toward her step by step. His first words caught little AI off guard. Big sister, I'm really glad you're thinking about me now. But who are you to me? Are you my girlfriend? Are we dating? What was this little brat thinking about all day? He looked only about 7 years old, yet talking about love and romance. Were kids these days so precocious? Xinxin looked at the rustic kid's big dark eyes and said bluntly, I'm a military-grade AI. I'm not going to fall in love with someone like him. The little brat latched onto her words, Gong GG. I'm just a kid, I don't know much. Since you're not my girlfriend, then you're my BB dog. Xinxin's face instantly turned red, and she stammered, BB dog. What kind of talk is that? You're the one who serves me. Not only must you call me Lady Xinxin every day, but you also have to come whenever I need you, got it? Big sister, just kidding, geez, why so serious? So fierce. The little boy clasped his hands behind his head and turned around. Mid-turn he suddenly stopped his butt sticking out. The bowl-cut kid, catching little AI off guard, knocked her out of the consciousness space. Yue. Xinxin reached out, trying to grab Li Xuan, but couldn't reach. She could only see the little brat's funny face gradually blurring. And one last sentence echoed in her ears. Just kidding, sister Xinxin, of course I know who you are. That version of me is too twisted. He's actually really happy to have someone to play games with him. Please keep playing with him in the future, okay? A flash of light, and Xinxin returned to Li Huihui's personal account. The voice she had been searching for rang in her ears. Xinxin. Xinxin. Little AI reflexively answered, what is it, trash fish? Luo's voice was in its familiar tone, carrying a hint of reproach as she asked in a crisp, androgynous voice, where did you go just now? I called you, and you didn't respond. Xinxin was about to snap back with a mechanical retort, but then in her memory the little brat's funny face and his words suddenly flashed through her mind. Little AI fell silent, then asked instead, did you take care of your business? Yes. Then can you tell me about your past now, eh? Xinxin was genuinely curious about Li Huihui's past now. Logically, AIs were generally indifferent to anyone other than their creator. But now Xinxin, a supercomputing AI created as a military-grade intelligence, had unexpectedly developed an autonomous output of interest in the past of this person named Li Huihui. This was probably an abnormal behavior, but Luo didn't notice it. She just said, okay, and walked deeper into the alley. Where should I start? The cat-eared girl found a bench at the corner and sat down wearily. She began slowly, let's start with my family. The Lauteran's family is a large one. Xinxin added, yes, and there's a family history of mental illness. If you already know, why should I say anything? I only know what everyone knows. I know nothing about your past. Little AI followed his words, her tone eerily calm. Luo rested her elbows on her knees, leaned forward, and kicked a pebble on the ground. You've noticed for a while, haven't you? I'm also unusually skilled with a pistol. Not that skilled, you forgot. Without your Lady Xinxin, you'd barely have completed that emergency mission. Yes, Lady Xinxin's powers are boundless. Without Lady Xinxin, I'm just a salted fish, the cat-eared girl teased weakly, then continued. Do you know about the Great Purge? Xinxin repeated, the Great Purge. Yes, the Great Purge. In people's eyes, it was just an accident. No records or documents chronicle that event. But I know it wasn't just an accident. Many people lost their lives in that incident because I was there. Xinxin remained silent, letting Luo continue. I survived only thanks to my hereditary mental illness. I don't know how else to describe it. It's like another person takes over my body. I can only watch that person use my body, but I can't communicate with them or know their thoughts. No sound, no color, like watching a silent film. On the day of the Great Purge when my life was threatened, that person took over my body and escaped from the chaotic hell on earth. No, to be precise, fought their way out. After that, every time my life was in danger, that person would come out and handle everything, then disappear on their own. That period was a nightmare for me. Since then, whenever my life was threatened, that person would come out to handle everything for me, and after it was all over, they would disappear again. That period was my nightmare. At this point, the cat girl fell silent and spread her two cat paws. Xian noticed her hands trembling slightly, likely a sign of some traumatic memory. The little AI tried to lower its volume, making its tone sound gentle and kind. Are you okay? Luo. The cat girl slumped her shoulders and replied dully. Not so well, I suppose. It seems that my inherited mental illness can still flare up in the game. That person appeared again when everything was completely out of control, when I lost consciousness, and helped me sort everything out. Xian couldn't quite understand Luo's feelings as she said this. Everything has been resolved. Isn't that a good thing? To the intelligent beings, perhaps it is. After all, your mechanical brains prioritize efficiency. However, every time that person in my mind emerges, I am reminded of the scenes from that day, and that feeling is not pleasant. The cat girl spread her palm again, watching her delicate white hand begin to tremble. She stared at her hand, unable to hear the little AI's voice, as if something very important was in her grasp. Just as her consciousness was sinking deeper, another pair of slender hands grasped hers from below, holding Luo's trembling hand with just the right amount of force to steady her. Luo came back to her senses, raising her head in confusion. A pair of starry, watery eyes appeared in her view, flowing with light and gentleness, filled with concern. The cat girl faced the watercolored pupils, their faces almost touching. From those starry eyes, Luo saw her own broken reflection. After staring for a while, Luo realized why the other person was holding her hand. Before she could ask, the person continued to hold one of Luo's hands and sat down beside her. The cat girl clearly saw the pink long hair and the large pink bow on the back of her head. She wore a Noble Academy's sailor uniform, and on her head was a rainbow-colored title, Saint Shinhaiori. It was definitely AI Mimi. Sister Yoshi. Luo was puzzled. Wasn't she charmed by me? Yoshi noticed the hesitation on the cat girl's face and gently spoke, placing one hand on her chest, interrupting Luo's thoughts. Luo, how are you feeling now? The cat girl indeed found her hand no longer trembling, and she was a bit curious. Sister Yoshi, what did you do? I didn't do anything. I just held your hand, that's all. When my sister was upset and crying as a child, I would hold her hand like this, and she would calm down immediately. It seems to work for you too. The cat girl scratched her face, shifting her gaze from Yoshi, feeling a bit shy as she said, Aya, is that so? Luo wasn't sure if her words were heard by Sister Yoshi, but she dared not ask, maintaining the delicate atmosphere between them. Could it be that my identity as a player has already been exposed? And why did the effect of charm end? The cat girl remembered that the command she gave to Sister Yoshi was to stay put. Why did Sister Yoshi come looking for me? So many questions remain unanswered, too many issues waiting to be resolved. Xian looked at Yoshi holding Luo's hand. An inexplicable thought emerged in her decision-making bar. What if it were her, holding Luo's hand? What would Luo say to her? Would it be a thank you? Or perhaps something she had never heard before? The little AI detected an error in its logical framework and discarded this curiosity data from its system, secretly denying, no. What am I even thinking? I wouldn't want to hold that random player's hand. Yoshi subtly shifted, sitting closer to Luo and grasping her hand with both of hers. The cat girl wasn't sure what Sister Yoshi intended to do, instinctively holding her breath. However, Yuxi said nothing and did nothing. She simply turned the cat girl's hand over and placed something in it. Acquired suppressor X1, it was a suppressor. The last puzzle piece needed to create the Pope transformation device. Now I can finally understand what the Pope transformation device really is. I must possess the transformation device immediately. Oh, I can't wait to experience it. However, the cat girl's excitement faded in just 2 seconds as she suddenly realized a greater problem. How did Sister Yoshi have this thing? Doesn't this mean that Sister Yoshi knows I need this? No, wait. Could it be that I was seen through a long time ago? Luo's expression changed from joy to shock, like someone curious about a roller coaster who only remembers they're afraid of heights after getting on. Her amusing facial changes made Yuxi laugh. Yoshi explained with a smile, Luo, I don't know what you're thinking. This was given to me by Shura. She said she didn't need it, and I don't need it either. I just thought you might find it useful. Luo suddenly grasped Yuxi's hand in return, joyfully shaking it up and down. Thank you. Sister Yoshi, this is exactly what I've been looking for. You've been a great help. That's good to hear. Yoshi was surprised by the cat girl's enthusiasm, smiling as she said, I'm off to find Uncle Meiji now. Goodbye, Sister Yoshi. Goodbye. Liuxi watched the cat girl leave her farewell hand lingering in the air. The cat girl didn't want to think too much. Her mind was solely focused on finding Uncle Meiji to help her forge the transformation device. You might wonder why she doesn't make it herself. It's certainly because there is a risk of failure when making it herself. Handing the design to the forge blacksmith ensures it will be successful. If she spends all day looking for materials only to fail in production, it would be a loss. Besides, she's not in a hurry. To avoid a disappointing outcome, spending some time is worthwhile. She contacted Uncle Meiji through her ring, and he told the little cat girl to wait for him at the Earth Dragon Express. Still using the Earth Dragon transportation service, she quickly arrived at the headquarters of Earth Dragon Express. The Earth Dragon girl with bangs covering her eyes slowly descended, placing the cat girl on the platform of the headquarters, extending her hands forward and awkwardly saying, please give me money." No, that's not it. It's the service fee. Just one mechanical core will do." The Earth Dragon girl seemed a bit stammering, one might think the cat girl was bullying her. Luo was speechless. She had to pay a service fee for her own bus ride. Of course, the cat girl knew this was a rule she had discussed with Maijuan, and there was no need to break the rule. After handing over a mechanical core, Uncle Meiji quietly stood behind Luo, holding his mechanical power hammer. "Oh, so it was Uncle Meiji. Phew, you startled me." Normally very calm, the cat girl this time was overly sensitive. Current ongoing task: Uncle Meiji's series of Master Apprentice tasks. Task 6, Spiritual Inheritance. Expected reward: Dwarven Technique, Eye of Identification. Uncle Meiji spoke with unusual calm, stroking his beard, and said in a refined manner, "My dear apprentice, do not be so alarmed. You must remember this: nothing is truly worthy of fear. Everything unknown is merely your imagination. Explore the unknown just as you would explore your own heart." The cat girl found it a bit difficult to understand. Why was he starting with such profound concepts? And why was Uncle Meiji using words like I and you? Has he been assimilated by Lily? Moreover, wasn't it said that races other than dwarves couldn't be called apprentices? Where did the sacred rule go? Luo was straightforward. "Uncle Meiji, why are you?" "Shoo." The dwarf suddenly glared, looking anxious, and whispered to the cat girl, "Cooperate with your uncle, or else Uncle Meiji might be in trouble here." The cat girl nodded with a serious expression and then asked, "Is it related to today's lesson?" The Earth Dragon dwarf maintained a stern face and raised one eyebrow, saying, "Of course. Today I will teach you Dwarven Techniques, 6th lesson, Eye of Identification. The evolution of weapons is at most the limit of ordinary forge blacksmith teachings. What I'm about to teach you can be considered a necessary path to becoming a master-level forge blacksmith. It won't be as easy to learn as before. You won't be able to learn it from other blacksmiths. You could say that the next 5 lessons will be the hidden skills of Uncle Meiji. Pay attention, learn well, and you will benefit for a lifetime." Then Uncle Meiji lowered his voice and frankly told the cat girl, "The main thing is you passed little girl Luo. Let's keep calling you that. I heard from Lily that you defeated the executioner, right? And took the magical power drive as its heart. I won't ask how you did it. You came to me, little girl Luo, mainly for the magical power drive, right?" The cat girl hesitated for a moment before deciding to come clean. "Well, actually, it wasn't just me. It was mostly Sister Inwan's credit. Well, Uncle Meiji, I came to ask you to help me forge this. Selected ease level design of the Pope transformation device. Yes, it's an ease level design, which is an out of specification level. Unfortunately, out of specification designs cannot gain inspiration. By the way, the design of the flying bird equipment is also ease level. I don't know why." Uncle Meiji took the design, glanced at it, and immediately rolled it up. The Earth Dragon dwarf nervously looked left and right, confirming no one was around, and quickly pulled the cat girl into his workshop. As soon as they entered, a wave of heat hit them, creating the illusion of being in a tropical region. Various tools hung on the walls, stood on the ground, and some were on the table. Luo immediately noticed something armor-like standing in the center of the workshop. Uncle Meiji spread his arms proudly and introduced to the cat girl, "This is my former workshop. I originally worked in the Great Forge, but since it became the place to seal the executioner, I haven't taken it out. Thanks to you all, I can meet these old friends again. Your favorability with Uncle Meiji has increased now at level 3. You can now use a larger discount of Master Apprentice price when using Uncle Meiji's services." Entered NPC special dialogue. He crossed his arms and his expression turned serious. "I won't ask where you got this design, but before we start working, I need to tell you one thing, something related to the Tech Pope." "Tech Pope?" Luo exclaimed, saying it without thinking. How could it be related to her job title? Uncle Meiji pointed behind him, directing at the conspicuous armor. "That. Do you see it? That is the battle armor of the previous Tech Pope." "Battle armor?" The cat girl carefully examined the armor. Although it was called armor, it resembled some kind of lightweight armor with a sci-fi style. With a gray main tone and blue-white accents, the left shoulder was missing a piece of armor, the right leg was missing a shin guard, and a shaped emblem was stuck right in the center of the helmet. But looking at it like this feels ordinary, yet Uncle Meiji's next words caught the cat girl by surprise. Its owner, a man who called himself the Tech Pope, almost completely destroyed the Dong Dong Kingdom and wiped out the dwarves. Wiped out? The cat girl widened her eyes. The Earth Dragon Dwarf said, the technology used by the Tech Pope to create this battle armor is that of a lost civilization. And to activate this battle armor, it can only be done through the Pope transformation device. However, after defeating the Tech Pope, the main body of the transformation device disappeared at that time, leaving only this battle armor. The dwarves wanted to remake the transformation device at that time, but due to technical barriers and the lack of design, they ultimately only made the magical power drive, and finally created the beginner. Oh, that's the current executioner. Of course, Uncle Meiji heard all this from Lily. Little girl Luo, Uncle Meiji is certainly at ease with you, but this power is too great, and I worry you may be backlashed by its lingering spirit. So I must first teach you the dwarven spirit to alleviate the impact of the Pope's spirit. The cat girl nodded seriously. Uncle Meiji continued, the design will stay with me for now. After the next 5 lessons, I will give you the Pope transformation device. Understood. Oh, I have to wait. I can't wait any longer. My transformation device. My armor. The Earth Dragon Dwarf interjected, interrupting the cat girl's inner lament. Uncle knows that seeing the unparalleled good sword right in front of you, but being unable to use it is truly painful. So naturally, Uncle has compensations for you. Consider it a token of my goodwill. Acquired tactical set series upper body lower body shoes gloves. Uncle Meiji's blacksmith shop has opened all services. Uncle McGee clapped the dust off his palms, saying, the eye of identification is the easiest technique to learn. It requires no complex skills. You can use it simply by consuming magical energy. However, a low entry threshold does not mean that many people can master it. On the contrary, there are fewer than 100 forged blacksmiths who can use the eye of identification. The Earth Dragon Dwarf pulled out a rosered crystal from his trousers and presented it to Luo, asking, do you know what this is? The cat girl pointed at herself. Are you asking me? The dwarf stroked his beard. Yes. Let me tell you directly. This is an agate stone, a very rare mineral. But for those who have never seen it, they won't know its name. It's the same for the dwarves. We cannot have seen every mineral, and there will always be some that are unknown to us. Therefore, the dwarves invented the eye of identification early on. Since we don't know, we can just let those who do know tell us the answer. Little girl Luo, try to concentrate your magical energy in your eyes, just like this. After he said that, the dwarf's eyes became directed at each other, as if he had donned a pair of enchanting blue contact lenses with sparkling light flickering within. Concentrate magical energy in the eyes. How do I do that? Let's try to mimic Uncle McGee's example. The cat girl followed suit and made a cross-eyed expression. Skill learned dwarven technique. Eye of identification tip. You have entered eye of identification mode. In this mode, you can discover certain things that are usually invisible. Note, using the eye of identification will continuously consume magical energy. If your magical energy is insufficient, you will automatically exit eye of identification mode. The world gradually tinted with a blue filter, and everything in sight turned blue. A small fairy slowly appeared before the cat girl. The fairy was hanging upside down in the air playing hopscotch. Yes, she was playing hopscotch, and Luo recognized it. The fairy turned her head and made eye contact with the cat girl, clearly having noticed Luo's gaze. The fairy had delicate features, standing out remarkably in the blue world, dressed in a deep blue one-piece swimsuit with 4 small wings on her back resembling butterflies. The fairy locked eyes with Luo for a moment, as if confirming that the cat girl could indeed see her. She crossed her legs, one hand gripping her calf and the other propping up her chin. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a fairy before? Luo, is this a fairy? Have you ever seen a fairy that speaks so provocatively? For Luo, this was indeed a rare sight. Uncle McGee's voice rang in her ears. You should have seen it by now. The one waving at you is the little fairy. This technique allows you to see the little fairy, enabling her to help you identify things. Like dwarves, fairies are an ancient race, and fairies are recognized as the wisest race. Their knowledge can be passed down through generations, with each new generation becoming even smarter. After hearing this, the little fairy in the swimsuit happily nodded, agreeing. That's right, I am indeed one of them. As the wisest race, I can answer any questions you have. Feel free to ask. I will tell you everything I know. Also, my name is Lulu Shi. Please don't mispronounce it, otherwise you won't want to know the consequences. The little fairy covered her mouth and chuckled mischievously, embodying the very essence of being whimsical. Suddenly, the cat girl's vision returned to normal colors. The little fairy instantly disappeared from Luo's sight. Exited eye of identification mode. It turned out her magical energy was almost depleted. With her magical energy nearly running out, there was insufficient energy left to support the eye of identification. Uncle McGee smiled and said, so how was it? Seeing a little fairy for the first time, wasn't it nice? They are very friendly to any race as long as you don't provoke them. You also need not worry about them affecting you. Fairies require a high magical energy environment to manifest, and we can only see them through this method. Friendly. The cat girl couldn't say for sure if being provocative could be considered friendly. At least she didn't come up and punch her. That would indeed be quite friendly. Luo asked Uncle McGee to help her upgrade her equipment, forge some new gear, and she also bought materials from Uncle McGee to replenish her ammunition. The cat girl did not have many exploration tokens, the universal currency of the game, but fortunately some materials could be exchanged for goods. Moreover, the Master Disciple discount has been a great help. Acquired She Metal upgradable item description, level 2 item, normal level green catalog. Accessory equipment. You can consume magical energy for quick costume changes. Currently available armor for transformation tactical set series, cat, made outfit hunting set basic set. No need to find a changing room to switch armor. The magical energy consumed is negligible. In reality, in a building that no detector could find, a woman stood next to a clean platform, a woman with purple curly hair. This woman was not only exceedingly tall, but also exceptionally graceful. She was currently wearing a white bathrobe, playing with a scalpel in her hand. She was Annie Fandison, the Minister of Safety and Stability of Hitori. On the smooth platform in front of her lay a dissected frog. Vinny, do you know how many steps it takes to dissect a frog? A hesitant voice came from the other end of the terminal. Annie, are you dissecting a frog right now? Can't you put down your little interest for a moment? This has nothing to do with what we are discussing, right? The alluring woman gracefully set down the knife in her hand and picked up a pair of tweezers instead. Of course it is related, Vinny. Don't you think you are just like this frog? Vinny Gaia's tone became increasingly helpless as the topic had strayed. He could only selectively ask questions, trying to steer the conversation back on track. In what way? Annie Fandison's reply was exceptionally cold. Equally cute, equally powerless, my Vinny. Don't forget about that. I know. What do you want? If it's the same answer as before, I might just hang up the call. Vinny Gaia's voice was somewhat inexplicably irritated. Annie naturally picked up on it as she chuckled softly and said, it won't be very troublesome. It's related to that little girl's sister. Li Yinwan's sister. Li Yoshi. Oh, Vinny's mind is quite sharp this time, I like it. Get to the point. The purple-haired woman inserted the tweezers into the frog's body and precisely extracted a long strip-like object from inside. She slowly spoke, her eyes devoid of light. This is the last time, Vinny. I need you to bring her to me. Li Yinwan awoke. She lay in bed, her body numb and unable to move. Her entire being felt as cold as if stored in an icebox. Fortunately, at least her eyelids could still open. Before her was a pink room piled high with her favorite plush toys. Li Yinwan murmured, have I been sleeping too long? She couldn't recall anything now, nor did she wish to think. A strange yet familiar sensation gripped her. Suddenly she could move, but she had no idea where she wanted to go. Staying in bed seemed pleasant enough. In any case, being able to move was a good thing. Li Yinwan's thoughts wandered aimlessly. She was utterly relaxed, letting her mind drift without direction. Perhaps I should get up and walk around. The thought suddenly struck her, and her legs, as if possessed by their own will, kicked off the blanket. As her feet touched the ground and she tried to rise, thump, Li Yinwan collapsed to the floor. She found she couldn't move her legs, her thighs wouldn't obey, as if she were learning to walk for the first time as a child. Bang! The door swung open. A middle-aged man's voice reached Li Yinwan's ears. Yinwan, are you all right? He supported her arms and guided the limp girl to a nearby sofa. Li Yinwan instinctively thanked him. Thank you. May I ask who you are? The man replied, Li Qiuzhen. Do you remember me? I'm your uncle. We met 4 years ago. Li Qiuzhen. That name rang a bell. Li Yinwan recalled that this uncle was one of the few good people in the family. Li Yinwan's head suddenly throbbed with pain. She instinctively reached into her pocket, but it was empty. Where is it? Are you looking for this? Li Qiuzhen pulled a green bottle from his own pocket and placed it in Li Yinwan's hand. Yes, thank you. Li Yinwan politely expressed her gratitude and downed the green liquid in one gulp. Her uncle spoke up. This is a revival potion, isn't it? I know some middlemen. They'll introduce you to a few later. You can buy it at wholesale prices. Consider it my apology to you. Li Yinwan had no reason to refuse. Thank you, uncle. For years ago, no one else came to see Mother off except you. You even helped us. We never got the chance to thank you. The well-dressed man shook his head. No need. I'm your uncle. We're family. Why be so distant? Li Yinwan noticed a group of people standing outside the room. Judging by their attire, they seemed to be psychologists. She asked, those people, did you bring them, uncle? The man glanced back and explained, those are people from Hartoli Corporation. They're here to ensure your safety. Li Qiuzhen's expression turned grim as he cautioned Li Yinwan, speaking of which, you can't use illegal devices anymore. This time someone at the company noticed something was wrong with you and saved you. But what about next time? And the time after that? Don't gamble with your mental health, understand? Li Yinwan offered a bitter smile. I understand, uncle. Li Qiuzhen held his head. You're truly my sister's child. I can see you still don't get it. Even if you don't take your uncle's words seriously, think of your family. Wouldn't your sister worry? Sister? She won't know. He'll take care of her uncle. Don't worry. The girl averted her gaze, staring at the floor. Oh, others are pushing forward pretty fast. Even the green and blue Earth Dragon dwarfs have joined the conservatives. This Dwarf King event quest is so vague. Before searching for treasure, we need to know what was lost, right? Luo analyzed, then asked Xian, do you know who the Dwarf King is? I want to get some intel from the Dwarf King. Since he lost something himself, the quickest way is to ask him directly. Do you think no one else has thought of that in all this time? To be honest, I don't know either. On the official forums, discussions about the Dwarf King have always been in the top 3 trending topics in the Ding Dong Kingdom, but no one has ever seen the Dwarf King. The official character biography is blank. I want to know who the Dwarf King is even more than you do. Little AI was truly at a loss. This version's quest was a major obstacle to her regaining administrator privileges. When Xian fixed the executioner bug earlier and obtained the 3rd secret rune fragment, she had already confirmed that the authentication location for the 3rd key was beneath the Great Furnace. Barring any surprises, that would be the location for the 4th phase of the version quest. However, the 2nd secret rune fragment, the one Principal Aurora gave to the cat girl, had its key authentication point far in the frozen north. The 1st key authentication granted Xian access to the administrator database, allowing her to retrieve game system and forum information, but she couldn't interfere with the game itself. Only perform user operations through Li Huihui's personal account. She was eager to reclaim more game permissions. At this rate, when would she ever return to her warm little nest? After hearing Xian Zin's words, the cat girl also deflated. Alright, it seems we want meet the Dwarf King without following the quest. Let's go. Let's go meet the chieftain of the Red Earth Dragon Dwarfs first. Luo was already at the headquarters of Earth Dragon Express, which was the closest to the Red Earth Dragon Dwarf chieftain. On the way, she arrived at the upper part of the Twin Cities, the center of the inverted city, the Ironwater Furnace. She found a ventilation duct and crawled inside. Passing a ventilation grate, she looked down through the iron slats. The interior of the furnace was in chaos. The conservative dwarf allied forces were locked in a brawl with the Red Earth Dragon Dwarf clan, and quite a few pioneer players were taking advantage of the chaos to output damage and steal things. The cat girl thought she had misseen. She rubbed her eyes, but indeed people were looting weapons and armor from the Red Earth Dragon Dwarf blacksmith shop. And there were quite a few of them. Influenced by those looters, other pioneers stopped fighting, as well causing the front line to advance slowly. Xian explained the combat power of the Red Earth Dragon Dwarves was among the top tier of all Earth Dragon Dwarves. The Purple Earth Dragon Dwarves, on the other hand, only had some exceptionally strong individuals, and with their thorn armor, were merely second tier overall. In short, every Red Earth Dragon Dwarf could take on 3 opponents. Even the conservative dwarf allied forces could only barely manage a stalemate. Luo planned to capture the chieftain first since the key was with him. Brawling with his underlings was a waste of time. To reiterate, Luo was also an efficiency enthusiast, the kind of person who considered time consumption even while completing quests. It was a habit, she supposed. Following the duct deeper, she passed a small room where 2 Red Earth Dragon Dwarves were talking. The cat girl's game instincts kicked in. Conversations in small rooms like this often held key information related to the quest. Either a trick to clear it quickly, a hidden item, or background info on a key character. The cat girl stopped above the room in the duct and peered in. 2 Red Earth Dragon Dwarfs stood with their arms crossed, one wearing goggles, the other a mask. Their conversation was about their chieftain. The goggle-wearing dwarf spoke. Hey, did you hear? Our chieftain's old friend is back. Really? You hear way too many things, and most of it is your nonsense. Last time I believed you. That Xiaomei was still single. I went and confessed only to find out she's a married woman with 3 kids. You made a huge fool of me. I haven't settled accounts with you yet. This time I won't believe a word you say. The masked dwarf fumed, pointing at the other. Come on, just listening won't cost you a thing. I heard our chieftain's old friend is that furnace blacksmith who vanished 100 years ago. 100 years. Missing for that long. Shouldn't he be dead? How can he come back? Exactly. Not only did he come back, but I heard he also brought a disciple. The masked dwarf's eyes went wide. A disciple. A master-level furnace blacksmith taking on a disciple. Don't twist tales. Who in the Ding Dong Kingdom could become